Haitian City, a veritable jewel in the crown of the Dragon Kingdom, stands as the foremost affluent international metropolis. With the gradual opening of its economy, it has seamlessly aligned itself with the global community. Here, vibrant celebrations abound amidst the shimmering neon lights. Stylishly attired men and women traverse the streets, radiating youthfulness and vitality. Numerous white-collar professionals don international luxury brands, while those of slightly lesser means opt for top-tier domestic labels. Among the more esteemed brands are Armani, Gucci, Awi, and Burberry. Yet, beneath the surface of prosperity lies a dichotomy where there is light, shadows inevitably linger. In the wake of urbanization, some individuals have thrived through opportunism and audacity, amassing wealth. Conversely, others have been forsaken by fate, grappling with poverty and barely scraping by. On this particular evening, Yi Wuyo, as per his routine, wheeled his skewered lamb stall to the Upper East Side. This area, the most affluent part of the city, witnesses a nightly business boom. Street vendors must deftly navigate the whims of city management, offering tributes to ensure their safety. Although Yi Wuyo appeared to be merely a vendor of skewered lamb, his unkempt attire smeared with unwashed grease belied a remarkable presence and a physique as robust as a coiled dragon. It was difficult to reconcile his true identity as a mere street vendor. He set up his stall at his usual spot beside the Crown Prince Bar, the epitome of upscale nightlife in the Upper East Side. As long as the young lords and ladies inside were in high spirits, the skewers outside would vanish within hours. Yi Wuyo expertly stoked the charcoal in his grill, placing skewers of lamb, offal, and gluten onto the flames. As the lighter ignited, the sizzling sound of meat wafted through the air, tantalizingly inviting. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the side, possessing a strong brow and a square face. Dressed impeccably, he exuded an air of authority without raising a voice. Producing a cigarette from his pocket, he offered one to Yi Wuyo. Skillfully accepting it, Yi Wuyo lit the cigarette, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a haze. "Uncle Gua, your Huazi truly packs a punch," he remarked. Gua Huaibin chuckled lightly and replied, "You rascal, selling hangover soup allows me to earn a decent sum each day. With no other hobbies, of course I indulge in good cigarettes. Speaking of which, my daughter Junjun can't stop mentioning her brother Yi. When will you come by our home for a visit? She's reaching an age where good girls shouldn't be left on a shelf." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo scratched his head and sighed. Junjun has just been accepted into the Drama Academy, hasn't she? He'll celebrate her achievement another day and treat her to a grand meal. "Uncle, I've always regarded her as a sister. I'm already 26. How old is she? When you have the time, perhaps you could persuade her to focus on her studies. Opportunities will abound in the future, while I'm merely a vendor of skewered lamb. If she were to follow me, what good could come of it? A meal today does not guarantee one tomorrow, and hardship awaits." At this, Guo Weibin's expression darkened slightly, though his gaze remained profound. "Ah, little Yi, you certainly think long-term for Junjun. Yet, when a girl reaches a certain age, she becomes a concern. If she won't listen, what can a father do? Though you may sell skewered lamb, you can provide for her needs. You are indeed a fine young man, handsome and charming. I see great potential in you as my son-in-law. At 26, you are in your prime, a suitable match for my Junjun." Seeing Uncle Gua unwavering in his stance, Yi Wuyo decided to cease his attempts at persuasion. Prolonging the discussion might risk their amicable rapport. In due course, he would find opportunities to gently address the concerns of this father-daughter duo. Having grown accustomed to a life fraught with peril, filled with glory and honor, he now longed for a tranquil and ordinary existence, wishing to shield them from danger. The tales of his past were not ones he intended to unveil. Now, even if shared, they would be met with disbelief. How could the Dragon Kingdom's king of special forces, the captain of the Tiger Assault Team, the architect of the God of Assassins, and the Lord of the Isle of the Last Resort be reduced to selling skewered lamb in Haitian City? Such a notion would be as absurd as the world's wealthiest individual peddling a tricycle to work. As the two engaged in light banter, the skewers and hangover soup were consumed in a flash. Yi Wuyo had planned to close up and retire for the night when Uncle Guo proposed, "Little Yi, it's still early. How about I treat you to a drink?" Glancing at his watch, Yi Wuyo noted it was only 9 o'clock. Nodding, he replied, "Then I must thank you, Uncle Guo. The pair entrusted their stall to a nearby vendor for safekeeping and strolled into the Crown Prince Bar. The interior was lavishly adorned, gleaming as if it were a royal palace. Modeled after the finest bar in Manhattan, it was a wanton replica. The origins of the owner remained shrouded in mystery, with whispers of an extraordinary background, likely linked to influential figures at least at the municipal level. In such a prime location, with such grandeur, could it be the haunt of an ordinary person? No one dared to extort protection money here. The last thug who attempted such a feat, known as Biao, had long been incarcerated with no sign of release. Rumor had it that he would only be freed after sewing a certain number of garments. Upon their entry, the suited security guard noticed Yi Wuyo, reeking of grease and the aroma of freshly grilled lamb, his eyes filled with disdain. He intended to intervene, but retreated a step upon recognizing Guo Weibin's features, saluting promptly. "Mr. Guo, I didn't realize it was you." He'll arrange for the presidential VIP area immediately. Yi Wuyo felt a stir of astonishment. This was the Crown Prince Bar, the pinnacle of affluence in the Dragon Kingdom. Access to the presidential VIP area required substantial verification. Anyone with less than 10 million would be turned away. Those familiar with the bar's policies were well aware of this stipulation. Yi Wuyo pondered, when did Uncle Guo become Mr. Guo? Has he struck it rich? He had been a humble partner in the stall alongside me. Guo Huaibin, noticing the confusion in Yi Wuyo's eyes, chuckled quietly. This is a family business of mine, though I severed ties with my father long ago. I ran into my cousin who manages this place over drinks recently, which is why the guard recognizes me. Yi Wuyo was taken aback. How could someone with such a formidable background find himself in such a position? However, out of respect for privacy, he refrained from prying into Uncle Guo's affairs. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "I didn't realize Uncle Guo had such a prestigious background. Let's go. Tonight, Mr. Guo is treating us. I want to indulge in some imported XO that, what's it called? Louis XIII, the finest vintage." The guard quickly replied, "Of course, sir. He'll arrange that right away." His previous disdain vanished. Such is human nature, showing deference to those above and dismissing those below, leveraging other status to enhance one's own reputation. Guided by security, the two made their way to the core of the Crown Prince Bar. The opulence was reminiscent of the Palace of Versailles at night. All glassware was crafted from crystal, imported from Europe and custom-made. The bar counter materials were sourced from top-tier suppliers globally, tailored to client specifications. The seating was made from first-class aircraft cushions, offering unparalleled comfort. The security personnel introduced them to the beautiful manager in the back area. Upon learning that Mr. Guo's elder brother had arrived, the manager nearly fumbled the bottle she was holding. With a face as radiant as a flawless jade, she rushed over to greet them, donning a stunning black dress that accentuated her slender figure. "Mr. Guo, and this young gentleman, I am Li Chunhua, the manager of the VIP area. I assure you both will receive exceptional service today. We have an extensive selection of rare vintage Scotch whiskey and cognac in our cellar. If you desire, I can fetch them immediately." Guo Huaibin maintained an air of calm, responding to Li Chunhua. "Today, we're here to treat my young brother well. Whatever he wishes to drink, I am amenable." Li Chunhua, with a playful sparkle in her eyes, turned her gaze toward Yi Wuyo, who had previously gone unnoticed. Upon closer inspection, she was struck by his impressive physique and unusual demeanor, which exuded an inexplicable aura of mystery. He was unlike any scion of a prominent family she had encountered, emanating a subtle pressure. With a mischievous grin, Yi Wuyo quipped, "Miss Li, just bring me a bottle of any vintage Louis XIII. I seek only to indulge, not to savor the years." "Please hold on, sir, we have Louis XIII readily available on the shelf. There's no need to delve into the cellar for that," she replied, secretly amused by his approach to drinking. Soon, Li Chunhua personally wheeled over a cart laden with crystal glassware and ice buckets, opting to serve them herself rather than delegate to other staff. After all, this was the elder brother of the boss, and failing to provide excellent service could jeopardize her position. With grace, she opened the bottle, presenting exquisite glassware. As she leaned over to pour, the neck of her black dress shifted slightly, causing Yi Wuyo to avert his gaze, feeling a rush of warmth. Once she had poured the drinks, she stepped aside, sweetly stating, "Please enjoy at your leisure. Add ice as you prefer, and let me know if you require anything else." Guo Huaibin nodded, while Yi Wuyo, ever the playful one, remarked, "Miss Foxy, what if I were to request you as well?" Li Chunhua's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she replied. The young master jested, "It is not the wine that intoxicates, but the heart that becomes enraptured." With that, he made a hasty retreat. Uncle Guo remarked, "You rascal. Is it appropriate to tease a lady in front of your future father-in-law?" Yi Wuyo responded, "Come, Uncle Guo, let us drink and speak of nothing else." The two engaged in a merry exchange of toasts. The Louis XIII was rich and aromatic, as enchanting as a blooming flower. Before long, Guo Huaibin, feeling somewhat inebriated, expressed his intention to take his leave, allowing Yi Wuyo to enjoy the evening, with the bill conveniently charged to his account. He then exited the Prince Bar in the company of the manager. The manager summoned a security guard at the entrance to drive Guo Huaibin home. Yi Wuyo chuckled helplessly, thinking to himself, "What does it mean to charge it to your account? Clearly, it is a family business. How could they possibly charge a member of their own?" As Yi Wuyo continued to sip his drink, boredom began to set in. At that moment, he noticed a woman beside him, as beautiful as a celestial fairy. Draped in a delicate off-shoulder gown, the high-slit skirt revealed her long, graceful legs. Her stunningly exquisite face, sculpted like fine jade, and her alluring figure were enough to leave one breathless. She seemed to glide like a startled swan, her beauty defying description. Yi Wuyo's keen eye caught sight of the limited edition Patek Philippe Stargazer watch adorning her wrist. He sighed inwardly. Why is it that no female CO has come forward to support me? Truly, my fate is a lamentable one. At that moment, a man dressed in a bespoke seahorse wool suit persistently toasted her. He even slipped some unknown substance in her glass, which did not escape Yi Wuyo's sharp gaze. Before long, the woman became intoxicated and exchanged glances with several men nearby who harbored ill intentions. One of them, unable to restrain himself, reached out with lewd intentions to assist her. She attempted to resist, pushing against the men surrounding her, but her consciousness was gradually fading. The woman's unparalleled beauty was intoxicating, unlike anything the mundane world could offer. Even the most celebrated stars and supermodels would envy her allure. Her cheeks, flushed from the drink, resembled ripe peaches, inviting and tempting. Her delicate hands, as smooth as mutton fat jade, strained to push away the men beside her. Yet, no matter how she struggled to break free, it was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. She could not budge them an inch. At this moment, panic set in, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Despite this, she maintained her composure and calm. Her mind raced as she sought a solution to her predicament. After all, as a seasoned female CEO who had navigated the treacherous waters of business for years, how could she easily succumb to adversity? Even in such a perilous situation, she showed no sign of panic. Meanwhile, the men surrounding her exchanged sinister smirks. The leader, lowering his voice, said, "We set this trap today to ensnare this breathtakingly beautiful single CEO. If we can secure her, not only can we resolve our troublesome debts and significant losses, but we might also reap substantial profits." The speaker was Liu Xiaojia, the chairman of the Haiyan Group. Another young man, appearing somewhat dissolute, chimed in, "Chairman Liu, indeed. Countless wealthy gentlemen must be salivating over this exquisite flower of fortune. My father had originally intended for me to marry her, using the opportunity to settle debts and keep our bank afloat. Alas, this woman is as frigid as an iceberg, completely indifferent to my advances. She has turned me away multiple times, leaving me utterly humiliated. Today, I shall see who can save her." This brash young man was Yilin, the son of the president of the Haiyan Bank. At that moment, a third man, clad in a double-breasted suit, slowly spoke up. "Manager Ning, your appetite is quite insatiable. Your company has already extended its reach too far. Not only does it dominate nearly half of the beauty and fashion market in Haitian City, but it also seeks to expand into international trade. At this rate, our esteemed consortium may find itself reduced to drinking lukewarm water on the streets." The esteemed consortium he referred to was a well-known group of capital tycoons in the city. They had successfully amassed their first fortune through keen insights in the early capital markets and had since maneuvered through various industries, forming a monopolistic presence that spanned Haitian City. Their formidable backing was not to be underestimated. Just then, the previously dazed beauty suddenly began to struggle fiercely. Her eyes regained a glimmer of clarity, and she began to awaken from her stupor. Though still somewhat dazed, her beautiful eyes were now fixed intently on Yi Wuyo, who was drinking nearby. Then, with a cool voice tinged with inebriation, she spoke. "Darling, you finally came to take me home? Why did you take so long? Look at me. I'm already in such a state of drunkenness. Hurry and take me away." Upon hearing this, a hint of anxiety crossed her face, but it was overshadowed by a resolute determination to take a risk. The three men, who had previously harbored ill intentions, immediately darkened their expressions upon hearing her words. They simultaneously cast furious glares at Yi Wuyo, who found himself in a predicament. Alas, he had no intention of playing the hero to rescue the damsel in distress. He was merely there to drown his sorrows. Having long since abandoned the life of a special agent or soldier, the iron will within him had likely cooled. Yi Wuyo, like a phantom, swiftly advanced towards them. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the group. With a swift motion, he effortlessly seized the enchanting woman from their grasp. Without hesitation, he pressed her firmly against his sturdy chest, as if to envelop her in boundless warmth and protection. His actions were so rapid that the onlookers had yet to comprehend what had transpired. The woman, who had been standing there, was now cradled in Yi Wuyo's embrace. Yi Wuyo, unhurried and at ease, spoke. "My dear, I apologize for my tardiness. I cannot fathom the cause of the traffic today. It was utterly congested. My Ferrari broke down on the way, and I had no choice but to take a cab here. Alas, Italian cars can be so unreliable at times." The woman fell silent upon hearing his words. She merely lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes lingering on him, as if wishing to etch his image into her memory. Then, she gently closed her eyes, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her arms, akin to an octopus, wrapped tightly around Yi Wuyo's robust form. Yi Wuyo, noticing this, allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips, exuding a sense of indulgence. He then turned to the other man, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority as he said, "Gentlemen, I must apologize, my wife is inebriated. Let us leave it at this for today. We can reconvene another time. Farewell." Having spoken, Yi Wuyo prepared to escort the captivating woman home, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. The three well-dressed men exchanged glances. In an instant, their muscular bodyguards pounced towards Yi Wuyo like hungry tigers. Lu Xiaojia, leading the charge, said, "My brother, we were unaware of Manager Ning's marital status. Here is a 1 million yuan check from the Dragon Kingdom Bank. Take it, and leave us the woman. Let this matter end here, otherwise you shall bear the consequences." Yi Wuyo's eyes turned icy, a fierce glint igniting within them. Calmly, he replied, "And if I refuse, what then?" The bodyguards, sensing the overwhelming aura of menace radiating from Yi Wuyo, felt a chill run down their spines. He was far more terrifying than any special forces soldier they had encountered. The murderous intent emanating from him was exponentially stronger, causing them to hesitate. The three men understood that this man, shrouded in an aura of lethal danger, was likely a trained fighter. Yet, with steely resolve, they declared, "Subdue him, each of you will receive a 50,000 yuan bonus." Indeed, money breeds courage. The previously stiff bodies of the men ignited with fierce resolve as they charged recklessly at Yi Wuyo. Yi Wuyo appeared unfazed, one hand supporting the delicate beauty against him while the other prepared to engage. As 5 burly men surrounded him, Yi Wuyo executed a swift kick, sending the nearest man crashing to the ground, flying several meters away. The man clutched his chest, immediately spitting blood before losing consciousness. This was the Longtan Northern Leg, one of the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom, known for its explosive power, capable of incapacitating an opponent with a single strike. The surrounding 4 bodyguards continued their assault, but Yi Wuyo deftly evaded their attacks and seized one by the neck. With a swift strike to the throat, he followed up with a rapid uppercut aimed at the giant's chin, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The formidable figure collapsed to the ground, devoid of consciousness. The maneuver was executed with a single hand and a heartbeat, the speed almost beyond belief. This was the KGB combat technique from the land of Rakshasa, emphasizing the art of seizing the moment to incapacitate or eliminate an adversary. In mere moments, it could render an opponent immobile or even lead to their demise. Yi Wuyo refrained from taking the life of this bodyguard, not wishing to invite unnecessary complications. Moreover, the bodyguard was merely following orders, earning a meager living, his transgressions not warranting death. The remaining 3 bodyguards were drenched in cold sweat, having witnessed nearly half of their comrades felled in mere moments. They had previously trained in martial arts, some of them even having served several years in the military. With steely resolve, the 3 burly men surged forward, intent on launching a fierce assault. The sound of Muay Thai fists echoed, their speed formidable. Yi Wuyo smiled, effortlessly countering several blows with a single hand. Then, in an instant, he seized a fist, twisting it violently, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking bones. The giant let out a series of anguished wails, clutching his injured hand, instantly rendered incapable of further combat. The other 2 rushed in, and without hesitation, Yi Wuyo prepared himself. With a slight bend of his fingers, he summoned a surge of force, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that sent both men sprawling 5 meters away, akin to kites severed from their strings. This was the traditional technique of the Dragon Kingdom known as Siyuan Quan, characterized by its fluidity and seamless execution. Either one does not attack at all, or a single strike can leave the opponent senseless. The 2 giants collapsed immediately, their minds shrouded in darkness, suffering severe internal injuries from the impact. Without immediate medical attention, their lives could be at stake. The trio of previously confident men in suits, witnessing the swift downfall of their 5 bodyguards, fell into disarray, hastily announcing their identities, pleading with Yi Wuyo not to advance. Yi Wuyo did not spare them a glance, treating them as if they were mere insects. Nonchalantly, he extended his hand, casually grabbing several plates from the table nearby. With a swift motion of his arm, the plates soared through the air like arrows released from a bow, spinning at a dizzying speed. The men barely had time to react, watching helplessly as the plates hurtled towards them. In the blink of an eye, the porcelain plates struck their faces with a resounding thud, the impact reverberating through the air. The trio was engulfed in darkness, intense pain coursing through their bodies, rendering them unable to utter a single cry. They collapsed, completely unconscious, blood gushing from their foreheads like a crimson stream, trickling onto their luxurious seahorse wool suits. Yet, despite their grievous injuries, faint breaths escaped their lips, a testament to their lingering existence. Yi Wuyo delivered a chilling remark. "Should you dare to harm women again, I shall ensure your lineage is extinguished. Regardless of who stands behind you, no one will save you." With that, Yi Wuyo embraced the curvaceous yet dazed Ning Qingyi and strode away. Before exiting the B.
Chapter 3. Bewildered Emotions. The vendor of grilled lamb skewers might find this task insurmountable. This young man undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary background. Guo Huaibin is, after all, the cousin of the club's owner. Ning Qingyi, too, is not to be underestimated, for she is the chairwoman of the Tianxing Group, with a fortune soaring to billions. Moreover, she is renowned as the province's most exquisite beauty, having remained single for many years. How could someone of her wealth ever refer to him as her husband? He is indeed a mysterious and intriguing man. Li Chunhua quickly dispelled her fanciful thoughts and promptly instructed the staff to retrieve the medical emergency kit. She attended to the injured individuals on site with urgency while simultaneously dialing for an ambulance. Before long, the sirens of the emergency vehicle echoed, and a team of medical professionals rushed in. They bore stretchers, swiftly loading several individuals onto the ambulance. Fortunately, no lives were lost. But the severely injured bodyguard would require a lengthy recovery period of 6 months. The 3 injured parties, Lu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Liao Wenkai, were subsequently placed in the same hospital room after receiving urgent care. As they gradually regained consciousness, their eyes met with a piercing intensity, filled with resentment. It was as if 3 bolts of lightning had collided in the air, sending shivers down the spine. The flickering glances exchanged among them hinted at a sinister and cunning plot brewing in the shadows. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo emerged from the Prince Bar, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He strolled leisurely, his arms securely wrapped around the waist of an enchanting beauty. She moved with grace, her skin as fair as snow, resembling a resplendent flower in full bloom. A gentle breeze carried the intoxicating fragrance of violets, enveloping them in its alluring embrace. The fragrance wafting through the air is utterly enchanting, bringing an exquisite sense of tranquility and delight. Reflecting on the life of Yi Wuyo, one could say he has encountered countless beauties. Those enchanting women, akin to twinkling stars, are simply innumerable. In his earlier years, while on an overseas special mission, he had the fortune of serving as the personal bodyguard to Princess Charlotte of England. During his time in France, he also had the pleasure of accompanying the Ken star Ilya aboard a luxurious yacht, reveling in the pleasures of a serene holiday on the beautiful waters of the Rice Sea. Not to mention, in the distant land of Maui. He once piloted an aircraft alongside the esteemed Duchess Saidu, soaring through the romantic skies of the Aegean under the cloak of night. Yet, at this very moment, despite Yi Wuyo's accustomed encounters with various beauties, the sight of the breathtaking Ning Qingyi stirs an unprecedented restlessness within his typically calm heart. His pulse quickens as if it might leap from his throat, and an unfamiliar sensation washes over him, causing his thoughts to wander. In the depths of his intuition, a strong conviction arises, suggesting that something extraordinary is destined to unfold between him and this woman. Is this merely a chance encounter? Or has fate orchestrated this meeting long before? Perhaps only time will reveal the ultimate truth. The woman's cheeks flush with crimson, her gaze dreamy, and she emanates a rich scent of alcohol. Nevertheless, she struggles to retrieve her exquisitely crafted Hermes bag from her side and slowly extends it to the man before her. Yi Wuyo reaches out to accept it. She parted her ruby lips, her voice soft and laced with a hint of intoxication, reminiscent of a nightingale, as she murmured, "The car keys, the phone. They are all inside. Please take me back." Though her tone was succinct and cold, it resembled an iceberg, rendering her difficult to approach. Yet, it was precisely this unique demeanor that rendered the Ice Queen all the more alluring. Standing beside her, Yi Wuyo couldn't help but smile faintly. He mused to himself, this woman has succumbed to such inebriation, yet still clings to the last vestiges of consciousness, truly remarkable. One must acknowledge that what she consumed was far more than mere spirits. Had it been any ordinary woman, she would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Wuyo gingerly accepted the white handbag crafted from crocodile leather. The moment he held it, he could feel its exquisite smoothness and considerable value. He gently caressed the bag's surface, unable to suppress his admiration. This young lady is indeed the epitome of luxury. This white crocodile leather is no ordinary material. It originates from an exceedingly rare breed of crocodile. A rare genetic mutation has caused this albinism, which is not a product of artificial coloration. Moreover, this limited edition handbag cannot simply be purchased at the Hermes boutique. One must be a super member of the brand and receive a special invitation to qualify for such custom pieces, whose price can reach an astonishing several million. With that, Yi Wuyo lightly pressed the exquisite metal clasp of the handbag. With a crisp sound, the bag's mouth slowly opened. Before him lay an array of meticulously arranged items, including a stack of exquisitely crafted business cards, several gleaming bank cards, and a delicately designed official seal. Also present was a Montblanc travel set fountain pen and a checkbook from an international bank. The figure of a formidable and ambitious woman emerged vividly in Yi Wuyo's mind. Like a vibrant painting. This woman, in the bloom of her 20s, had already shouldered such demanding responsibilities, evoking within him a sense of compassion and admiration. He leisurely retrieved the elegant car key, its emblem glinting in the light, revealing a car of unparalleled luxury, a Bentley. With this vehicle, Yi Wuyo was spared the hassle of searching for transportation. After all, a car like a Bentley commanded attention wherever it appeared. He strolled into the spacious parking lot, casting a discerning glance around. It wasn't long before he spotted a deep burgundy, elongated Bentley sedan. Its sleek and graceful lines resembled a royal carriage, akin to a finely crafted work of art, quietly stationed there. Yi Wuyo pressed the button on the car key, and in an instant, the headlights of the Bentley blazed to life, shining brilliantly like diamonds. The radiant beams pierced the darkness, illuminating everything in their path. He then gently lifted the somewhat dazed Ning Qingyi from the vehicle, carefully supporting her as he guided her to the rear seat. With practiced ease and tenderness, he fastened her seatbelt, mindful not to cause discomfort to the delicate beauty. After completing these tasks, he turned and made his way to the driver's seat. He gently pressed the button that symbolized ignition, and a deep, resonant roar erupted as the formidable V12 engine sprang to life, akin to a fierce beast bellowing, unleashing an endless surge of power. As the sound of the engine resonated, the entire parking lot seemed to tremble in response. Yu Wuyo gasped in astonishment, realizing it was indeed a Bentley Mulsanne Four Seasons edition. Such a level of luxury automobile necessitated a verification of funds for purchase. He recalled having once been a passenger in the vehicle of a princess from the English royal family, feeling that it was not dissimilar to this magnificent machine. Skillfully, Yu Wuyo activated the car's navigation system, setting the destination to his home. Within a mere 15 minutes, the car arrived at a villa district on the Upper East Side. The guard, upon noticing the license plate ending in 88s, immediately saluted and granted entry. The villa area boasted lush greenery, with each individual villa featuring its own quaint garden. After 5 minutes, they reached their destination. Yu Wuyo gently lifted the drowsy Ning Qingyi from the back seat. Using his phone, he unlocked the electronic gate and stepped into the villa. Outside, a garden flourished with vibrant roses in a myriad of colors. The interior comprised 2.5 levels, with the third level serving as a sun terrace, along with several rooms. Carrying Ning Qingyi, Yu Wuyo ascended to the second floor and pushed open the door. The room was adorned in a cozy manner, starkly contrasting with the cold demeanor of the female CEO. The disparity was striking, with plush toys, cat food, and bowls scattered about. A few rooms downstairs likely housed these little creatures. Yu Wuyo assisted Ning Qingyi to the bedside, gently laying her down and covering her with a blanket. Just as he prepared to leave, he was suddenly tripped up. Reclining on the bed, he was immediately ensnared by the embrace of an octopus. A soft, delicate whisper echoed in his ear, "Darling, please don't leave." Yu Wuyo, having indulged excessively, had consumed several bottles of aged Louis XIII. As a former warrior turned operative, he was accustomed to handling alcohol, yet, he found himself intoxicated, lost in a haze of passion, and spent the night in silence. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the room, and Yu Wuyo slowly opened his eyes. Still feeling a lingering dizziness and fatigue, he murmured to himself, "I certainly overindulged. Was last night merely a dream?" It was utterly wild. But upon glancing at the crimson sheets adorned with flowers, clarity washed over him. The lingering scent of violet on his skin revealed her presence. He had accidentally entangled himself with an innocent young woman while inebriated. What a predicament. He had envisioned a carefree life for the next few days. Yet now all those plans lay in ruins. As Yu Wuyo rose to don his attire, he let out a soft gasp, realizing that his soiled clothing had vanished entirely. At the bedside lay a pristine, cream-colored Ralph Lauren polo shirt and dark wool trousers, accompanied by a belt crafted from Italian calfskin, emblazoned with the Hugo Boss emblem. He ran his fingers over the belt, its texture was exquisite. The garments were of the finest fabric, showcasing Western craftsmanship. Yu Wuyo promptly dressed, finding the fit remarkably comfortable, and hurried to admire his reflection in the room's mirror. It was a brass Baroque-style piece, and he recognized it instantly as an antique of considerable age. He pondered the identity of its previous owner. Yu Wuyo sighed, after tidying up, "I too am somewhat charming. I wonder if I am part of the dreams of 900 million girls." He stepped out of his room, descending the staircase along the walnut handrail, and arrived in the living room on the first floor. The European round table, adorned with marble patterns, was lavishly set with a delightful array of food, including exquisite Chinese breakfast dishes and Western sandwiches accompanied by milk and cereal. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged. Her demeanor was dignified, and she appeared remarkably well preserved, looking to be merely in her early 40s. The woman spoke, "Good morning, young master. I am Mrs. Housekeeper, Zhang Xiaolian. If you do not mind, you may call me Aunt Zhang, just like Miss does." Chapter 4, The background of the female CEO. Yu Wuyo inquired, "Aunt Zhang, is this breakfast prepared for me? Since when have I become the young master here?" Zhang Xiaolian replied, "Of course, it is prepared for the young master." Chingy has been studying in America for many years and has developed a taste for Western breakfasts, hence I made 2 servings for you. I have watched this child grow up since she was little, she is like family to me. She has never brought another man home to spend the night. You are the first, so naturally, you are our new young master. Yu Buyo took a seat at the dining table and began to indulge in the feast. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, he savored a sandwich. Still feeling unsatisfied, he devoured a basket of shrimp and crab dumplings. After a hearty meal, he let out a burp and casually asked, "What about this girl's parents?" Zhang Xiaoyan's expression shifted from warmth to a hint of sorrow. With a gentle sigh, she began to speak slowly. This girl, alas, has truly endured a fate that tugs at one's heart. In her youth, her mother hailed from a prestigious family in the capital, a lineage of immense influence and connections spanning the nation. As she reflected on this, a wistful shake of her head revealed her deep sentiments about that bygone era. And what of her father? Merely a lowly, shameless merchant of no repute. Who could have foreseen that these 2 individuals, so disparate in status, would meet by sheer happenstance? She paused momentarily before continuing her tale. Upon encountering her mother, that man pursued her with an almost frenzied fervor, employing every conceivable method to win her affection. Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest, ultimately. Her mother was swayed by this man's ardor. Defying her family's vehement opposition, she resolutely married him and subsequently gave birth to Chingy. Initially, the man maintained a semblance of propriety. Leveraging his wife's familial connections, he thrived in business, transforming a modest third-rate enterprise into one of the city's leading corporations. However, fortune often begets arrogance. Gradually, he became conceited, believing that all he possessed was solely the result of his own prowess, entirely forgetting who had aided him in achieving his current stature. Thus, he began to indulge himself, ensnared by the allure of vice, and engaged in numerous affairs, openly maintaining several mistresses. Her voice rose in indignation as she recounted these events, the outrage palpable. Ultimately, the truth could no longer be concealed. Chingy's mother unearthed her husband's disgraceful conduct. Faced with such a betrayal, her heart shattered into a million pieces. Yet, with her indomitable spirit, she chose not to endure in silence but decisively filed for divorce. Following a fierce confrontation and court mediation, the verdict decreed an equitable division of their assets. The custody of their daughter, Chingy, was awarded to her mother. It is said that in her quest to secure her daughter's custody, Chingy's mother willingly relinquished a portion of her rightful inheritance. Alas, the heart of a parent is truly a poignant one. She sighed deeply, a trace of regret flickering across her face. However, fate has a penchant for cruel irony. In the ensuing years post-divorce, Chingy's mother, burdened by prolonged melancholy, succumbed to illness and ultimately passed away. In her final moments, she bequeathed all her possessions to her beloved daughter, Chingy. Regrettably, no amount of wealth could alleviate the anguish of a daughter bereft of maternal love. Chingy's father, having indulged in a life of hedonistic pleasures for several years, found himself ensnared by gambling debts and the exorbitant expenses of his mistresses. He was compelled to liquidate a portion of his shares, ultimately plunging into financial distress, relying solely on the meager dividends from his remaining holdings to survive. All the women who once accompanied him departed from his life. The young lady, Chingy, is indeed a figure of immense admiration. Upon her return from overseas studies, she stepped into the boardroom of the family enterprise, commencing her career as an ordinary director. Initially, some may have harbored doubts about this fledgling, inexperienced young woman. Yet, through her exceptional intellect, audacious decision-making, and relentless dedication, she navigated the corporate landscape with remarkable prowess, surmounting every challenge with ease. Before long, Chingy ascended to the esteemed position of chairwoman of the group, becoming the focal point of public attention. However, she did not allow herself to be content or stagnant as a result. Instead, she embarked on a sweeping reform of the company's operations with unyielding vigor. Throughout this transformation, she exhibited exceptional leadership skills and keen business acumen. Not only did she optimize the internal operational processes of the company, but she also actively expanded the market share, leading to a remarkable surge in the company's performance. Simultaneously, Qingyi decisively repurchased a portion of the shares that her father had sold years ago, further solidifying her position and influence within the company. After a mere few years of relentless effort, her personal wealth astonishingly multiplied tenfold, allowing her to ascend into the ranks of billionaires. Yet, just as Qingyi's career reached its zenith, her father, who had once nearly driven the family to bankruptcy through his hedonistic lifestyle, began to harass her incessantly. He shamelessly demanded pension funds and financial assistance from his daughter, utterly disregarding the hardships and struggles she had endured along her journey. Despite Qingyi's kind heart and her willingness to acquiesce to her father's unreasonable demands on several occasions, he remained ungrateful and continued to persistently entangle and disrupt her normal life. Knight Wuyo quietly listened to this tale, remaining silent for a long while. A profound sense of sympathy and compassion for Qingyi surged within him. At that moment, he truly comprehended that the seemingly strong and independent woman before him concealed so many untold sorrows and helplessness. From a young age, she had experienced parental divorce and the loss of her mother, studying alone in a beautiful foreign land. Upon her return, she valiantly turned the tide, successfully ascending to the role of chairperson, navigating the tumultuous waters of the business world for years while continuously standing at the forefront of challenges. It is difficult to fathom that such a heavy burden is borne by a young woman in her 20s. Yi Wuyo feels an overwhelming sense of despair regarding her own tragic origins, unaware of the identities of her biological parents. However, in comparison to this girl, her plight seems scarcely different. Perhaps fate has already rendered its final judgment. Yi Wuyo said to Aunt Zhang, "Rest assured, Aunt Zhang, from now on, Qingyi's affairs will be my responsibility. Her future reliance shall be upon me, and I shall not allow anyone to harm a single strand of her hair." Aunt Zhang beamed with joy, exclaiming, "I knew the son-in-law would come, our family is destined for prosperity. At last, that girl Qingyi has a reliable support. And I can rest easy." After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang, Yi Wuyo planned to return home, for she still needed to set up her stall and sell lamb skewers that evening. Within her wallet lay a hastily scrawled note, its handwriting frantic and somewhat illegible, which read, "Little thief, you have tarnished my reputation. I shall seek you out in a few days when I am free, do not think of escaping. Ning Qingyi." Yi Wuyo chuckled, finding Qingyi's spirited nature utterly endearing. "If I wished to flee, even the elite Navy SEALs of the United States could not stop me. Who could truly confine me?" In the Villa district, Yi Wuyo scanned a shared bicycle with her phone and made her way home. After a half-hour journey, she finally returned from the Upper East Side to her modest residence in the impoverished Puning district. The buildings here were mostly of an earlier construction era, standing only 2 or 3 stories tall, with no skyscrapers in sight. Given their age, it was only natural for them to suffer from leaks and drafts. Greenery was virtually non-existent, with wildflowers and trees along the roadside left untended. Yi Wuyo secured her bicycle in the designated area and locked it up, singing a popular song. With an impulsive punishment lingering in his mind, "Despite the remnants of your fragrance still clinging to my hands. If only you had known how many cups I had consumed that day, you would truly comprehend your own beauty." After exchanging pleasantries with the neighbors, Aunt Li, Uncle Wang, and Mr. Wu, Yi Wuyo stepped into the small courtyard he rented. It was quite affordable at merely 1,500 a month, spacious and with fresh air. At that moment, 2 men in uniforms caught his eye. Their faces were stern, seemingly waiting with impatience. The 2 men in light blue uniforms approached and inquired, "We are from the Upper East District Police Department. Are you Yi Wuyo? Someone has reported that you are suspected of seriously injuring another person. Please come with us for questioning." Yi Wuyo sensed that trouble might be imminent, yet he did not anticipate it would arrive so swiftly. A police car promptly approached from another location, but the officers did not handcuff Yi Wuyo, as the case had not yet reached a definitive conclusion and the suspect was compliant. The 3 of them entered the vehicle, and after a blaring siren, they departed. The neighbors were puzzled. This little Yi typically only sold lamb skewers at night. How could he be arrested? Surely, there must have been a mistake. Inside the car, Yi Wuyo maintained an air of nonchalance, as if merely going for tea. He even requested a cigarette from the officer beside him, lit it, and took a few deep puffs. He jested, I have no idea how many times I've been in a vehicle like this. Being invited for tea by the Military Intelligence Department from the 1st to the 6th Bureau. Moreover, it was under armed escort, fully equipped with firearms and grenades. The two officers merely smiled, choosing not to respond to Yi Wuyo. The two individuals thought to themselves, we have conducted a background investigation on this man, who is merely a listless, unemployed youth. A vendor selling lamb skewers at the night market, and he pretends to be a secret agent? Military intelligence? Is he akin to 007, James Bond? Filming Spectre or No Time to Die? Knight Wuyo noticed that the two were ignoring him. And he grew weary of boasting about his past experiences, for he knew no one would believe him regardless. The journey of a mere 10 minutes felt tedious, prompting him to engage in casual conversation with the officers, recounting tales of his past encounters. Initially, the young officers were skeptical, but as the conversation unfolded, they found themselves compelled to believe. The man before them indeed possessed a remarkable history. It was improbable to fabricate such intricate details, including the effective range of various firearms within 100 meters, piloting armed helicopters, and the scope of aerial bombardments. He even articulated the specifications of armored tanks and the caliber of anti-tank artillery required for effective destruction. Among the officers present was one who had transitioned from the military, having served as a reconnaissance soldier for several years. Upon hearing Knight Wuyo's account, he recognized that he was in the presence of a true expert, promptly offering a cigarette, leaving the other comrades astonished. They began to question whether they had apprehended the wrong person, wondering how such a commendable individual could have been mistakenly detained. Chapter 5, Comrade Chief, we have made an error. A police vehicle, adorned with flashing red and blue lights, slowly approached the entrance of the police station in the Upper East Side. As the vehicle drew nearer, the sound of the siren grew increasingly loud. The driving officer rolled down the window and waved to a colleague in the duty room, exclaiming, "Brother, we are back." Upon witnessing the events, the comrades in the duty room promptly rose to their feet and responded. They swiftly picked up the telephone on the desk to report the situation to the bureau. Before long, a faint humming sound emanated from the electronic automatic door, which gradually opened to either side. Observing this, the driver gently pressed the accelerator, and the police vehicle smoothly entered the precinct. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the officer on duty at the entrance dialed the bureau's number once more to relay the report. Captain Ma, the individuals have been successfully escorted back. A deep, serious male voice responded from the other end of the line. Understood. I will come down to conduct the interrogation shortly. With that, he hung up the phone. Not long after, 3 figures briskly entered the interrogation room. One young officer, upon entering, enthusiastically approached Yi Wuyo, holding a cup of freshly poured hot tea. He carefully presented it before Yi Wuyo with a smile, saying, "Brother Yi, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please have a drink." Yi Wuyo accepted the cup, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you, young brother. Once we finish this matter, how about I treat you to hot pot? I've heard there's a particularly delightful hot pot restaurant nearby. Besides, the director will surely host a welcome for me afterward." Upon hearing this, the young officer appeared somewhat flustered, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly. "Brother Yi, you are too kind. If nothing significant arises today, perhaps I should treat you instead, so we can have a good chat. I have always yearned to hear you recount the captivating tales from your days in the military. Let us share a drink together, my friend. By the way, Brother Yi, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu Xiaodong, and I hope you will look after me in the days to come." Just as the two of them were basking in joviality, Captain Ma entered the room. His face was as solemn as the depths of a still lake, his brows furrowed, as he sternly addressed them, "Young Wu, you must understand. This is an interrogation room, a place of utmost gravity and decorum. And here you are, engaging in light-hearted banter with a suspect. This displays a flagrant disregard for discipline and a complete ignorance of our institution's protocols. Quickly, activate the law enforcement recording device and commence the interrogation." Upon hearing these words, Wu Xiaodong felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He straightened his posture in an instant, standing at attention and offering a precise salute. Without a moment's hesitation, He dashed to the back and clumsily activated the recording device. At that moment, Captain Ma turned with an expression of displeasure and coldly addressed Yi Wuyo. You would do well to candidly divulge everything. Do not harbor any illusions of evasion. We are fully aware of your circumstances, everything is crystal clear to us. Be wise, and strive for reform, abandon your wicked ways. Perhaps there is still a chance for you to be released sooner. However, Yi Wuyo merely tilted his head slightly. A hint of disdain gracing his features as he responded nonchalantly, Comrade, you may very well be under the misapprehension regarding my situation. But fear not. Soon your superior will personally come to escort me from this place. Upon hearing the audacious remarks of Yi Wuyo, Captain Ma erupted into a hearty laugh, laced with a hint of mockery as he continued, Oh, what a bold proclamation! Old Liu, take a look at this individual, he hasn't even been cuffed. Is there some error in procedure? No sooner had he spoken than a robust man named Liu, his face adorned with an abundance of flesh, strode into the interrogation room with purpose. Grasping a gleaming silver key, he approached the interrogation table and, without hesitation, swiftly unlocked the handcuffs. With deft movements, he seized Yi Wuyo's wrist and ruthlessly secured the cuffs around it, locking them tight. Throughout this entire sequence of events, Yi Wuyo maintained an unflappable demeanor, as if these proceedings bore no relevance to him. Even as the cuffs were fastened, he remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of resistance, much to Captain Ma's satisfaction. Before long, with all preparations in place, Captain Ma cleared his throat and formally commenced the inquiry into Yi Wuyo. With a grave expression, he inquired, Last night, were you involved in a brawl at the Prince Bar, resulting in multiple injuries? His piercing gaze fixated on Yi Wuyo, who responded with calm assurance. Although the outcome was regrettable, it was not without cause. Last night, right there in the Prince Bar, a group of individuals had the audacity to intoxicate a young woman to the point of inebriation. Their intentions were nefarious, as they sought to forcibly remove her, seemingly with the intent to engage in unlawful acts. Witnessing this scene, I found myself unable to remain a passive observer. Thus, I was compelled to intervene. Upon hearing this, Captain Ma erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table, causing the teacups to tremble. He bellowed, You insist that those individuals are lawless scoundrels. Are we to accept your word alone? Is there no law in this world? Furthermore, there is no one to corroborate your claims. Nor can any substantial evidence be found to validate your assertions. Moreover, I have conducted a meticulous investigation into your identity file, and it is riddled with numerous doubts and issues. Your date of birth remains ambiguous, and your parental background is utterly unknown. Even your past experiences are bizarre and peculiar. It is said that you enlisted in the military at the age of 18 while simultaneously gaining admission to a military academy. Yet, oddly enough, after turning 20, your record is inexplicably blank. Subsequently, you ventured to the illustrious University of Cambridge in England, where you astonishingly obtained dual degrees in theology and philosophy. How could someone with such a convoluted background and impressive education find themselves reduced to selling lamb skewers on the streets of our Tianhai city at night? I refuse to believe it, you undoubtedly harbor some ulterior motives. Confess honestly, have you fabricated your records and engaged in illicit activities? Yi Wuyo, weary of further explanation, resolved to let his actions speak for him. He promptly bowed his head and extended his hand, allowing the wire he had concealed behind his ear to fall into his locked grasp. In a swift and deft motion, he rotated the lock's mechanism, executing the task seamlessly. The handcuffs were swiftly undone, accomplished in less than a minute. Knight Wuyo, with an air of arrogance, remarked, This single-structure lock cylinder has long been obsolete in Weimar. It is utterly incapable of securing against special operations soldiers and CIA agents. Nowadays, we employ multi-layered lock cylinders, complete with additional locking mechanisms that activate upon failed attempts at unlocking. This type of lock in Dragon Country is merely sufficient for ordinary personnel. Captain Ma, I kindly request your director to join us for a private discussion, as your rank does not meet the confidentiality protocol. Captain Ma, incredulous, had never encountered someone of such stature in his line of duty. Feeling powerless against Knight Wuyo, he could not resort to coercive tactics. With a resigned sigh, He deactivated the information recorder on the table. He then dialed the director's office, explaining the situation before stepping outside. The officers nearby were left in stunned silence. Particularly at Captain Ma's rare moment of defeat, unable to extract any information. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 30s entered. Slightly portly. With bushy eyebrows and a square face, he exuded an air of integrity. The man sat down and, with a commanding presence, stated, "You are Knight Wuyo, speak your business. Do not waste my time, I will grant you only 10 minutes. Knight Wuyo remained unperturbed and retrieved a red booklet from his coat pocket. The emblem on it was strikingly prominent, causing the director to regard it with utmost seriousness. He reached out to accept it, examining it meticulously. It was indeed a red credential, detailing rank, position, and affiliated department. The director gasped, "This is the renowned Tiger Ben assault team, equivalent to the U.S. Navy SEALs. This is the Sea Army de la Sea Army of Dragon Country's elite forces, the pinnacle of military prowess. Good heavens, could this be a forgery? The steel seal above is undoubtedly authentic, however, I must confirm with the superior department. After all, this age and position do not seem compatible. I hope Comrade Yi can understand." Comrade Yi Wuyo raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, signaling for Comrade Xiao Wu to pour himself another glass of water. The director, in front of everyone, took the red book and made a mysterious phone call in the corridor of the interrogation room. Approximately 15 minutes later, he returned. Visibly flustered. He immediately saluted Comrade Yi Wuyo and declared loudly, "Comrade Chief, I am Lu Jihong. I sincerely apologize. Our work has not been thorough enough. And bringing you here has truly been a dereliction of duty." He solemnly handed the red book back to Yi Wuyo, who accepted it and tucked it into his jacket pocket, thinking to himself, "It was fortunate that I returned home and brought the necessary documents, otherwise today would have been a challenge to articulate my reasoning." Yi Wuyo recounted the events of the previous night in detail to Director Liu, who assured him that an investigation would be initiated and that the lawbreakers would be dealt with sternly. Yi Wuyo, patting his stomach, remarked, "It's already noon. A hot pot meal would suffice." Director Liu, beaming with warmth, replied, "Chief Yi, let me treat you to a welcome feast. I'll arrange it immediately. It's time to eat." Yi Wuyo suggested, "Bring Comrade Xiao Wu along, he has been diligent in his work." Director Liu understood the implication and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, saying, "Though young, Comrade Xiao Wu has limitless potential, let us all go together for lunch." Acknowledging this as an arrangement by Brother Yi, Xiao Wu promptly agreed. The three of them then exited the police station and made their way to a nearby hot pot restaurant, ready to indulge in meat and drink. The comrades within the bureau were quite displeased. Why had I failed to properly entertain the superior just now? Such a lack of discernment is truly exasperating. Comparisons among individuals can be infuriating. After finishing his meal, Yi Wuyo bid farewell to the two and vanished into the night. Director Liu had intended to drive him home but was politely declined. Having just consumed alcohol, Yi Wuyo sought to breathe in some fresh air and thus rode a shared bicycle. Whistling a tune, he returned home, where the neighboring residents gathered around him, inquiring about the morning's events and why the police had taken him away. Yi Wuyo merely explained that he was assisting the police with their investigation. It turned out they had apprehended the wrong person, and gradually, the crowd dispersed. After a midday drink, Yi Wuyo felt a hint of drowsiness. He closed his door and succumbed to a deep slumber within his room. Chapter 6, The affection of a beauty is the most difficult to dissipate. Yi Wuyo drifted in a hazy sleep, unaware of the passage of day and night, until the door was suddenly thrust open, startling him awake like a ferocious beast. Years of ingrained vigilance had him poised like a drawn bow. He sprang to his feet, launching himself towards the doorway with remarkable force, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, swift as thunder. This was a subconscious reaction of a former warrior, always prepared for a deadly confrontation with an adversary. Suddenly, a clear and gentle scream pierced the air. Yi Wuyo seemed to have inadvertently pinned a nameless little lamb beneath him. The silky, delicate skin that felt as fragile as ice immediately brought him to a more alert state. As he focused his gaze, he realized the newcomer was none other than Guoshu's daughter, Guojun, whom he had always regarded as a sister. At that moment, He beheld her clad in a light blue dress, as pure and elegant as the azure sky on a clear day. The exquisite tailoring and flowing lines perfectly accentuate her graceful and curvaceous figure, reminiscent of a fresh blossom swaying in the breeze, exuding an enchanting charm. Behold her delicate visage. Adorned with a subtle and sweet makeup that tastefully complements her already lovely features. The corners of her lips are slightly upturned, revealing a playful smile, brimming with youthful vitality, making her appear vibrant and full of life, like tender buds awakening in spring, fresh and teeming with energy. It is this unique aura and allure that irresistibly reminds Yi Wuyo of his first love from days gone by. The silhouette from his memory seems to converge with the enchanting maiden before him, momentarily rendering him spellbound, his gaze lingering on her for an extended period. At that moment, the woman playfully scolded, "Yi Gij, how much longer will you keep me pinned down? I can hardly breathe." Upon hearing these words, Yi Wuyo, as if waking from a dream, suddenly regained his composure. In a flurry of motion, he hastily extricated himself from her and swiftly extended his hands to gently assist Guojun to her feet. Upon closely observing Guojun before him, he could not help but acknowledge her pure and endearing beauty. Although her appearance might not possess the frosty allure and celestial beauty of Ningqingyi, perhaps seeming slightly inferior, she undoubtedly radiated youthful brilliance and captivating charm. Especially her pair of sparkling, doe-like eyes, as clear and pristine as a bottomless lake, evoking an irresistible urge to protect and cherish her with all his might. Night No Worries could not help but tease playfully, "Oh dear. How aptly does the saying 'a woman matures significantly by 18' apply? Once, you were merely a little girl trailing behind me, and now you have transformed into such a graceful beauty. My dear, since I have some leisure time today, shall I take you to the cinema for a delightful respite? Afterwards, we could find a splendid place to indulge in a lavish feast to celebrate our little princess's successful advancement in her studies. You see, today just happens to align perfectly with the fact that there are no classes scheduled at the drama academy where Guojun studies." Thus, her heart had already soared towards her beloved knight brother long before she arrived to seek him. She had meticulously prepared for this occasion, rising early to enjoy a fragrant bath, applying a subtle touch of makeup, and even ensuring that each strand of hair was perfectly arranged. Finally, she gingerly retrieved her newly purchased dress from the wardrobe and donned it with care. It is said that a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, elusive and difficult to comprehend. When a woman begins to adorn herself with such meticulous attention and engages in any unusual behavior, it often signifies that an extraordinary tale is about to unfold. One must not feign ignorance of the deeper meanings at play. However, a seemingly innocuous jest from Night No Worries inadvertently led to a misunderstanding for Guojun. The once jubilant Guojun instantly became even more exhilarated, leaping joyfully like a carefree little bird. Without hesitation, she extended her arms, embracing Night No Worries around the neck and delivering a hearty hug. How could Yi Wuyo possibly anticipate such a sudden turn of events? He felt as if the world around him had spun in an instant, a fleeting blur enveloping his senses. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, lingering like a wisp of smoke, intoxicating him with its allure. He found himself momentarily entranced, reluctant to depart from this enchanting moment. Although Yi Wuyo was a man of normal inclinations, he made a concerted effort to suppress the impulses surging from deep within him, fully aware that he must not allow himself to be distracted. He was acutely conscious of the presence of a cold, aloof female CEO beside him. To flirt with other women would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, he understood that he could find himself embroiled in perilous situations at any moment, and he could not bear the thought of dragging anyone else into such turmoil. Thus, Yi Wuyo gently caressed Guojun's smooth, delicate back, speaking softly, all right, my dear. Please come down. The movie we wish to see is about to commence." Guojun's cheeks flushed a vibrant red as she slowly descended from his sturdy frame. She grasped Yi Wuyo's hand tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause him to vanish. Yi Wuyo, though exasperated, found himself powerless against Guojun's resolute actions and allowed her to lead him onward. In a short while, they emerged from the courtyard, walking side by side, he a striking figure of elegance and poise, she, enchanting and graceful. From a distance, they resembled a pair of ethereal beings. As if they had stepped straight out of a painting, embodying the essence of a golden boy and jade girl. Not only do these two individuals appear remarkably well-matched in both stature and demeanor, but if one were to suggest they share a resemblance akin to that of a married couple, few would likely contest such a notion. As they approached the roadside, Yi Wuyo gracefully raised his hand to hail a passing taxi. With an elegant motion, he opened the car door and gestured for Guojun to enter first. This thoughtful act showcased his gentlemanly demeanor, drawing the attention of passers-by. Observing this, Guojun offered a slight nod and effortlessly entered the vehicle. Once she was settled, Yi Wuyo followed suit, turning to the driver and courteously requesting, "Sir, please take us to the Mantime District Cinema in the Upper East Side." Upon hearing their destination, the taxi driver responded cheerfully, "Sure thing. Young man, are you taking your girlfriend to the movies?" She is truly radiant. In response to this remark, Yi Wuyo merely smiled faintly, offering no verbal rebuttal. Meanwhile, Guojun, seated beside him, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Yi Wuyo's hand and lowered her gaze. Yet, despite her efforts, a blush swiftly crept across her cheeks, extending to her fair neck, radiating an aura of bashfulness. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the Mantime district. Yi Wuyo promptly settled the fare before opening the door and exiting the vehicle. He then turned back, extending his hand with utmost care to assist Guojun as she alighted. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hint of hesitation. A testament to the profound rapport shared between them, both acutely aware that a helping hand would always be extended upon disembarking. Another was acutely aware that someone needed to extend a helping hand. Thus, under the envious gaze of onlookers, Yi Wuyo and Guojun made their way to the cinema together. The two ambled leisurely, first securing tickets and purchasing coffee. With half an hour remaining before the show began, they decided to browse a jewelry store downstairs. Guojun tried on numerous exquisite pieces, each more splendid than the last. Eventually, she set her sights on a pair of earrings adorned with amethysts, priced at an astonishing 20,000 yuan. Upon seeing the price, Guojun felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she relinquished the jewelry. However, Yi Wuyo halted the saleswoman's hand, declaring, "Miss, please apply a discount. We shall take this piece." Guojun gazed at Yi Wuyo in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a blend of satisfaction and happiness. She understood that her brother Yi typically only earned a modest living selling lamb skewers at night. While he could make a decent income of around 10 to 20,000 a month, it was hard-earned money. A pang of reluctance filled her as she thought of her brother's lavish expenditure. She quickly interjected, "Brother Yi, this piece is rather expensive. Perhaps we should consider other styles." Yi Wuyo retrieved his bank card, issued shortly after his return home in recent years, containing a substantial sum ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. All accumulated from selling lamb skewers. His daily expenses were minimal, and he had not bothered to check his account balance, the exact amount eluding even his own memory. The saleswoman accepted the card, and after Yi Wuyo entered his password, a white transaction receipt gradually emerged, deducting 18,800 after the discount. The woman carefully packaged the jewelry and handed the receipt to Yi Wuyo, stating, "Sir, we have provided you with the best possible discount. Your girlfriend has exquisite taste. This is a newly arrived style. Today, upon arrival of the goods, they were promptly purchased by you, and I must admit, I feel a tinge of envy." Yi Wuyo personally adorned Guojun with the jewelry. Guojun, feeling bashful, averted her gaze from Yi Wuyo, for her heart raced uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotions. Subsequently, Guojun graciously linked arms with Yi Wuyo, leading them back to the cinema, just in time for the entrance. They proceeded inside to watch the magnificent Oscar-winning film, The Great Gatsby. Following their seat numbers, they found their places in the fifth row, situated in the center of the theater, offering an excellent viewing experience. As the film commenced, the audience became engrossed in the narrative. When the poignant scenes unfolded, some individuals discreetly wiped away tears. Guojun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her vision blurred with emotion. Ultimately, what we relentlessly pursue is love and affirmation, rather than anything else. Yi Wuyo's hand was tightly clasped in hers, never once loosening its grip. He felt a pang of bitterness. How had he become the object of her attention? Surely, she was not one to be trifled with. And he resolved not to be ensnared. Yet, he knew he must maintain a distance to avoid falling into a delicate predicament once more. At that moment, the film reached its climactic segment, where the male and female leads were enmeshed in fervent scenes. In the dimly lit theater, couples embraced one another in a manner that was indescribable. Meanwhile, in the enveloping darkness, Yi Wuyo felt a sweet sensation in his throat, as if brushed by delicate petals. Before long, he withdrew his attention. His previously composed demeanor was now flushed with warmth. He had always regarded her as a sister, never daring to cross boundaries. This unexpected turn of events truly surpassed his original expectations. Knight Wuyo could only scratch his head, contemplating how to gradually mend their rather unconventional relationship. Beside him, Guojun felt her face burning, as if blood could spill from it. Her first kiss had been so freely given to Brother Yi, leaving her utterly mortified. Would he think her too forward, too promiscuous? As the film concluded, the lights in the cinema illuminated the space. The audience began to exit in an orderly fashion, and the two walked side by side out of the theater. A comfortable silence enveloped Knight Wuyo and Guojun as they held hands and hailed a taxi. Chapter 7, The Mysterious Black Card. Knight Wuyo, still somewhat dazed by the recent events, momentarily forgot that he had promised to treat Guojun to a lavish dinner. However, the rumbling of his stomach served as a timely reminder. Checking the time, he noted it was precisely 6 o'clock, and promptly instructed the driver. Please adjust our route to the Creasy restaurant. The driver kindly cautioned, of course, but it's peak dining time. The restaurant you mentioned usually requires a reservation. There may not be a table available, perhaps we should consider another option? A subtle smile graced Knight Wuyo's lips, revealing a hint of pride. With unwavering confidence, he replied. Thank you for the heads up. However, everything I do today is for this young lady. In this world, as long as I am willing, nothing is entirely impossible. His gaze was resolute and fervent, as if it could pierce through any obstacle. At that moment, Guojun, standing beside him, heard Knight Wuyo's heartfelt words. Her cheeks blossomed with a radiant smile, akin to spring flowers in full bloom. She had never imagined that the seemingly oblivious Brother Yi could be so considerate and attentive. In that instant, her heart overflowed with sweetness and warmth. It is worth noting that the Creasy restaurant is among the select few Michelin 3-star establishments in the city. Renowned far and wide, and highly sought after by discerning diners. Securing a reservation here is notoriously challenging, even for the illustrious entrepreneurs of the region. They must often book several days or even weeks in advance to savor the culinary delights offered within. The founder of this esteemed dining venue is none other than the eminent chef, Mr. Henry Walker, hailing from the illustrious culinary traditions of France. This particular branch, situated in Tianhai City, stands as a singular beacon of excellence throughout the entire Long Kingdom. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. Throughout their journey, Yi Wuyo found himself tightly linked by the arm to Guojun, who, for reasons unknown, seemed to draw ever closer, nearly pressing her entire form against his. Yi Wuyo could not help but feel a sense of discomfort and unease, as he frequently sensed a soft presence brushing against his arm. An unusual sensation that quickened his heartbeat. Yet, upon reflection, he mused that perhaps he was simply overthinking the matter. Upon entering the opulent Western-style restaurant, they were immediately greeted by the magnificent architecture reminiscent of classical Roman design. The exquisitely carved stone columns and the dazzling crystal chandeliers all served to underscore the elegance and prestige of the establishment. A smiling attendant at the entrance warmly welcomed the esteemed guests and guided them to the reception area. There, the manager, impeccably attired in a tailored striped suit, stood tall with an extraordinary presence. He greeted Yi Wuyo and Guojun with a courteous nod, extending a heartfelt welcome to them. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of refined sophistication and approachability. He spoke softly, requesting the gentleman to present the reservation record. Yi Wuyo maintained a composed demeanor as he extracted a mysterious black card from his wallet. At the center of the card was an emblem depicting a centurion adorned with a helmet, surrounded by exquisite golden patterns. Inscribed in German were the words, "Issued by the Swiss Bank." The cardholder was identified as Elizabeth Windsor Charlotte, and it bore the royal family crest, depicting St. George slaying the dragon. This card promised to provide all necessary assistance. The man was initially taken aback, doubting his own vision. He removed his gold-rimmed glasses to clean them and scrutinized the card once more, only to discover that it was indeed an unlimited black card. Stunned into silence for a moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. His demeanor immediately shifted to one of utmost courtesy as he said, "Esteemed sir, I must contact our European founder. Please allow me a moment, take a seat and enjoy one of our signature beverages." Yi Wuyo and Guojun found a seat basking in the sun's warmth. The waitress promptly approached, inquiring about their drink preferences while presenting the beverage menu. Guojun, somewhat perplexed, wondered why it was necessary to call a boss located so far away in Europe for merely having a meal. Yi Wuyo, however, was unfazed. It was the Princess of England who had provided him with this card. He seldom used it, as opportunities rarely arose. Thus, all expenses incurred would be charged to Princess Charlotte's name. This black card had no spending limit, signifying the considerable weight the cardholder held in the princess's regard. It could even finance the purchase of a castle or an airport, should the need arise. Such an unlimited credit card cannot be obtained merely through substantial wealth. It necessitates an invitation from within the Swiss banking system. Consideration is given to the cardholder's financial capacity, reputation, social standing, and a multitude of other comprehensive factors. One wonders about the connection between Yi Wuyo and Princess Charlotte of Yinglage, and how they came to possess such an elite co-branded black card. Before long, the restaurant manager sauntered over, presenting the black card with both hands. Yi Wuyo accepted it, inquiring, "Have the arrangements been made?" The manager, with a tone of deference, replied, "Esteemed sir, our restaurant's founder was unaware of your dining here, otherwise, he would have arranged for a flight to serve you yesterday. However, we do have one of his trusted disciples here, who will ensure your needs are met. All expenses for your visit today will be covered by our establishment. And we hope to welcome you again in the future." He then offered a menu that was evidently tailored for esteemed guests, distinct from the usual reservations. Yi Wuyo selected several French dishes before passing the menu to Guojun, who chose a few items and handed it back to the manager, who stood by attentively. After the manager departed toward the kitchen, Guojun, puzzled, asked, "Brother Yi, why did the manager refer to you as esteemed sir? And why aren't they charging you?" Yi Wuyo replied enigmatically, "This card was gifted to me by a friend during my time abroad. I have not had the opportunity to use it until today." As Yi Wuyo refrained from elaborating, Guojun did not probe further. After all, she was not yet significant in his life, and some questions were better left unasked. Before long, the charcoal-grilled lobster was served, adorned with a specially crafted sauce from France. The butter within sizzled delightfully, releasing an irresistible aroma. The manager introduced it, stating, "This lobster is freshly caught from the French coastline and air-freighted here. Paired with our unique sauce and premium butter, each bite is sheer bliss." The two donned gloves and shared the dish equally, savoring the fragrant delight with great pleasure. Soon after, the Neapolitan pasta was presented, garnished with imported cilantro. If one were to assess professionalism, this establishment would undoubtedly receive top marks. Following that, an array of appetizers arrived, each served in small portions, including roasted rabbit and escargot in basil cream. As they neared fullness, exquisite handmade desserts were offered, each a testament to meticulous craftsmanship. The manager, wearing a warm smile, personally escorted them to the door, bowing repeatedly in apology for any shortcomings in service, and earnestly requested their understanding. He promised that on their next visit, they would receive even more attentive service, ensuring a splendid experience for these esteemed guests. With their stomachs pleasantly full, the two boarded a taxi, embarking on their journey home. Given the considerable distance between Guojun's residence and Yi Wuyo's, he decided to accompany her home, feeling uneasy about a young woman walking alone at night. As it was the eve of the weekend, with a day off ahead, Guojun had no need to return to school. The atmosphere in the car was light and cheerful, filled with lively conversation and laughter. However, just as the conversation was becoming animated, Guojun suddenly asked, half in jest, "Brother Yi, when do you plan to find yourself a girlfriend?" The pleasant dialogue was abruptly disrupted by this unexpected inquiry, leaving Yi Wuyo momentarily speechless and unsure of how to respond. A faint, rueful smile flickered across Yi Wuyo's face as he helplessly replied, "Alas, my dear girl. Why are you so incessantly curious about my affairs? At this rate, you might find it difficult to marry in the future. Upon hearing this, Guojun playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue at him and pouted, "Humph, if I truly remain unmarried, it will all be your fault, brother Yi. After all, you were the one who took liberties with me before." As soon as she finished speaking, the car arrived at their destination. Guojun promptly flung open the door and dashed out like a lively little rabbit, her petite figure vanishing from Yi Wuyo's sight in an instant. He could only sigh and mutter, "What have I done to deserve this? Not long ago, I had an unexpected encounter with the aloof beauty Ningqingyi, and now this. Can't a soldier enjoy a simple kebab in peace?" Truly, the adage beauties bring misfortune holds true. The taxi driver couldn't contain his laughter and exclaimed, "Kid, you're getting a good deal while pretending to be innocent. With such a beautiful girl, you're trying to have your cake and eat it too? If I were her, I do want to give you a couple of slaps." Yi Wuyo chose not to engage further, as he was uncertain about his current predicament. Many occurrences in life are beyond one's control. He found himself ensnared in a whirlpool, unable to dictate his fate. Upon reaching home, Yi Wuyo paid the fare, closed the car door, and strolled back to his courtyard, where the neighbors had long succumbed to slumber. The night enveloped him in darkness, while the moonlight cascaded like water. He pushed open the door, splashed his face with water, and reclined on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day. The lingering scent of a certain enchanting woman still clung to him, and the alluring fragrance in his palms left him in a state of helplessness. He mused that his prompt visit to the police station that morning was undoubtedly a consequence of the malicious actions of a certain group from days past. He would inevitably confront them, ensuring they learned their lesson. If Yama did not pursue them, how dare they seek him? Such audacity was akin to an old man hanging himself, tired of living. After all, he was a soldier of the elite Dragon Kingdom's Tiger Commando. A top-tier operative not to be trifled with. With that thought, he collapsed into slumber, oblivious to whether it was day or night. Chapter 8, pressured into marriage by the female CEO. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Yi Wuyo lingered in bed, indulging in a leisurely slumber. For he would not require his nocturnal endeavors until nightfall. Having spent the previous day accompanying the delightful Guojun on various excursions, he felt quite fatigued. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks resonated at the door. Clad only in his undergarments and bleary-eyed, he made his way to open it. To his surprise, standing before him was Ningqingyi, the icy beauty he had rescued a few days prior. She was adorned in a stunning white Chanel haute couture gown, exuding an air of elegance and chilliness, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. The off-shoulder white dress was clearly the work of a master designer. Behind her, a captivating and enchanting back emerged, accentuating a figure that rivaled that of a supermodel. Her astonishing beauty dazzled the entire assembly, easily surpassing that of any first-tier celebrity. Truly, she was a splendid blossom of earthly riches, undoubtedly the dream lover of countless men. Adorned in shimmering silver stiletto heels, she radiated a resplendent glow beneath the sun's rays. Her tall, fair legs tantalizingly peeked out from beneath the high-slit evening gown. It was evident that Ningqingyi had made a grand entrance, meticulously adorned for the occasion. Upon encountering Yi Wuyo's robust, bare torso, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she maintained her frosty demeanor, stating, "Rogue, quickly put on your clothes and accompany me." Yi Wuyo, stroking his glossy black hair, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Qingyi, are you asking me to accompany you? Surely you jest about getting a marriage certificate? I have yet to consult my parents or my numerous aunts and uncles. Such a significant matter as marriage cannot be taken lightly. Moreover, I have not yet contemplated whether I wish to marry you." With a mischievous grin, he was secretly overjoyed. Observing this, Ningqingyi clenched her silver teeth, stamped her foot in frustration, and, suppressing her rising anger, retorted, "Who is your Qingyi, you scoundrel? This marriage is not optional. It is a necessity. After all, you acknowledged me as your wife that day. You dared to take advantage of my inebriation. If you refuse today, I shall have no choice but to report you. Evidence is abundant, and you cannot deny it. Furthermore, our visit to obtain the marriage certificate is merely for appearances. I shall not interfere excessively in your personal life." Yi Wuyo touched his nose and remarked, "So I am merely your personal bodyguard." A tool to shield you from other men? In truth, Ning Qingyi's decision to enter into a nominal marriage with Yi Wuyo stemmed from multifaceted considerations. Firstly, it would provide her with a plausible excuse to deflect unwelcome male attention. Secondly, his commendable skills would ensure her protection. After all, the business world is akin to a battlefield, and one requires a reliable sanctuary to lean upon. Thirdly, it would silence her father, who incessantly sought to introduce suitors to her. As for any additional motives, perhaps only Ning Qingyi herself truly comprehended them. After all, she had safeguarded her purity for over 20 years, and that fateful night had irrevocably been surrendered to him. Ning Qingyi's expression grew less favorable, tinged with embarrassment, even anger. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This was indeed her first experience of humbling herself to the extent of proposing marriage. She was, after all, a proud female executive, previously surrounded by accomplished men vying for her attention. With icy resolve, she declared, "You need only say yes or no. I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time." Yi Wuyo pondered for a brief moment, having felt an inexplicable premonition upon first encountering this woman. Sensing that something significant might unfold between them, it seemed his intuition was indeed correct. In truth, his heart was not devoid of fluttering emotions. This woman, seemingly an impenetrable iceberg, was merely safeguarding her most tender heart. Yi Wuyo's gaze gradually grew resolute, as if he had arrived at a momentous decision. He slowly articulated, "Please wait a moment while I change my attire." Although the woman's expression remained aloof and frigid as ice, her heart was already as radiant as a melting snow-capped mountain. Ning Qingyi's cool voice resonated once more, "You only need to bring your ID card and household register. The rest is in the car. I have prepared everything for you." Yi Wuyo nodded, fully aware of her meticulous nature. She then entered the house to retrieve her wallet and phone. As Yi Wuyo stepped out of the courtyard, she walked alongside Ning Qingyi. In this ordinary neighborhood, several neighbors gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg inside. Their gaze was firmly fixed on the luxurious vehicle parked by the roadside, which emanated an undeniable aura, akin to a royal carriage. It dazzled with brilliant radiance, its sleek lines flowing elegantly. Every detail exuded an air of opulence and nobility. The neighbors had already gathered here for some time, whispering among themselves, their hearts filled with curiosity. They speculated about the identity of the mysterious owner of this exquisite car, pondering whom they might be visiting. Yet, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not arrive at an answer. At that moment, Yi Wuyo approached the magnificent vehicle and gently opened the heavy door of the Bentley. Inside sat a breathtakingly beautiful figure, her presence utterly mesmerizing. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and lustrous like mutton fat jade. Her eyes resembled deep lakes, shimmering with enchanting ripples. Her hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, delicately brushing against her slender waist. This enchanting woman seemed to have stepped out of a painting, captivating everyone present with her ethereal beauty. However, when onlookers beheld the young woman striding directly towards the vendor grilling lamb skewers, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that such a stunning and affluent heiress would seek out a mere street hawker surviving on the sales of skewers? It was utterly astonishing. A chorus of gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Goodness! What on earth is happening in this world?" one person exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. "What fortune has this fellow stumbled upon to win the affections of such a beauty?" Another remarked, their face a canvas of envy and resentment. Meanwhile, the luxurious automobile had already merged onto the highway, speeding away towards the horizon. In the plush back seat sat Yi Wuyo, wearing an expression of helplessness. Now clad in an exquisite Armani suit meticulously selected by Ning Qingyi, he stood tall, exuding an air of sophistication, as though in an instant he had transformed from a humble street vendor into a suave gentleman of high society. As for the thoughts and discussions of those outside the vehicle, Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in their own reflections. Yi Wuyo elegantly fastened a Givenchy bow tie, his demeanor effortlessly charming. His shirt cuffs were adorned with Mont Blanc Star Series cufflinks, and his hair was slicked back with premium orange hair oil, releasing a fragrant fruity aroma. He had styled it into a sleek, shiny pompadour, radiating charisma. His shoes, custom handcrafted by Ferragamo, gleamed like mirrors. Though he kept his gaze fixed ahead, Ning Qingyi could not help but slyly glance at Yi Wuyo through the rearview mirror. Upon encountering the impeccably tailored figure of Yi Wuyo, adorned in a dapper suit and bow tie, Ning Qingyi felt her heart race involuntarily. Although she considered it somewhat shameful and indecent, the man's carefree demeanor and occasional flashes of audacious arrogance undeniably captivated her. Clad in this elegant attire, Yi Wuyo appeared strikingly handsome, exuding a charisma far surpassing that of the typical scions of affluent families and renowned businessmen she had encountered. Taking a deep breath, Ning Qingyi endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. She murmured to herself for reassurance, "Well, this lad isn't too shabby after all. His features are well defined. And he possesses a tall stature. While he may not be a paragon of male beauty, he certainly qualifies as presentable. Accompanying him should not bring me disgrace." With this thought, she felt a measure of comfort. The car sped along the road like an arrow released from a bow. In a whirlwind of motion, the pair soon arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Exiting the vehicle, Ning Qingyi paused momentarily, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Her gaze flickered uncertainly, revealing the internal conflict she was grappling with. After a brief moment, she seemed to summon a formidable resolve. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward decisively, extending her delicate hand to gently clasp the robust and powerful arm of Yi Wuyo. In that instant, she transformed into a docile little bird, nestling beside him, her face radiating an expression of blissful sweetness that was utterly endearing. Observing this, Yi Wuyo could not help but chuckle in astonishment. He jested, "Haha, my dear wife. We haven't even obtained the certificate yet. Your performance is remarkably convincing. Such dedication, I must commend you." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi's already flushed face turned as cold as frost. Her beautiful eyes widened as she shot a fierce glare at Yi Wuyo. Her expression tinged with displeasure as she playfully admonished, "No laughing. You little rogue. Play your part properly. We had an agreement, you must not overstep your bounds." Yi Wuyo chuckled in response, all right, my precious Qingyi, I shall heed your wishes." Ning Qingyi felt a touch of discomfort, her neck subtly reddening. She was momentarily unprepared to accept such affectionate terms from the man beside her. The two ambled leisurely towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, their steps light and assured, as if each stride bore a unique significance. Yi Wuyo slightly turned his head, catching a whiff of the delicate, refreshing violet fragrance emanating from the woman next to him. This enchanting scent enveloped him like a gentle summer breeze, instilling a profound sense of tranquility and reassurance within his heart. At that moment, the Civil Affairs Bureau was bustling with a crowd, exuding an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Yet, the instant this couple entered the hall, the previously noisy environment fell into a hushed silence. All gazes converged upon them in unison. The woman, with her graceful figure and elegant demeanor, resembled an unattainable ice mountain beauty. Her exquisite visage appeared as if sculpted by the finest artisan, prompting awe at the existence of such extraordinary beauty in the world. Her every frown and smile radiated a unique charm, rendering the surrounding men utterly spellbound, even causing them to lose their sense of place. The fiancé standing nearby pinched them, jolting them back to reality. Equally captivating was the man beside her, strikingly handsome with a resolute visage. His brows hinted at a wild and untamed spirit, while his robust and statuesque physique resembled the most exquisite creation of a sculptor. Even the daredevils from American blockbusters would pale in comparison. In the face of the envious and awestruck gazes directed their way, the couple remained remarkably composed and serene. They did not pause or respond to the attention, instead, they strolled hand in hand towards the registration desk. Methodically, they presented their respective identification cards and household registration books to the staff. Under the warm and patient guidance of the personnel, they arrived at the registration hall. In this place brimming with happiness, they exchanged smiles and, without hesitation, picked up pens to solemnly inscribe their names. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world around them faded, leaving only the two of them and the eternal promise they were about to make. Once the signatures were complete, they successfully received their marriage certificate. Following the prescribed procedures, they made their way to the designated hall, where they captured two sweet and heartwarming photos for their marriage registration. with great care, they affixed the photographs to their marriage certificate. Thus, this beautiful union was officially recognized and blessed by the law. Although the newlyweds had departed from the registration hall, the young men and women within remained entranced, unable to shake off the enchantment of the moment. In her heart, she secretly yearned for a beautiful love that belonged to her. She couldn't help but envy the newlywed couple, who walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau hand in hand, radiating joy. Chapter 9. Moving to a new home. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ning Qingyi promptly released her grasp on Yu Wuyo's arm, reverting to her usual frosty demeanor and icy allure. Yu Wuyo teased, "My dear wife, you smelled delightful when you were holding on to me just now. I felt something bump into me several times." Ning Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly with annoyance as she retorted, "Rogue. Who is your wife? You big lecher. Always lost in your chaotic thoughts. Go home and tidy up the place. Bring the essentials and move in with me. After all, we are legally married. And we must play our roles convincingly." Yu Wuyo feigned ignorance and continued, "Qingyi darling, are you so eager to share a bed with your husband?" Ning Qingyi coldly scolded. "Share a bed? Nonsense. You will sleep in the room next door. If you dare to act recklessly, I will cut you down. We shall discuss this further over dinner. I have done some research on your background, though I only uncovered a little. A master's degree from the University of Cambridge in England, with dual degrees in theology and philosophy. I wonder if your mind is unhinged, as you return to your homeland only to sell lamb skewers at a street stall." The young woman slightly lifted her head, her beautiful and profound eyes gazing intently at Yu Wuyo. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul, yet the emotions concealed within remained elusive. Noticing this, Yu Wuyo instinctively scratched his head. A hint of helplessness graced her smile as she softly remarked, "Oh dear. I never expected our beloved Qingyi to show such profound care for her husband. You seem to have inquired about my past actions with remarkable precision. Yet, this time." Ning Qingyi refrained from indulging in idle chatter with the unabashed Yu Wuyo. She was acutely aware that further conversation with this indiscreet fellow would only embolden him, leading to a lack of restraint. Thus, she merely cast a fleeting glance at Yu Wuyo before stating, devoid of emotion, "Enough with the prattle. I have an important board meeting to attend at my company, and time is of the essence. Here, take this key." As she spoke, Ning Qingyi tossed a brand new wallet in Yu Wuyo's direction. With quick reflexes, he caught the wallet, feeling an exquisite smoothness in his grasp. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was from the luxury brand Montblanc. He gently stroked its surface, silently praising the exceptional quality. It must have been meticulously crafted by Italian artisans. Ning Qingyi uttered not another word, elegantly turning to enter the luxurious Bentley Mulsanne. With a low rumble of the engine, the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving behind a trail of exhaust that swiftly vanished at the end of the street. She didn't even inquire if Yu Wuyo needed a ride, clearly intending to provoke him. As he watched the Bentley disappear, Yu Wuyo couldn't help but mutter, "Ah." It truly echoes the ancient saying, "Only women and petty men are difficult to nurture." It appears that today he must rely solely on his own two legs to reach the station. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to stroll slowly towards his destination, humming a little tune, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi, driving her Bentley, swiftly arrived at her company, Tianxin Group. Upon sighting the familiar Bentley Mulsanne, the security guard immediately stood at attention, offering a respectful salute with a broad smile adorning his face. He promptly pressed the button to open the electric gate, gesturing for her to enter with utmost courtesy, allowing the vehicle to pass through without delay. Tianxin Group is situated in the heart of the bustling Tianhai city, often regarded as the economic core of this metropolis. Here, numerous leading enterprises within their respective industries converge, representing the pinnacle of corporate excellence. These companies engage in both competition and collaboration, collectively propelling the commercial development of Tianhai City and the nation as a whole. The geographical location is exceptionally advantageous, surrounded by the vast, flowing rivers. From a higher vantage point, one can behold the ceaseless rush of the waters, a breathtaking spectacle that inspires tranquility and awe. The office building of Tianxin Group towers at an impressive height of 606 meters, resembling a colossal giant standing majestically upon the land. It has rightfully earned its status as the city's tallest landmark. Whenever sunlight cascades upon the expansive glass façade, the interplay of refraction and reflection creates a dazzling array of colors, producing a mesmerizing light display that captivates the onlooker. The rise of the Dragon Nation is an unstoppable force, already evident to all. Ning Qingyi skillfully maneuvered her beloved Bentley Mulsanne into the underground garage, bringing it to a smooth halt in her designated parking space. With an air of elegance, she gracefully pushed open the car door and alighted in her exquisite high heels, a subtle fragrance of violet wafting around her. She glided towards the exclusive presidential elevator, where a soft chime announced its arrival. Stepping inside, she gently pressed the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended swiftly, a fleeting sensation of weightlessness quickened her heartbeat momentarily, but tranquility soon returned. Moments later, another crisp chime echoed as the elevator reached the pinnacle of the building. When the doors parted once more, an expansive and brilliantly lit conference room came into view. Meticulously designed for the Group S board meetings. Lavishly adorned and fully functional, the space was remarkably spacious. At its center stood a grand circular conference table, capable of accommodating dozens of attendees, each place set with their respective names. Presently, 10 men and women, all esteemed members of the Tianxin Group S board of directors, were already seated. Upon Ning Qingyi's entrance, the assembly rose in unison, warmly greeting the accomplished young president. She responded with a courteous and amiable smile before gracefully taking her seat at the head of the table. Immediately, she directed the board secretary beside her, Qiu Yinong. We may commence with today's agenda. The woman named Qiu Yinong possessed an equally striking figure, her allure more overt and sensational compared to Ning Qingyi's refined elegance. If Ning Qingyi epitomizes the archetype of an exquisite ice queen, then she embodies a volcano ignited with an enchanting allure. Every glance and smile possesses the power to captivate the hearts of men. She shares a profound camaraderie with Ning Qingyi as fellow alumni from a prestigious institution abroad. By a stroke of serendipity, she received an invitation to return home to assist her, assuming the role of secretary to the board. Dressed in a form-fitting black pencil skirt that accentuates her sultry figure, she exudes an air of sophistication and elegance. The towering mountains and undulating hills resemble a vibrant oil painting. Clad in a pair of casual Smith flats, she appears both poised and effortlessly chic. As she presides over the meeting, she states, "Now that everyone has arrived, we shall commence the board meeting." The first agenda item pertains to the company's adherence to the regulations of joint stock corporations. Due to the absence of an executive director, there exists a degree of uncertainty within the internal controls of the company. The president has recommended Mr. Yi Wuyo for the position of executive director. We shall now proceed to the vote. Before the directors, supervisors, and senior executives lay the materials concerning the candidate for executive director. Yi Wuyo, a 26-year-old male, entered military school at the age of 18. A few years later, he pursued his studies abroad at the University of Cambridge in England, earning a master's degree with dual qualifications in philosophy and theology. The assembly was taken aback. They marveled at the fact that he hailed from one of the world's foremost institutions, Cambridge University, and possessed top-tier dual degrees. Finding such talent globally would indeed be a formidable challenge. Several elders, who initially contemplated recommending their own kin or acquaintances for the position, swiftly abandoned such notions. After all, he was undeniably competent and recommended by the president herself. The female president and her father collectively hold over 50% of the company's shares, making them the absolute majority shareholders. Thus, no one would dare to challenge the authority of the president. According to the board's regulations, whether to vote or not is a mere formality for the proposals. Directors need not engage in unnecessary confrontations with the president. Qiu Yinong continued. We shall now commence the voting. Those in favor of Mr. Yi Wuyo's election, please raise your hands. The elegant president, Ning Qingyi, was the first to extend her fair hand. Subsequently, all present followed suit, leaving not a single hand down. Qiu Yinong announced, the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Yi Wuyo is elected as the executive director of the company's board. Mr. Yi will officially assume his position tomorrow morning. We shall now proceed to the second agenda item. Ning Qingyi spent the entire afternoon auditing various operational measures of the company. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo returned to his rented abode to sort his belongings in preparation for relocating to Ning Qingyi's residence. He generously gifted all his equipment for grilling lamb skewers to nearby neighbors in need. After packing his personal items, he vacated the rental property, hired a taxi, loaded his luggage, and made his way to the villa district in the Upper East Side. Before long, Yi Wuyo arrived outside Ning Qingyi's villa. At that moment, Zhang Ma was tending to the lawn and flower beds. She promptly set aside her tasks and joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "Young master, you have finally arrived. Come, come. Let me help you move in." The luggage was minimal, just 2 boxes. Yi Wuyo had initially intended to move his belongings himself, considering Zhang Ma's age. However, he could not resist her enthusiasm and relented. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he retrieved the key and opened the room opposite Qingyi's. Upon entering, he was greeted by a splendid view, with sunlight flooding the space. The room was impeccably tidy, furnished with a solid wood desk and a brand-new computer. The 2-meter bed was adorned with classical and elegant patterns. Aunt Zhang remarked, "Young master, the meal is ready. Miss will return shortly, so I shall take my leave. As you are newlyweds, I will refrain from intruding." Her smile was as sweet as honey. Yi Wuyo nodded, not desiring to clarify his true relationship with Ning Qingyi. After all, they were legally wed, a family does not dine separately. Aunt Wang exited the villa, drove off in her car, and swiftly disappeared from view. 15 minutes later, Ning Qingyi emerged from the underground parking lot. Upon returning home, she busied herself with the warm dishes. Coldly, she stated, "It's mealtime, you lecher." Her tone was stark and somewhat irritated. Yi Wuyo promptly descended the stairs, shamelessly proclaiming, "Yet, my dear Qingyi understands me, knowing to wait for us to dine together." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi made a disgusted face and turned her head away. During their meal, Ning Qingyi suddenly spoke up, "Mr. Yi, you must report to the company tomorrow. The board has approved your appointment as executive director. Starting tomorrow, you will oversee the operations of the group. With your talents, I believe you are more than capable. How can my husband spend his nights pushing a cart outside the Prince Bar selling skewers of lamb? I simply cannot endure that lingering scent of mutton on you." Chapter 10, Painting Beautiful Flowers. Yi Wuyo reclined against the Italian leather sofa, exuding an air of leisurely comfort. With a casual wave of his hand, he remarked, "Roasting lamb skewers is indeed a leisurely affair, unrestrained and carefree. During my spare time, I can engage in light-hearted banter with other vendors, reveling in the joy of camaraderie. Some of the white-collar workers in the office may not earn more than I do. I need not engage in sycophantic flattery or put on a faiade. For your sake, dear wife, I must return to the fray. After all, my darling Qingyi is my heart's delight." Ning Qingyi nearly choked on her food, suppressing her disgust and exasperation as she retorted, "What an audacious claim. Who is your wife? Forget it, but upon arriving at the company, do not dare to refer to yourself as my husband without my consent." Yi Wuyo lowered his head, sighing in understanding. Ning Qingyi continued, "I have numerous vehicles parked in my underground garage that I seldom use. More than half of them were gifts from business partners. They are merely gathering dust, you may take one for your use." With a playful smirk, Yi Wuyo replied, "In fact, my tricycle for roasting lamb skewers is quite practical. It consumes neither fuel nor electricity, and there are no parking fees." Ning Qingyi could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in anger, "Yi Wuyo, go to hell. You're insufferable." The two of them erupted into a playful scuffle. At that moment, several shadowy figures, cloaked and mysterious, appeared outside the villa. Their movements were swift and stealthy, almost imperceptible. The faintest rustling on the lawn betrayed their presence, delicate as a whisper. Yi Wuyo sensed the encroaching aura of danger and instinctively enveloped Ning Qingyi's exquisite figure in his arms. He pressed his left hand over her mouth and gestured for silence. Ning Qingyi, her face flushed and eyes wide with indignation, glared at Yi Wuyo. Should this rogue dare to act inappropriately, she vowed to give him a sound thrashing later. Before long, a shadow ascended the rear wall of the villa, silently infiltrating the premises from the rooftop of the 3rd floor. Knight Wuyo swiftly concealed himself at the entrance of the third floor, making not a single sound, his speed surpassing that of elite soldiers. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi struggled to keep pace with Knight Wuyo's movements and retreated to her room to hide, her heart heavy with concern for his safety. Suddenly, a masked figure slipped into the house from the third floor, darting towards the second floor like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. At that critical moment, Knight Wuyo, who had been concealed above the door, executed a nimble somersault and leapt down, his legs clamping around the masked man's head with the grip of a vice, leaving no opportunity for the adversary to react. Completing a graceful flip in the air, a sharp crack resonated as the burly man's neck was abruptly snapped, rendering him lifeless, his body collapsing limply to the ground. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. In quick succession, a series of urgent footsteps echoed from behind, as several more masked assailants surged into the room like a relentless tide. Unfazed by the imminent peril, Knight Wuyo swiftly bent down to seize the katana worn by the fallen assailant beneath him. Without hesitation, he advanced toward the remaining foes. In an instant, the blade shimmered and the shadows danced, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive tension. Each swing of the sword, each evasive maneuver, each fierce clash echoed in the air. All matters at stake pertain to life and death, a moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Yet, Yi Wuyo is indeed a battle-hardened warrior. Even in this brutal hand-to-hand combat with cold weapons, he exhibits extraordinary prowess and exquisite skill. Whether in swordsmanship or agility, he is undoubtedly a master among the ranks of the entire army. The sounds of blades slicing through the air resonate incessantly, while the clanging of weapons creates a cacophony reminiscent of a thrilling symphony. This fierce struggle renders Ning Qingyi, situated in a room below, pale with fear. Her beautiful eyes widen in horror as she gazes at the chaotic battle above, a wave of indescribable anxiety surging within her. At this moment, her delicate hands unconsciously clench into fists, tightening with each passing second. Witnessing the escalating peril, she makes a swift decision to dial for help. After a grueling fight, Yi Wuyo ultimately dispatches the four menacing masked warriors with ease. Now, only one adversary remains standing. However, Yi Wuyo does not immediately strike, for he keenly discerns a faint scent of perfume emanating from this individual. To his surprise, the last masked figure is a woman. Yi Wuyo addresses her in the language of Sakura country, saying, "Miss, there is an ancient saying in Long country, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Lower your headscarf and lay down your weapon. Tell me who hired you, and I shall allow your departure." The woman sheathes her gleaming sword and pulls down her headscarf, revealing a delicate maiden from Sakura country. With a blend of elegance and allure, she flourished like cherry blossoms in full bloom. In the tongue of her homeland, she addressed him, "Mr. Yi, I am Aimi Sakuya, the daughter of the Yamaguchi Gumi clan leader from Cherry Blossom Country. Today, having fallen to your prowess, I find myself at a loss for words. Your level of combat ability is likely on par with that of the elite special forces of the Dragon Country. The bounty placed on Lu Xiaojia seems utterly incongruous with your formidable strength. He merely suggested that you might be a retired soldier with martial arts training. What manner of individual could so effortlessly dispatch several of our A-grade assassins?" Yi Wuyo chuckled lightly, "So it turns out you were sent by that scoundrel Lu Xiaojia. We have crossed paths before, though he remains as obstinate as ever, seemingly courting his own demise, a true case of an old man hanging himself, wishing for longevity." Aimi Sakuya, with her every smile and frown, was irresistibly enchanting. In a voice dripping with seduction, she proposed, "Mr. Yi, should our paths cross again in Cherry Blossom Country, I would be delighted to join you for a soak in the hot springs, as a token of gratitude for sparing my life today." With a graceful flicker, she appeared before Yi Wuyo. Not sensing any murderous intent, he refrained from obstructing her approach. In an instant, a delicate flower fell upon his neck, followed by a fervent kiss and a gentle bite. A sharp pain pricked at his neck, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished out the window, leaving no trace behind, not even the bodies of her fallen comrades, which had been swiftly removed. Yi Wuyo stroked his head, contemplating, what an intriguing woman. She must have inherited the legacy of the ninjas from Cherry Blossom Country. Her previous agility was undoubtedly a secret technique known as the explosive step of their ninjutsu. Right beneath my very nose, she managed to whisk away the corpses in an instant. Should we meet again, a mischievous smile would grace my face. The mere thought of our shared bathing scene sends my heart racing with longing. He descended from the room, calling out, "Chingy darling, I have dealt with the assassin. You may come out now." Upon hearing the reassuring voice of Yi Wuyo, her fluttering heart finally found tranquility. Ning Chingy immediately rushed out, leaping into Yi Wuyo's embrace. The moment was a delightful tableau, filled with warmth and vitality. The woman, with an air of cold elegance, inquired, "Are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Yi Wuyo replied, "Everything is as usual, I have taken care of the assassin. We merely need to clean up the bloodstains. These assassins were dispatched by Lu Xiaojia, whom I encountered a few days ago. Within a month, I intend for his company to be under our control, driving him to ruin and desperation." A fierce determination shone in Yi Wuyo's eyes, as if he could slay demons. A subtle frost seemed to veil the exquisite cheeks of Ning Chingy. Ning Chingy stated, "Whatever you wish to do, I shall support you. The company has 100 billion in liquid cash available. If we secure a loan from the bank, we could potentially acquire another 200 billion. Yi Wuyo tenderly caressed Ning Chingy's silken hair and said, "My dear Chingy, we shall not require such an amount. Just follow my lead. Your husband is a graduate of Cambridge University in England. Bringing down Lu Xiaojia will be no challenge. You may rest easy." Ning Chingy rose, her cheeks slightly flushed. Overcome by excitement, she had embraced Yi Wuyo, feeling the potent masculinity that radiated from him. She couldn't help but pale, her heart racing. After the two had tidied up the traces of their earlier altercation, they each returned to their respective rooms and fell into a deep slumber. For the hour was late and there was much work to be done the following day. On the subsequent morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Aunt Zhang, Ning Chingy drove her Bentley to the company early. After having his breakfast, Yi Wuyo arrived at the underground parking garage, accompanied by Aunt Zhang, who held all the various keys. Aunt Zhang remarked, "Young master, the young lady has far too many cars, it is a waste not to use them. Choose whichever you fancy and take it." In the underground parking garage, there were dozens of parking spaces exclusively for Ning Chingy. Yi Wuyo couldn't help but exclaim, "I know my wife is affluent, but I didn't anticipate her to be so extravagantly wealthy with such a lack of companions." There were Rolls-Royces of every series, including limited editions, alongside more than a dozen Mercedes and BMWs, as well as an array of sports cars like the Ferrari 296, Roma, 488, and SF90. The collection also featured Aston Martin's DB series, Koenigsegg, McLaren, Lamborghini, and more. Ultimately, Yi Wuyo opted for the Ferrari SF90, as it was the newly launched flagship model boasting a V8 hybrid engine capable of producing a staggering 1,000 horsepower. Initially, he had considered a more understated BMW or Mercedes, but the thought of such a thrilling vehicle languishing in the garage was too wasteful to bear. Thus, he resolutely decided on the special edition Ferrari SF90. Aunt Zhang handed him the metallic shield key for the Ferrari SF90 special edition. Yi Wuyo accepted the key, exchanged pleasantries with Aunt Zhang, and settled into the car. With a single press of a button, the keyless ignition roared to life, echoing through the garage. As Night Wuyo exited the underground parking, he lightly tapped the English button inside the car. The convertible Ferrari gracefully unfurled, revealing an expansive view. The deep crimson Ferrari immediately emitted a thunderous growl, akin to distant thunder. With a swift press of the accelerator, it surged out of the Villa district, leaving other vehicles barely able to catch a glimpse of its taillights. Chapter 11, The Belle of the Northern Dance Academy. The morning streets bustled with activity, the roads choked with traffic. A delicate mist enveloped the entire city of Haitian, resembling a fantastical metropolis, akin to a mirage in an oasis. At that moment, a striking Ferrari SF90 streaked down the road like a bolt of lightning. The roar of its engine resonated like a beast's growl, deafening in its intensity. The driver was none other than Night Wuyo, clad in a casual beige Armani suit. Complemented by sunglasses, he exuded an irresistible charm and elegance. Under the sun's radiant glow, the Ferrari SF90 shimmered like a ruby, its sleek and dynamic contours emanating an allure that was simply irresistible. Passers-by halted in their tracks, raising their phones to capture the moment. All eyes were drawn to this unparalleled supercar, their expressions wide with astonishment and envy. Particularly the young ladies, who gazed transfixed, their imaginations igniting with the fantasy of cruising in such a magnificent vehicle. Some clasped their hands together in silent supplication, while others bit their lips, their eyes brimming with anticipation. It seemed they all hoped to encounter their destined prince within the confines of that splendid car. Perhaps this serendipitous encounter could herald the beginning of a romantic love story. These young ladies are immersed in delightful fantasies, weaving unrealistic daydreams of infatuation. Inside the car, the sound system is playing Yi Wuyo's favorite music, Taylor Swift's latest album, a recent acquisition. The cheerful rhythms and enchanting melodies reverberate within the cabin, elevating Yi Wuyo's spirits ever higher. Accompanied by this light-hearted music, time seems to fly by. Before long, he arrives at the headquarters of Tianxin Group, driving his Ferrari SF90. This majestic edifice towers into the clouds, its summit obscured from view, akin to a lighthouse in Tianhai City, signifying its formidable strength and profound heritage. Yi Wuyo gradually brings the car to a halt, prompting the security guard to salute and inquire, "Young master, do you have an appointment? If not, you will need to register first." The guard, adept at reading people, adopts this courteous demeanor upon realizing the youth's apparent naivety. Had Yi Wuyo been driving a more modest vehicle, the guard's attitude would likely have been markedly different. Yi Wuyo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need. I'll go up myself. I am the newly appointed executive director of the board. You may address me as young Master Yi." Instantly, the guard stood as straight as a lance, his eyes sparkling with eager respect, as if he had encountered a revered ancestor. Yet, Yi Wuyo regarded the sycophantic guard with indifference, unhesitatingly pressing the accelerator, sending the car racing away like an arrow released from a bow, directly toward the underground parking lot, where he soon arrived. Knight Wuyo elegantly descended from the vehicle, gently closing the impeccably stylish door behind him. He then strode forward with resolute and confident steps, making his way steadily towards the imposing edifice of the corporate building. The first floor of this grand structure was adorned in opulence and splendor, shimmering with golden hues and exquisite beauty, a testament to being one of the most formidable conglomerates in the city. Upon crossing the threshold, he was enveloped by the radiant sunlight streaming through the expansive glass doors and windows. The floor beneath him gleamed brightly, as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the dazzling crystal chandeliers that adorned the ceiling. A throng of young men and women busily traversed the spacious lobby, their movements a blur of activity. As Knight Wuyo approached the reception desk, he cast a discerning glance. The service personnel donned immaculate professional attire, exuding an air of competence. The woman at the desk offered a gentle, welcoming smile and inquired softly, "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have a prior appointment?" With an impassive expression and an air of nonchalance, Knight Wuyo replied, "I have received notice to report to the board of directors of your esteemed company." Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of surprise crossed the woman's exquisitely crafted features. Yet, as her gaze fell upon Knight Wuyo's appropriately refined attire, her apprehension slightly eased, leading her to believe he was unlikely to be a charlatan. Consequently, she promptly responded with a smile, "Sir, please hold for a moment while I communicate with my superior." With that, she gracefully picked up the telephone from the desk and swiftly dialed a number. Soon, her soft voice could be heard as she relayed, "Certainly, Mr. Chiu. I shall allow her to ascend the stairs on her own." After the conversation concluded, the woman gently placed the receiver down. Her demeanor shifted instantly to one of utmost respect as she addressed Mr. Yi. "Mr. Yi, our company's board of directors is located on the top floor of this building. You may proceed directly there. I have pressing matters to attend to and regret that I cannot escort you personally. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo merely nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned and made his way toward the elevator. Once inside, he was struck by the opulent and grand decor that enveloped him. The elevator operated with such hushed tranquility that it felt as though he had entered an isolated haven of serenity. The marble-patterned floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting shimmering light. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. The woman possessed a lithe form, her curves exquisitely accentuated by a fitted gown that perfectly outlined her silhouette. However, perhaps due to her haste, she exerted too much force. As she rushed into the room, she lost her footing, her high heels sliding perilously on the slick surface. In an instant, she felt herself teetering, on the verge of a heavy fall. Fortunately, Yi Wuyo, standing not far away, acted swiftly. He lunged forward, arms outstretched, and caught her securely. With a muffled thud, she collapsed against his broad and sturdy chest. Instinctively, he embraced her tightly, as if cradling a rare and precious treasure. Fearing that a moment's carelessness might lead to the lady's fall and injury, a delicate and refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Night Wuyo took a careful whiff and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, it was the enchanting scent from the Emma's Garden series. The aroma was invigorating and delightful, bringing a sense of serenity to the mind and spirit. The lady gradually regained her composure in Night Wuyo's embrace, only to realize that she was entangled in an exceedingly ambiguous position with a stranger. A surge of embarrassment and anger washed over her, and without a moment's hesitation, she raised her palm and struck Night Wuyo's cheek with a sharp slap, the sound ringing clear and crisp. Yet, Night Wuyo effortlessly seized her fair and smooth wrist, as pristine as jade, with his other hand. His expression darkened as he coldly remarked, I saved you out of kindness, and yet you repay me with violence. Truly, it is akin to a dog biting El Dong Bin, utterly incapable of recognizing a good soul. At his words, a flush instantly crept across the lady's face, reminiscent of a ripe apple, radiant and tempting. In that moment, she found herself not only firmly grasped by Night Wuyo, unable to escape, but also previously enveloped in his embrace. She felt utterly humiliated, wishing desperately to find a crack in the ground to hide herself away from the world forever. However, being a clever and astute individual, she quickly realized that her reaction had indeed been excessive. Biting her lip, she slowly withdrew her hand from Night Wuyo's grip and murmured softly, "Humph, who's to blame for you taking advantage of me in this situation?" With flushed cheeks, she exclaimed, "You little rascal, consider this a warning. Should you dare to take advantage of me again, do not blame me for rendering you powerless." Her fiery demeanor was both audacious and capricious, instantly piquing Yi Wuyo's interest. He began to scrutinize her closely, her figure was undeniably stunning. Standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, she possessed fair skin and an alluring beauty, with curves that captivated the eye. Clad in a sleek black bodycon dress, her silhouette was perfectly accentuated. Her countenance was pure and enchanting, equally as captivating as Guijun. Yi Wuyo jested, it's hard to say who is truly taking advantage of whom. The woman, infuriated, stamped her foot and turned her face away in indignation, refusing to acknowledge him further. As their conversation unfolded, the woman gently pressed the elevator button. Yi Wuyo, ever the easygoing individual and feeling rather bored, decided to accompany her down to the lower level. As the elevator doors slowly opened, they emerged onto the floor, immediately greeted by a dazzling array of women, each more captivating than the last. Some exhibited graceful figures, while others boasted striking features, making it difficult to look away. Naturally, a few men were interspersed among them, but they too were tall models or renowned internet personalities. Yi Wuyo mused inwardly, given this atmosphere, it seems this is the modeling department responsible for the fashion business under the conglomerate. Thus, he leisurely followed the woman as they entered a spacious and brightly lit office together. Upon entering the room, the woman appeared to regard Yi Wuyo with indifference, treating him merely as a newly hired employee. At that moment, seated behind the desk was a middle-aged man, his hair slicked back with an impeccable shine. Clad in a well-tailored gray suit, he exuded an air of competence, a perpetual smile gracing his face, as if he were accustomed to such scenes. His every gesture radiated an undeniable charisma. When the man noticed someone entering, he momentarily paused, but his gaze swiftly fixated on the woman. With a deft motion, he closed the door without a thought for Yi Wuyo's presence. He then leered at the woman, named Fu Mingni, and spoke, "Mingni, I have thoroughly examined your detailed profile. I hear you are an outstanding graduate from the Kyoto Dance Academy. During your time there, you were even crowned the most beautiful student on campus. You've participated in several provincial beauty contests, achieving commendable results. You were on the verge of entering the entertainment industry, how enviable. As you know, in Longwa, the rules often involve unspoken agreements. If you were to become my secretary, your challenges would swiftly dissipate. The man's insidious smile and his lascivious gaze towards Fu Mingni's figure made her face cloud over with distress. The lewdness of his words filled her with revulsion, and she found herself unwilling to linger any longer. Abruptly, she rose to her feet. She turned gracefully. A hint of playful annoyance gracing her features as she murmured indignantly, "Humph. If this place won't have me, there are certainly others that will. Just look at your shifty eyes and repulsive visage, how dare you entertain notions of imposing some unwelcome arrangement upon me? It's sheer folly. Perhaps in the next life. After you've been reborn handsome enough to warrant attention. With that countenance, I find even a fleeting glance at you to be excessive. And as for the dashing young man by my side, he barely merits my consideration." Upon hearing these words, the previously composed Yi Wuyo's expression darkened, resembling a disgruntled young bride. He pondered inwardly, what does she mean by barely merits? Surely, he was a paragon of elegance and charm, captivating countless hearts wherever he roamed. He was, after all, the kind of person who could make flowers bloom and hearts flutter, even causing passing vehicles to suffer flat tires at the mere sight of him. Did such a distinguished presence truly require consideration? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's demeanor was equally displeased. With a scowl, he warned, "Young lady, heed my words. One word from me, and no esteemed company in Tianhai City will dare to employ you. Just wait and see how you manage to survive here." Yet, in the face of such intimidation, Fu Mingni remained unfazed, resolutely rising to her feet. She adjusted her skirt, adopting a posture that suggested she was ready to depart at any moment. At that moment, Yi Wuyo suddenly reached out, grasping her delicate hand, smooth as jade. He gently tugged, drawing Fu Mingni back into her seat. The moment their skin made contact, Yi Wuyo felt an unparalleled smoothness coursing through his fingertips. This exquisite sensation captivated him, rendering him momentarily reluctant to release her hand, causing him to forget his original intent. Fu Mingni, clearly startled by Yi Wuyo's sudden action, widened her beautiful eyes and glared at him with furious intensity, as if flames of anger were igniting within her gaze. It was as if she were demanding, "You insolent brat, release my hand at once. If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, this matter shall not end here." What could this scoundrel possibly want? Was he attempting to play the hero? Yi Wuyo's behavior infuriated the middle-aged, greasy man. With an air of authority, he remarked, "You must be the male model, Liu Xiaobu. Here for an interview today. You may leave, our director is in a foul mood. Be wise and depart quietly, lest I summon security to escort you out." Upon hearing this, Fu Mingni blinked her fox-like, enchanting eyes, eager to witness the unfolding drama, remaining silently seated. Yi Wuyo's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Call them if you wish. I truly cannot fathom how someone like you could exist in Tianxin Group. Let us wait and see who shall be escorted out later. How dare you put on airs before me, utterly ridiculous." The middle-aged manager, upon hearing this retort, was immediately consumed by rage, his face turning crimson as if ready to burst. In a fit of fury, he seized the telephone from the table and swiftly dialed the security office. Within mere minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Immediately thereafter, the chief of security, accompanied by several burly individuals wielding truncheons, stormed into the office. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he impatiently inquired, "Minister Wang, are these the individuals causing the disturbance?" At that moment, a middle-aged man wore a faint smirk, raising his hand to point at Yi Wuyo and his companions. Commanding the chief, Captain Liu, kindly escort these ruffians out. However, at that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Captain Liu, standing at the forefront, suddenly scrutinized Yi Wuyo intently. In that fleeting moment, a chilling sensation surged up his spine, rendering him paralyzed as if struck by lightning. His face betrayed sheer terror as he recognized that this seemingly youthful and impetuous man was none other than Yi Wuyo, the newly appointed executive director of the Tianxin Group. Prior to this, he had repeatedly confirmed and verified Yi Wuyo's identity with his superiors. Captain Liu understood that he could not afford the slightest delay or negligence in this critical moment. Without hesitation, he brought his legs together and stood upright, respectfully saluting Yi Wuyo with utmost deference. Trembling, he addressed him, "Director Yi, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Please, instruct me on how you wish to handle this matter. Meanwhile, the greasy man who had been posturing at the desk gaped in disbelief at the unfolding drama, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, had just transformed the atmosphere entirely. Is it truly the case that one is a director of the group? This is utterly incredulous. To think that someone so youthful and holding such a lofty position could exist is an unprecedented notion that I have neither heard of nor witnessed before. Could it be that the security guard at the entrance has made a mistake? Otherwise, how could such a stranger saunter in so nonchalantly? However, upon observing the security captain's demeanor of utmost respect, my doubts swiftly diminished. After all, if there had indeed been an error, how could the captain exhibit such meticulous caution and reverence? It appears that this matter is largely beyond dispute. At this moment, Minister Wang felt a chill surge up his spine, enveloping his entire being, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His legs suddenly lost their strength, resembling those of a feeble shrimp. He collapsed into the chair behind him, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word for an extended moment. Just then, the young man named Yi Wuyo spoke emphatically. This individual has egregiously neglected his duties, not only exploiting his position to engage in indiscriminate liaisons within our group but also attempting to impose unspoken rules upon the employees. Thankfully, justice prevails, and I have recorded pertinent audio evidence in advance. He cannot deny it. Captain Liu, please detain him temporarily at your security booth and promptly call the police. As for the crucial audio evidence, I will send it to you shortly, and you may directly relay it to the authorities. Upon hearing this, Captain Liu dared not exhibit any negligence, quickly nodding in agreement. Yes, Director Yi, I assure you I will fulfill this task. It is imperative that this matter be handled appropriately as per your instructions. Yi Wuyo continued, Minister Wang, due to your violation of the company's regulations, I hereby represent Tianjin Group to formally terminate your employment. Subsequently, the finance department will settle your remaining salary. The middle-aged man, somewhat indignant, shouted. What if you are a director? You are not my supervising leader, and you do not represent the board. Yi Wuyo coldly retorted, who says I cannot handle this? I am not merely a director. I am the executive director of the group, directly involved in the comprehensive management of its operations, overseeing both the financial auditing department and several business sectors. If you are in doubt, you may inquire with the board secretary regarding my authority. The middle-aged man slumped into the leather chair, his previous arrogance dissipating entirely. Beside him, Fu Mingni gasped in disbelief, her cherry-red lips forming a perfect O, as she stared at the unfolding scene. Just then, the door swung open once more, revealing Qiu Yinong, the chairman's secretary. Clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her alluring curves, her presence captivating all in attendance. Adorned in sleek white sneakers, she entered with an air of elegance, her fragrance wafting gently, illuminating her breathtakingly beautiful visage. Hearing that the security room had gone to attend to the modeling department, she had come to assess the situation and unexpectedly caught sight of Yi Wuyo, who was to assume office in the board meeting today. The woman extended her porcelain-like hand to shake with Yi Wuyo, greeting him warmly, a pleasure to meet you, Director Yi. I am Qiu Yinong, the chairman's secretary, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yi Wuyo reciprocated, gently grasping her delicate hand. He remarked, better late than never. You must already be aware of the circumstances that led to this moment. Secretary Qiu, do you find my handling of the situation satisfactory? The autumn air was infused with a delicate fragrance of lavender, which wafted toward Yi Wuyo. She responded, Director Yi, your management has been exceedingly appropriate. It is no wonder you are a talent personally recommended by the CEO. However, the manager of the modeling department has been taken into custody. Who will assume the role of head here? Director Yi, do you have a suitable candidate to recommend? Yi Wuyo pointed to Fu Mingni before her and said, This young lady is quite remarkable. Although my acquaintance with her has been brief, her character is commendably upright, and I believe she is capable of fulfilling her duties within the corporation. Qiu Yinan nodded in agreement, stating, Director Yi, you oversee the specific operations of these departments. Your word is final. I shall have Miss Fu leave her information shortly and submit her credentials to the corporate records office. Yi Wuyo nodded in satisfaction, visibly pleased. Meanwhile, Fu Mingmi stood in disbelief at the unfolding events. I merely came to model, to promote fashion and beauty as a livestream host. How did I become an executive? The head of a department, no less? Am I dreaming? Have I not yet awakened? She pinched her flawless, fair leg. The sharp pain made her face twitch. And she immediately realized that all of this was indeed real. The strikingly youthful man before her was, in fact, a director of the corporation. Moreover, she had been appointed as an executive, directly assuming the role of head. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? A torrent of thoughts flooded her mind, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed with excitement, "Knight Zong, thank you for coming to my rescue today. After work, I shall treat you to dinner." Knight Wuyo chuckled, "You may call me Knight Xiao, it sounds more youthful. Let us not part ways after work. I will wait for you in the underground parking lot." Subsequently, several security personnel assisted manager Wang down the elevator, who had long since fainted. Qiuenan, with a smile as radiant as blooming flowers, remarked, "The board is awaiting you, you should hurry along. I will accompany Miss Fu to complete her onboarding formalities first. And we shall meet shortly." After exchanging farewells with the two women, Knight Wuyo entered the elevator alone. The two women, engaged in lively conversation, proceeded to the personnel registration room. Moments later, Knight Wuyo arrived at the top floor of the building. This was the venue for board meetings, featuring several private offices and a grand hall capable of accommodating dozens for discussions. Knight Wuyo knocked on the conference room door and heard a melodious voice invite, "Please enter." Chapter 13, the secretary's duties. Gently pushing open the slightly heavy wooden door of the conference room, Knight Wuyo stepped inside. The door creaked softly as he entered a spacious, well-lit meeting room, elegantly adorned. A massive round table was surrounded by attendees. The first sight to capture his attention was the enchanting, heart-stirring visage of Ning Qingyi, who remained as stunning and noble as ever. She resembled a flawless snow lotus blooming atop an icy peak, beautiful enough to uplift one's spirits, yet exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Today, she was clad in a vintage Dior pink jacket adorned with a classic check pattern. The coat is exquisitely tailored, crafted from exceptionally high-quality materials. It perfectly accentuates her slender waist and graceful curves. Underneath, she wears a simple black top, minimalist yet undeniably fashionable, showcasing her voluptuous figure to stunning effect. On her lower half, she dons a pair of black casual trousers, striking a balance between solemnity and leisure. Her long, straight legs appear particularly poised within the confines of the trousers, exuding a unique charm. She embodies both the elegance and confidence of a mature woman and the vivacity and agility of a youthful girl. Upon noticing Yi Wuyo stride into the conference room, she gently set down the pen she had been gripping. Her cool gaze swept over Yi Wuyo, and her ruby lips parted to say, "Mr. Yi, please take a seat. We will begin the meeting shortly after Secretary Cho arrives." Yi Wuyo, upon hearing this, scratched his head, inwardly musing, "This girl never addresses me like this at home." Terms like rascal and little thief are her usual fare. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it too much. Recognizing her as an aloof beauty who always maintained a cool demeanor towards him, he simply found a seat nearby and sat down. Before long, a graceful figure glided in, none other than the enchanting Qiuenan. With delicate steps, she moved, her slender waist swaying like a flower dancing in the wind. As she approached, a captivating fragrance enveloped the air, instantly surrounding Yi Wuyo with its subtle elegance, a scent that penetrated the very depths of his senses. One cannot help but be enraptured, forgetting many of life's troubles. The autumn breeze gracefully approached Ning Qingyi, elegantly taking a seat beside her. She adjusted the hem of her dress, occasionally enveloped by a fragrant breeze. Then, in a calm and orderly tone, she addressed the assembly, "Esteemed board members, I sincerely apologize for the delay earlier. There was an urgent matter in the department that required my attention. However, let us now officially commence today's agenda." The attendees merely exchanged warm smiles, refraining from further comment. After all, this was the personal secretary to the president, who would dare to offend her lightly? Would they not fear repercussions? Autumn gracefully turned her gaze towards the assembly and continued, "First, let us extend a hearty round of applause to welcome our newly appointed executive director, Mr. Yi Wuyo." At this moment, Yi Wuyo sat composedly in his designated seat. A subtle smile graced his face, exuding an air of approachability. His smile was both affable and dignified, while his gaze was gentle yet imbued with unwavering strength. Slowly, he rose from his seat, nodding in acknowledgement to each individual present. With heartfelt enthusiasm, he greeted them, "Dear colleagues, greetings. My name is Yi Wuyo, and it is a profound honor to gather with you all on this special day. I look forward to your guidance and support in the future. To be frank, I am new here and currently only possess a preliminary understanding of our company's various operations. Thus, there are undoubtedly numerous aspects in which I must humbly learn from and seek counsel from the esteemed seniors present." As Yi Wuyo's words lingered in the air, an ephemeral silence enveloped the conference room. However, before this somewhat awkward pause could extend for long, Ning Qingyi, who had remained silently seated with a stoic expression, finally stirred. She gracefully lifted her hands and gently applauded, her face adorned with a warm smile as she spoke, "On behalf of the entire board of directors, I extend a heartfelt welcome to Mr. Yi for officially joining our Tianxing Group family. We firmly believe that Mr. Ye's exceptional talents and capabilities will undoubtedly infuse our group with new vitality and opportunities, guiding us toward a more splendid and radiant future." As Ning Qingyi's words resonated, the directors, who had been sitting upright, began to respond in unison. They applauded together, creating a lively atmosphere. In no time, the sound of thunderous applause reverberated throughout the conference room, with joy illuminating every face, as if they were witnessing the promising dawn of significant transformation within the group. This jubilant ambience persisted for quite a while, until, after a considerable time, the cacophony gradually subsided. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and clad in a pinstriped suit spoke, "Mr. Yi, greetings. I am Director Lu Wenhui, a graduate of Bordeaux Business School in France. I currently oversee the company's public relations and legal departments. I have heard that Director Yi once studied at the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. Having graduated with master's degrees in both philosophy and theology is indeed no small feat, especially from institutions of such esteemed global ranking. One might wonder what occupation Director Yi held prior to this. Surely it must have been with a Fortune 500 company." Yi Wuyo, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, internally murmuring, "This degree was rather forcefully bestowed upon me by the principal." However, it is true that he spent some time studying at the renowned University of Cambridge in England. Of course, his motives for attending were not solely academic. He bore the significant responsibility of serving as an agent tasked with safeguarding the royal heir, Princess Charlotte. His invaluable opportunity to study abroad was made possible by a personal recommendation penned by Her Majesty the Queen. With a calm demeanor, Yi Wuyo remarked, "I indeed studied at Cambridge for a while. The principal, Justice Robinson, was not only my esteemed mentor but also a dear friend. During our leisurely moments, we often gathered to savor exquisite single malt vintage whiskies, discussing their unique flavors and brewing techniques. Those days were truly unforgettable." However, upon hearing that Yi Wuyo returned home to grill lamb skewers at the night market in Haitian City, Ning Qingyi's previously tranquil expression transformed dramatically. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed an intense gaze upon Yi Wuyo, as if a fierce flame of indignation were igniting within her. Her demeanor seemed to serve as a warning to Yi Wuyo. Should he continue to speak frivolously, he would find himself kneeling on durian at home. Director Lu chuckled, his face radiating admiration. "Young knight, you are truly humorous and charming. To have become drinking companions with the president of Cambridge University is no small feat, indeed. With such talent and capability as yours, how could you possibly return home merely to set up a stall? You are far too modest and understated." After speaking, he shook his head thoughtfully, clearly skeptical that this seemingly ordinary young man was as simple as he appeared. It must be noted that Cambridge University is one of the world's foremost institutions. Its graduates are invariably the Armée de la Armée of various fields. The fact that Knight Wuyo could be a student of such a prestigious school speaks volumes about his exceptional abilities. Coupled with his enigmatic background, he aroused considerable curiosity and speculation. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in, "Hello, Director Knight, I am Lu Mingjun, a supervisor on our company's supervisory board. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Everyone turned to see a woman in a neatly tailored professional outfit, smiling as she extended her hand to Knight Wuyo. With a touch of light makeup, her attractive features suggested she was in her 30s, yet her well-maintained skin remained smooth and delicate, exuding the unique charm of mature femininity. Knight Wuyo politely nodded and grasped her outstretched hand, softly replying, "You are too kind, Ms. Liu, we shall assist each other." Meanwhile, he silently committed her name to memory. Observing this interaction, the other directors gathered around, drawn in by the unfolding exchange. As Yi Wuyo engaged in enthusiastic conversation, the atmosphere was charged with lively exchanges from all corners. Laughter and joy filled the air. Secretary Chiu remarked, "I trust everyone is already acquainted." The ensuing discussion centered on assigning specific tasks to Director Yi. Ning Qingyi, with a cool demeanor, interjected, "I have heard that Director Yi shares a good rapport with the newly appointed head of the modeling department." At this point, a flicker of cold light seemed to dance in her beautiful eyes. Yi Wuyo felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous turn. Ning Qingyi quickly regained her composure, maintaining an air of indifference. She continued, "Let Mr. Yi oversee the modeling department and the external investment department. If it proves unsuitable, we can make adjustments later." All the directors felt a jolt of surprise, pondering the implications. The external investment department is a crucial division managing the company's substantial monetary assets, traditionally overseen directly by the president. How could it be entrusted to a newcomer? The senior executives were perplexed, harboring suspicions about Yi Wuyo's mysterious background. Yi Wuyo, too, felt a stir within, realizing that this woman was aware of his connections with other charming figures. Yet, she remained unfazed and had placed the modeling department under his purview. Truly, she was a formidable businesswoman, adept at the art of seduction and restraint. Yi Wuyo promptly assured the meeting of his commitment to achieve results. After reviewing several other company matters, noon swiftly approached. Yi Wuyo's independent office was assigned on another floor, presumably arranged by Ning Qingyi to avoid any appearance of impropriety. At that moment, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon receiving a message from the board secretary, Chiu Yinong, Yi Wuyo felt a sense of anticipation. "Tonight marks your first day at the company. If you have the time, I would love to host a welcoming gathering for you." Understanding that his icy demeanor as the president's spouse might still be a source of tension, he promptly replied, "No problem, see you downstairs." With a fluid motion, he locked his door and made his way to the elevator. Chapter 14, A Meeting with a Beauty. As Yi Wuyo stepped out of the elevator, he did so with a serene confidence, his steps light yet assured, as if embraced by a gentle spring breeze. The elevator doors glided open, revealing a spacious and brightly lit hall. In the center, Chiu Yinong sat elegantly on a sofa, her long legs artfully entwined. Her lively eyes scanned the surroundings with curiosity. Dressed in a fitted black bodycon dress, the fabric clung to her form like a second skin, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves, drawing admiration from all who beheld her. Particularly striking were her slender waist and graceful collarbone, which captivated countless gazes. The moment Yi Wuyo entered the hall, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Chiu Yinong, whose presence stood out amidst the bustling crowd. She resembled a dazzling pearl, radiating an enchanting glow. Soon, Chiu Yinong noticed Yi Wuyo's arrival, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of spring flowers. She waved gently in his direction. Feeling a flutter of excitement, Yi Wuyo's lips curled into a teasing smile as he strode purposefully towards her. As he approached, he spoke in a light-hearted and humorous tone, "Secretary Chiu, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the company. Every time I see you, my heart flutters a bit. Let me test you with a little saying, what does a secretary do when there is work? And when there is none, what does a secretary do?" Chiu Yinong's typically placid cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Her exterior exuded a seductive allure, reminiscent of a ripe peach, yet her inner self retained a delicate femininity. Unable to withstand overt flirtation, maintaining a semblance of composure, Chiu extended her fair, delicate hand to shake hands with Yi Wuyo. He could not help but revel in the smooth, velvety sensation that was palpable. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and he inhaled it greedily. Yi Wuyo's hand lingered a moment longer, reluctant to break the contact. Xiao's expression darkened slightly with annoyance, but Yi Wuyo feigned ignorance. With a hint of bashfulness, Xiao remarked. When there is nothing to do, the secretary has no duties. When there is something, the secretary still has responsibilities. Yi Wuyo, satisfied, released her hand and replied, Miss Xiao. I am quite pleased with your answer. From now on, just call me Yi Xiao in private. Yi Zong feels rather distant. Xiao's eyes reflected a mixture of shyness and irritation. She thought to herself, this new director seems rather unreliable, exuding a rather lewd aura. How could Qingyi choose such a wayward individual to manage the company's most critical department? She felt compelled to utter some inappropriate words due to this scoundrel. Already wishing to find a crevice to hide herself, and resolved to find an opportunity to turn the tables on him, Xiao Yinong endeavored to calm her restless heart. Let us endeavor to maintain a demeanor of tranquility as always. Knight, shall we depart? I have already secured a reservation at the Western restaurant. Knight Wuyo, perceiving the situation, understood that restraint was the wisest approach. After all, one must exercise discretion even in playful banter. He thus smiled gently, naturally walking alongside Xiao Yinong as they made their way towards the exit. This striking pair, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, ambled closely together, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Were it not for the prior knowledge of their merely collegial relationship, most would likely misconstrue them as a couple deeply in love. Upon exiting the building, they strolled leisurely down the street. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally arrived in front of a Western restaurant, its sign notably prominent, boldly emblazoned with the characters Hai Tian Xingyan. Knight Wuyo gazed at the sign, a sudden wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Turning to his companion, Xiao Yinong, he inquired with curiosity, Yinong, could this possibly be an establishment under the management of the Haiyan Group? For some reason, this name seems eerily familiar. Upon hearing Knight Wuyo's question, Xiao Yinong's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had not anticipated that Knight Wuyo possessed knowledge of the Haiyan Group. After a brief moment of hesitation, she replied softly. You are indeed correct, Knight. This establishment is indeed a restaurant under the Haiyan umbrella. However, it is rather peculiar. In recent years, our group's collaboration with Haiyan has not been particularly smooth. The two parties were perpetually at odds, and I had once discreetly inquired about the specifics from Qingyi. Yet, she remained reticent, leaving me genuinely perplexed. Yi Wuyo, with a mind as clear as a mirror, was well aware of the intricate dynamics at play. However, he chose to remain silent. Thus, the two walked side by side, unhurriedly making their way towards the restaurant, engaging in light-hearted banter along the way. As they stepped through the restaurant's grand entrance, they were awestruck by the opulence that lay within. A well-trained, smiling attendant approached them with the grace of a gentle spring breeze. She first offered a slight bow, then, in a courteous and warm tone, inquired, esteemed guests, welcome to our establishment. May I ask if you have made a reservation? As she spoke, her gaze flitted back and forth between Yi Wuyo and Xiao Yinong, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, Xiao Yinong nodded gently and, with a soft smile, replied, indeed, I made a reservation this morning. My surname is Qiao. Before her words had fully settled, the attendant promptly responded, ah, so you are Ms. Qiao. Please hold on a moment while I retrieve your reservation details. With that, she swiftly turned and glided towards the front desk, her movements elegant and efficient. Before long, the attendant returned, her face still aglow with a warm smile. She approached Yi Wuyo and Xiao Yinong with quickened steps, gesturing invitingly as she spoke, dear guests, please follow me. I must say, you are truly fortunate today. To her astonishment, she had successfully secured the most coveted seat in our establishment, the one closest to the breathtaking ocean view. It is worth noting that, even during weekends or holidays, reserving this particular spot is no easy feat. Furthermore, given that today is a weekday, obtaining such an opportunity is truly rare. With that, she gracefully led the two individuals through the spacious and luminous hall towards the much-desired seaside table. The waiter elegantly took the lead, guiding them to that enchanting location. As they moved forward, they soon arrived at a petite, exquisite table basking in sunlight. This charming table, situated by the window, offered a clear view of the expansive and deep blue coastline of Tianhai City through the immense open glass panes. The warm sunlight cascaded onto the table like a golden veil, while a gentle breeze swept in, carrying with it a hint of the salty sea air, refreshing their spirits. It felt as though all their worries could be whisked away by this soft ocean breeze, leaving no trace behind. Once seated, the two began to peruse the beautifully crafted menu, occasionally exchanging thoughts on the dishes and their preferences. After careful consideration, they ultimately selected several delectable items and returned the menu to the patiently waiting waiter. After the waiter departed, Qiu Yineng, with her captivating eyes glistening, curiously turned to Yi Wuyo and inquired, "Young Master Yi, I have always been quite curious. Is it true, as mentioned in the board meeting, that you once sold grilled lamb skewers at a night market?" Upon hearing this question, Yi Wuyo was momentarily taken aback. With a spontaneous upward curve of his lips, he revealed a confident yet slightly arrogant smile. Crossing his arms over his chest, he responded nonchalantly, "Haha, no need for veiled words. An honest pig doesn't blow false winds. Indeed, I once had such an experience." "What, do you find it hard to believe?" His words detonated like a humorous bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere around them. Particularly amused was Qiu Yineng, seated nearby, who was thoroughly entertained by his witty reply, laughing heartily like a blooming flower swaying in the breeze. Yi Wuyo nodded slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked into the distance. He continued, "Since my return from a life of wandering abroad, the only desire I harbored deep within was to lead a simple and tranquil existence. I have never held the slightest fascination for those so-called Fortune 500 companies. Yet, fate is ever fraught with drama and uncertainty. On an ordinary night, a sudden misfortune struck the Prince Bar. At that moment, Qingyi was ensnared in a dire crisis, her life hanging by a thread. Faced with such a situation, I could not remain indifferent. Without hesitation, I stepped forward and rescued her from peril. Little did I expect that, following her resolute and earnest plea, I would ultimately have to grit my teeth and agree to assist her in navigating her predicament." Upon hearing Yi Wuyo's account, the woman seated across from him suddenly realized the profound connection between this man and Qingyi, uncovering an untold story that lay beneath the surface. She gently parted her crimson lips and inquired softly, "Ah, knight, it must be said that the journey of dear Qingyi has indeed been fraught with challenges. To manage such a vast commercial empire, one cannot fathom the numerous life and death trials she must have endured. While it may seem splendid on the surface, the reality is a tumultuous undercurrent, teeming with peril. The city of Tianhai resembles a grand stage where myriad forces vie for dominance, engaging in both overt and covert struggles unceasingly. Even the mightiest conglomerates, if they falter, could swiftly crumble into ruins overnight, leaving the marketplace as ruthless as a battlefield. One must either advance or retreat. Only by forging ahead can one remain invincible. Given your extraordinary experiences and distinguished educational background, I am certain you would be an invaluable ally to my dear sister. Wouldn't you?" Knight Wuyo replied with pride, "Of course, I shall take care of that girl. But, Miss Zhou, might you also allow me to oversee your affairs?" Qiu Yinen's neck flushed slightly as she retorted, "You are incorrigible. I come to discuss serious matters, and yet you divert the conversation to women. I truly wonder if Qingyi has some involvement with you, having fallen prey to your mischief." Knight Wuyo feigned innocence, though he was inwardly apprehensive. He had promised Ning Qingyi not to reveal their true identities outside. Should he inadvertently let it slip, he feared that she would exact her vengeance upon him. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes, steak, pasta, an assortment of breads, and a fresh salad of fruits and vegetables, followed by a selection of delightful desserts. Chapter 15, To Fulfill Any Request? Knight Wuyo and Qiu Yinan were enjoying their meal while engaging in lively conversation, their laughter echoing in the air. Suddenly, Qiu Yinan's phone emitted a chime. She set down her cutlery and picked up the phone to check. The delicate blush of her peach-like cheeks instantly drained of color. Tears welled up in her eyes, and a look of panic and anxiety overtook her face. Noticing something amiss, Knight Wuyo quickly inquired, "What's wrong, Miss Zhou? Is something the matter?" In a state of distress, Qiu Yinan exclaimed, "The casino has taken my father hostage, claiming he owes several million in gambling debts. If I do not go there in person, they will harm him. She handed her tightly gripped phone to Knight Wuyo, her eyes betraying a flicker of unease and worry. As Knight Wuyo received the phone, his gaze was immediately drawn to the video playing on the screen. To his shock, the video had been sent via her father's WeChat. As he focused on the scene, a wave of turmoil surged within him. He beheld a middle-aged man, haggard and fearful, bound tightly. The man trembled slightly, his face etched with despair and helplessness. Beside him lay a hastily written IOU, with the glaring words "Owes the casino 5 million" prominently displayed. At the bottom, the signature read clearly, Chiu Dongchen. Knight Wuyo quickly discerned the sinister undertones of the situation. This was no mere gambling debt. Such a crude ruse was clearly a meticulously orchestrated kidnapping scheme. Following the camera's view, he observed several menacing tattooed figures lurking nearby. These individuals were all robust and muscular, their arms adorned with tattoos that appeared both menacing and fearsome. Their fierce eyes, akin to those of ravenous wolves, fixated intently on the trembling Chiu Dongchen, as if any sign of defiance would provoke them to pounce and deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the scene shifted to a man leisurely sipping tea nearby. Knight Wuyo focused his gaze and realized that this individual was none other than Lu Xiaojia, the chairman of the Tianyan Group. In an instant, everything became clear. It was Lu Xiaojia who orchestrated the kidnapping, intending to coerce the secretary into collusion, thereby implanting a ticking time bomb within Ningqingyi's commercial empire. Knight Wuyo understood the gravity of the situation. He reached out, gently placing his hand behind Qiuyanang's silky, lustrous black hair, caressing her tenderly while softly reassuring her, "Do not fear, Inan. I will find a way to rescue your uncle. You need not be anxious. I will handle everything. Follow their instructions to that location, and send me the coordinates. I will take care of the rest. They will not harm you. They will negotiate with you amicably. You are a valuable asset to Lu Xiaojia, as you belong to Ningqingyi. Just buy us some time, and I will ensure your safety." The panic in Qiuyanang's expression gradually faded. After years of studying abroad, she was an independent and astute woman of the new era. The resolute gaze of the man before her instilled confidence within her. His words soothed her troubled mind, allowing her to regain her strength. A blush blossomed on her cheeks, as if she had made a resolute decision. She said, "Knight Xiao, if you can save us, father and daughter, I shall owe you 2 lives. Any demand you have, I shall fulfill, except—" Her neck flushed crimson, and she faltered, unable to continue. Knight Wuyo, with a wicked grin, teased, "Anything at all, you say? I am but a humble virgin, merely setting up stalls and grilling lamb skewers. Miss Chiu, what you speak of eludes my understanding." Chiu Yitong, filled with indignation and embarrassment, retorted, "Knight Wuyo, you scoundrel, perish. You lecherous rogue only knows how to bully me. You wish to take advantage of me, do not think I am unaware." In a sudden motion, she seized Knight Wuyo, playfully biting his ear before swiftly releasing him and darting away like a fox. Knight Wuyo caught a whiff of a delicate floral scent mingled with the sweet fragrance of her innocence, his heart racing uncontrollably, nearly causing him to bleed from the nose. Taking a deep breath, he quickly composed himself, focusing his mind. He promptly extended his finger and tapped a sequence of numbers on his phone screen. This number was no ordinary one, its last digits were encrypted, a mysterious combination that could connect the 2 parties through advanced satellite technology. Knight Wuyo's expression turned solemn as he spoke into the receiver with a steady voice, calling Forest Wolf, "I am the Siberian tiger." Hardly had he finished speaking when a deep, resonant voice responded from the other end, "I am Forest Wolf." "What are your orders, Captain?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Wuyo replied succinctly, "Prepare a set of biomimetic masks for me immediately, I am in urgent need. The location is at the Haitian Xingyan restaurant in the Shandong district of Haitian City." The voice on the other end responded with equal clarity. "The Forest Wolf acknowledges. See you shortly." After uttering these words, Yi Wuyo decisively hung up the phone. Almost simultaneously, Chiu Yino emerged from the parking garage, driving her BMW with practiced ease. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, she skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, racing towards the venue of the impending negotiation with Tianyan Group. Yu Wuyo took a brief pause, lifting a glass of water from the table and taking a small sip to soothe his parched throat, wiping his lips afterward. However, mere moments later, the thunderous roar of an engine abruptly pierced the ambience. Realizing that his contact had arrived, he set down the cup and fixed his gaze upon the military jeep that had come to a halt outside the restaurant. Due to the vehicle's stringent privacy measures, the interior remained shrouded from view. Only members of the Tiger Commando team would employ such a discreet military vehicle. Yu Wuyo hurried to the front desk to settle the bill, inwardly lamenting, "She invited me to dinner, yet here I am footing the bill." He vowed that next time, he would demand this girl give him a massage. With a swift motion, Yu Wuyo opened the door and took a seat in the back of the military jeep, where he observed a robust man in sunglasses at the wheel. A chilling aura enveloped him, as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His muscular physique radiated a latent power, poised to explode. He spoke slowly, "Yi Xiao. You've been back in the country for quite some time. Why haven't you contacted your comrades? Surely you are not truly returning to your roots. You are a leading contender for the next Special Operations Commander, after all, and the one most favored by the higher-ups, with a future beyond imagination." Yet, Yu Wuyo's expression remained utterly unperturbed, calm as still water. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Upon returning home, I haven't given much thought to other matters. I merely long for a few days of peace and comfort." You cannot fathom the days spent in the Tiger Commando unit. It was akin to living with one's head held by a belt, a true dance with death. Each mission saw us teetering on the precipice of life and death. How many times did we crawl out from mountains of the deceased? Each experience was a brush with mortality, a miraculous escape from the jaws of doom. As he spoke, a slight tremor betrayed his voice, as if he were transported back to those harrowing days. Take, for instance, the operation a few years prior. Our small team was tasked with infiltrating western Myanmar. The disparity in forces was staggering, as our mere squad was to audaciously penetrate an enemy division to execute a decapitation strike. The challenge was daunting, yet we did not flinch, charging forth with unwavering resolve. Yu Wuyo paused momentarily and continued, "After a fierce and relentless battle, we successfully executed the decapitation of the enemy's command structure. The entire enemy forces were suddenly plunged into chaos and paralysis. However, our side also paid a heavy price. In our desperate bid to break through, we fought valiantly, carving a bloody path through the fray." Reflecting on that scene, it was truly harrowing. Each member of our team had slain at least 100 foes, bearing countless wounds upon their bodies. What is even more heartbreaking is that many of our brothers were tragically struck during the battle. Some fell heroically on the spot, their souls returning to their homeland. Others, though fortunate enough to survive, were left with lifelong disabilities, still confined to their beds to this day. As Yu Wuyo spoke, his eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture, filled with profound nostalgia and respect for those brothers with whom he had once shared life and death. Beside him, the forest wolf was equally choked with emotion. Struggling to hold back tears, he said, "Indeed, that operation was exceptionally brutal. My dear brother, Ostrich, perished heroically in that battle. Every year during the Qingming festival, I take a flask of fine wine to his grave to visit him and share a few words. Nevertheless, we all understand your choice, Captain. Should you ever need anything in the future, just call upon us, and we shall bravely face any challenge without hesitation. Perhaps it is only by distancing ourselves from the bloodshed that we can truly live in peace." He then handed over a black metal box, which Yu Wuyo accepted with one hand. Connecting it to his phone, he entered a series of command symbols and enigmatic codes. He immediately set to work, utilizing the latest AI facial recognition tools developed by the United States. First, gather a collection of avatar images of Liu Xiaojia from the internet, then decipher, analyze, and reorganize them. Subsequently, activate the black iron box to commence the creation of a bionic mask. Meanwhile, the autumnal ambience deepened as Choi Nong shared her location. Yu Wuyo addressed the driver, saying, "Lang Tian, let us proceed to the headquarters of Tianyan Group." Lang Tian's gaze was fervent, as if he were transported back to the glorious days of yore. He laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Let us embark on a grand endeavor, Captain. With a swift push on the accelerator, the military jeep surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. The speedometer displayed over 200 kilometers per hour, moving so swiftly that it was merely a shadow in motion. Due to its military license, the jeep encountered no hindrance whatsoever. After a prolonged period of operation, the black box in Yi Wuyo's hands came to a halt. He opened the box and retrieved a human-like mask crafted from bionic materials, which he promptly donned. A quick comparison with Liu Xiaojia's image on his phone revealed an uncanny resemblance. Yi Wuyo wore a mischievous grin in the vehicle, boldly proclaiming, "One must remember. While the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. I have previously infiltrated the military intelligence of Yinglajiguo and the National Security Bureau of Meiligua. Even their recognition of retina and fingerprints cannot capture me. What can a mere scion of a corporation do to contend with me?" The driver, Lin Langtian, was doubled over in laughter, teasing, "The last agent from Sakura country you dealt with is still languishing in a psychiatric hospital. The doctor has stated that he may never recover, spending the remainder of his days there in retirement." Chapter 16, The Flustered Female Secretary. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo scoffed. Sakura country? Once a formidable adversary that our dragon nation held in great regard, they have since fallen into irrelevance. With merely a handful of petty agents, do they dare to covet the dragon nation? One must ponder who bestowed upon them such audacity. It is akin to an old man hanging himself, seeking to prolong his life. Lin Langtian chuckled, remarking, "For this, the chief specifically praised your adoptive father, Commander Yi Tianming." Upon hearing his adoptive father's name, Yi Wuyo's expression revealed gratitude and concern. Abandoned as an infant, he remained unaware of his biological parents' identities. Were it not for his adoptive father's unwavering support, he would not have ascended to become the youngest captain of the Tiger Ben assault team in the Dragon Nation. 2 decades of devoted care, how could he ever forget? Taking a deep breath, Yi Wuyo gently inquired, "How are my adoptive parents faring?" "It has been quite some time since I last visited them," Lin Langtian responded. "Commander Yi has been promoted to garrison commander. The old gentleman is in robust health, and your adoptive mother is also doing well. He often scolds you for being ungrateful for not visiting them. Your mother misses you dearly." Yi Wuyo sighed with a sense of longing. "I shall visit them next time. Let us not dwell on this today. We are nearing our destination. You must infiltrate and ensure Qiuinan's safety while I procure some materials from the group. We shall reconvene shortly." After speaking, Yi Wuyo handed Lin Langtian a photograph of Qiuinan from his phone. Upon viewing it, Lin Langtian couldn't help but exclaim, "What a stunning beauty! I knew young Master Yi came to Tianhai City to chase after girls." Yi Wuyo swiftly kicked him in the rear, retorting, "Get to work and stop chattering." Knight Wuyo promptly donned a bionic mask, resembling Liu Xiaojia almost indistinguishably. The flawless imitation was so convincing that Lin Langtian nodded in satisfaction. With a swift stride, Knight Wuyo dashed into the corporate building, his pace quickened by the concern that the internal security systems might detect his presence. Upon entering the elevator, a board member recognized the chairman, wearing a mischievous grin, and cheerfully inquired, "Chairman Liu, when will you be available?" "I was contemplating organizing a grand celebration. We could enjoy a delightful outing on a yacht. Moreover, I've arranged for dozens of youthful and stunning models to accompany us." The executive's face bore a facade of excitement as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Knight Wuyo's eyes gleamed behind the mask, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. "Haha. That sounds splendid. However, the models must not be chosen haphazardly. They must be professional models or actresses, as you well know my lofty standards of aesthetics," he replied, arching an eyebrow and casting a knowing glance at the middle-aged executive. The board member, eager to align with this sentiment, immediately concurred, "Indeed, indeed. With such a plethora of beautiful women before us, failing to indulge would be sheer folly." Laughter erupted from him, a hearty guffaw that echoed within the elevator. Knight Wuyo joined in the raucous laughter, their untamed mirth resonating throughout the confined space. Just then, the elevator came to a gentle halt at the designated floor. As the doors slowly opened, Knight Wuyo continued to chuckle while bidding farewell to the middle-aged director, stepping out of the elevator with an air of confidence. However, at the very moment he stepped out of the elevator, his hand darted towards Mr. Liu's pocket with the swiftness of lightning. deftly pilfering the wallet of the director before him, all unbeknownst to the unsuspecting middle-aged executive, who remained blissfully absorbed in the recent jovial atmosphere. The wallet stolen by Yi Wuyo would prove invaluable, as it contained the key required for downloading the core data of the group. His objective was the financial department of the Tianyan Group, where he intended to gather evidence of financial fraud. As Yi Wuyo entered the company's financial department, pedestrians parted like the Red Sea. He encountered a woman of striking figure, who cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Although her allure was captivating, Yi Wuyo had long since developed immunity to such charms. After all, Ning Qingyi's unparalleled beauty had left an indelible impression on him. The sultry allure of the autumn breeze was difficult to rival, and Gu Jun's innocent shyness only heightened his protective instincts. Women of ordinary beauty could no longer stir his emotions. Yi Wuyo mused that many of the women in this group might very well be Mr. Lu's mistresses. His taste, it seemed, was rather lacking. Merely nodding in acknowledgement to them, he swiftly navigated through the crowd and arrived at the office of the financial department's general manager. He pushed open the wooden door and entered. Upon seeing his visitor, General Manager Wang Jia sprang to his feet in greeting, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, what brings you here today?" Yi Wuyo responded with brazen confidence, "Am I not allowed to visit? Or have you been courting my concubine again?" Wang Jia broke into a cold sweat, feeling guilty, as he indeed was entangled with the chairman's mistress. After all, who could resist the throngs of beautiful women surrounding the chairman? Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Wuyo's expression became serious as he stated, "That matter can be discussed later. Today, I have come to examine the company's accounts." Wang Jia finally exhaled, relinquishing the main seat. Yi Wuyo took his place and inquired, "Please retrieve our genuine general ledger, I wish to make a copy." Wang Jia complied, accessing an internal system to which only he held the key. He then explained, "Director Lu, we can only view the information. Copying requires the authorization key from at least a board member." Yi Wuyo nodded in understanding. "I am aware of that, such measures are essential for precaution." He promptly produced the board member key he had previously acquired and inserted it into the computer. Following a brief flicker, his access was successfully activated. The printer whirred to life, yielding dozens of stamped authentic financial statements. Yi Wuyo also printed a forged financial record from previous years. Once he had the two documents in hand, he patted Manager Wang's shoulder and remarked, "Xiao Wang, thank you for your hard work, make sure to take some time off. Our upper management is hosting a party soon, you should join us next time." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Wang Jia in a state of bewilderment. Soon, however, he felt a flicker of joy, believing that the chairman intended to promote him. It seemed that a promotion was within reach, and he smiled with unrestrained enthusiasm. Yi Wuyo hurriedly dashed to the elevator, pressing the button for the underground level. Meanwhile, on the subterranean floor, the atmosphere was oppressive and tense. Qiuyi sat at a massive negotiation table, surrounded by dozens of men of varying shapes and sizes. Each bore a fierce countenance, unmistakably not of a benign nature. Among them, some displayed tattooed azure dragon designs on their left arms, their claws poised menacingly. Another individual bore a fearsome white tiger tattoo upon his right arm, evoking an instinctive dread. They stood or sat, their faces adorned with malevolent smiles, reminiscent of a devil's sinister grin, sending shivers down one's spine. At the forefront of this intimidating assembly sat the notorious and overbearing Lu Xiaojia, with his leg crossed nonchalantly and a cigar clenched between his lips. He exuded an air of unwarranted superiority. His narrow eyes gleamed with avarice and arrogance, fixed intently upon Qiuyinan, as if she were already a possession claimed. With an air of self-satisfaction, Lu Xiaojia addressed her, "Miss Jiao, you strike me as an astute individual. Surely, you comprehend the precariousness of your situation? If you acquiesce to my guidance, a future of unbounded wealth and luxury awaits you. Otherwise, well, I dare say, no one in this world will be able to ensure your safety." At this juncture, he deliberately paused, surveying the predatory gazes of his cohorts. He continued, "My brothers here do not share my penchant for mercy. Should you provoke them, I cannot predict the consequences. Thus, he advised, Miss Jiao, it would be wise for you to recognize the gravity of your circumstances." He flicked the ash from his cigar, his tone growing increasingly arrogant. All you need to do is serve as my informant within the Tianxin group. Follow my directives. And it will not be long before we devour this lucrative prize. At that point, the woman known as Ning Qingyi will find herself burdened with insurmountable debts. Forever trapped in her misfortunes. A cacophony of harsh laughter reverberated through the underground chamber, echoing the loathsome voice of its origin. Meanwhile, Lin Langtian, disguised as a water dispenser technician, was eavesdropping from the adjacent room, ever vigilant for any signs of danger that might threaten Qiao Yinong's safety. She was acutely aware that only through feigned compliance could she hope to navigate the perilous situation. Silently, she implored, "Oh, rogue, do not lead me to ruin. Come swiftly to my aid and liberate me from this torment. You have truly brought me to the brink this time." With a facade of calmness, she addressed Lu Xiao. "I shall heed your words. Release my father, and I will serve as your informant." Lu Xiaojia replied nonchalantly, "Words alone are insufficient, you must comply today. Record a video as proof, and your father will remain here with me until this matter is resolved satisfactorily." Just as Zhou Yinong's expression turned icy and she prepared to flee, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Lu Xiaojia, with a predatory glint in his eye, announced, "Everyone, leave. I am to play the groom." Following this proclamation, dozens exited the room, standing outside in anticipation of orders. Lu Xiaojia approached Zhou Yinong with a sinister intent, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears as a sense of impending doom washed over her, draining the color from her face. In a brutal display, he tore apart her silk garments. Just as the light of day threatened to spill into the room, Yi Wuyo burst through the door. The sounds of battle raged outside, cries of anguish resonating all around. With a fierce left-handed dragon shadow fist, Yi Wuyo struck a man in the chest with terrifying force, sending him hurtling several meters away. With a swift maneuver, the right hand executed a lethal KGB chokehold, snapping the neck of a nearby assailant. The left leg delivered a powerful kick, sending the incoming machete hurtling back and knocking several adversaries off their feet. The formidable Lin Langtian arrived, providing much-needed fire support to Yi Wuyo. The gleaming Desert Eagle sliced through the tranquility of the night, its explosive bullets issuing a thunderous roar, claiming the lives of numerous foes with a single shot. The villains shouted in panic, "Where did that gunfire come from? Our weapons are still in the warehouse. Let us charge, there are only 2 of them." Lin Langtian, a national shooting champion with unparalleled marksmanship, took aim. In that moment of sheer terror among the assailants, Yi Wuyo delivered a powerful kick that shattered the door, rushing in like a tempest, while Lin Langtian continued to fend off the evildoers. Even if 100 more were to come, they would stand no chance against the elite members of the Tiger Ben assault team. The super soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are not to be humiliated, nor are the guardians of the entire nation to be trifled with. Outside, the ground was awash in blood, reminiscent of a horrific sea of carnage. Lin Langtian maintained his indifferent demeanor, polishing the heated Desert Eagle in his grasp. Chapter 17, I have a wife now at this critical juncture. Yi Wuyo burst through the door with fervor. In the corner, Qiao Yinan, shivering with the autumn chill, clung to the wall. Her dress was torn yet still clung to her form, barely concealing her exquisite beauty. Lu Xiaojia had just shed her fitted shirt, revealing her well-toned physique honed from years of dedication to fitness. Little did they expect that this enchanting moment, poised to blossom, would be so ruthlessly shattered. What, exactly, were those so-called thugs outside doing? They had always boasted about their prowess, yet now they seemed utterly inept. He boasted about being the formidable leader of his domain, extolling his prowess and combat skills. Yet, what was the outcome? A multitude of burly men could not even restrain a mere couple of individuals. They truly resembled a gaggle of inept fools. The more Lu Xiaojia contemplated this, the more his indignation swelled within him, a fierce and nameless rage igniting in his chest. His eyes widened in fury as he continued to bellow, "Humph! You insolent brat! The last time. It was your unexpected interference that thwarted my plans, allowing that frosty CEO to slip away. I never anticipated that you would dare to meddle once more. You must be tired of living. Let me make this clear, this is my territory, and it won't be long before my security team arrives at the scene. Just wait and see how I will deal with you, an ignorant wretch." I will ensure you are charged with the grave offenses of stealing trade secrets and instigating a brawl that caused serious injuries to multiple individuals. Furthermore, you audaciously attempted to coerce a woman into submission. The area is swarming with my people, and even if you sprouted wings, you would not escape my grasp. Before Lu Xiaojia could finish his tirade, Yi Wuyu launched a sudden flying kick. The figure sliced through the air with a whoosh, landing directly before Lu Xiaojia. With a swift motion, he struck Lu Xiaojia in a most sensitive area, shattering something in the process. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the heavens, echoing with excruciating pain. Lu Xiaojia, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent sprawling backward, losing consciousness on the spot. Blood flowed from his grievously injured area, painting a tragic and pitiful scene. Knight Wuyo gently removed his outer garment, carefully draping it over the delicate form of Qiao Yinong. The fabric perfectly concealed the tattered and barely visible imperfections of her attire, serving as a warm and steadfast shield. Without hesitation, Knight Wuyo extended his arms and embraced Qiao Yinong tightly. Her voluptuous and exquisite figure resembled a celestial maiden incarnate in the mortal realm, igniting the dormant flames of desire within Knight Wuyo's heart, causing his blood to surge with fervor. However, with formidable willpower and reason, he forcefully suppressed this impulse, preventing it from spiraling out of control. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Qiao Yinong as he steadily made his way toward the door. Qiao Yinong, like a startled fawn, nestled shyly in Knight Wuyo's broad embrace, her cheeks flushed and radiant. The closeness between them allowed her to distinctly feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth of his breath. This intimate contact sent her heart racing, rendering her speechless. In contrast, Knight Wuyo remained remarkably composed, his expression tranquil as water, betraying no inner turmoil. He occasionally cast a glance at the bashful and enchanting woman in his arms, a fleeting softness glimmering in his eyes. At that moment, with just a look, Knight Wuyo conveyed his intent, and Lin Langtian, standing nearby, understood perfectly, nodding in acknowledgement before swiftly making his way to the backyard. Before long, Lin Langtian successfully rescued Qiao Yinong's father and brought him to the front courtyard. In haste, the four of them boarded a jeep parked at the entrance. As the engine roared to life, the jeep sped away like an arrow released from a bow, kicking up a cloud of dust before vanishing at the end of the road. Sitting in the vehicle, Yi Wuyo held the fair-skinned Qiao Yinong in his arms. He slightly parted his lips and asked with genuine concern, "Are you all right? Are you injured or feeling unwell?" Qiao Yinong pouted, her expression one of indignation as she retorted, "Humph. Do you actually wish for me to be harmed? What a heartless scoundrel you are." A playful smile danced upon Yi Wuyo's lips as he teased, "Oh dear. How have I become the rogue? By heaven's grace, I have done nothing to you. Yet you have clung to me since the very beginning. Are you perhaps hoping to take advantage of me? If that is the case, feel free to speak plainly. I have always been quite open-minded." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yinong's face turned a deep shade of crimson. She raised her delicate fist and playfully pounded against Yi Wuyo's chest, repeatedly muttering, "Stop your nonsense. Stop bullying me." Yi Wuyo, however, only laughed more heartily, as if her vexation was merely a source of amusement for him. At that moment, he felt utterly content, cradling such a charming beauty in his arms. Meanwhile, Qiao Yinong's father observed the two young people before him, engaging in their carefree banter and playful antics with a bemused expression. A flush of embarrassment crept across his face, and he could not help but inwardly lament, how is it that today's youth are so lacking in restraint? With elders watching nearby, how could they behave so wildly and without a care? Moreover, their disheveled attire was rather inappropriate. However, recalling that they had just rescued both himself and his daughter, Qi Dongchen refrained from admonishing them. He cleared his throat softly and began, "Mr. Yi, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. It was thanks to you and your companions that we were saved." Yi Wuyo quickly waved his hand dismissively, responding with a smile, "Uncle Qi, you are too kind. Since we are friends, this is but a trifling matter. Besides, had it not been for Yinong's cleverness and outstanding performance, we may not have resolved the issue so smoothly." Meanwhile, Qiao Yinong remained nestled in Yi Wuyo's embrace, not daring to show her face. A radiant smile reminiscent of blooming flowers, adorned her lips, while her fox-like eyes twinkled with unspoken thoughts. Ji Dongchen continued, Mr. Yi. I must say that you and my daughter seem quite well suited. I wonder if there is any fate between you two. May I be so bold as to inquire if you are married? An unusual glimmer appeared in Yi Wuyo's eyes as he offered a wry smile. It seems that Inong and I can only remain friends. Unfortunately, I recently received a marriage certificate with my wife. Upon hearing this, Ji Dongchen merely sighed. How many pairs of lovebirds meet only by chance, yet are deprived of the opportunity to share their days together? Alas! Let the young ones seek their own paths in matters of the heart. Hiding within the embrace of Yi Wuyo, Qiao Yinong's countenance darkened significantly. She pondered to herself, after much difficulty, she had taken a liking to the man before her. How could this rogue be married? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Exceptional men have always been in high demand. In the arena of arranged marriages, they had long been claimed by intelligent and beautiful women. She would find another opportunity to capture his heart and secure his affections. She could hardly believe that she would be unable to sway him. Yi Wuyo, oblivious to Qiao Yinong's current thoughts, would surely be taken aback if he were aware. Lin Langtian, who was driving ahead, refrained from uttering a word. This was a personal matter for the captain, and as a brother, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. The jeep made its way back to the Upper East Side, where Yi Wuyo instructed Lin Langtian to first drop off Qiao Dongchen at home. After ensuring Qiao Dongchen was safely returned, Qiao Yinong followed suit. For her tattered clothing necessitated a change. Should she return to the company with Yi Wuyo in disarray, it would undoubtedly give rise to numerous rumors. Yi Wuyo treated Lin Langtian to a meal, and the two enjoyed a lively exchange over drinks. During the gathering, Lin Langtian remarked, brothers are always ready to share life and death with the captain. We've missed you dearly, make time to visit headquarters. Yi Wuyo's expression fluctuated between light and shadow as he replied, it's not that I wish to avoid returning, you are unaware of my current predicament. Abroad, I am engaged in top-secret missions, bound by the highest level of confidentiality. The United States Shield Agency, the British Intelligence Service, the Italian Mafia, the Weimar Royal Guard, and the Holy See have all issued kill orders against me. Anyone connected to me risks vanishing without a trace. Thus, I have long concealed myself in this coastal city, operating a night stall to grill lamb skewers, all in a bid to befuddle the eyes of my adversaries and evade the relentless pursuit of formidable foes. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have involved you. Lin Langtian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, is this truly the safest haven? Is such concealment truly necessary? Yi Wuyo, lifting his goblet with a grave expression, replied, you speak of the safety of ordinary individuals. But that does not extend to the world's elite assassins. The agents of the Shield Bureau are genetically engineered super soldiers, with their chromosomes altered and even possessing the ability to become invisible. This caliber of assassination is nearly undetectable. Lin Langtian felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. The information he had encountered was also of a highly confidential nature. He had researched and discovered that several renowned figures abroad had met their end in their own homes without a trace. A shiver ran down his spine upon realizing these were agents with extraordinary abilities stemming from genetic modifications. He hastily interjected, young Master Yi, please refrain from speaking further. The confidentiality agreement has yet to expire. I would prefer not to be summoned for a tea session. I shall assume you are merely inebriated and rambling. With a smile, Yi Wuyo responded, Brother Lin, I am indeed intoxicated and speaking nonsense. Rest assured, there is no cause for alarm. You must know that the previous director of the Shield Bureau, Eric Spear, met his demise at my hands. Lin Langtian was well aware that the former director had perished in a mysterious plane crash. He was astonished to learn that it was orchestrated by young Master Yi, indeed. His captain was terrifyingly formidable. Lin Langtian sighed, Boss, you are truly extraordinary. Aren't the Shield Bureau agents in a frenzy? The world seems to conspire against you. My goodness, this is truly intense. Knight Wuyo has yet to disclose many things to his brother, lest he inadvertently lead him into danger. After finishing their drinks, the two bid farewell, and Knight Wuyo takes the subway back to the company alone. Chapter 18, a tinge of jealousy. Time flows silently, and before one realizes, afternoon has arrived. Sunlight streams through the window, casting dappled patterns on the floor. Knight Wuyo strides into the elevator with a light-hearted step. Ascending to the pinnacle of Tianxin Group. Upon entering the spacious, elegantly adorned office, he heads directly toward the coffee machine nestled in the corner. With practiced ease, he selects a packet of Colombian coffee beans, gently pouring them into the grinder. The subtle sound of grinding fills the air, and the rich aroma of coffee begins to waft around him. At this moment, Knight Wuyo hums a cheerful tune, his mood exceptionally buoyant upon reuniting with his sworn brother. After playfully teasing the charming female secretary, life seems exceedingly pleasant. As he waits for the aromatic coffee to slowly drip into the cup, he sways leisurely to the rhythm of his contentment. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, the atmosphere is palpably tense. Lu Xiaojia, having just endured a brutal beating, now huddles in a dark corner, trembling. His clothes lie in tatters, and his once neat visage is now a ghastly sight, marred and bloodied. As the seconds tick by, teetering on the brink of despair, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoes from the distance. He laboriously lifted his head, only to behold a contingent of uniformed security personnel hastening towards him. Their expressions were grave, with batons and shields firmly grasped in their hands. Clearly, they had received an urgent notification and rushed to provide assistance. The security team swiftly sprang into action, skillfully dispersing the onlookers and beginning their search for Lu Xiaojia. Eventually, they found the battered Lu Xiaojia in a dimly lit room. At that moment, his complexion resembled that of parchment, devoid of any color. His once smooth forehead was now adorned with fine beads of sweat, reminiscent of glistening pearls. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth, bravely suppressing his suffering. With trembling hands, he retrieved his phone and dialed the emergency services. Before long, a shrill, piercing siren sliced through the air, growing nearer with each passing moment. Its volume escalating to a deafening crescendo, tightening the strings of anxiety in every heart. Shortly thereafter, a white ambulance sped forth like a bolt of lightning, its wheels sparking against the ground. With a resounding screech, the ambulance came to a firm halt at the scene. The door swung open violently, and several skilled medical personnel leapt from the vehicle. Well-trained and efficient, they swiftly made their way to Lu Xiaojia's side. Their keen eyes immediately recognized the injured sprawled across the ground, each one bloodied, some even unconscious. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, eliciting waves of nausea. Confronted with such a harrowing sight, a profound chill surged within the hearts of the emergency responders. Simultaneously, he pondered deeply, what kind of harrowing battle had transpired here. Subsequently, they cast aside their thoughts and immediately immersed themselves in the urgent rescue efforts. The paramedics meticulously lifted Lu Xiaojia and other injured individuals onto stretchers, gently placing them into the ambulance before closing the doors. Each movement was executed with utmost tenderness, fearful of inflicting further pain upon the victims. Once all the injured had been safely transferred to the ambulance, the vehicle roared to life and sped towards the hospital like the wind. Upon arrival at the hospital, doctors and nurses were already on high alert. As Lu Xiaojia was wheeled into the operating room, the medical staff promptly commenced a thorough examination and treatment. His wounds were meticulously cleansed and disinfected, then sutured with precision. The entire surgical procedure extended over several hours, imbued with tension and trepidation. Ultimately, the operation concluded successfully. Although Lu Xiaojia's life was spared, the trauma he endured would necessitate a prolonged period of recuperation for him to return to his former self. This unforeseen calamity had also etched an indelible shadow upon his spirit. Though the bleeding had ceased, the man's virility was encased in plaster. Lu Xiaojia glared vehemently out the window, cursing the ancestors of Yi Wuyo for 8 generations. He vowed that once he emerged from this ordeal, he would exact revenge on this scoundrel who had repeatedly thwarted his endeavors. At that moment, within the precincts of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, the chief sat diligently at his desk, engrossed in work. Suddenly, the abrupt ringing of the telephone shattered the tranquility of the room, prompting the chief to reach for the receiver. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the director furrowed his brow tightly. It turned out that a large-scale brawl had erupted in the basement of the Tianyan group, resulting in significant casualties. According to the footage provided by the security team, the police have preliminarily identified a suspect named Yi Wuyo, who had engaged in fierce combat, severely injuring dozens of individuals, all of whom have been transported to the hospital for treatment. Furthermore, he had fatally shot several individuals with connections to organized crime. The district police officer in charge of the case sought my advice on whether to immediately apprehend Yi Wuyo. Upon hearing the name Yi Wuyo, Director Liu felt a jolt in his heart, and his expression turned solemn as he stated emphatically, "Director Li, I am quite familiar with the situation regarding Yi Wuyo. He is one of our own, an elite force of Longhua. We do not possess the authority to arrest or interrogate him. Your task is to capture all those involved with organized crime and send them to prison, spare none." At that moment, the individual on the other end of the line was seriously assigning tasks, while on the other side, Director Li stood tall and straight, responding with a resounding voice, "Understood. Please rest assured, I will strictly adhere to your instructions." After concluding the call, Director Liu couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, remarking, "Ah. Truly deserving of the title of the most elite warriors of Longhua, the kings among special forces." Even when faced with adversaries outnumbering him by dozens, he remained effortlessly capable of vanquishing all those who dared to challenge him. Meanwhile, the secretary, Qiu Yinong, had already returned home, swiftly changing out of the tattered garments. Nevertheless, a sense of shyness and embarrassment lingered within her. After all, every inch of her had been laid bare before that detestable rogue. The mere thought of it made her feel utterly ashamed to face anyone. To make matters worse, that scoundrel was already a married man. However, Qiu Yinong soon shook her head vigorously, striving to rid herself of such distressing thoughts. Subsequently, she accompanied her father to the hospital for a thorough examination of his injuries. Fortunately, the doctor diagnosed him with merely superficial wounds. With a few days of topical medication, the bruises would heal completely. At this moment, Yi Wuyo remained oblivious to the extent of Liu Xiaojia's fury in the hospital room. He was eagerly anticipating Liu Xiaojia to fall into his trap, collaborating with certain hostile forces to strike against the Tianxin group. He had acquired first-hand incriminating evidence against the Tianyan group in this operation, waiting for the perfect moment to ensnare his prey. Soon enough, his phone chimed, the sender being the enchanting head of the modeling department, Fu Mingni. The message read, "Young Master Yi, I am terribly busy in the department today. I shall treat you to a grand feast another day. Please do not be upset. I adore you." Yi Wuyo collapsed into the presidential chair and sighed, pondering how such charming women always seemed to gravitate towards him. Desiring to maintain a low profile and avoid entanglement, Yi Wuyo found himself unoccupied that afternoon. As the workday drew to a close, he descended to the ground floor via the elevator. He made his way to the underground parking lot, where he ignited the engine of his Ferrari SF90. With a swift press of the accelerator, the crimson lightning surged forth from the company premises. 10 minutes later, the Ferrari returned to the underground garage of the Villa District in the Upper East Side. Yi Wuyo stepped out of the vehicle, closed the door behind him, and walked towards his home. At that moment, Aunt Zhang had already returned, and a sumptuous meal was prepared, exuding warmth and inviting aromas. After a brief wait, Ning Qingyi also arrived home, though her expression bore a hint of chill, leaving Yi Wuyo puzzled about the cause. With warmth, Yi Wuyo exclaimed, "Qingyi darling, let us dine together. The food is still steaming." Ning Qingyi replied coldly, "Why didn't you dine with Minister Fu from your modeling department?" Yi Wuyo's cheeks flushed with a wry smile, realizing that his wife was feeling envious. She had previously claimed indifference toward his personal life, why then was she upset? "We are merely friends, nothing more. I swear by the heavens, how could my darling Qingyi be angry with her husband?" Ning Qingyi's demeanor grew even more frigid as she retorted, "Firstly, I am not your darling, so refrain from such affectionate terms. Secondly, we have an understanding, you merely fulfill the role of my husband. As for your trifles with other women, I am indifferent as long as you do not bring them home. I will pretend I did not see." With that, Ning Qingyi set down her Hermes crocodile handbag. After washing his hands in the restroom, he sat down opposite Yi Wuyo, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat, not sparing her a glance. Once he finished his meal, Ning Qingyi returned to her room to resume her work. Observing that this icy beauty was ignoring him, Yi Wuyo thought it best not to provoke her further, suspecting she was still upset. It was still early, so he decided to take a drive to clear his mind. Arriving at the garage, he inserted the key and turned the ignition. With a press of the accelerator, he sped out of the villa area. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi, noticing Yi Wuyo's departure, muttered to herself, "That scoundrel, can't he at least charm me a little? With an affair on the side. Won't he let his legitimate wife have some dignity? Never mind, he is merely an actor I hired, not my real husband. Why should I be angry? It was merely an unexpected lapse. In a few years, when I no longer need him, I shall replace him." Despite her huffy demeanor, the expression on the Ice Queen CEO's face betrayed her true feelings. Chapter 19, Enchantment in the nightclub. Yi Wuyo pressed down hard on the gas pedal, the roar of the Ferrari crescendoing around him. Racing could alleviate his frustrations. After all, he was still in the vigor of youth. The speedometer indicated he had reached 200 km/h, and the pace continued to ascend without notice, the engine revving to its peak. This beast of a supercar sliced through the night like a shooting star. At that moment, Yi Wuyo gradually eased off the pedal. He had no desire to have his driver's license revoked tomorrow. This limited edition Ferrari SF90 could easily surpass 300 km/h. Just as Yi Wuyo contemplated his destination, he approached a nightclub ahead. The neon-lit sign proclaimed Nights of Revelry, unmistakably indicating that this was no respectable establishment. Nevertheless, Night Wuyo was out to seek enjoyment. With familiarity and ease, he parked his luxurious supercar, worth millions, in a nearby space. As the car door swung open, his tall figure emerged, instantly captivating the attention of those around him. Curious, envious, and even jealous glances were cast his way, as onlookers speculated about how someone so youthful could command such a prestigious vehicle. Surely, he must be a scion of wealth. At that moment, a group of individuals resembling lackeys swiftly approached. One notably stout man, adorned with a sycophantic grin, stepped forward and slightly bowed. He respectfully inquired, "May I ask how to address this esteemed young master? My name is Huang Tao, and I oversee the venue here. You may call me Xiao Tao. Tonight, whether it be for a private booth or bar service, everything will be at half price for you." A faint smile graced Night Wuyo's lips as he responded, "You may call me young Master Yi. Please arrange for a private booth, ensuring it is the finest in the establishment. As for the costs, they are of no concern." Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's face lit up with ecstatic delight. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Of course, young Master Yi. Please follow me. It is only fitting to provide you with the most exclusive location." With utmost deference, he led Night Wuyo into the club. As they stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped by the deafening music and a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights. The center of the stage was already teeming with an exuberant crowd, swaying joyfully to the pulsating rhythm of the music. On the expansive stage, an unknown street performer was passionately belting out melodies, while nearby dancers enthralled the audience with their graceful movements and electrifying choreography, prompting waves of cheers and applause from below. Surveying the surroundings, one could see that the nearby booths were filled with a diverse array of young men and women. Some were raising their glasses and engaging in lively conversation, while others gently swayed to the beat of the music, completely immersed in the festive atmosphere. Guided by Huang Tao, Yi Wuyo arrived at a booth situated closest to the dance floor. He settled down comfortably, crossing his legs nonchalantly as he surveyed the environment around him. Before long, a young girl in a server's uniform approached with a light step. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with delicate and gentle contours. When she smiled, it was as if spring blossoms were unfurling, radiating sweetness and charm. In a soft voice, she said, "Good evening, sir. I am the server here. You may call me Tang Tang." As she spoke, she presented a beautifully crafted drink menu to Yi Wuyo and continued, "This menu includes all the exquisite wines and spirits we offer, featuring selections from both domestic and international sources." Yi Wuyo smiled politely as he accepted the menu from Tang Tang, then began to scan it intently, his deep-set eyes focused on every name and description. seemingly in search of the perfect libation to satisfy his palate. After a moment, he lifted his gaze. Turning to Tang Tang, he requested, "Could you please bring me a glass of single malt whiskey? Do remember to add some ice, thank you." Upon hearing Yi Wuyo's order, Tang Tang smiled and nodded, taking the drink menu from his hands. She then gracefully turned away, her steps reminiscent of a dancing butterfly. Before long, Tang Tang reappeared before Yi Wuyo, this time holding a tray with poise. Upon it rested a crystal-clear glass and an unopened bottle of whiskey. Yi Wuyo gazed at the whiskey before him, a glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He extended his right hand, gently lifting the glass to his nose. With his eyes slightly closed, he inhaled deeply. Instantly, a rich, robust aroma, laced with subtle fruity notes and a hint of smokiness, enveloped him. A look of rapture spread across Yi Wuyo's face, as if he were immersed in the enchanting bouquet of the whiskey. This exquisite drink hailed from the renowned distillery of the distant land of England, specifically the 25-year sherry cask matured version from Macallan. Its distinctive flavor and exceptional quality have rendered it a classic among whiskey aficionados. The unique smoky aroma intertwined with floral and fruity notes, and its deep, peachwood hue, were captivating. A single sip ignited a fire within, its rich fragrance intoxicating, as if stepping into an endless expanse of meadows. Yi Wuyo marveled, truly, this is a vintage single malt from the sherry cask. Only those with a discerning palate can truly appreciate it. At that moment, a nearby server drew closer to Yi Wuyo. With a seductive tone, she remarked, "You truly have a refined palate for wine, young Master Yi. I hear you drive a Ferrari SF90? I wonder if I might have the chance to enjoy a drive with you." As she spoke, the woman leaned in closer to Yi Wuyo, attempting to allure the affluent air before her, hoping to captivate a potential suitor. Yet, Yi Wuyo found her overt allure rather vulgar. He promptly pushed her away, his sobriety intact. Having encountered numerous women, including many celebrities and supermodels, he was not easily swayed. Coldly, he replied, "I apologize, but I am already committed. I kindly ask you to maintain your self-respect." Upon hearing this, the waitress, known as Tang Tang, appeared somewhat disheartened. She had successfully captivated many wealthy heirs in the past and did not expect to falter this time. Gradually, she retreated, merely stating, "If you require any more drinks, please do not hesitate to let me know." Yi Wuyo nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, he noticed a stunning beauty dancing in the center of the dance floor. Her captivating figure rendered him momentarily unsteady, as if the glass in his hand threatened to slip from his grasp. Several men approached her, seeking to engage in conversation, but she effortlessly dismissed them with a few casual words, clearly not the type to indulge in frivolity. Sensing something, she turned her enchanting gaze towards Yi Wuyo, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. He felt a jolt of electricity surge through him, prompting him to down the remainder of his drink in one swift motion, the exhilaration evident on his face. After setting down the empty glass, he approached the radiant young woman before him. With a gentlemanly flourish, he extended his hand in the traditional waltz invitation, beckoning her to dance. She graciously accepted his hand, and together they glided across the dance floor in a graceful duet. The graceful steps of the waltz attracted countless glances. Undoubtedly, these two exuded an air of royal elegance, perfectly matched in their youthfulness, their movements flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream. There was not a hint of discord, their performance was nothing short of breathtaking, akin to that of professional dancers. Knight Wuyo wrapped his arm around the woman's delicate waist and said, "Fairy, I am Knight Wuyo. Later, I shall take you for a spin." The woman tightened her grip on Knight Wuyo's robust back like a tiger. Teasingly, she replied, "Tonight, I belong to you. My name is Ling Lingzi." As the music came to an end, they completed their final dance. Their cheeks were so close that only a few centimeters separated them. Knight Wuyo slowly withdrew, noticing the flush on the woman's neck. Her cheeks warmed slightly, as such intimate proximity during the waltz was inevitable. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Several privileged young men approached, clad in trendy attire, sporting dyed hair and ear studs, with cigars in hand. They exuded an air of bravado, and the leader, brimming with arrogance, declared, "You wench, we invite you to dance, yet you refuse. Encountering this unknown, impoverished wretch, you get too close." Lung Lingzi remained composed, her demeanor unruffled, and mockingly retorted, "You pathetic boys, have you looked in the mirror? Do you even know how to perform the authentic waltz? Beyond boasting and bluster, you are nothing. With whom I choose to share my bed is my own affair, your meddling is rather excessive." Knight Wuyo, standing beside her, could hardly contain his laughter, nearly doubling over at the fiery young woman's forthrightness. Upon hearing this, several men cast furious glances at Yi Wuyo, seeking to unleash their pent-up frustration. One of the men exclaimed, "You little brat, still smiling? Just wait until I give you a couple of slaps, teaching you to acknowledge your elder and call me father." He then advanced towards Yi Wuyo, swinging his hand with the intent to strike. With a slight tilt of his head, Yi Wuyo evaded the blow. But it was rather sluggish. In response, he unleashed a series of Muay Thai combinations, sending the wealthy young man reeling, causing him to vomit copiously. Witnessing their companion being assaulted, the surrounding brothers were ignited with unbridled rage, charging at Yi Wuyo like famished wolves. Seizing an empty wine bottle from nearby, Yi Wuyo executed a swift kick, sending it hurtling toward them. As they rushed forward, the empty bottle struck their feet, causing them to tumble to the ground like overturned vegetables. Lung Lingzi, standing nearby, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, laughter blooming like flowers, evoking pity in those who beheld her. The commotion drew the attention of the nightclub security. Several uniformed guards hurried towards the scene. Although Yi Wuyo felt unperturbed, he realized that he could not extricate himself from the situation for the moment. Therefore, he grasped Lung Lingzi's fair, delicate hand and dashed out of the nightclub. He swiftly activated his vehicle, helping her into the passenger seat, before flooring the accelerator. The guards, too, hopped into their vehicle, attempting to pursue Yi Wuyo. Yet, how could they catch up with a Ferrari? In a matter of moments, he left them far behind, the tail lights of the Ferrari fading into the distance. The young woman leaned shyly against Yi Wuyo, her cheeks flushed, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol. She playfully chided, "Brother Yi, how much longer do you intend to hold me?" Yi Wuyo, too, was uncertain whether it was the alcohol that affected him. He proudly declared, "As long as we embrace until dawn, it should pose no problem." Beneath the moonlight, the supercar sped by, and the beauty nestled in his embrace. The warmth and romance of this moment was what Yi Wuyo yearned for. The bloodshed and the smoky battleground may have long faded away. For an hour, Yi Wuyo and Lung Lingzi strolled along the golden beach, listening to the waves caress the shore. Ultimately, they held hands as they entered a seaside hotel. After checking into their room, they seamlessly continued to hold hands as they stepped inside. With a playful tone, Lung Lingzi suggested, "Shall we drink and play cards? We can talk the night away until dawn." Yi Wuyo teased in return, "A night of silence until dawn?" Outside, only the moonlight and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard. The following morning, Yi Wuyo awoke in a daze, surrounded by a faint fragrance and the lingering scent that belonged solely to her. He exclaimed, "Lingzi, my little treasure, how could it be that I've led another innocent girl astray? She was so passionate playing cards with me last night." Chapter 20, The Prelude to Business Warfare. Yi Wuyo leisurely sat up in bed, stretching widely. Then, unhurriedly, he descended from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, allowing the cool water to flow freely. He cupped his hands to splash water on his face, instantly feeling refreshed. Next, he picked up his toothbrush, applied toothpaste, and began to brush his teeth. After rinsing and spitting out the foamy residue, he completed his morning routine and approached the wardrobe. Carefully selecting an appropriate outfit, he dressed with the thought that today, he would be heading to his wife's company to work. One must not be careless. It is imperative to leave a good impression. Should one inadvertently provoke her displeasure, returning home could entail kneeling on a washboard in penance. As he turned to glance at the edge of the bed, a tinge of melancholy washed over his gaze. That enchanting figure had long since vanished without a trace, as if the captivating cold Lingzi had never existed at all. Moreover, she had left no means of contact, which left Yi Wuyo feeling somewhat despondent and unable to forget. Fortunately, it seemed they had shared an intimate moment before her departure, for her faint, lingering fragrance still clung to him, subtly swirling at the tip of his nose and stirring his emotions. Despite her abrupt exit, Yu Wuyo did not dwell on it excessively. He felt a sense of fate guiding him, as if they were destined to cross paths again someday. With this thought, his spirits lifted slightly. He stepped out of the room, ready to indulge in the breakfast offered by the inn. Upon arriving at the dining area, he chose a table by the window. Gazing at the radiant sunlight and the bustling crowd outside, he began to savor the delectable breakfast, which included an array of baguettes, sandwiches, and sausages. After his meal, he strolled leisurely to the parking area, where his sleek Ferrari caught his eye. Opening the door, he gracefully settled into the driver's seat, expertly starting the engine before reaching for the car's audio controls. In an instant, Adele's captivating voice filled the air, flowing like a clear spring and enveloping the entire cabin. As he succumbed to the enchanting melody, a spontaneous smile of ease and joy graced Yu Wuyo's cheeks, reminiscent of a dashing young nobleman who had just celebrated his wedding night. In no time, he arrived at the headquarters of the company, where the security guard, upon spotting his flamboyant Ferrari and familiar visage, stood straight and rendered a standard salute, promptly gesturing for him to enter. Yu Wuyo nodded slightly in acknowledgement before gently pressing the accelerator, guiding his vehicle into the parking lot. After locating a suitable space, he turned off the engine, opened the door, and stepped out. To his surprise, the underground parking area was unusually crowded today. It was seldom this congested. He sensed something unusual was afoot within the company. Hastening towards the elevator on the first floor, he ascended directly to the boardroom level. Without knocking, he entered the room, noting that it was still quite early and the morning meeting had yet to commence. His wife had already arrived, seated at the head of the round table, perusing the materials in her hands with a rather displeased expression. Upon noticing someone taking a seat, her sharp gaze fell upon him, her eyes narrowing in mild irritation as if protesting his abrupt departure. With a playful yet chilling tone, she remarked, "Director Yi, you do arrive rather early. And is that Tiffany blue basil perfume I detect on you?" Ning Qingyi's lips curled in a smile that sent a shiver down his spine. Yu Wuyo felt a twinge of guilt. Having indulged in leisure the previous night, he had forgotten to shower that morning, and his oversight had been swiftly uncovered by Qingyi. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and reply with a hint of bitterness, "It seems, General Manager Ning, that you possess quite the knowledge of perfumes. Perhaps last night's indulgence led to an unfortunate encounter." Observing Yu Wuyo's clumsy excuses, Ning Qingyi felt a surge of anger within her. However, with a meeting imminent, she refrained from displaying her displeasure. She resolved to engage in a silent standoff with the unfaithful rogue upon returning home, intending to gradually confront him about his transgressions. The other board members exchanged apprehensive glances, as the president rarely concerned himself with their private lives. Why the sudden curiosity today? Who exactly was this Yu Wuyo? Moreover, today's meeting held great significance, determining the future trajectory of the company. The shareholders' conference had already been initiated by the major shareholders, with another important gathering scheduled shortly. Before long, the board secretary, Qiu Yinong, gracefully entered. Today, she donned a form-fitting white dress and adorned her feet with dazzling starlet heels, accentuating her alluring curves. Her long, fair legs were strikingly captivating. Her hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, tinted with a subtle wine-red hue, exuding an air of exquisite sophistication as if she were preparing for a beauty pageant rather than a day at the office. The male executives present could hardly contain their admiration. Some middle-aged men with families averted their gazes, fearing the temptation of infidelity might be discovered by their wives. Ning Qingyi was somewhat taken aback by her friend's transformation from her usual professional demeanor to this youthful and enchanting appearance. However, given the day's pressing matters, she chose not to delve further into the reasons behind it. Qiu Yinong commenced the board meeting, her enchanting gaze occasionally drifting towards Yu Wuyo, filled with tender affection akin to autumn waters. Meanwhile, Yu Wuyo lamented internally, acutely aware of having offended his wife. If this continues, one may find themselves kneeling before the durian for at least half an hour, and it is likely that the situation will not conclude favorably. Yu Wuyo feigned sipping tea, deliberately avoiding the gaze of his female secretary. Autumn's essence filled the air, and she found amusement in her heart. How could this rogue be so indifferent to allure? Today, she had adorned herself with care, intending to entice Yi Wuyo, allowing him to see yet not possess, provoking a longing within him. At this moment, Yi Wuyo remained blissfully unaware of his secretary's thoughts, engrossed in his tea while listening to the report. The female secretary, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Currently, our group's international trade endeavors are facing stringent scrutiny from customs. This implies that for the forthcoming months, we will be unable to deliver goods to our suppliers as initially planned. According to our contractual obligations, in the event of a breach, we are liable for penalties that could amount to threefold the original sum. A preliminary estimate suggests that these fines may reach an astonishing several hundred billion." She paused briefly, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Moreover, the major banks in this city have collectively suspended our group's normal loan services. Their justification is the suspicion surrounding our asset status, leading them to decisively deny us further financial support. Simultaneously, these banks have explicitly demanded that we settle all outstanding debts within a specified timeframe." The secretary furrowed her brow, her expression laden with concern as she continued, "Fortunately, the impact on our fashion and beauty sector has been relatively minor. Our existing inventory can sustain normal operations for a limited period. However, even so, to truly rejuvenate and foster the growth of these businesses, a substantial influx of capital is urgently required to activate them. Considering all these factors, it is foreseeable that our group might barely sustain itself for a few more months. However, once this period elapses, we may find ourselves grappling with the inability to disburse salaries punctually and in full. At that juncture, the lack of sufficient funds to facilitate the smooth operation of various ventures could tragically lead the entire company to the brink of closure. The company's stock price is currently being aggressively shorted and sold off by unknown speculators, resulting in a drastic plunge and a loss of billions in market value. A shareholders' meeting has been jointly requested by the shareholders." Upon hearing this, the directors seated around the table wore grave expressions, some harboring ulterior motives, their thoughts inscrutable. Even Ning Qingyi, whose ethereal beauty usually exuded an air of tranquility, displayed a hint of anxiety. Slowly, she spoke, regarding the international trade sector. "I am utilizing my connections to facilitate matters. I will seek assistance from overseas banks for the loans. If we can maintain a stable foundation until the funds arrive, everything will fall into place. As for the shareholders' meeting, we shall convey the truth. Although the crisis has arrived, it is not yet a matter of life and death." In response, the shareholders on either side echoed her sentiments. "With General Manager Ning at the helm, our company shall not falter. Have we not faced numerous crises over the years? This particular crisis seems to have significant implications and must be approached with caution. Several factions are involved, and their ambitions are considerable." As the discussion progressed, Yi Wuyo observed that some board members exhibited no change in expression whatsoever. It seemed they were already aware that such a situation might arise, thus rendering them unfazed. Yi Wuyo suspected that they had been bribed by Lu Xiaojia and others. Ning Qingyi continued, "In light of this crisis, I hereby delegate full authority to Yi Wuyo to manage the situation. I will now proceed to convene a shareholders' meeting. Those of you who are unoccupied may accompany me." Upon hearing this, the directors gazed at Yi Wuyo with trepidation, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Why would the chairperson entrust such a significant responsibility to a young newcomer? Could it be that this individual possessed formidable backing? Although Ning Qingyi was youthful, she was a formidable businesswoman, decisive in her actions and always strategizing, never engaging in ventures without assurance. The beautiful secretary, Qiu Yinong, also cast her gaze upon Yi Wuyo, as if to say, "You are quite remarkable, Qingyi dares to let you bear the brunt of this challenge. One misstep, and this colossal vessel could easily collide with an iceberg." Yi Wuyo raised an eyebrow and returned the gaze of the two women. With an air of confidence, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, though I am still in the bloom of youth and new to this esteemed place, I am confident in my ability to turn this dire situation around. I implore you to bear witness." The crowd remained skeptical, non-committal in their responses. Only Ning Qingyi and Qiu Yinong held faith in Yi Wuyo's words. The meeting subsequently adjourned, and everyone accompanied Ning Qingyi to the shareholders' meeting, while Yi Wuyo returned to his office, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, sipping aromatic coffee as if nothing were amiss. Chapter 21, Who is the Prey? Ning Qingyi, with graceful strides, led the impeccably dressed board members. As they approached another spacious and brightly lit conference hall, the sight that greeted them upon entering was nothing short of breathtaking. The venue was teeming with people, with every seat occupied. An estimate suggesting that there were over 1,000 attendees present. This hall was originally designated by the corporation to honor outstanding employees and to host grand annual meetings. And at this moment, it buzzed with extraordinary liveliness. With the entrance of Ning Qingyi and the board members, the previously cacophonous hall gradually fell into a hushed silence. All eyes turned towards this captivating group, particularly the young and beautiful woman at the forefront, Ning Qingyi. Not only did she possess an unparalleled beauty that captivated countless gazes, but she also embodied a rare combination of wealth, intelligence, and grace, making her the focal point of the gathering. Ning Qingyi and her fellow board members confidently ascended the podium and took their seats in succession. Subsequently, the poised and charming Qiu Yinan stepped forward with a smile, grasped the microphone, and commenced the proceedings of this pivotal meeting. The first agenda item was the question and answer session for shareholder representatives. A serious-looking middle-aged man stood up. Introducing himself, "Hello, Chairman Ning, esteemed board members, I am Tang Wenshan, the 10th largest shareholder of the company. Recently, it has come to light through the Kyoto Business Weekly that our company is on the brink of insolvency, with cash flow issues looming. I am uncertain of the veracity of this information. If it is indeed accurate, what measures does the company intend to undertake in response?" At that moment, the entire hall fell into a profound silence, with everyone holding their breath, eagerly awaiting Ning Qingyi's response. The resonant voice of Ning Qingyi echoed through the hall. Cool and resolute, "Mr. Tang, regarding the information disclosed by the Business Metropolitan Daily, I am uncertain as to the channels through which they obtained it. However, it is true that the company currently faces a potential risk of cash flow disruption. I assure you, though, that there are no issues at the operational level. If we can raise the necessary funds within the next few months, we can turn the situation around." Tang Wenshan continued. "I have heard that the company's second major business is encountering obstacles. Goods and international trade are being scrutinized at the borders. If we fail to deliver on time to our suppliers, the company could face compensation claims in the billions. Is this true, General Manager Ning?" The frost on Ning Qingyi's cheeks seemed capable of freezing souls. "I can unequivocally assure everyone that as long as we unite to overcome these immediate challenges, the company will absolutely not face bankruptcy," the chairman stated with unwavering conviction. His gaze was firm and powerful, as if it could penetrate the hearts of everyone present. "Over the years, we have weathered countless storms, yet Tianxing has remained steadfast, never once betraying the trust and support of the shareholders gathered here." The chairman's words resonated deeply, stirring emotions within the audience. Tang Wenshan sat quietly, absorbing the chairman's candid response. Gradually, the tension etched on his face began to ease, and much of his anxiety dissipated. In the end, he appeared to release the heavy burden from his heart, leaning back with satisfaction, before settling heavily into his chair. At this moment, the enchanting and graceful female secretary stepped forward. She delicately parted her crimson lips and spoke in a melodious voice, "Next, I invite the other major shareholders to express their opinions." As her words resonated, a brief silence enveloped the conference room. Suddenly, a middle-aged man slowly rose from his seat. This gentleman possessed striking features, his sharp brows and bright eyes rendered him quite handsome. Appearing to be around 40 years of age, he was remarkably well preserved. His tall and upright stature exuded an air of maturity and composure with every gesture. Observing his attire, one could not help but notice the extraordinary taste he displayed. Clad in a perfectly tailored gray double-breasted suit by Givenchy, it accentuated his robust physique splendidly. The assembly was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this gentleman stand, followed by expressions of astonishment. Even the usually composed Ning Qingyi and the other board members could not conceal their surprise, for they instantly recognized that this imposing figure was none other than Ning Chendong, the former chairman of Tianxing Group and the very architect of this legendary business empire. Years ago, when Ning Qingyi returned to her homeland to inherit her mother's shares, she was elected to the board. During that time, Ning Qindong, having achieved fame and fortune, had grown indifferent to the company's operations. Ning Qingyi ascended from board member to chairwoman, acquiring a significant portion of the shares sold by her father. However, a considerable amount still remained in Ning Qindong's possession, making his presence a pivotal factor in the ongoing power struggle among various factions. Standing tall, Ning Qindong surveyed the gathered individuals with piercing eyes. His resonant and robust voice echoed throughout the conference room, "Esteemed colleagues, you are undoubtedly aware of my identity. Indeed, I am the founder of our company and the former chairman of the board. In the past, it was through my fervent passion and relentless efforts that I personally forged the vast commercial empire known as Tianxing Group." At this juncture, he paused slightly, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. However, he quickly regained his serious demeanor and continued, "It deeply saddens me to acknowledge that, due to my daughter's mismanagement and shortcomings, our company is currently facing a series of formidable challenges and risks. Here, I must extend my heartfelt apologies to all present." At this moment, Ning Qindong took a deep breath and then revealed a significant announcement. "Recently, Tianyan Group has clearly expressed their intention to acquire our group. Furthermore, based on the terms proposed by them, the acquisition price will be calculated at 60% of today's closing stock value of our company. If there are no objections and everyone agrees to such a proposal, we must then take the necessary actions. First, we need to dismiss the current board members, after which I will temporarily assume the role of chairman to facilitate the completion of this targeted acquisition with Tianyan Group." Ning Qindong's words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempestuous wave. The entire venue was suddenly engulfed in a cacophony of astonishment. The former chairman's return is undoubtedly a bid for power, and this time, there will be a spectacle to behold. Through the shareholders' meeting, this authority is poised to oust the board's senior executives and assume temporary leadership, selling the company at a mere 60% of its current value. This would result in Tianxing Group being absorbed by Tianyan, an act that can only be described as highway robbery. Some shareholders have begun to waver, contemplating the preservation of their capital at around 60%. Even long-term shareholders could potentially profit, a far better outcome than facing impending bankruptcy and insolvency in a few months. Many echoed in agreement, "We support the former chairman's return and the restructuring." The expressions of those on the podium darkened, for if such actions were indeed taken, they would undoubtedly be swept away, losing their former prestige. Meanwhile, Ning Qingyi would inevitably transition from the helm of the group to a position of insignificance as a mere board member. With an icy demeanor, she declared, "Tianxing is my mother's legacy, and no one shall tarnish it. Not even you, my father. We are far from facing downfall. The fashion and beauty industry remains unscathed." Ning Qindong retorted coldly, "My daughter, what is the point of this? Even if the company is sold at 60%, you would still be a billionaire heiress. Although your wealth would diminish by nearly 100 million, it would still be a safe exit. Stubbornness and engaging in a battle of wits with those few will only lead you to liquidation and bankruptcy. Do you truly believe the remaining assets can endure for long? You underestimate the alliance of the three giants." Ning Qingyi's expression remained as unyielding as ever, radiating an aura of unassailable authority. With a calm yet commanding tone, she asserted, "Let them come and try, we shall see who ultimately prevails." Ning Qindong sighed, remarking, "You resemble your mother far too much, you are truly impervious to reason." Ning Qingyi cast a frigid glance at her father and resolutely retorted, "You have no right to mention my mother. If it weren't for you, how could we have faced our family's ruin and separation?" Ning Qindong sank into a chair, as if he had aged several years in that moment. He had come today with a purpose, yet found himself returning empty-handed. He had clandestinely formed an alliance with Lu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Liao Wenkai. He resolved to visit his daughter's home later to discuss matters, for a businessman understands that amicability fosters prosperity. Although the shareholders' meeting had been tumultuous and boisterous, no significant resolutions had been reached. With Ning Qingyi and several senior shareholders holding half of the company's shares, unless a major shareholder defected to support Ning Qindong, it would be challenging to restrain the board and execute the takeover bid. Everyone was acutely aware that selling Tianxing at a mere 60% of its value was indeed a bargain. After the meeting, Ning Qingyi's cheeks bore a frost-like pallor as she returned to her office. At this moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Could her cunning husband truly help her turn the tide? This crisis had reached a critical juncture. If her father maneuvered correctly, she, as the female CEO, might have to relinquish her position at any moment. In the face of a victor, everyone knew which side to align with, particularly those seasoned major shareholders. Yu Wuyo made a phone call, reaching the home of his father's old comrade. The number was evidently a secured private line, known only to a select few. A deep, resonant voice of a middle-aged man answered the call, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" Knight Wuyo respectfully said, "Uncle." "It is I, Knight Wuyo. I apologize for the interruption, I know you are extremely busy." The voice on the other end softened with warmth and kindness, responding leisurely, "Ah. It is young Knight. It has been quite some time since you last reported on your work. Your father is doing well. I hope you can find the time to return for a visit." Clearly, the uncle on the phone shared a deep bond with his adoptive father. And Knight Wuyo's address of uncle indicated a personal request. Who could this mysterious figure be, if not someone of profound understanding? Knight Wuyo replied, "There have been disturbances abroad. I shall elaborate when I next visit Kyoto. I also wish to see my adoptive parents." He then continued, "The reason for my call is indeed a matter of request." The man on the line chuckled, "I knew you would come with an agenda, you never come without a reason. Speak plainly, I have much work to attend to." Knight Wuyo succinctly stated, "Uncle, I recently got married. My wife's company's imported goods have been inexplicably detained. If we follow the formal procedures, it may take months for clearance. And the company risks default and substantial penalties." Upon hearing this, the man on the phone understood precisely how to assist. He said, "Send me a list through my secretary. I will ensure the goods are released by tonight. You still owe me a celebratory feast, you rascal." Knight Wuyo replied with delight. "I will arrange a banquet on another occasion, and I will certainly invite you. Once the goods are released, I hope that the news of their clearance remains confidential. I have further plans, your kindness shall not go unacknowledged." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, saying, "You have risked your life for the Dragon Kingdom, enduring numerous perils. Your contributions are beyond measure. What does my assistance amount to? I know you, you crafty little rascal, always teeming with mischief. Rest assured, this information will not spread." He then hung up the phone. Yu Wuyo proceeded to compile a list of the foreign trade goods that had been seized. After completing it, he sent it to his father's old comrade. Once the task was accomplished, Yu Wuyo leaned back in his leather chair, reflecting, every beginning is fraught with difficulty. But the first step has been taken. Lu Xiaojia and the others would never imagine. There are always greater forces beyond our own. The game is just commencing. Who is the prey? And who the hunter? It remains uncertain. Chapter 22, The Art of Deception. After the meeting, Ning Qingyi slowly rose and exited the conference hall, making her way directly to Yu Wuyo's office. As her knock sounded, Yu Wuyo, reclining with his legs crossed, pleasantly invited, "Come in." Ning Qingyi entered like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding an aura of coldness and an inexplicable noble grace. Upon seeing her, Yu Wuyo instinctively straightened up. Withdrawing his legs, Ning Qingyi took a seat opposite him without hesitation. Yu Wuyo began cautiously, "Yesterday, I simply went out for a little drink." "My dear wife. Surely you won't hold that against me? After all, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. And it takes a century of cultivation to share the same boat." Yu Wuyo's desire for survival was palpable, yet Ning Qingyi maintained her calm demeanor. She adjusted her hair, feeling a flicker of annoyance, having sensed that this flirtatious rogue might have indulged in infidelity. However, his humorous words managed to lighten her mood considerably. She slowly began. "I did not come here today to discuss this. Can you truly assist me in overcoming this crisis? In a few months, the company may face closure. The local bank is utterly unwilling to extend a loan, and the provincial authorities have also cited difficulties and inconveniences. The International Bank has declared that we may be insolvent and has denied our loan request. The news outside has begun to circulate that we are experiencing financial troubles. Our company's market value continues to dwindle, having plummeted by billions. Those who wish to see us fail include Lu Xiaojia, Yilin, and Uncle Yi, who have formed a consortium to wage war against our group. Even my father, who has long been inactive, has been drawn into this situation. Yi Wuyo replied with a confident smile, Qingyi, my dear, you need not worry. Just enjoy your beauty sleep every night. I have resolved the issues with the goods that were detained by customs in our international trade business. They will be released tonight, do not make a fuss. As I have other plans. Ning Qingyi was taken aback by his words, her fair face flushing with disbelief. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Wuyo's self-assured demeanor, she found solace in his statements, and her gloom was instantly lifted. She embraced Yi Wuyo tightly, leaving him momentarily breathless. With her cheeks flushed, she nestled in his arms and exclaimed, you little rascal, you possess quite a bit of skill. How did you manage to handle matters that I could not? At that moment, with the beauty in his embrace, Yi Wuyo gently caressed her fragrant hair and replied, in Longua, who doesn't he have a few uncles or relatives? In any case, do not ask too many questions. The counteroffensive is only just beginning. You continue to propagate the falsehood regarding the company's financial crisis, leading Lu Xiaojia and others to believe they have triumphed, thus engaging in a rampant short-selling of our company. In this opportune moment, we shall establish a fund company, utilizing a portion of our resources to short our own stock. At this point, Ning Qingyi, a bit perplexed, inquired, I understand the strategy of disseminating false information to confound our adversaries, which would ultimately allow us to unveil the truth and consequently obliterate their capital in the market. However, why must we short our own company? Yi Wuyo playfully pinched Ning Qingyi's exquisitely sculpted nose, causing a faint blush to bloom upon her cheeks, which she did not contest. Yi Wuyo continued, to bring one's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. By shorting our own company, they will be led to believe that external institutions have also recognized our financial instability. Consequently, these institutions will rush to partake in arbitrage, hastening their investment in short positions. By the time we close our net, we shall reap considerable profits, while they, oblivious to the true nature of the situation, will face ruin. A radiant joy, unseen for many days, graced Ning Qingyi's delicate visage. Her smile, reminiscent of a splendid spring day, was breathtakingly beautiful. Elated, Ning Qingyi declared, I will fully cooperate with your ruse, and the independently established fund company shall be under your management. You will have complete authority over the allocation of 100 billion in liquid assets. Yi Wuyo teased, my dear Qingyi, once our plan comes to fruition, how do you wish to repay your husband? Ning Qingyi's previously joyous expression turned cold, as she playfully tugged at Yi Wuyo's ear and retorted, humph. Do not presume that I am unaware. Go find the beautiful head of your modeling department. With that, she hurriedly exited the office. Once outside, she stifled a giggle. It truly was a delight to tease this convenient husband. Yi Wuyo wore an innocent expression, wondering whom he had offended. This ice-cold beauty could indeed change her demeanor in an instant. Just as she pondered, a gracefully curvaceous figure emerged from the elevator, swaying elegantly in a pair of black high heels from Givenchy. Clad in a business outfit, she exuded a professional charm without sacrificing femininity. Ning Qingyi locked eyes with the stunning woman before her, and sparks flew. Fu Mingni smiled, exuding confidence as she extended her delicate hand, as pale as mutton fat jade. Hello. You must be the illustrious President Ning, right? I am Fu Mingni, and I have long admired your reputation. Ning Qingyi turned to regard her, taking in the sight of the graceful and attractive woman standing before her. A cold snort echoed in her heart as she privately mused, so this is the vixen that Yi Wuyo has ensnared. However, outwardly, Ning Qingyi maintained her poised demeanor. She extended her right hand, gently clasping Fu Mingni's in return, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I am indeed Ning Qingyi. This is our first meeting, Fu Minister. I presume you are here to see Director Yi? At this moment, Ning Qingyi's expression cooled slightly, barely perceptible. Fu Mingni, unfazed and composed, replied, President Ning, that is indeed the case. It is truly an honor to meet you today. I look forward to your guidance in our future collaborations. To be candid, I have come specifically to see Director Yi. Report to him regarding the current personnel turnover situation in our modeling department. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, softly exclaiming, "Oh? Is it possible that our modeling department is also facing issues of staff attrition?" Fu Mingni gently nodded, her expression grave as she slowly replied, "Indeed, General Manager Ning. It is rather peculiar that several beautiful models from our department, renowned in the fashion and beauty circles, have been lured away by Tianyan Group with lucrative offers. This situation has significantly impacted our modeling department." While Ning Qingyi's countenance remained unchanged, her mind was already aware of the intricate undercurrents at play. The commercial battle had been ignited, it was the prelude to a struggle for survival. She calmly nodded and said, "Very well, Minister Fu. In that case, please promptly report the detailed circumstances to Director Yi. I trust the company will handle this matter appropriately. I have work to attend to, let us dine together next time." With that, Ning Qingyi turned and walked back to her office. Fu Mingni made her way down the corridor, following the signs until she reached Yi Wuyo's office. The door was slightly ajar, and she entered without hesitation. Yi Wuyo was still sipping his coffee, and upon seeing Fu Mingni, the North Dance School's flower, he couldn't help but gaze at her for a prolonged moment, as if his eyes might fall from their sockets. Teasingly, he remarked, "What brings Miss Fu to my humble abode? Surely, it isn't the case that you only visit when there's nothing else to attend to?" Fu Mingni settled onto a nearby leather sofa, crossing her legs, revealing her fair, jade-like limbs, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance that left Yi Wuyo both captivated and striving to maintain his composure. Subsequently, Fu Mingni recounted the recent upheavals within the department. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuyo replied, "You should also infiltrate the public relations department of the Tianyan Group. Enter under the guise of goodwill and take a few people with you. I have my own ingenious plans, so there is no need to inquire further." Fu Mingni's beautiful eyes sparkled with a fox-like brilliance. She understood that Yi Wuyo must have some hidden strategy up his sleeve, after all, he was exceptionally clever. She promptly agreed. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, their laughter echoing. Once Fu Mingni had matters to attend to, she took her leave. Yi Wuyo casually opened his mobile banking app to check his salary card balance. Upon seeing that long string of numbers, his eyes widened in disbelief. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, it was indeed correct. A staggering 100 billion in funds was glaringly displayed on the screen. The series of zeros seemed to shine with an enticing glow, causing his heart to race. Yi Wuyo couldn't help but count those zeros one by one, marveling internally. This girl is remarkably decisive. Such a vast sum of money transferred in an instant. What if I absconded with it? Doesn't she fear losing everything? With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Yi Wuyo's lips. However, since this colossal sum had already landed in his hands, he would not let this exceptional opportunity slip away. He swiftly took action, initiating the recruitment of personnel to establish a fund management company under his own stewardship. The job postings garnered an influx of job seekers eager to apply. After a rigorous series of selections, comprising interviews, written tests, and on-the-spot inquiries into pertinent core issues, Yi Wuyo finally identified a cadre of elite talents from the multitude of applicants. In addition to himself, he successfully assembled a formidable team of 100 individuals for the fund. The next task was to bestow a resounding name upon the fund company. After much contemplation, Yi Wuyo ultimately decided to name it Seaside Banquet. This name exudes both grandeur and an air of opulence and mystery. After connecting with several acquaintances and navigating a series of intricate procedures, the Seaside Banquet Fund Company finally secured its official license. The trading operations were set to take place in an unused office floor of the Tianxin Group. With the formal launch of operations, capital began to flow into the company's dedicated securities account. On the very first day of business, Yi Wuyo demonstrated his decisive and vigorous style, unhesitatingly leveraging 10 billion in the stock market to short-sell the Tianxin Group. Within just one day, his 40 billion worth of short positions caused the stock price of the Tianxin Group to plummet once more. This unforeseen turn of events left the senior executives of the Tianyan Group utterly unprepared. They had not acquired such a significant amount of short positions that day. Particularly, Liu Xiaojia and other shareholders engaged in short selling were infuriated, their tempers flaring. Who could be orchestrating this behind the scenes? How dare they so audaciously feast upon our profits? This is utterly outrageous. We must identify this individual and make them pay the price. Lu Xiaojia bellowed in rage. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo remained concealed in the shadows, secretly reveling in the sight of Lu Xiaojia and others in a state of frantic disarray. Chapter 23, The Conclusion of the Business War. This locale is the mysterious garden of Lu Xiaojia. The Blossoms and Moonlight venue boasts one of the premier dance troupes in the Dragon Kingdom. Every year, employees are recruited from dance academies and film schools. While beauty pageant winners are offered lucrative salaries, with annual expenses soaring into the tens of millions. This place is exclusively accessible to high-net-worth members, operating on an invitation-only basis. The existence of such a vibrant venue in this city once seemed utterly implausible. Yet, the affairs of the world often take unexpected turns. Imperfections do not overshadow brilliance. With a mere clever alteration of business nomenclature and a touch of subterfuge, along with some discreet arrangements, one might deftly evade the scrutiny of the masses. In the most clandestine corner of the establishment lies a silent room. Meanwhile, in the spacious and well-lit hall, three distinguished individuals occupy the main seats: Lu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Liao Wenkai. Flanking them are their trusted confidants and core team members, each bearing an expression of avarice, seemingly deliberating on a matter of utmost significance. Lu Xiaojia, with his lower body bound in bandages, appears rather tragic, yet his eyes are still bloodshot, as if he yearns to devour someone. In contrast, Yi Lin exudes a sense of ease, contemplating the dividends from this collaboration. Should he choose to withdraw at this moment, he could effortlessly secure billions. Liao Wenkai, shrewd and calculating, possesses a gaze sharp as that of an eagle. He speaks slowly. I wonder if any information has leaked. Other factions have joined in the short selling of the Tianxin Group, competing with us for chips and costing us tens of billions. However, that is of little concern. We hold an absolute financial advantage. We will first engage in reverse long positions, eliminating these speculative investors. Ultimately, we will execute a massive short to force the Tianxin Group into liquidation. Under our orchestrations, we have effectively severed the lifeline of Tianxin. The collapse of their financial chain is now an undeniable certainty, compelling various financing institutions to cease any further refinancing for the Tianxin Group. Even the fashion and beauty industries are gradually being eroded by our influence. It will not be long before they find themselves utterly depleted. The scales of victory have undeniably tipped in our favor. Lu Xiaojia applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "With your esteemed uncle assisting, I feel assured. I shall provide 100 billion in cash alongside several hundred billion in loans, solely to bring down Ning Qingyi and that scoundrel Yi Wuyo. Once our objective is achieved, his father has promised me the hand of Ning Qingyi in marriage, along with full control of Tianxin, where I shall assume the role of chairman. My only task will be to manage the icy female CEO effectively." A malevolent smile crept across Lu Xiaojia's face. Yi Lin chimed in, "Had that young lady married me sooner, we could have established a commercial alliance between our families and avoided this predicament. If blame must be assigned, it shall fall upon her inability to recognize a good opportunity, not on my lack of compassion. We can offer Tianyan Group an unsecured loan of 100 billion. Alongside a secured loan of 300 billion, in addition to our bank's self-raised funds," Liao Wenkai declared with pride. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold. Not only do we possess ample funds as a formidable backing, but we also have the industry's most elite operational team joining forces with us. With such a powerful alliance, how could we possibly meet defeat? Once this battle concludes, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious, and wealth will flood in like a tidal wave, allowing us to reap immense profits." His avaricious and arrogant laughter echoed throughout the spacious hall, as if he could already envision mountains of cash rolling toward them. At that moment, the seasoned and skilled operators under this group began to spring into action. Their fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed, swiftly issuing a cascade of commands. In an instant, the stock price of Tianxin Group soared like a rocket, reversing the previously downward trend in a heartbeat. Numerous investors in the market, witnessing this unexpected surge, opted to close their positions and observe. After all, such a sudden and dramatic rebound left many bewildered. And no one dared to take risks for fear of being exploited. However, at this juncture, the team led by Yi Wuyo found themselves in a predicament. Faced with the rapid rise in Tianxin Group's stock price, the team members anxiously turned to Yi Wuyo. Awaiting his decision, should they follow the trend and invest for potential substantial profits, or adhere to their original strategy and continue to observe? Tension permeated the atmosphere as the entire team awaited his command. Yi Wuyo smiled and declared, "Let us exhaust the billions in our account entirely. We shall short the market against the trend, incurring losses until we are forced to close our positions." One of his subordinates inquired, "Manager Yi, what is the rationale behind this?" "We are here to profit, not to act as benefactors." Yi Wuyo replied coldly, "Fishing requires a delicate balance of illusion and reality. If we exit too easily, they will not be convinced. Only by relinquishing all our chips to them will they truly fall for our ruse. To bring about someone's downfall, one must first drive them to madness." The eyes of the elite traders, graduates from top universities, sparkled with admiration as they gazed at Yi Wuyo. Akin to students beholding a distinguished professor. The art of warfare lies in tactics, the mastery of the heart and mind is paramount, for the finest generals conquer through strategy. The stock price of Tianxin Group has experienced intense fluctuations, with capital from both sides clashing fiercely. Gradually, the stronger entity has asserted dominance, manipulating the stock price trajectory and initiating an upward trend. However, the considerable capital of several billion under Yi Wuyo's control has swiftly turned to ashes. A subordinate reported, "Yi Zong, as per your instructions, the 40 billion in leveraged funds has been entirely lost. What are the next steps?" Yi Wuyo, maintaining an air of calmness, replied, "Prepare the funds for bottom fishing, and mobilize all available leveraged capital. Increase the leverage to over 10 times, and await my directive for a full-scale assault." The trading team, drenched in cold sweat as they typed away at their keyboards, recognized the madness of the situation. Such extreme leverage could lead to instant bankruptcy with even minor fluctuations, potentially leaving them in debt of several hundred billion. Yet, being professional traders, they executed the commands without hesitation or negotiation. On that day, in a private room of the Huaguao Yuan Club, laughter and cheers filled the air as drinks were exchanged. Having secured a profit of 100 billion, they eagerly anticipated a frenzied sell-off the following day. The next day, Tianxin Group stock plummeted, losing 50 billion in value. On the third day, the decline continued, and the losses mounted. This cycle persisted for 10 days, resulting in the stock price of Tianxin being halved time and again. The company was soon engulfed in a whirlpool of financial crisis. Individuals from the modeling department, including Fu Mingni, infiltrated Tianyan Group, assessing the looming challenges within Tianxin Group's fashion and beauty sectors. Lu Xiaojia, Yi Lin, and Liao Wenkai, sensing imminent victory, had amassed cash profits amounting to several hundred billion, preparing to cut off the source of funds entirely. With all capital combined, they aimed to bring Tianxin Group to its ultimate demise. Let it declare bankruptcy and delist during these days when all funds are pouring in. Yi Wuyo once again entered the office of the fund team, exclaiming, "Brothers, buy in all lines, regardless of cost. From today onwards, we shall reap these fat sheep." One trader inquired, "With their substantial resources, can we prevail?" Yi Wuyo replied, "The battle off the field has concluded, you need only to execute. Remember, it is the principle of using a gentle push to move a mountain that leads to victory." Yi Wuyo's adversaries had poured all their funds into short selling within a matter of days. Yi Wuyo's buying power became the final bastion in a fierce clash involving hundreds of billions. Ultimately, the decisive battle was ignited, for business warfare is a silent slaughter. On that very day, Longhua News released an announcement. Inspections were normal, and 10 days prior, the import goods of Tianxin Group had been approved. Following this announcement, the market capitalization of Tianxin Group surged to its limit within a single day. Lu Xiaoji, Yi Lin, and Uncle Yi were left dumbfounded. It was too late for them to cut losses, they could only face immense deficits. Moreover, they were unable to liquidate their positions, as there were no sell orders to execute, rendering them unable to repay the borrowed leveraged securities. Days later, both their profits and principal were entirely consumed by losses. They wondered why their external high-level backers had suddenly ceased to assist them, without even a whisper of information being leaked, truly perplexing. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Wuyo's hidden strategies had already been set in motion. Who would dare to disseminate information? Who would challenge Jiang Zhaonan in Longhua? Overnight, a staggering fortune of 500 billion was transferred to the Haitian Shenzhen Fund Company. Numerous traders rejoiced, recognizing that manager Ye's strategic planning was akin to winning a battle from 1,000 miles away. Ning Qingyi valiantly steered the company away from peril, rescuing it from dire straits. Her reputation within the organization soared, earning her the admiration of both employees and shareholders alike. Simultaneously, she purged the company of spies and unsavory characters that had infiltrated its ranks. As a result, the firm's prestige surged, and its market valuation doubled, reaching an astonishing 100 billion, placing it among the upper echelons of the Forbes list in Longhua. Yi Wuyo hosted a lavish banquet for all employees of the investment firm, rewarding each with a generous bonus of 1 million. Celebrating their triumphs with revelry that left them inebriated and in disarray. Conversely, a somber atmosphere prevailed elsewhere, with joy for some and despair for others. The ladies of the Huahua Yuanyuan Club were suddenly deprived of their benefactor's patronage. Lu Xiaojia, distraught, fainted on the spot. The group's already strained finances had been entirely depleted by her own actions. Yilin and his father found themselves engulfed in panic, facing a staggering illegal bank loan of 10 billion and insurmountable financial gaps. The funds embezzled over the years had been entirely squandered, including those not belonging to their bank. Yi Shubang fared slightly better, having only lost a portion of their cash reserves, as their core business remained relatively unscathed. This battle was inscribed in history as a resounding victory for Yi Wuyo, netting an incredible 500 billion while dismantling the foremost consortiums and families of Haitian City. Just days prior, Ning Qingyi's father had sold all his shares to his daughter, lamenting his misfortune and cursing her for her perceived ingratitude. Feeling betrayed by his own flesh and blood. At this juncture, the shareholding structure of Tianqing Group had transformed. With Ning Qingyi and Yi Wuyo's combined holdings, they now controlled over 60% of the total shares, signifying that this couple had achieved complete ownership of the company. External forces could no longer undermine the firm through market tactics. In the afternoon, the Tianqing Group held a celebratory banquet and closed early for the day. All employees were invited to the Prince Bar, and due to the overwhelming number of attendees, the entire venue had to be reserved, resulting in a splendidly adorned hall teeming with people. Ning Qingyi, adorned in a purple evening gown with elegant slits, radiated exquisite charm. Her graceful figure rivaled even that of a Victoria's Secret model. The long legs revealed by the gown resembled a celestial being reaching for the moon. Untouched by the mundane world, she raised her champagne glass high and proclaimed, "A toast to our hero, Director Yi." The crowd erupted in applause, collectively raising their glasses in agreement. Yi Wuyo, clad in a tailored black casual suit, accentuated his handsome demeanor as he too lifted his glass, declaring, "A toast to our general manager Ning, she is the key to the company's rebirth from the ashes." The applause intensified, echoing with cheers that filled the air. Chapter 24, The Jealousy at the Ball. Ning Qingyi raised her glass, signaling to the crowd, and drank deeply. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze sweeping across the assembly. Then, with a gentle parting of her lips, she spoke, "Tianqing's remarkable achievements today are thanks to each one of you present here." At this moment, she paused briefly, a hint of a satisfied smile gracing her features. She continued, "Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided to grant everyone a 7-day vacation starting today. This will allow you to relish this rare leisure time." Upon hearing these words, the previously quiet venue erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. People were exhilarated, their joy evident in their animated gestures. He then proclaimed loudly, "Moreover, this year's year-end bonus will be doubled, as a reward for each outstanding employee who has stood by the company through thick and thin." This announcement landed like a bombshell, further elevating the atmosphere in the room. As the cheers gradually subsided, he smiled and waved his hand, signaling for quiet. He then said, "All right, let us now relax and fully immerse ourselves in this joyous ball." As his words faded, the dance floor was instantly filled with the vibrant and passionate strains of Argentine tango music. Men and women eagerly invited one another, stepping lightly with radiant smiles as they flowed into the center of the dance floor. They spun gracefully and leaped with fervor, creating an extraordinarily lively and joyful scene. However, Amidst this exuberance, Ning Qingyi appeared somewhat distinct. She remained seated, gently cradling a glass of red wine, occasionally clinking glasses with the senior executives beside her, taking only the slightest sips. Perhaps it was due to her formidable presence as the IC CEO, or perhaps the imposing aura of authority surrounding her was too overwhelming, causing those nearby to hesitate in approaching her for a dance. After all, conquering this ice mountain and plucking the exquisite yet aloof ice lotus would require extraordinary courage and audacity. She pondered, that scoundrel. Doesn't he even have the decency to come and invite me? Must I always wait for someone else to take the initiative? It's infuriating. At that moment, Yi Wuyo, in high spirits, indulged in a few more drinks. His thoughts seemed to drift far beyond the clouds, rendering him somewhat dazed. In this blissful instant, he yearned to find his beloved wife and share a dance. Suddenly, he caught sight of a woman ahead, elegantly dressed in a purple off-shoulder evening gown. Her graceful figure resembled a blooming violet, captivating in its charm. Due to the distance and dim lighting, Yi Wuyo mistakenly believed her to be his wife. With buoyant steps, he approached the enchanting figure, and without hesitation, he reached out and gently wrapped his arms around her slender, delicate waist from behind. The sensation was soft and boneless, reminiscent of willow catkins dancing in the spring breeze. At that moment, a subtle, unique fragrance wafted into his senses, intoxicating him and prompting an involuntary admiration for its exquisite allure. Just as Yi Wuyo was lost in reverie and poised to take further action, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The woman slowly turned her head, and in that instant of eye contact, Yi Wuyo's eyes widened in disbelief. The person before him was not his wife, but Fu Mingni. Initially, Fu Mingni could not discern who had approached her, only feeling a firm embrace from behind. Reacting instinctively, she raised her hand without a second thought and delivered a resounding slap. The force of her hand sliced through the air with fierce intensity, and had it made contact, the consequences would have been dire. However, fortune favored Yi Wuyo, who, with remarkable agility, swiftly sidestepped just in the nick of time. In a perilous moment, he narrowly evaded the slap. However, before he could exhale in relief, Fu Mingni had already parted her cherry-red lips, preparing to shout. In a desperate bid, Yi Wuyo swiftly covered her luscious mouth with one hand, gesturing for silence. Seizing the opportunity while Fu Mingni was still processing the situation, Yi Wuyo vanished like a wraith. When Fu Mingni finally discerned that it was Yi Wuyo, a subtle ripple of emotion stirred within her. Her cheeks flushed increasingly, the crimson hue spreading to the nape of her neck. She mused, could it be that young Master Yi has taken a liking to me? Why is he so audacious? I am not prepared for such advances. Fu Mingni retreated to a corner, sipping her cocktail alone, yet the blush on her cheeks could not conceal her true feelings. Unbeknownst to Yi Wuyo, he was oblivious to Fu Mingni's thoughts. He could only withdraw, unwilling to engage in any indiscreet encounters with women, for he feared the icy silence that awaited him at home. Just as Yi Wuyo stepped aside, Qiu Yinan gracefully approached. Dressed in a shimmering black gown with delicate straps, her figure was exquisitely accentuated. The slit of her gown brushed the ground, revealing her long, elegant legs. Yi Wuyo was captivated, his gaze fixated on her, unable to look away. A playful smile danced on Qiu Yinan's face, as enticing as a ripe autumn apple. Young Master Yi is undoubtedly our company's esteemed hero. Have you forgotten about me? Do you not wish to invite me for a dance? Having spoken, she leaned forward slightly, drawing closer to Yi Wuyo, her breath exuding a fragrance as delicate and serene as orchids. A gentle waft of scent enveloped Yi Wuyo's face. Originally only slightly tipsy, with a hint of flush upon his cheeks, he found himself momentarily entranced by this unexpected display of tenderness. However, he quickly regained his composure, elegantly extending his right hand to execute a suave and inviting tango gesture. Qiu Yinan, noticing this, broke into a radiant smile and gently lifted her jade-like slender hand, placing it into the warm embrace of Yi Wuyo's broad palm. The instant their skin made contact, Qiu Yinan felt a surge of warmth emanating from his hand, as if it could melt her entire being. A wave of indescribable joy surged within her. At least in this moment, this man, who captivated countless women, was entirely hers. With strength, Yi Wuyo wrapped his arm around Qiu Yinan's soft waist, leading her to frolic unabashedly in the dance floor, their movements light and fluid, in perfect synchrony. They resembled a pair of resplendent butterflies flitting amidst blooming flowers, captivating the gaze of all present, an enchanting couple. Yet, not far away, Ning Qingyi bore witness to this scene, watching her dear friend and her husband embrace intimately. A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within her. Her exquisite visage instantly clouded with frost, resembling a wronged maiden. Through gritted teeth, she muttered, "Humph. Just wait until we return home, I'll show you how to behave. Daring to act so recklessly before me with my close friend." At this moment, the executives gathered around fell into a profound silence, trembling with trepidation. None could ascertain what had offended this typically aloof female president, provoking her sudden outburst of wrath. Only Fu Mingni, seated on a nearby sofa, gazed at the dazzling figures on the dance floor with a vacant stare, as if her very spirit had been stripped away, leaving her in a state of utter despondency and disillusionment. It felt as though something essential had been wrenched from her heart, and she was engulfed in a profound melancholy. Knight Wuyo clearly harbored feelings for her, so why was he now dancing fervently with Qiu Yinong? Her exquisitely delicate face clouded with sorrow, she pouted slightly. Yet, moments later, she regained her composure, clenching her fists tightly. She vowed silently to seize the opportune moment to utterly conquer Knight Wuyo. That detestable rival, the alluring secretary, humph. What was merely a dance to signify? With this thought, her resolve only intensified. Meanwhile, Knight Wuyo had indulged in a fair amount of fine wine. Under the influence of the alcohol, coupled with the fervent presence of the enchanting woman before him, he found himself gradually succumbing to the intoxicating atmosphere. A profound exhilaration coursed through him, accompanied by an intense desire to completely merge with the captivating figure in front of him. On the other side, Qiu Yinong was equally captivated by Knight Wuyo's passionate dance steps, instinctively moving her body in rhythm with his. As time passed, her movements became increasingly graceful, and their synchronization grew ever more harmonious. Just then, Knight Wuyo executed a suave turn, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air before he effortlessly embraced Qiu Yinong. As the autumn air thickened, a sudden jolt of electricity coursed through me, causing an involuntary shiver. My previously pale complexion was now graced with a delicate blush, rendering me particularly charming and bashful. Yu Wuyo quickly sensed that something was amiss. He hastily released his grip and promptly assisted me to my feet, inwardly chiding himself, alas. It is all this wretched wine's fault. Truly, it has caused quite the mishap. It seems I may have inadvertently touched an inappropriate area. Without exchanging many words, we shared a subtle smile and made a gesture to conclude our dance. The crowd erupted in applause, celebrating the finest dancer of the night. Hours later, as the ball came to a close, guests began to disperse. Yu Wuyo summoned a designated driver and took his place in the passenger seat of the SF-90, gradually making his way home. Ning Qingyi also requested a designated driver, having indulged in copious amounts of drink to celebrate her recent victory. The pressures of the past few months were evident, compounded by her frustration at her friend's indiscretions with her husband. Before long, Yu Wuyo arrived at the villa ahead of Ning Qingyi. After taking a refreshing shower, he intended to retire for the night. However, he considered that Ning Qingyi might be inebriated, so he prepared a cup of hangover remedy and set it on the table. Just then, the sound of a car echoed outside. Yu Wuyo stepped into the courtyard and spotted Ning Qingyi in the back seat, already succumbing to intoxication. He greeted the designated driver and lifted the exquisitely beautiful woman into his arms, carrying her inside. Along the way, Ning Qingyi playfully pummeled him, muttering, "Yu Wuyo. You big bad guy. How could you not spare even my best friend? You will surely be kicked out one day. You infuriate me." Hearing her words, Yu Wuyo could not help but chuckle. It appears that this young lady still cares about herself, otherwise, she would not speak in such a drunken manner. He gently fed her the hangover remedy, and the sight of Ning Qingyi's luscious red lips stirred a tumultuous excitement within Yu Wuyo. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, for he would not take advantage of her vulnerability. He lifted the delicate Ning Qingyi in his arms and carried her back to her room, covering her with a blanket and turning off the lights as well as the door. Yu Wuyo then returned to his own room next door, where he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 25, The journey to visit relatives. The following morning, sunlight poured into the courtyard, and the warm breeze intoxicated the passers-by. Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi had indeed indulged in excess the previous night. Coupled with a 7-day holiday from work, they did not rise early. It was only when Aunt Zhang prepared breakfast at 9 o'clock that she called the two of them to join her. Ning Qingyi rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up. Still reeking of wine, her hair a tousled mess. She recalled becoming inebriated the night before and having called for a designated driver. Upon returning home, she was carried upstairs by the lascivious Yi Wuyo, who even tucked her in and removed her coat. At this thought, Ning Qingyi's lovely face involuntarily flushed with color. She clenched her delicate little fists in irritation, muttering, "That lecher, taking advantage of me when I was unaware. And entangled with my best friend. I truly wish for this little thief to disappear from my sight. He always vexes me, how infuriating." After collecting her thoughts, Ning Qingyi made her way to the bathroom to brush her teeth. She tidied her disheveled hair, allowing her long locks to cascade down her shoulders. Yi Wuyo had already completed his morning routine and sat at the dining table sipping juice, waiting for Ning Qingyi to join him for breakfast. Not long after, Ning Qingyi gracefully descended the staircase. Her exquisite visage had shed the previous signs of inebriation, as if nothing had transpired at all. She had reverted to her customary demeanor. Cold as ice. At this moment, she emanated an aura of aloofness that deterred any from approaching her lightly. Like an insurmountable iceberg, she stood high above, distant and unapproachable, only to be admired from afar. Subsequently, Ning Qingyi elegantly took her seat at the dining table, delicately grasping a piece of exquisite coconut bread with her slender, jade-like fingers. She slightly parted her cherry-red lips, savoring each morsel with grace and decorum, clearly a product of refined etiquette training. Throughout the meal, she refrained from broaching any topics regarding Yi Wuyo and Qiu Yinong, appearing indifferent to such matters. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo, seated beside her, picked up a steaming xiaolongbao and began to indulge heartily. Once he had satisfied his appetite, he set down his chopsticks and lifted his gaze to meet Ning Qingyi's. He was the first to shatter the silence. "Qingyi, my dear, our business competition with Lu Xiaojia and her associates has finally come to a close. I have taken care of everything. Now, I can return what rightfully belongs to you. Here, take this bank card." With that, Yi Wuyo produced his bank card from his pocket, placing it gently on the table and sliding it toward Ning Qingyi. "It contains approximately 500 billion in cash that can be accessed immediately," he added. Confronted with such an immense fortune, Ning Qingyi displayed neither excessive astonishment nor delight upon her visage. Instead, she merely cast a fleeting glance at the bank card before unhesitatingly retrieving it. She remarked, "I shall liquidate a portion of this cash to replenish the group's expenditures and settle both short and long-term debts. The remaining 1 or 200 billion in market value can be utilized for further investments." Yi Wuyo merely nodded, offering no further commentary. This strikingly beautiful female CEO was far from a mere ornament. She was a formidable figure in the business realm of Tianhai City, a person unafraid to take bold risks. Yi Wuyo ventured, "My dear wife, are you not curious about my relationship with your secretary?" Ning Qingyi, appearing as calm as still waters and indifferent as smoke, was, in truth, seething with anger, not even sparing her close friend. This lecherous scoundrel was beyond redemption, a true rogue. With a frigid tone, she replied, "We have long established that ours is merely a contractual marriage. Your role is to perform as a husband, do not overthink it. I care not how many mistresses you have outside, as long as you do not bring them home. When I require you to fulfill the role of a husband, a brief appearance will suffice." Yet, despite her words, a fleeting hint of displeasure danced at the corner of her mouth. This subtle gesture did not escape Yi Wuyo's notice, igniting a fervor within him. His beloved Qingyi still cared for him. He quickly suggested, "The company will be on break for a few days. I intend to visit my foster parents in Kyoto. Would you care to accompany me, my precious Qingyi?" Ning Qingyi felt a blush warm her cheeks, once again being affectionately addressed as precious by this rascal. Though she felt a certain reluctance, a flicker of desire also ignited within her. After pondering for a moment, she realized that she had yet to hold a wedding banquet with Yi Wuyo. Meeting his family seemed to evoke a touch of embarrassment. She finally spoke, "Little thief, I still have matters with Lu Xiaojia and others that remain unresolved. I may not be able to break free, perhaps we should postpone." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo did not press Ning Qingyi further. He promptly ascended the stairs with purpose. As time ticked away, he slowly descended a few minutes later. Ning Qingyi, standing at the bottom of the stairs, was filled with curiosity, secretly pondering. What on earth could he have gone upstairs to retrieve? Why did it take him so long? Yi Wuyo appeared before her, a smile gracing his face, holding a thick brown envelope in his hand. He approached Ning Qingyi directly and gently handed it to her. With a heart brimming with questions, she accepted the envelope. Upon closer inspection, her eyes sparkled, and an unmistakable joy illuminated her face. To her astonishment, the envelope contained the financial statements of the Tianyan Group from years past. Even more thrilling was the revelation that these statements were divided into two sets. One set recorded the genuine data, while the other had been falsified for external disclosure. It was crucial to know that if this pivotal material were handed over to the regulatory authorities, Lu Xiaojia would find himself in serious trouble, indeed, enough to make him regret his actions. Furthermore, it had come to her attention that Lu Xiaojia had also incurred a significant amount of illegal loans from the bank that remained unpaid. Thus, should they delve deeper into this lead, even the Yi family could be ensnared in the ensuing consequences. This was truly a masterstroke. A plan that achieved two objectives with a single endeavor. This precious material has arrived with impeccable timing, as if it were a divine gift sent to aid her. Ning Qingyi's enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Yi Wuyo, and with a smile that radiated warmth, she inquired, "Little thief, do tell me. From whence did you procure these invaluable resources?" Their arrival is indeed fortuitous, akin to receiving coal in the midst of snow. To be candid, I had yet to devise an effective strategy to confront them until now. Yi Wuyo chuckled, replying, "The mountain dweller possesses his own clever schemes. If one believes, it exists. If one does not, it vanishes. One must not reveal the secrets of heaven, my dear wife." Ning Qingyi playfully retorted, "You incorrigible rascal, you deserve a good thrashing." Feigning a strike, Yi Wuyo raised his hands in surrender, stating that he still needed to catch a flight. Thus, Ning Qingyi refrained from continuing their playful banter. She changed her attire, preparing to submit the relevant documents to the regulatory authority. Soon after, Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi stepped outside together. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Ning Qingyi skillfully started the car, the engine emitting a deep rumble. The vehicle smoothly departed, heading towards the airport. She was focused on her driving, intent on delivering Yi Wuyo to his destination. Seated in the passenger seat was Yi Wuyo, alongside a simple suitcase containing a few changes of clothes and a razor among other modest belongings. Though minimal, these items sufficed for his journey. The atmosphere within the car was serene, filled only with the faint sounds of the road and the gentle breeze from the air conditioning. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by Ning Qingyi. She slightly tilted her head, casting a curious gaze upon Yi Wuyo, and softly inquired, "Little thief, have you ever seen your biological parents?" Upon hearing this question, the calm expression on Yi Wuyo's face was instantly tinged with a hint of bitterness. After a moment of silence, he gradually opened his mouth to respond, "Never have I seen them. Since the dawn of my memories, I have been an orphan, adrift in this world. Fortunately, I was taken in by my adoptive parents, who treated me as their own, caring for me with utmost devotion. They nurtured me meticulously, granting me the opportunity to arrive at this point in my life. In truth, by the dictates of fate, a person like me, burdened with misfortune, should have perished long ago. Yet, heaven has favored me, bestowing upon me a new lease on life. Therefore, I shall cherish this opportunity with all my heart, not to squander the vast and boundless expanse of this world." After uttering these words, Yi Wuyo let out a gentle sigh, as if carrying a weight of 1,000 burdens within. Ning Qingyi listened quietly, refraining from further inquiries, for she could sense the hidden bitterness and suffering behind his words and demeanor. In comparison to her own circumstances, she felt that Yi Wuyo was perhaps more pitiable. After all, she had merely endured her parents' separation and her mother's early demise, but Yi Wuyo? He had never even glimpsed the visage of his biological parents. He had always been solitary, struggling to survive in this world. Ning Qingyi comforted Yi Wuyo, saying, "Perhaps we are kindred spirits. If it were not so, how could we have crossed paths? Our backgrounds are so strikingly similar. I hope to have your companionship on the road ahead. When the blossoms bloom in full, everything shall fall into place." Yi Wuyo chuckled, remarking that the days of being supported by a female CEO were indeed intoxicatingly delightful. He pondered, however, when he might enjoy a romantic rendezvous beneath the moonlight, perhaps in a bridal chamber adorned with candles. Ning Qingyi promptly concealed her pity, playfully chiding him, "You incorrigible rascal. Your nature remains unchanged. In a few years, I shall seek a divorce and find a dashing, suave gentleman to accompany me, rather than continue with someone like you, who merely grills lamb skewers." Yi Wuyo retorted with a grin, "What's wrong with selling lamb skewers? I take pride in my work. You ought to inquire around about who serves the most delectable skewers in the Upper East District. I am the most handsome and the finest lamb skewer vendor. People adore me, flowers bloom in my presence, and cars burst their tires upon seeing me. I am the unparalleled heartthrob and the confidant of the campus belle." His words elicited laughter from Ning Qingyi, who was thoroughly entertained. Before long, they arrived at the boarding gate of Longhe Airport. Yi Wuyo exited the vehicle, gently closing the door behind him. He waved goodbye to Ning Qingyi, his tall figure gradually melding into the bustling crowd. For a moment, she found herself lost in thought, eventually sighing as she started the car and drove towards the local headquarters of the Securities Regulatory Commission. Chapter 26, Qingyi in Captivity. Ning Qingyi drove her Bentley Mulsanne as if it were a galloping steed, swiftly arriving at the Mingzhu building in Haitian City. Upon revealing her identity, the director personally came to greet her, ushering Ning Qingyi into his office for a detailed discussion. Once seated, she presented the dossier to Director Wang Defeng. This set of documents was a mere replica, the original remained in her possession. As the chaotic undercurrents of Haitian City made it imperative to be cautious. One might unexpectedly find oneself caught in a swap. Who can ascertain the depth of their surveillance? Wang Defeng, upon receiving the documents, was drenched in cold sweat after perusing their contents. The files detailed years of financial fraud committed by the Tianyan Group, replete with numerous false statements and even anomalies in the flow of funds. At that moment, Wang Defeng's heart was in turmoil, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. Suddenly, he slammed his hand onto the table with great force. The resounding noise seemed as if it would shatter the ceiling. The teacup on the table trembled violently, causing the tea within to splatter, some even spilling onto the floor. This unforeseen commotion startled Ning Qingyi, who shuddered and turned pale. With a grave expression, Wang Defeng declared, "This matter is of utmost significance. We must conduct a thorough investigation. I implore you, General Manager Ning, to remain calm and wait here for a moment. I must step out to make an important call." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly rose and hurried towards the door. Ning Qingyi watched his departing figure, furrowing her brow slightly, yet she chose not to voice her thoughts. She pondered in silence how this situation would unfold. Meanwhile, Wang Defeng had entered another room. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he quickly dialed a mysterious number. The other end of the line responded promptly. The caller was none other than Liu Xiaojia, who was currently engaged in secret discussions with members of the Yishu gang regarding a matter of great importance. They were planning to liquidate their holdings in the company, along with various other assets, to repay a substantial bank loan. Moreover, even the matters involving the father and son duo, Yi Lin, are included. It is only through such resolute and decisive measures that the three parties can extricate themselves from the current seemingly intractable predicament. For Liu Xiaojia, if he can successfully complete this transaction and effectively seal any potential risk loopholes, he might evade being embroiled in a scandal of financial fraud. After all, once the group attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives, his obscure connections to illicit activities could potentially be exposed at any moment. In this life-or-death situation, he has no alternative but to make the painful choice to sever ties decisively, as this may grant him a glimmer of hope. As long as the Green Hills remain, he need not fear the absence of firewood. Furthermore, if Yi Lin and his son fail to repay the several hundred billion owed immediately, the next round of financial clearing will inevitably reveal bad debts. At that point, they would find themselves in a truly dire situation, with no response from heaven or earth. These hundreds of billions belong to others and must be repaid in full. Failure to do so would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Uncle Yi is keen to take advantage of the chaos, attempting to acquire Tianyan Group at a low price. This asset is pristine, devoid of any bad debts. The three of them are embroiled in a heated argument over the asset valuation for the group's liquidation, neither willing to yield, nearly on the verge of physical confrontation. Just then, Lu Xiaojia's phone rang, and he stepped away to answer. With a brusque tone, he inquired, "This is Lu Xiaojia, what is it, Director Wang?" "I am currently in a meeting. Perhaps we can discuss this later?" Wang Defeng replied urgently, "Lu, there's a grave situation. The true financial statements of your group are now in my possession." Ning Qingyi was inexplicably acquired by someone. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojia's complexion turned pale. Nearly fainting from shock, he bellowed, "You must persuade her immediately, we need to keep her stable. Ensure she resides within your bureau and is effectively confined. We will devise a plan, for if she escapes, you, I, and many others will find ourselves utterly doomed. If necessary, I will dispatch an assassin to eliminate her. Without such measures, neither of us can expect to live peacefully. You must at least keep your wits sharp." Wang Defeng nodded urgently, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "I understand the seriousness of this matter. I will ensure she stays here to assist with the investigation. If she resists, I shall resort to stronger measures. I will take great care in guarding her until your people arrive." With that, the call ended, and Lu Xiaojia continued negotiating with the others, prioritizing the immediate issues before moving to the next steps. Acting against Ning Qingyi at this juncture would reveal his hand to his uncle, and if threatened, the selling price of his company would plummet even further. At that point, he would have no choice but to comply, as circumstances often outweigh personal agency. Leaving him to race against time, the group then resumed their ceaseless debate. Meanwhile, Wang Defeng collected his scattered thoughts and returned to his office. Engaging in amiable conversation with Ning Qingyi, he implored her to stay for a few days, assuring her that assistance would soon arrive. As a pivotal witness, her protection was paramount. Initially, Ning Qingyi was reluctant to acquiesce. She sensed a sinister undertone in Wang Defeng. Having navigated the business world adeptly, she understood the value of feigned weakness to confound adversaries. With a subtle smile, she replied, "I shall comply with Director Wang's arrangements, a brief stay will suffice." Upon hearing this, Wang Defeng finally exhaled deeply, reflecting that had Ning Qingyi disagreed moments ago, he would have had no choice but to render her unconscious and confine her. Although such an action would expose his own suspicions, he recognized her formidable influence as the head of the largest enterprise in Heishanshire. Given the circumstances, this was indeed the most favorable outcome. Subsequently, under the warm and attentive guidance of the staff, Ning Qingyi was settled into the clean and comfortable courtyard of the bureau. Once all personnel departed, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings to ensure she was alone. Only then did she gently pick up the mobile phone resting on the bedside table. With practiced ease, she navigated to the text messaging interface, her slender fingers dancing swiftly over the screen. Lines of text sprang to life. "Little thief. If you are unable to contact me within 3 days, please find every possible means to rescue me. Remember, do not rush here in haste, lest you alarm the enemy and compromise our safety." Unbeknownst to her, the message never reached its destination. The signal in this guest room had been entirely jammed, rendering this crucial text unable to be sent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a large passenger plane was gracefully descending along the runway. As the cabin doors opened, passengers streamed out, among whom a tall, handsome man stood out conspicuously. He was Yi Wuyo. With a smile illuminating his face and a lightness in his step, he disembarked from the aircraft and retrieved his suitcase from the overhead compartment. He then pulled out his phone and dialed the number of his adoptive father, Yi Tianming. Moments later, a commanding and robust voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Xiao Yi, what prompted you to call today? It has been quite a while since we last saw you. Are you coming to visit us old folks?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of his adoptive father, Yi Wuyo quickly responded with a smile, "Oh, dear father, please do not be upset. I returned specifically to see both you and mother." I hope you can show mercy and not hold my youthful indiscretions against me. By the way, could you kindly send a jeep to pick me up? It has been so long since I last came home that I have forgotten our exact location. Yi Tianming chuckled, you cheeky rascal. Only you would dare speak to me this way. If you were one of my subordinates and issued such an order, I would confine him and let him go hungry for 3 to 5 days. Yi Wuyo laughed heartily. Fortunately, I am not your soldier, otherwise I would be famished 9 meals over 3 days. With that, the middle-aged man hung up the phone and called out, guard. A guard promptly entered, tall and muscular, standing at attention and saluting. What are your orders, sir? Yi Tianming instructed, take a jeep to the airport and fetch my son home. When you arrive, someone will wave to you. The guard nodded and turned to leave. After all, this was an opportunity to assist the leader with personal matters, possibly paving the way for a future bond with the young master. With this thought, the guard couldn't help but smile broadly. He swiftly opened the car door, inserted the key, and nimbly leaped into the brand-new green convertible jeep. As the roar of the engine resonated, the vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly merging onto the road leading to the airport. In an instant, its speed escalated to an astonishing 150 miles per hour, racing along the thoroughfare with breathtaking swiftness. Remarkably, there were no obstructions encountered along the way. It turned out that this jeep was a special vehicle, endowed with unique passage privileges. The driver, firmly gripping the steering wheel, focused intently on the road ahead. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: he must not keep the young master waiting for too long. Making a favorable impression during their first encounter was of utmost importance. This thought incessantly echoed in his mind, urging him to accelerate further. Time flew by, and before long, the camouflaged jeep came to a steady halt at the entrance of Kyoto Airport. Its military green chassis stood out conspicuously under the sunlight, its distinctive hue and robust lines lending it an extraordinary recognition factor. Almost simultaneously with the vehicle's stop, Yi Wuyo, standing outside the airport, immediately noticed the camouflaged jeep. He strode towards it, a broad smile adorning his face. Greeting, I am Yi Wuyo, you must be sent by my father. The guard saluted briskly, standing upright, and replied, Young master, I have been dispatched by the leader. My name is Wu Wenhao. Yi Wuyo jested. Wenhao? I believe Wu Fu would be more fitting. How can a literary figure possess such a robust physique, akin to that of a brawny bull? The guard chuckled and replied, Young master, you flatter me. Please get in the car. Knight Wuyo, without indulging in idle chatter, swung open the door of the jeep and promptly settled into the seat. As the vehicle roared to life, a cloud of dust enveloped them, and they set off towards home. Chapter 27, Childhood Sweethearts. Seated in the jeep, Knight Wuyo engaged in casual conversation with her father's subordinates, inquiring about the well-being of her adoptive parents, to which the guards dutifully responded. After a brief journey of approximately 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a residential complex. The exterior was heavily fortified, with elite bodyguards patrolling the entrance. One of her father's aides leapt from the vehicle with agility, his movements precise and devoid of hesitation. With a cordial smile, he skillfully produced his identification and presented it to the guards stationed at the gate. However, to their astonishment, today's circumstances appeared to be rather unusual. The guard, after glancing at the credentials in Wu Wenhao's hand, maintained a stoic expression and replied, Comrade Wu Wenhao, you may enter. However, this gentleman must provide the relevant identification, otherwise, we cannot permit him entry. Upon hearing this, Wu Wenhao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he erupted in fury. What? Do you have any idea who our young master is? How dare you demand identification from him? I suggest you immediately call your superior and inquire who has granted you such audacity to act in this manner. No sooner had he spoken than the expression of the elite bodyguard at the entrance shifted dramatically, his previously stern demeanor now more severe. Without hesitation, he reached for his weapon, adopting a stance that indicated he was poised for an imminent confrontation. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Wu Wenhao naturally refused to be outdone. With a swift motion of his left hand, he drew his handgun from his waist with lightning speed. Subsequently, his right hand skillfully chambered around and raised the firearm. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable fluidity. Astonishingly, his speed was not in the least inferior to that of the bodyguard. Witnessing this scene, Yi Wuyo, standing nearby, could not help but muse inwardly. Indeed, he is my father's bodyguard. His speed and technique in drawing the gun are truly impressive, showcasing genuine skill. With lightning reflexes, Yi Wuyo leaped from the vehicle, his form darting toward the doorway guard like a wraith. In one swift motion, he seized the weapon firmly grasped by the guard and effortlessly shifted it aside. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed loudly, "Oh dear, that was quite perilous. Fortunately, I brought my credentials today. Otherwise, should you ruffians accidentally discharge your weapons, I would surely face my father's wrath upon my return." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Wuyo elegantly reached into his pocket, deftly retrieving a small green booklet. With a look of pride, he presented this mysterious little green book to the bodyguard before him. The elite bodyguard cautiously accepted the red booklet, scrutinizing it closely, and upon noticing the clearly printed details of Yi Wuyo's position and vital information, his eyes widened in astonishment. A blend of uncontainable surprise and reverence gleamed in his gaze as he absorbed the significance of the identification. It was akin to an ardent admirer encountering their long-cherished idol. Immediately, the bodyguard stood tall without hesitation, his feet together, right hand raised high, performing a standard yet solemn salute towards Captain Yi. He proclaimed loudly, "I salute you, Captain Yi. Today, we are under lockdown due to the arrival of distinguished personnel. The Tiger Ben assault team, a truly elite force, is a sanctuary for warriors of unparalleled caliber. This enigmatic and awe-inspiring unit is a gathering place for the finest and most skilled soldiers from across the nation. However, the criteria for entry into this realm are unimaginably stringent. The missions undertaken by this team are nothing short of perilous, classified operations, each fraught with the specter of death. It is only when a member of the team tragically falls that a new candidate may be selected from the multitude of aspirants. In this esteemed unit, every position symbolizes supreme honor and grave responsibility. To become a part of this battalion, each super soldier has endured countless trials of blood and fire, forging an indomitable will and a spirit of resilience. They must not only possess exceptional combat skills but also possess extraordinary wisdom and courage to navigate the myriad complexities of ever-evolving situations in their daily lives. Beyond executing perilous missions, this elite team has another vital responsibility: to transition into the enigmatic Dragon Group operatives upon retirement. Undoubtedly, for the members of this special operations team, the future is resplendent, brimming with boundless possibilities. It is precisely for this reason that all the guards of the Dragon Kingdom cast envious and resentful glances towards them, yearning for the day when they too might ascend to such heights and become a true king among warriors. Yi Wuyo nodded slightly, a look of sudden realization crossing his face as he remarked, "So that is the case. I wondered why there would be a driver specifically bringing someone in, requiring strict verification of identity. It turns out that little Huan is coming." Before his words had fully settled, a low and steady engine sound approached from afar. The crowd turned towards the source, and there, gliding along the road, was a black flag limousine, moving slowly and gracefully. The elegant lines of the vehicle flowed seamlessly, exuding an innate beauty. The dark paint glimmered under the sun, reflecting a dazzling light. Above the front of the car, a vibrant flag emblazoned with a dragon pattern fluttered in the wind, creating a lively sound as it danced, adding a festive touch to the entire scene. The bodyguards stationed at the entrance, upon witnessing this, immediately straightened their posture, their expressions becoming solemn and respectful. They swiftly raised their right hands, rendering a standard salute to the approaching vehicle. Just when everyone anticipated that the black flag limousine would drive directly through the gates, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The driver smoothly brought the car to a halt before the entrance. With deft movements, he opened the door and stepped out from the driver's seat. After adjusting his uniform, he briskly walked to the rear of the vehicle and cautiously opened the rear door. In that instant, all eyes were drawn to the spectacle. A woman, resembling a celestial being, gracefully emerged from the car. Her features were exquisite, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her pearly white teeth gleam like freshly fallen snow. And with a mere smile, she exudes an enchanting allure. Her figure is elegantly elongated, each step she takes akin to a graceful dance, swaying with exquisite poise. The woman's skin is of flawless ivory, delicate as jade, seemingly fragile to the touch. Cascading down to her waist, her chestnut hair flows like a waterfall, gently undulating with her movements, reminiscent of silk shimmering with a soft luster. As a gentle breeze stirs, a few strands of hair flutter gracefully, accentuating her captivating presence and multifaceted charm. Upon alighting from the carriage, her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Yi Wuyo. As if the winter's ice had melted under the summer sun, casting aside any semblance of restraint. She strode forward with confidence, leaping into Yi Wuyo's arms. With quick reflexes, he caught the seemingly boneless beauty, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, the essence of her youthful allure filling the air between them. His heart raced, as if struck by a mountain's force. Yi Wuyo suppressed a groan, aware that such a reaction would send Huan into a fit of embarrassment, leaving him with no face to show the world. He gently patted the soft, fair back of the young woman, saying, "Wan, you're quite grown now. Why do you still act so playfully?" He shook his head lightly, yet his eyes brimmed with affection. The girl, affectionately called Anai, cheekily stuck out her tongue in response, making a cute face as she declared, "No matter how old I grow, in my heart, you will always be my brother Yi. We haven't seen each other in so many years, have you not missed me even a little? What an ungrateful fellow you are. This time, you must not sneak away as you did in the past." Upon hearing the news of your return, people could hardly contain their excitement, hastening over from the state guesthouse without pause. The elite bodyguards nearby dared not exhale, drenched in cold sweat. The vehicle bore the license plate V00000001. Enough to instill fear in anyone. The mysterious woman who emerged from the car undoubtedly held an extraordinary background, appearing so intimately with the former warrior before them. It was as if a deluge had swept through the Dragon King's temple, capturing individuals right in the Dragon Palace. The bodyguard, who had just verified Yi Wuyo's identity, now felt a profound sense of despair. Yi Wuyo gently caressed Huan's silky, fragrant hair, a soft smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a gentle tone. "My dear, the main purpose of my return this time is to visit my parents. I intend to stay here for a few days. Next time we meet, I will take you out for a few days of fun. Consider it a small token of compensation. What do you think?" However, upon hearing this, the girl referred to as "my dear" pouted, her small mouth forming a frown as she mumbled unhappily, "But only a few days? That's hardly enough. How about I speak to my father and ask him to keep you here as his special agent? Then you could stay in Kyoto with me forever." As she spoke, she blinked her lively eyes, gazing expectantly at the man before her. Yet, Yi Wuyo merely smiled faintly, reaching out to gently flick her smooth forehead. Huan let out a playful yelp, immediately covering her forehead with her hands, glaring at Yi Wuyo in a huff. The scene resembled a charming yet irritable little pufferfish. Yi Wuyo remarked, "That simply won't do, my dear wife has only granted me a few days of leave." Upon hearing the news of Yi Wuyo's marriage, Huan's expression darkened, akin to the scorched bottom of a pot, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes as she struggled to come to terms with it. Yi Wuyo comforted her, saying, "Due to certain circumstances, it is merely a contractual marriage. Who knows, we might part ways in a few years. My dear, do not cry. Tears will mar your beauty." Upon realizing their relationship was but a fade, Huan's playful spirit was rekindled. She linked arms with Yi Wuyo and declared, "Let us visit Aunt." Yi Wuyo acquiesced, allowing her to lead as they strolled into the community. The driver and elite bodyguard at the entrance did not follow, as they wished to preserve the warmth of the moment. Chapter 28, Be My Knight. Huan's driver trailed behind at a distance. He was not just any bodyguard. He was an agent from the Guobin mansion, entrusted with the solemn duty of protecting significant individuals. It is worth noting that those capable of such responsibilities are invariably extraordinary, possessing both courage and strategy. Furthermore, this elite bodyguard had a remarkable past, having once been a formidable member of the renowned Tiger Commando Brigade. Although he was no longer part of the unit, his reputation remained untarnished. Coincidentally, he was also Yi Wuyo Sr. At this moment, Yi Wuyo and Huan strolled leisurely, exchanging laughter and banter, their joyful sounds resonating like an unending melody. This scene closely mirrored their first encounter as children, a moment forever etched in their memories. Reflecting on those days, the two were merely innocent children, devoid of any barriers, sharing an intimate camaraderie. In a fleeting moment, they arrived before a charming villa. A two-story structure distinguished by its elegant and unique design. The surrounding garden was a vibrant tapestry of blossoms, competing in their splendid hues. The myriad of colorful flowers gathered in clusters resembled a breathtaking sea of petals, while the lush green lawn sprawled like an expansive emerald carpet, capturing attention with its allure. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance. It was Anru, the adoptive mother of Yi Wuyo, around 40 years of age yet possessing a youthful countenance, exuding grace and poise. With a watering can in hand, she was tenderly nurturing the resplendent flowers. Upon noticing her, Yi Wuyo and Huan quickened their pace to approach her. Anru, upon seeing her son's return, instantly lit up with an exuberant smile. Hastily setting down the watering can and rushing to open the iron gate of the villa, welcoming the two children inside. They entered the garden with smiles adorning their faces. With a warm smile, Anru gazed at Yi Wuyo, her eyes brimming with joy as she gently spoke, "Year. It is indeed a pleasure to see you find time to visit us. We have been worried about you during your long absence. Had it not been for Uncle Jiang mentioning your circumstances to Tianming, we would have been left in constant anxiety." Yi Wuyo, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of remorse crossing his face as he softly replied, "Mother, please don't say that. The affairs overseas have indeed been quite complex. For a brief moment, I found myself unable to extricate from my prior commitments. However, I have returned now, and we may converse leisurely indoors." With that, the group turned and made their way into the house. As the three of them stepped into the living room, they were greeted by a decor that was both simple and elegant. The pristine white walls harmonized beautifully with the light gray floor tiles, exuding an air of understated sophistication. A spacious and comfortable beige sofa was positioned against the wall, adorned with several vibrantly colored cushions, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. One by one, they settled onto the soft sofa. Just as they were getting comfortable, Anru rose and made her way to the kitchen. In a short while, she returned, presenting 2 steaming cups of tea, which she placed on the coffee table. With a smile, she addressed Yi Wuyo and Huan, saying, "Come. Have a sip to moisten your throats." Both Yi Wuyo and Huan quickly reached for the cups and drank deeply. After setting their cups down, Yi Wuyo gently wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Anru continued, "Year, you are now 26, quite the young man indeed. Shouldn't you start contemplating your lifelong commitments? I believe Wanwan is a splendid choice. You two have played together since childhood, growing up as childhood sweethearts with a profound bond. Moreover, your father and Wanwan's father have been close friends for many years. This union could not be more fitting." As she spoke, a blush gradually crept onto Huan's cheeks, her expression a delightful mix of shyness and playfulness. In a moment of surprise, Yi Wuyo, having just swallowed his drink, inadvertently spewed it out. His expression turned frantic as he waved his hands, hurriedly explaining, "Mother, please listen to me. I have known Huan since we were children. We truly are childhood sweethearts, having grown up together. However, just the other day, I have taken the momentous step of marrying. It is merely that I have not yet had the opportunity to host a banquet to invite friends and family. Hence, taking advantage of this visit home, I have come to share this significant news with you and my father." Upon hearing this, Anru's face, which had been slightly etched with concern, instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Her lips involuntarily curved upwards, exuding a sense of comfort and joy. Although Yi Wuyo is not her biological son, the years of nurturing have forged an unbreakable bond between them. She has always treated this adopted son as her own, showering him with affection. With a beaming smile, Anru exclaimed, "Quickly, bring out a photo of the bride for me to see. Let us choose an auspicious date to properly celebrate with a lively banquet." Yi Wuyo hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket, rummaging through his album before respectfully presenting it to Anru. As she took the phone and focused her gaze upon the screen, her eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. "My dear child, what sorcery did you employ to win the heart of such a stunningly beautiful lady?" Yi Wuyo felt a pang of anxiety. his mind racing to concoct various explanations and tales to deflect his adoptive mother's inquiries. Thus, he spoke incessantly for a full half-hour. Meanwhile, Hu Wan, initially curious as she observed the exchange between Yi Wuyo and Anru, found herself unable to contain her own anticipation as time progressed. She reached out and snatched the phone from Yi Wuyo's grasp, her gaze fixated on the image of the unfamiliar woman, scrutinizing it intently in an attempt to discern the truth. The audacious woman who dared to seize the heart of Yi Wuyo possessed an unparalleled beauty that could captivate an entire nation. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was none other than Ning Qingyi. How could this be? The speaker's face was etched with disbelief, their voice trembling slightly from the shock. It is well known that the name Ning Qingyi resonates throughout Haitianshire like thunder. She is the most affluent and renowned female entrepreneur in the city. In this bustling metropolis, she shines like a ruby upon a crown. Any woman who prides herself on her beauty would instantly pale in comparison beside her. After all, Ning Qingyi not only possesses breathtaking beauty but also astonishing wisdom and talent. At just in her 20s, she presides over a colossal enterprise valued at a staggering 100 billion. She has emerged as a dazzling new star in the business realm. However, she is far from a mere ornamental figure. Her extraordinary tenacity and exceptional abilities in the commercial sphere have left countless peers in awe. Recently, news of her exploits has swept across the Dragon Kingdom like a whirlwind. It is reported that she boldly engaged in fierce competition with the Liu and Yi families of Tian Heishi, as well as the Yi uncle gang. Within a mere few months, she achieved resounding victories in the tumultuous capital markets, amassing an astonishing profit of 500 billion. Such remarkable feats have undoubtedly left everyone astounded. Her name has now reverberated through the circles of the affluent elite, causing quite a stir. Even my father, a discerning connoisseur who seldom praises others, has spoken highly of Ning Qingyi, lauding her as exceptionally talented with an immeasurable future ahead. And she earnestly anticipates that in the future, she will make even greater contributions. When Yi Wuyo heard these words, he was astonished beyond measure. He never expected that Ning Qingyi's name had reached the distant capital. Even Hu Wan's father had heard of her. It seems that the influence of the precious Qingyi is expanding at an astonishing pace. Yi Wuyo reassured Hu Wan, saying, Qingyi is indeed beautiful, her beauty transcends the mundane and is beyond reproach. Yet, there exists an aloofness that keeps others at bay. Like a snow lotus upon a snowy peak. The closer one approaches, the more one risks losing her. But you, dear girl, are different. In terms of beauty, grace, and intellect, you are in no way inferior to her. Like the sun emerging after a rainstorm, you always manage to warm my long-frozen heart, nurturing the shattered places within and allowing me to once more feel warmth. As Yi Wuyo spoke such tender words, they flowed forth one after another. The titles of Great Deceiver, Little Thief, and Lecher were but remnants of a long-abandoned past. Ning Qingyi had long since noticed this aspect of him, and thus often teased him about it. Such a person should not be indulged but rather kept in check, lest he becomes arrogant. At this moment, the kitchen was filled with the aromatic scents of ingredients being sought addition. And Ru was fully engrossed in her culinary creations, entirely unaware of the unfolding events in the living room. Her choice to remain in the kitchen stemmed from a deep understanding that the youth required their own space for solitude. Hearing that Enru was absent, Hu Wan felt her previously tense heart begin to relax slightly. She found herself instinctively moving closer to Yi Wuyo, her body gradually aligning with his. Upon reaching his side, she hesitated for a brief moment, before seemingly making a resolute decision. Gently extending her arms, as flawless and pale as jade, she placed her delicate, rosy palm, akin to a blossoming flower, upon Yi Wuyo's eyes. This gesture seemed to transport them back to their childhood, a time when they often played and frolicked in such a manner. Then, Hu Wan, with a soft voice imbued with a hint of anticipation, inquired, "Will you always protect me? Like the knights in fairy tales, standing unwaveringly by my side, offering me steadfast support. Accompanying me along the long journey of life until the end of time, is that possible?" In response to Hu Wan's heartfelt question, Yi Wuyo exhibited no hesitation. His reply was simple yet profound, "Of course." This answer served as a balm for the heart, instantly filling Hu Wan with sweetness and warmth. After receiving his affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. She slightly turned her cheek, gently parting her lips to bestow a tender kiss upon Yi Wuyo's neck. In that fleeting moment, it seemed she wished to pour all her emotions into that singular act. Reluctant to withdraw, when she finally lifted her lips, a vivid mark resembling a strawberry appeared on his neck. The faint pink imprint stood out strikingly against his sun-kissed skin, and it seemed to carry the lingering, enchanting fragrance unique to Hu Wan, intoxicatingly alluring. After this intimate exchange, Hu Wan, akin to a contented little cat, gracefully moved to the other end of the sofa. At that moment, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her beautiful eyes sparkling with shyness and joy. Her face was adorned with an expression of triumph, brimming with pride. Yi Wuyo felt as though he had once again fallen into the clever schemes of this girl. He pondered the potential repercussions if his wife were to discover this. It could lead to days of chilly silence between them. Chapter 29, Commander Yi Tianming. As the two exchanged glances, caught in a moment of awkwardness that left them at a loss for words, a faint sound emanated from the kitchen. Moments later, their nurturing mother, Enru, emerged with a radiant smile, presenting a platter of delectable dishes she had just prepared. Her arrival was like a timely downpour, perfectly shattering the uncomfortable silence that had enveloped the room. With grace, Enru placed the tray gently upon the dining table while warmly beckoning, "Year, and you too, Wan. Don't just stand there. The meal I prepared is ready. Come quickly and enjoy it while it's hot. By the way, your Uncle Yi should be home shortly." Upon hearing this, the initially reserved pair seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They swiftly rose and took their seats at the table, patiently awaiting Yi Tianming's return. As seconds turned into minutes, the wall clock's hands eventually pointed to 12 o'clock. Just then, accompanied by the familiar sound of a door opening, the tall and imposing figure of Yi Tianming appeared at the threshold. Dressed in a crisp military green uniform, he exuded an air of commanding presence. His chiseled features, defined and sharp, were reminiscent of a masterfully carved sculpture, with a pair of thick, ink-dark eyebrows that drew the eye. His eyebrows, dark and robust, arched slightly, emanating an aura of unyielding authority. Gazing into his eyes, which were deep and profound like a secluded pool, one could discern a flicker of determination and audacity. At times, that glimmer was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing the very soul. Overall, this individual exuded an imposing air of valor and dignity. He stood tall and upright, his strides confident and powerful, every gesture reflecting a spirit of grandeur. Each movement was imbued with a sense of strength, as if brimming with boundless energy. At that moment, a hearty laughter resonated through the air. It was Yi Tianming entering the room. With a beaming smile, he strode purposefully towards them. Even before his arrival, his voice rang out, "Ah, it's Wan. I didn't expect this little girl to come visiting today." His words were laced with surprise and delight. As he approached, Yi Tianming examined the charming young lady before him with keen interest, inquiring with genuine concern, "How have you been? Is the work at the auditorium keeping you busy?" Then, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, he quickly added, "Oh, by the way, please extend my regards to your father. I hope he is keeping well these days. If he has time, he should come by more often so we can reminisce together. He has so many responsibilities and his work is quite taxing. He must take care to rest, for time is relentless." Hu Wan smiled, replying, "Uncle Yi, my work is actually quite light. My father is in good health. Thank you for your concern. I will be sure to convey your message to him. After all, Kyushu is but a mere floating reed upon the vast sea. To navigate the colossal vessel with finesse is indeed a formidable challenge." Yi Tianming's expression grew increasingly grave, as if he were enveloped in profound contemplation. His deep-set eyes appeared somewhat distant, as if his thoughts had drifted far away. He was acutely aware that what the young girl had just conveyed echoed the sentiments of his father. With this realization, Yi Tianming could not help but let out a quiet sigh. At that moment, the gentle voice of Enru reached his ears, "Tianming, please wash your hands quickly and come to the table. The children are eagerly awaiting you, the food will grow cold. While at home, let us refrain from discussing work." Upon hearing his wife's call, Yi Tianming immediately snapped back to reality, a hint of apology gracing his smile. He promptly rose and obediently washed his hands as instructed. Who could have imagined that this formidable lord, who commanded respect and authority in the outside world, was, at home, an unequivocal husband under the sway of his wife? While he appeared invincible and formidable in public, within the confines of his household, his wife held the utmost power. Once seated at the table, the family began their meal. During this time, Yi Tianming turned to Yi Wuyo, exuding an air of authority, and remarked, "Yi, why was there no notification of your marriage? Had it not been for your Uncle Zhang's mention, I would still be in the dark." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Yi Wuyo's face as he scratched his head and replied, "Father, I sincerely apologize. This matter unfolded so unexpectedly that I had no opportunity to inform you and mother beforehand. Moreover, I have yet to hold even the wedding banquet with Ning Qingyi. However, rest assured, when we find the time in the future, we shall certainly organize a grand celebration and cordially invite you all to join us." At this moment, Yi Tianming, seated at the head of the table, suddenly brightened with excitement, radiating an exuberance that seemed to shave off a few years from his demeanor. He laughed heartily and exclaimed, "That little girl, Ning Qingyi, has truly won my approval. Not only that, but even your uncle Zhao Nan has spoken highly of her. Such an outstanding woman. She is indeed a paragon of excellence. My son, you must cherish her dearly and treat her with utmost respect. Under no circumstances should you engage in any foolishness. Should you dare stray and indulge in frivolous pursuits, beware. I shall not hesitate to break your legs." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo promptly nodded in agreement, assuring his father that he would never defy his wishes. Sensing the tension in the air, Enru, standing nearby, swiftly intervened to lighten the mood. With a warm smile, she addressed everyone, "All right, let us not be consumed by conversation. Please, indulge in these exquisite dishes." However, at that very moment, Hu Wan, seated in the corner, wore a displeased expression. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and the slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. It turned out that she had long harbored ambitions to claim the position of the rightful wife. Now, witnessing her future father-in-law's unreserved admiration for Ning Qingyi, she could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. What if her father-in-law firmly opposed her becoming the legitimate wife? What would she do then? Knight Tianming's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of anger as he spoke. According to reports from the border posts of the Dragon Country, the Khalifa mercenaries from Shandong have stealthily infiltrated our territory. A storm is brewing, and our satellites have locked onto this group. We have captured one of the mercenaries named Larry. He disclosed that, upon accepting the bounty from the employer Lu Xiaojia, he would be heading to Heishanshire for several transactions that could yield billions in reward. As Knight Tianming finished speaking, Knight Wuyo's already pale face strained of color, turning as white as parchment. The veins in his clenched arms bulged like coiling dragons, grotesque and conspicuous. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling, sinister aura of murderous intent erupted from him, pervading the entire space as if it were a tangible entity. In that moment, Knight Wuyo's heart was engulfed by an endless tide of anxiety and fear. His mind flooded with images of Qingshi Baobei potentially facing peril. The thought of not being by her side to protect her overwhelmed him with a sense of powerlessness, almost drowning him in despair. What should I do? If something were to happen to Qingshi? Knight Wuyo dared not dwell on the thought any longer, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just then, Knight Tianming, who had remained silent until now, suddenly revealed a knowing smile and spoke slowly, "Do not worry, my child. With your father here, no one shall easily harm my daughter-in-law. I have made preparations and discreetly dispatched capable subordinates to conceal themselves around Qingshi. Should they detect any signs of danger, they will undoubtedly step forward without hesitation. As the saying goes, when faced with an enemy, one must unsheath the sword. In this moment of life and death struggle, only the brave and fearless can emerge victorious. We must ensure that those who dare to invade our territory are met with bloodshed. By returning their malice with their own weapons, we shall use blood to safeguard the security of our dragon nation. Only in this manner can we instill fear in those treacherous individuals with ulterior motives." Upon hearing his father's resolute words, Yi Wuyo felt his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, gradually settle. Yet, simultaneously, he resolved that once this incident subsides, regardless of the cost, he would eradicate the sinister forces that conspired against him and his wife. Otherwise, It would indeed validate the ancient adage, if one does not remove the roots when cutting grass, it will regrow with the spring breeze. At that time, the repercussions could be endless. As Yi Tianming's voice faded, the tense atmosphere in the room was immediately alleviated. The taut nerves of the gathered guests began to relax. And laughter and joy once again filled the banquet. Glasses were raised and exchanged, creating a lively scene. In a moment of nostalgia, it felt as though they had returned to a time of carefree happiness and tranquility. After the meal, Yi Wuyo slowly rose, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the refined Huan seated across from him. He softly said, "Allow me to escort you to your vehicle." With that, he made his way toward the door. Huan, obediently nodding, followed him out into the courtyard. Outside, a brand new black flag car awaited them, its sleek lines glistening with a lustrous black sheen. Yi Wuyo approached the vehicle and gently opened the door, gesturing for her to enter. Huan slowly settled into the car, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Yi Wuyo. Her eyes brimmed with nostalgia and reluctance, as if she wished to linger indefinitely. Yi Wuyo was acutely aware that he could not permit Huan to remain in this moment for too long. After all, their prolonged solitude could potentially incite unnecessary complications. Moreover, he was already bound to another. The boundaries and nuances of interactions between men and women were, in his mind, as clear as crystal. Yet, even so, when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Huan's delicate, pitiful demeanor, his heart, once as tranquil as a placid lake, could not help but stir with the faintest ripples of emotion. At that juncture, a driver clad in a crisp uniform approached with measured, deliberate steps. He bowed slightly before addressing Huan with utmost respect, saying softly, "Miss, I have just received word that your father urgently requires this vehicle for an important matter. Therefore, I kindly ask that you prepare to return to the state guest house at your earliest convenience." Upon hearing this, Huan instinctively bit her soft pink lip, her beautiful eyes revealing a discernible hint of reluctance. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she ultimately nodded in agreement, signaling her readiness to depart. Yet, just as she was about to close the car door, it seemed she suddenly recalled something of great significance. And she swiftly extended her delicate hand to firmly grasp Yi Wuyo's broad, powerful one. In a soft whisper, she said, "Brother Yi, there are a few more words I wish to share with you." Chapter 30, the commander's majestic presence. Huan, with a playful sway of her body, resembled a capricious child who insisted on relishing one last warm embrace before their parting. Her luminous, expressive eyes sparkled with anticipation. She pouted her delicate lips, rendering her utterly irresistible. Subsequently, Huan, with a mischievous glint, extended her slender pinky finger and gently entwined it with Yi Wuyo's. With utmost seriousness, she proposed a pinky promise to seal their agreement on the specifics of their next encounter. Yi Wuyo gazed at this whimsical girl before him, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement in his heart. Yet, he found it impossible to deny her wishes and thus complied with her request. In that moment, they engaged in the solemnity of a childhood ritual, linking their pinkies together. At that instant, they exchanged a beautiful promise. As soon as Yi Wuyo found a moment of leisure, he would certainly take Huan out to explore the enchanting landscapes of Longhua. At that moment, Huan's exquisite and charming face blossomed with a triumphant smile, radiant as the flowers in spring. It seemed she had anticipated Yi Wuyo's acquiescence, having ensnared him completely, as if he were her destined partner. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Like a nimble and agile bird, Huan suddenly leaped forward, her movements swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she tightly embraced Yi Wuyo's neck. In her haste, she had not even the time to adjust her posture, finding herself completely draped over him. Once a visage as vibrant as a flower, now tinged with a slight blush of nervousness. In the face of Huan's unexpected advance, Yi Wuyo found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, he refrained from immediately pushing away the enchanting figure in his arms. Instead, he stood still, allowing her to embrace him tightly. Time slipped away unnoticed until Huan finally released her hold. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, resembling ripe apples, shy yet captivating. As for what transpired during their intimate moment, it is a secret known only to the two of them. Subsequently, Huan entered the black flag sedan, and the driver shut the door. She reluctantly waved goodbye to Yi Wuyo, who returned the gesture. The car roared to life, dust swirling in its wake, vanishing like an arrow released from a bow. Leaving Yi Wuyo to sigh, "I truly can't handle this girl." Turning back, Yi Wuyo returned indoors and settled beside the sofa. The father and son faced each other, engaging in a heartfelt conversation. They gathered around an old yet story-laden yellow peachwood table, illuminated by the soft glow of a dim oil lamp, fervently discussing every detail of their impending operation. From the formulation of the action plan to the allocation of personnel, and the preparation of weaponry, they meticulously dissected each aspect. Simultaneously, they delved into the myriad complex situations they might soon encounter, such as the enemy's troop distribution, tactical strategies, and potential unforeseen circumstances. These looming risks and challenges loomed like formidable mountains before them. However, they did not falter. Instead, drawing upon years of experience and wisdom, they sought to devise effective countermeasures. After prolonged communication and contemplation, the battle-hardened father and his impetuous son ultimately reached a consensus. At the break of dawn tomorrow, they shall personally lead a well-trained and well-equipped guard unit on their journey back to Haitian City. The singular purpose of this expedition is to decisively eliminate the threat posed by their adversaries. It is noteworthy that this military action is not a unilateral decision made by the two. Prior to this, they had meticulously reported to their superiors, elucidating the entire plan, and were fortunate to receive explicit approval from higher authorities. A moment's carelessness could potentially precipitate a chaotic situation of unimaginable consequences, thus prioritizing the greater good is paramount. Every decision must be made with the utmost caution to ensure absolute certainty. On the following morning, before the first rays of sunlight pierced through the dense cloud cover, a thin veil of mist had already enveloped the entire landscape. The thick fog and heavy clouds intertwined ominously, as if silently narrating the impending bloodshed. Sunlight filtered through the window onto the dining table, where Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming sat across from each other, relishing a sumptuous breakfast. As they savored the delectable fare, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and joyous. Beside them were several cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea, its invigorating aroma wafting throughout the room, imparting a sense of tranquility. They took gentle sips, and the rich flavor of the tea blossomed in their mouths, akin to a clear spring flowing through, illuminating their hearts. After finishing their breakfast, Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming slowly exited the courtyard. Outside, a military jeep awaited them, gleaming with a metallic sheen, exuding an air of formidable authority. A guard stood erect beside the vehicle, anticipating their ascent. One after the other, Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming boarded the jeep. Once seated, the guard swiftly ignited the engine. With the roar of the motor, the vehicle sped down the road like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the military district. The scenery changed rapidly along the way, yet the emotions of the two remained as tranquil as still waters. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the jeep finally arrived at the garrison command post. The area was adorned with verdant military camps, presenting a magnificent sight. Rows of camouflaged small buildings stood in neat formation, resembling a fortress of steel. At that moment, the air was filled with the sounds of intense gunfire and battle cries, as numerous soldiers engaged fervently in live-fire training. Their agile figures darted across the training grounds, exhibiting remarkable military prowess through swift and powerful movements. As the jeep approached the entrance, a guard stationed at the gate recognized the occupants and promptly jogged over, saluting with precision. He announced loudly, "Greetings, Commander. The troops have assembled and are ready for your inspection." Yi Tianming nodded slightly and replied softly, "Commence the inspection." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the jeep drove directly towards the parade ground. There, thousands of soldiers stood in tight formation, each armed and robust, resembling formidable deities of war. Confidence radiated from each face, illuminating the scene with an undeniable spirit. With resolute and piercing gazes, they stand ready to sacrifice for their homeland at any moment. This vividly showcases the formidable strength of the elite guard regiment. As the stirring military music reverberates through the air, it lingers in the atmosphere. The regiment's ceremonial military drill is officially set in motion. The soldiers march in perfect unison, chests held high as they pass the reviewing stand. The weapons they wield glimmer with a cold sheen under the sunlight, drawing the attention of onlookers. Their precise and synchronized steps are nearly flawless. Standing aloft, Yi Tianming scans the assembled troops below with a sharp gaze. After a moment of observation, he senses the time has come. Taking a deep breath and summoning his inner strength, he bellows, "Depart." Destination, Haotian City. His voice resonates like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the camp, causing ears to ring with its intensity. The battle song has been sounded. With Yi Tianming's fierce shout, the once tranquil and orderly camp erupts into fervor. Soldiers, agile and fully armed, surge forth like arrows released from a bow, swiftly boarding the waiting vehicles. One by one, these vehicles roar to life, their engines growling like a horde of roaring beasts preparing for battle. A glance reveals that this reinforced regiment boasts dozens of vehicles, lined up in a serpentine formation, extending for several miles. Such a magnificent spectacle is truly awe-inspiring, showcasing the formidable power and high morale of this force. At the very forefront of this metallic dragon, Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming, father and son, sit with solemn expressions, yet their eyes betray an undeniable excitement and anticipation. For them, this was not merely another instance of fighting side by side, it represented a profound sense of familial honor and legacy. As the adage goes, in battle, fathers and sons unite, and brothers fight fiercely against the foe. At this very moment, a singular belief resided within their hearts, to safeguard the glory of the Dragon Kingdom and to vanquish the invading enemy. To ensure that this operation would be swift and decisive, the entire convoy moved relentlessly forward, without the slightest pause. Even the fuel had been meticulously prepared in advance, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. This decisive and vigorous approach perfectly exemplified the intricate strategies underlying their combat plan. They were acutely aware of the critical influence that time holds over the outcome of war, thus, they resolved to unleash their offensive with the speed of a lightning bolt, illuminating the battlefield in an instant. This tactic aimed to leave the enemy with not even a moment's respite, akin to wielding a razor-sharp blade, striking down with thunderous force to sever all avenues of escape and hope for the adversary. Consequently, the enemy would find themselves ensnared in an exceedingly passive state, utterly incapable of mounting an effective response, let alone organizing a substantial counterattack. It is foreseeable that this battle will become a focal point of global attention, with the Dragon Kingdom resonating across the world, instilling fear in the hearts of the wicked. Merely a day later, the disciplined and well-trained Guard Regiment silently completed a meticulous encirclement of the Upper East District. All members lay in wait like phantoms amidst the surrounding houses, patiently anticipating the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, the soldiers assigned to reconnaissance meticulously disguised themselves, seamlessly integrating into the surrounding environment. He missed not a single subtle shift in the breeze or rustle of grass, particularly the seasoned scout. Through his masterful skills of disguise, he adeptly concealed his identity, meticulously conducting a thorough reconnaissance of the area. Should he detect the audacity of the enemy daring to intrude upon this territory, they would face an inescapable fate. Chapter 31, A Trap for the Unwary. At this moment, Liu Shaojia found himself utterly besieged, cornered like a rat. In desperation, he concocted a scheme so insidious and ruthless. Now, all evidence lay indisputably before him. There were not only eyewitnesses but also irrefutable physical evidence. No matter how eloquently he might protest or deny, it would amount to nothing more than a futile attempt to shake a tree with an ant's strength, utterly deluded. Ultimately, he would have no choice but to surrender and await the inevitable embrace of death. Once upon a time, this individual had dispatched members of the Yamaguchi Gumi from the land of cherry blossoms. Now, he had resorted to employing the brutal mercenaries from the Middle East. If this endeavor failed to dismantle Liu Shaojia completely and bring him before the courts for a just trial, who could predict the depths of his madness in the future? At that very moment, Yi Wuyo stood atop a towering skyscraper in Haotian City, firmly grasping a fearsome Barrett sniper rifle, manufactured by the renowned Barrett Company of America. The bullets it fired boasted an astonishing diameter of 12.7 millimeters. Its power was immense, terrifyingly so. Should one be struck by such a projectile without prompt and effective medical intervention, they would surely bleed profusely and lose all capacity for combat. This may induce shock, leading to a life-threatening condition, ultimately resulting in death. Moreover, A bullet striking a vital area often guarantees a fatal outcome, leaving no possibility for survival. Such a formidable sniper rifle is typically reserved for elite forces engaged in special operations. Knight Wuyo peered through a high-powered telescope, searching for his target. His focus unwavering as he gazed at the distant location of the Securities Regulatory Commission in Haitian City. The building was alive with movement, bustling staff coming and going, creating an atmosphere of heightened activity. However, after meticulous observation, he detected no apparent anomalies, save for a small courtyard that was tightly locked. This courtyard held an air of mystery, seldom approached by anyone. Only at mealtimes did a weathered, middle-aged man, of average build, appear, carrying a lunchbox to deliver food before hastily departing. Knight Wuyo pondered silently, this could very well be the place where Qingyu was imprisoned. Meanwhile, Commander Yi Tianming was anxiously orchestrating the capture operation. He decisively issued orders to Director Liu of the City Police Department, demanding the swift evacuation of civilians from the area to ensure their safety. Furthermore, he instructed the allocation of sufficient police forces to maintain local public order and to prepare for the deployment of medical personnel post-conflict, enabling timely aid for any potential casualties. At that moment, several enigmatic figures stealthily infiltrated the city, clad in plain clothes and peculiar attire. Upon closer inspection, one can discern their strikingly dense beards. They are, in fact, scouts from the Khalifa mercenary organization, entrusted with a crucial mission, to gather intelligence and remain in a state of readiness. These adept scouts are not only proficient in multiple languages but also possess rubber masks crafted from a unique material, enabling them to effortlessly alter their appearance and seamlessly blend into the local populace. Disguised as ordinary citizens, they are nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. The trio converses in the language of Longua, discussing the outcomes of football matches and pondering where to dine on a buffet that evening, which establishment to visit later. Passers-by harbor no suspicions toward these individuals. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Tianming has already woven an intricate web outside the city. Not only is the Upper East Side rife with hidden currents, tightly sealed off, but also the crucial checkpoints necessary for leaving Haitianshire are heavily fortified. At these pivotal locations, numerous well-trained artillerymen lie in ambush, with formidable howitzers having been discreetly transported to the scene. The scale and determination of this operation are indeed formidable. The reason for such extensive preparation stems from Commander Yi Tianming's profound anger. Someone has dared to target his daughter-in-law. Such audacity is akin to provoking a tiger, foolhardy and perilous. In this tense moment, the three individuals begin to move, leisurely advancing towards the Securities Regulatory Commission, their demeanor seemingly relaxed. Their steps, however, are marked by an unusual caution and deliberation. Any slight disturbance could send them fleeing like startled rabbits. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the three individuals stood in a triangular formation, evidently arranged to survey their surroundings comprehensively, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. However, their seemingly flawless disguise failed to escape the keen gaze of a seasoned warrior from days gone by. Yi Wuyo casually remarked, "The Khalifa mercenaries have indeed made progress in their art of disguise. Had it not been for my extensive experience, I might have been deceived by them." Regrettably, these scouts from the Middle East still revealed subtle flaws. After all, altering the professional habits cultivated over many years in a short span is no simple feat. One need only observe their positions to discern the unusual aspects. Furthermore, one individual deliberately placed his arm near his thigh, angled slightly toward the armpit. This posture, appearing casual, concealed deeper intentions for those with experience, as it likely indicated the concealment of a weapon. A single shot could easily unveil the truth. At that moment, Yi Wuyo's sharp eyes, akin to those of a hawk, fixed intently on the young man standing at the forefront of the group. He steadily raised his Barrett sniper rifle, aligning the crosshairs with precision on the target through the scope. Yi Wuyo narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, "Go, meet your maker." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he decisively squeezed the trigger. In an instant, a deafening gunshot erupted, resonating like a thunderclap. A deafening roar suddenly shattered the fleeting tranquility of the city, sending nearby birds scattering in panic. The man at the epicenter of the chaos barely had time to react, instinctively clutching his chest. Yet, it was all too late. A powerful bullet struck him with blinding speed, creating a gaping wound in his torso, blood and flesh erupting forth. Crimson torrents surged from his body like a breached dam, instantly staining the ground beneath him and sending the surrounding civilians into a frenzied flight. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any color. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the weight of his own body, toppling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing the horrific fate of their companion, the two men beside him were immediately overtaken by shock. Their expressions morphed in terror, instinctively seeking refuge. Without hesitation, they drew their MP5 submachine guns from their waists and sprinted toward the location where Ningqing was held captive. Their reckless determination suggested they would risk their lives to accomplish their mission. The Khalifa mercenaries were known for their unwavering word, never to renege on a promise. Yet, in this critical moment, Knight Wuyo would not let them escape easily. With swift precision, he pulled the trigger again, the sharp crack of gunfire resonating through the air. Two lethal bullets hurtled toward the fleeing men like meteors of death. With a fierce blow, he struck the former on the arm and a leg. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering into the air like blossoms of crimson flowers. The scene was harrowing, reminiscent of a ripe watermelon crushed violently. At that moment, a burly man widened his eyes in fury and bellowed, "Lester, we are certainly doomed to fail this cursed mission. You must flee quickly and inform the others that there is an ambush here." Having spoken, he forcefully pushed the injured Lester away, resolutely positioning himself behind the most conspicuous corner of the wall. However, Yi Wuyo showed no mercy towards his adversaries. A faint smile of coldness curled at the corners of his mouth as he lightly trembled his firearm, releasing a bullet the size of a peanut that flew forth with blinding speed, directly aimed at the man's face. With a muffled thud, the bullet struck its target with unerring accuracy. The man had no time to utter even a single cry of despair before he crumpled to the ground, devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, the mercenary named Levant was struck with terror, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. He understood that the situation was extremely perilous, allowing for not a moment's hesitation. Thus, he turned and sprinted desperately towards the nearby dwelling. Upon reaching the front of the house, Levant's trembling hand swiftly pulled open the door. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Inside, a squad of soldiers lay in wait, ready to pounce like tigers descending from the mountains, roaring in unison as they lunged towards Levant. The unfortunate Levant was utterly unable to react, being forcefully pinned to the ground by a pack of ferocious soldiers. Thus, among the once arrogant mercenaries, only one remained alive. This lone survivor still clung to a glimmer of hope, attempting to rush into a nearby dwelling to send a message to their leader. Alas, despite his meticulous calculations, he failed to anticipate the lurking sniper from the high-rise, as well as the countless soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom concealed within the surrounding buildings. These battle-hardened, well-trained soldiers awaited their prey with patient anticipation. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life as Yi Wuyo pressed the button to connect. The resounding voice of Yi Tianming echoed through, "Year, what are your plans for the next move? We have captured an injured man, we should make good use of him." With a malicious grin, Yi Wuyo replied, "Let us lure him into the trap and undermine their foundation." Yi Tianming chuckled heartily, "You clever rascal. I was just thinking along those lines. However, we are not fluent in the language of the Middle East and cannot communicate with those outside the city. What do you suggest?" Yi Wuyo teased, "Fear not, I shall descend immediately." Before Yi Tianming could respond, Yi Wuyo abruptly shut off the intercom, disassembling the Barrett rifle and stowing it in a golf bag with fluid precision. He slung it over his shoulder, achieving an astonishing level of camouflage. With purposeful strides, Yi Wuyo made his way toward the elevator. Chapter 32, The lurking prey within the confines of the Inspection Bureau. The previously bustling and orderly atmosphere was abruptly shattered. All the staff scattered like frightened birds, desperately seeking refuge. The entire office descended into chaos. Suddenly, a series of dull, thunderous gunshots erupted, resonating from a Barrett sniper rifle. Each shot carried an unparalleled aura of intimidation, instilling fear in all who heard it. Yet, amidst the panic, Director Wang Defeng stood apart, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated the unfolding events. In his mind, He surmised that the unexpected assailant must have been sent by Lu Xiaojia. However, he was perplexed as to why these assassins chose to act so brazenly instead of stealthily infiltrating. Had they encountered unforeseen obstacles during their operation? Contemplating this, Wang Defeng felt the urgency of the moment and swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing Lu Xiaojia's number with haste. Upon connection, he eagerly relayed the news of the gunfight and urgently advised Lu Xiaojia to establish contact with the mercenaries at once. Lu Xiaojia coldly reassured him, "Director Wang, have no worries. The Khalifa mercenaries never return empty-handed. They are ruthless individuals who tread the line between life and death. I will promptly relay the information you provided to them." With that, Lu Xiaojia ended the call, allowing Wang Defeng to exhale deeply. He mused to himself. It seems I overthought the situation. Lu always operates with near certainty. Ning Qingyi's confrontation with these individuals is truly reckless. What a pity. This young lady possesses such exquisite beauty. Her allure is simply beyond compare. If only time were not so pressing, I would truly enjoy her company and savor the experience. Alas, she is destined to become merely a crimson skeleton. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Ning Qingyi is confined, she is roused by the sound of gunfire. This courtyard was originally a storage facility for the Inspection Bureau, which has, for many years, not housed any supplies and has subsequently been transformed into a dormitory for employees. Eventually, it was usurped by Wang Defeng, becoming his private residence. The iron gate is secured with a heavy chain, and the courtyard is enclosed. Over the past few days, Ning Qingyi has attempted to escape, but her efforts have been in vain. The towering brick walls are several meters high, topped with electrified fencing. The iron gate is locked with a robust chain, and the area is seldom traversed by anyone. Being situated in the backyard of the Inspection Bureau and claimed by the director, it is unlikely that anyone would pass through unless they were willing to risk their position. Upon hearing the direction of the gunfire, Ning Qingyi resolutely emerged. Seizing the moment of chaos, she wrapped her silk scarf and personal belongings in a stone and hurled them towards the source of the gunfire, hoping to attract attention. With her hands clasped together against her chest, she fervently prayed, "If only that scoundrel could ride on a rainbow cloud to rescue me. I would forgive him for his past indiscretions with my best friend. I would merely turn a blind eye. As long as I can survive this ordeal. May heaven grant me protection." Night has now descended upon the vicinity of the Inspection Bureau, and his keen eyes have already discerned Ning Qingyi's silk handkerchief wrapped around a stone, lying amidst the flowers. A sly smile crept across his face. Ning Qingyi is indeed the epitome of a female CEO. Her mind sharp and decisively astute. Even when transmitting signals, one can choose the most opportune moment. Yu Wuyo did not rush to rescue Ning Qingyi immediately. For he knew that as long as he was present, no one could harm his wife. It was not merely a matter of facing Khalifa's mercenaries. Even the blood-kin of the Dark Holy See would not dare to challenge him. Divine beings shall vanquish the divine, and demonic forces shall extinguish the demonic. This exemplifies the audacity and dominance of the foremost warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Wuyo made his way toward the dwelling where Yi Tianming resided. Upon entering, he was met with the fervent admiration of the soldiers from the Guard Regiment, who parted to grant him passage, a tribute befitting a hero. Surrounding soldiers extolled, "Truly, he is the son of Commander Yi, the youngest captain of the Tiger Ben assault team, the mightiest warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. He has dispatched those mercenaries with such ease that we scarcely perceived their presence. To leave one alive, my goodness!" A subtle smile graced Yu Wuyo's lips. Yet he remained silent as he stepped further inside. The room was in disarray, littered with shattered furniture and debris. At that moment, the last surviving mercenary slumped in a dilapidated chair, his appearance grotesque, with his face swollen to the point of resembling that of a pig. His true visage obscured. The mask of human skin had been torn away. A blood-stained tourniquet was tightly wrapped around his left arm, evidently applied by someone to prevent him from succumbing to excessive blood loss. Despite the brutal treatment he had endured, the mercenary stubbornly cursed in the foul dialect characteristic of the Shandong region. However, upon hearing Yu Wuyo articulate in the authentic dialect of the Shandong region, indeed, a person of the Khalifa can remain so composed even in such dire circumstances, the mercenary's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a vivid tableau of astonishment. His mouth agape. It seemed as though his eyes might leap from their sockets. The sheer terror etched upon his face elicited a suppressed smile. Yi Tianming remarked, "Year. How we deal with this individual is at your discretion. We are unfamiliar with this foreign tongue and shall glean no useful information." Yi Wuyo responded, "Father. Leave it to me. I am well versed in the interrogation methods of the KGB. One must extinguish either the body or the spirit to uncover the true answers." The mercenary before them turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his face. For he was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the KGB agents from the land of the Rakshasa. There had once been a spy from the land of cherry blossoms captured, who now languished in a mental institution, with doctors declaring his mental collapse beyond remedy. Lester, fluent in Mandarin, spoke, "My brother, I shall divulge whatever you wish to know. Do not employ the KGB's methods against me. If so, I would rather bite my tongue and die." Yi Wuyo clapped his hands and declared, "In our Dragon Kingdom, we have an old adage, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Cooperate well, and I shall spare your life. I may even allow you to atone for your sins and earn a reduced sentence." Hearing this, Lester, whose face had previously been ashen, suddenly regained a flicker of hope. He replied, "Your Excellency, ask away, I shall speak without reservation and leave nothing unspoken." At that moment, a fierce killing intent surged within Yi Wuyo's eyes. A palpable chill enveloped everyone around, as if they had encountered a deity of death emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The mercenary, a servant of the caliphate, trembled visibly. Having crawled from the graves of the long-deceased over the years, he had long forgotten the essence of life and death. Yet, the young man before him emanated an overwhelming sense of peril. Yi Wuyo spoke with icy clarity, "It would be wise for you to refrain from any trickery. I do not treat my adversaries with mere cruelty, but rather with utter devastation. The last leader of the Italian mafia I dealt with suffered such a decline in intellect that he even forgot his own name." Fear reflected in Lester's eyes, as the intangible aura of death surrounding Yi Wuyo was not something that could be feigned. He nodded vigorously, indicating his willingness to divulge the truth. Yi Wuyo pressed on, "How many individuals entered the Dragon Kingdom with you?" Lester hesitated before replying, "Initially, there were 30 of us. However, 2 became lost along the way and were detained upon inspection, discovered to be illegal entrants." Yi Wuyo nodded. This number of mercenaries seemed plausible, as their target was not among the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. He continued his inquiry, "Was it Lu Xiaojia who dispatched you? Are the targets Ning Qingyi and Yi Wuyo?" Lester's face turned pale with terror as he asked, "How do you know our assassination targets? Could it be that you are Yi Wuyo?" Yi Wuyo responded with a chilling smirk, "You are indeed correct." Lester continued, "Our primary target is a woman named Ning Qingyi. Eliminating you is secondary, though your bounty is somewhat less considerable." The man exhibited a sense of despondency. After all, this assassination attempt had utterly failed, and it remained uncertain whether he could preserve his own life. Yi Wuyo continued, "How do your men plan to enter?" Lester replied, "As long as we communicate via the walkie-talkie that everything is normal, they will promptly enter the city to execute the assassination. Should I fail to make contact, they will contemplate a retreat." Yi Wuyo instructed the guard beside him, "Return his walkie-talkie." The guard hurriedly fetched the device and pressed the switch. The sound of Arabic filled the room, inquiring, "Lester, are you all right? Is everything normal?" At that moment, silence enveloped the room, everyone holding their breath. Should Lester utter any misleading words that jeopardized Ji Xiao's grand scheme, he would be executed on the spot, torn apart without mercy. Summoning his resolve, Lester declared, "Everything is normal, hurry into the city. The target location has minimal defenses." The response came through the walkie-talkie, "Received." And the call was abruptly terminated. The gathered individuals wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads, their anxieties finally alleviated. Yi Tianming brimmed with pride, his son was on the verge of achieving great merit, poised to capture this band of mercenaries in one fell swoop. The accolades would be considerable, perhaps leading to further advancements. With this thought, Yi Tianming could scarcely contain his delight. He commanded the guard regiment to bolster their defenses in preparation for the imminent battle. Yi Wuyo also readied himself for a decisive extermination campaign. With superior numbers and weaponry, along with an advantageous geographical position within the territory of Longwa, the Guard Regiment was set to seize the high ground and await the enemy's approach. The enemy, weary from their relentless pursuit, suddenly encountered an unforeseen twist of fate. In the distant sky, dark silhouettes began to emerge. A guard rushed in, exclaiming urgently, "There is an enemy attack, we must take cover." Over 20 gliders were descending towards us, dropping white phosphorus grenades from above. This was a type of mass destruction grenade developed by the nation of Russia. The sounds of explosions resounded incessantly, causing many buildings to collapse under the pressure. Fortunately, the residents had long been evacuated. In this moment, Yi Wuyo felt like an ant on a hot pan, consumed with anxiety over the fate of his precious Chingy. The group of Khalifa mercenaries proved to be cunning, having discerned our weaknesses and turned the tables on us, leading us into a trap. The true assassination operation had only just begun. Chapter 33, The Thieving Kiss. At this critical juncture, where life and death hung in the balance, the cacophony of explosions reverberated like a tempest. The deafening noise echoed through the heavens. Yet, amidst this chaos, a shadow darted out from within the building like a bolt of lightning. It was none other than Yi Wuyo. His physique was agile, his movements swift, and his speed astonishing. He seemed as light as a swallow, his steps almost ethereal. Like a gust of wind sweeping through the night, a specter flitting through the darkness. His pace was so rapid it rendered him nearly invisible. At that moment, Yi Tianming watched in horror as Yi Wuyo impulsively rushed out. His eyes widened with fury and concern, filled with a sense of urgency. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yi, take cover. Do not venture outside, it is far too dangerous." However, before his words had fully dissipated, Yi Wuyo vanished from the room like a fleeting meteor, leaving only a vague silhouette that gradually receded. Observing this, Yi Tianming felt a profound anguish. His heart torn asunder by a tempest of sorrow and indignation. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes brimming with concern, and pounded the earth with his fists, producing a dull thud. Though Yi Wuyo was not his biological son but rather an adopted one, the bond they shared transcended that of mere kinship. In Yi Tianming's heart, Yi Wuyo held the same significance as his own flesh and blood, both treasures beyond price in his life and embodiments of his spirit. Meanwhile, the members of the nearby Guard Regiment were equally aflame with righteous indignation, their hearts ignited with a fierce fury as they witnessed the enemy wreak havoc before them. Despite their numbers far exceeding those of their adversaries, they found themselves unable to draw their blades at that moment due to various constraints. Left to helplessly watch the commander's son venture into peril alone. This sense of impotence and frustration fueled their wrath. The regiment's captain, Sun Daipyo, bellowed, "Brothers, those unafraid of death, charge out with me. Let us annihilate this rabble." Yi Tianming immediately glared at him, his imposing presence silencing all the soldiers. He admonished, "Sun Daipyo, you stubborn fool. It is not your time to charge, lie low for now. Wait until the explosions cease, then strike with all your might." Recognizing the commander's rising ire, Sun Daipyo quickly yielded, responding, "I shall heed the commander's orders." At this, Yi Tianming's gaze softened slightly. He would never allow his soldiers to make pointless sacrifices. In terms of personnel, equipment, and geographical positioning, he held an undeniable advantage. Whether the Caliph's mercenaries arrived in a platoon or a battalion, their fate would inevitably be annihilation, with no possibility of escape. It was merely a matter of waiting for the prey to fall into the trap, ready to strike when the door closed. The victory was already secured. Any struggles would be in vain. At that moment, Yi Wuyo unleashed a terrifying speed that was truly astonishing. He seemed to reminisce about the tumultuous days when he faced enemies on all fronts. Even the finest athletes from Africa could not match his velocity. In the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the courtyard where Ning Qingyi was hiding. She had already concealed herself within a wooden cabinet inside the house. With a leap, Yi Wuyo vaulted over the iron gate. The back door of the courtyard had been forcefully kicked open, and a group of bearded men clad in camouflage burst in, exuding a murderous aura and casting cold, indifferent glances around. This band of thugs had undoubtedly taken many lives. Each of them wielded a uniform set of Gallo rifles, modeled after the RK-62 rifle from the Hebrew nation, which originated from the imitation of the Karelian nation. Their stability and firepower were on par with the AK series. The weapons in their hands indicated that these individuals were not ordinary mercenaries, but rather a specially trained force with combat awareness far exceeding that of typical hired guns. Yi Wuyo sensed the intrusion in the backyard and quickened his pace. He called out, "Qingyi, my darling, I have come to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Qingyi, hidden within the cabinet, was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Indeed, this scoundrel arrived just when he was most needed. Ning Qingyi forcefully pushed aside the cabinet and hastened towards the door, moving in the direction from which the voice of Yi Wuyo emanated. Unbeknownst to her, a group of mercenaries had also burst through the back entrance, following closely behind. Just as Ning Qingyi was waving to Yi Wuyo, a dozen men simultaneously aimed their dark, menacing firearms at her back. In an instant, Yi Wuyo leaped forward with breathtaking speed. In a moment fraught with peril, he managed to embrace Ning Qingyi, shielding her delicate form within his own, exposing his back to the imminent threat. The mercenaries opened fire, intent on turning the pair into a sieve. The room erupted with gunfire, drowning out all other sounds. Ning Qingyi, pressed against Yi Wuyo, could feel the weighty rhythm of his breaths. Her seemingly careless husband had risked his life to save her. An act of profound bravery that brought tears to her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and dampening the corners of her beautiful eyes as she wept softly. Yi Wuyo's warm blood flowed down, splattering onto Ning Qingyi. She touched it, finding it to be a vivid crimson. Her stunning visage paled in shock, and panic took hold of her as she exclaimed, "Little thief, you are injured." Yi Wuyo's voice grew increasingly faint, his breath waning. With a slow and deliberate tone, he reassured her, "It's nothing, my dear Qingyi. Even if I were to die 1,000 times, I would willingly embrace death if it meant saving you." Without a hint of regret, Ning Qingyi, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, implored, "Little thief. You cannot be in peril without my consent. If you die, I wish not to live either." Woo-woo. Knight Wuyo, with trembling hands, caressed the exquisite face of the enchanting maiden in his embrace, as if at any moment her soul might depart this world. In this dire circumstance, Ning Qingyi did not resist Knight Wuyo's robust arm. Instead, she tightened her grip on him and spoke urgently, "Hold on, I will call for an ambulance immediately. We have yet to celebrate our wedding, dear husband." A flicker of brilliance ignited in Knight Wuyo's dimmed eyes as he replied, "Qingyi, my darling, you finally called me husband." Before Ning Qingyi could utter another word, Knight Wuyo, dragging his bloodied body, rose to his feet. He lunged towards the 20-odd mercenaries, who had just finished reloading their weapons. The sudden attack left them dumbfounded. A man who should have perished was, against all odds, still alive. This was no mere apparition. They had taken countless lives, yet now they were momentarily paralyzed by fear, forgetting to flee. Like a bloodthirsty beast, Knight Wuyo let out a low growl, "Come and take your lives." A wounded beast, driven to the brink, is at its most terrifying during its final stand. With a swift motion, Knight Wuyo executed a dragon-seizing strike, his speed astonishing and almost unbelievable. In an instant, he snapped the neck of one adversary with that brutal blow, as effortlessly as one might slaughter poultry. Immediately afterward, he pivoted, resembling the fierce winds, and charged at 3 other foes. His fists, imbued with boundless strength, erupted with the force of 1,000 punches, striking mercilessly at their lower abdomens. In that fleeting moment, 3 dull thuds echoed as the trio collapsed to the ground like lifeless clay. Their chests and abdomens were visibly sunken, a sight both horrific and extraordinary. It was evident that they had suffered severe injuries, their fates uncertain. Witnessing this scene, the remaining mercenaries were seized by an overwhelming terror. They scattered like birds and beasts, uttering panicked cries, "What in the world is that creature? Everyone, run!" Yet, how could Yi Wuyo allow those who sought to harm him and Ning Qingyi to escape so easily? He swiftly bent down to seize a Gallo rifle from the ground. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the fleeing dozen. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, mingling with the wails of the wounded, echoing throughout the space. Blood sprayed forth, cascading like raindrops, quickly staining the ground a vivid crimson. It resembled a sea of blood. a sight both shocking and profoundly terrifying. Nonetheless, a few managed to find refuge in the underbrush, their whereabouts now shrouded in mystery. Yi Wuyo observed the fleeing figures in silence, choosing not to pursue them. For him, Ning Qingyi's safety was of paramount importance. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his father had already ensnared the area in an intricate web of defenses. Not only these few individuals, but even a mere fly would find it challenging to escape this territory, as the key points were meticulously guarded by his father's security team. At this moment, the gaping wound on Yi Wuyo's back, which had been profusely bleeding, was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The bullet embedded within was gradually being expelled by his formidable self-healing abilities, albeit obscured by the blood that coated his body. The tumultuous changes around her went unnoticed by Ning Qingyi. Yi Wuyo feigned weakness, collapsing to the ground, emitting faint breaths, and pretended to faint. Ning Qingyi had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Struggling against the nauseating stench of blood that surrounded her, she crawled closer, cradling Yi Wuyo's handsome head against her ample bosom. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and suddenly a plan formed in her mind. She thought, desperate measures must be taken. I shall perform artificial respiration while awaiting the ambulance. No matter the cost, I will rescue you from the clutches of death. At that moment, Ning Qingyi felt no aversion. Only determination and tranquility. Her delicate face pressed against Yi Wuyo's bloodied visage, her heart raced, pounding fervently. It was a sensation both exquisite and tender. This marked her first proactive engagement in a romantic encounter with a man. Time slipped away unnoticed until Ning Qingyi sensed something amiss. Why did this rascal's breath linger? Not resembling that of someone on the brink of death? And there was an unsettling restlessness, not just in his heartbeat but elsewhere as well. Realizing she had been deceived, Ning Qingyi hastily withdrew, the flush on her cheeks vanishing in an instant, replaced by a chilling indifference. In a fit of anger, she hurled Yi Wuyo to the ground, exclaiming furiously, "You wretched thief, you lecherous rogue! All you do is bully and deceive me. You might as well die, I can always find another husband." Yi Wuyo, unable to maintain his charade any longer, quickly cried out, "Oh dear, why have you stopped the artificial respiration, my lady? I'm short of breath and in need of oxygen." Ning Qingyi's lovely face flushed crimson, her heart in disarray. With a playful pout, she declared, "I shall not concern myself with you, you deserve whatever fate befalls you. The world would be better off without a rogue like you." Yet, Yi Wuyo simply rose, shedding his garments. Upon witnessing this, Ning Qingyi hurriedly turned her head away, her expression laden with disdain, thinking to herself that this fellow was attempting to act like a scoundrel again. In truth, it was merely the overwhelming scent of blood from his clothing. His wounds had completely healed, prompting him to strip off his attire. Ning Qingyi had clearly misunderstood, perpetually regarding him as a rogue. Chapter 34, The Origin of the Undying Body. Ning Qingyi was wholly absorbed in her banter with Yi Wuyo, to the point that she had entirely forgotten the pressing questions she had intended to pose. At that moment, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yi Wuyo's robust physique, reminiscent of a bull. In an instant, a subtle blush crept onto her enchanting face, as if certain memories from the depths of her mind were being stirred. Unconsciously, she raised her delicate hand and placed it upon her full, heaving bosom, attempting to suppress the frantic thoughts racing through her heart. Gradually, the flush that had initially graced her neck due to shyness began to recede. After a brief moment of composure, Ning Qingyi regained a semblance of calm. With a gaze filled with inquiry, she turned to Yi Wuyo and questioned, "You little thief, just moments ago you were riddled with bullets to save me. How is it that you now stand here, unscathed? Could it be that you are truly a reincarnation of some divine being? Or perhaps all of this is merely a figment of my imagination?" Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo had already removed the garment stained with specks of blood, revealing the robust and muscular contours of his torso. At this moment, he gazed with a hint of mockery into the icy and haughty visage before him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he jested, "Hee, if I were to claim that I am the reincarnation of a deity, would you believe me? My dear Qingyi?" Ning Qingyi pouted playfully, "I believe you're just full of nonsense. Be honest, just moments ago, you were bleeding profusely and on the brink of death. How could you suddenly be healed?" Yi Wuyo's expression turned serious as he replied, "Do you truly wish to know? If so, What I am about to reveal pertains to the truths beyond our world. Ning Qingyi, brimming with curiosity, nodded and blinked her mesmerizing eyes. Yi Wuyo fell into a reverie. Inhaling deeply before he began to recount, in those days, I bore the heavy responsibility bestowed upon me by the Dragon Nation. Alone. I infiltrated the enigmatic intelligence organization of the beautiful nation known as SHIELD, becoming an undercover agent entrenched within enemy lines, receiving training from the world's most elite operatives. By sheer chance, I stumbled upon a top-secret initiative that left the world in awe. This initiative would later be referred to by allied nations as the Divine Creation Project. It is said that through an arduous journey of interstellar exploration, they faced innumerable challenges and ultimately acquired the mysterious dark matter left behind in the vast expanse of outer space. Then, aided by the formidable radiation emitted by this extraterrestrial substance, and a series of undisclosed special methods, they endeavored to create a divine artifact capable of traversing time and space, as well as superhumans capable of genetic mutation. Their ambitions soared, seeking to forge an existence that could stand alongside deities, thereby attaining immortal life and eternal youth. However, at that time I remained blissfully unaware that I had unwittingly fallen into a vast conspiracy. There was a moment when I received a top-secret mission from SHIELD. It was only in hindsight that I realized they had never intended for us, the operatives assigned to this mission, to leave alive. The task required our team to journey to a clandestine laboratory situated on the Hohenzollern Islands, to retrieve a research material known as Terrigen crystals. After enduring considerable hardships and perilous dangers to reach our destination, we unfortunately encountered unforeseen circumstances upon entering the laboratory. Unbeknownst to us, we had come into close contact with the dark matter originating from outer space. Although we ultimately succeeded in acquiring the Terrigen crystals, the alien radiation permeated the DNA chromosomes of both myself and my team members. Following this abrupt catastrophe, the aftermath was heart-wrenching. Aside from my fortunate survival, all my comrades perished one after another, forever closing their eyes. The manner of their deaths was exceedingly tragic, their faces contorted and grotesque. The countenance, filled with terror and despair, seems to narrate the harrowing torment and suffering endured in life. All traces of their existence in this world have dissipated like whispers in the wind, vanishing without a trace, a consequence of the enigmatic and formidable intervention of SHIELD, which has meticulously sealed all pertinent information within classified archives, forbidding any outsider from peering in. However, against all odds, I, who should have perished, miraculously did not succumb immediately. Perhaps fate's favor smiled upon me, or some unknown force intervened. In any case, I tenaciously clung to life. After a series of intricate and perilous experiments and treatments, it was astonishingly revealed that the restructured DNA within me had undergone remarkable transformations, bestowing upon me a healing ability that transcends the ordinary. This extraordinary capacity enables my body to self-repair wounds at an unimaginable pace, allowing for rapid recovery even after sustaining grievous injuries. Once this news emerged, it sparked profound interest among numerous esteemed biologists in the United States. Several renowned biological doctors commenced in-depth studies of my cells. Shockingly, after meticulous observation and analysis, they concluded that my DNA had undergone an unprecedented mutation. However, as this mutation remains in its nascent stage, the precise outcomes are still uncertain, exhibiting significant instability. As time progresses, the powers derived from this mutation are destined to grow increasingly potent, potentially culminating in a terrifying strength rivaling that of the divine, akin to Adam, Eve, and the might of Jehovah. Upon learning of this situation, the director of SHIELD was astounded. He immediately resolved to confine me and subject me to further research and surveillance, in order to prevent any uncontrollable situation from arising. However, as this plan was being executed, an extraordinarily fierce conflict suddenly erupted. Faced with overwhelming encirclement and stringent defenses, I stood undaunted. Drawing upon my formidable immortal essence, I rose in defiance. Ultimately, in this heart-stopping battle, Director Carlson of SHIELD tragically met his demise at my hands. Concurrently, several elite agents fell victim to my wrath. The entire headquarters was uprooted, reduced to mere ashes. Following this clash, I became an acute threat to the government of the United States. which unhesitatingly placed me on their kill list, bestowing upon me a fearsome epithet, Hades, one of the Greek gods, the deity presiding over life and death, who bestows despair upon the arrogant to reveal the truth. At this juncture, Yi Wuyo chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on his origins as an abandoned infant, who, through the nurturing of his adoptive father, gained entry to a military academy, excelling to secure the opportunity to study abroad. Ultimately, he served his nation, evolving from a soldier of unparalleled prowess to a top-tier agent, infiltrating enemy lines for years, teetering on the brink of death. He often pondered whether he was merely a castaway of fate or a chosen one of the divine. As he reminisced about his frigid past, his complexion turned ashen. At that moment, tears glistened on Ning Qingyi's delicate face, clearly moved by Yi Wuyo's extraordinary tale. She leapt into his embrace, whispering against his chest, "I do not care how arduous your past has been, what perilous circumstances we find ourselves in, or perhaps we are merely fleeing for our lives. Regardless of whether the future holds a graveyard of bones or a sea of blood, I am acutely aware that in this moment, I am your legitimate wife. Even as time passes and the vast ocean transforms into fields of mulberry, even if you were to attain eternal life while I become naught but a pile of earth, dissipating into the mundane world, all I desire is for you to remember me throughout the long years. I wish for you to place a bouquet of roses upon my grave. I harbor no regrets in this life." Upon hearing these words, Yi Wuyo found his eyes misty. The breathtakingly beautiful woman before him was willing to share her life with him, asking for nothing in return but genuine affection, a rarity indeed. While he was ensnared in peril, she stood steadfast, unwavering in her loyalty. What more could one desire? This life is sufficient. Yi Wuyo embraced the flawless, enchanting figure of Ning Qingyi, who offered no resistance, her ears flushed crimson. He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her slowly into the room behind them. The moon hung high, stars sparse, and the night was intoxicating. Love knows not its origin, yet it deepens with each passing moment. From the afternoon until the following morning, neither of them ventured beyond the courtyard. Yi Tianming, with a stern visage, led a squad of well-trained personnel, swiftly initiating a citywide search for the remaining mercenaries. They darted through the streets and alleys like falcons, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of any potential hiding place for the enemy. In the midst of this, a scout hurriedly approached Yi Tianming to report, "Commander, we have discovered that your son and daughter-in-law are presently enjoying a leisurely game of cards in their room." Upon receiving this news, Yi Tianming was momentarily taken aback, before he could not help but burst into a laugh, scolding, "That rascal! The situation here is far from resolved. He certainly knows how to indulge himself. He has become quite the hands-off manager. However, if only I could embrace my chubby grandson a bit earlier. I would not hold any grudges against the young couple." With a resigned shake of his head, he continued to direct his subordinates to hasten the search efforts. Meanwhile, the cunning mercenaries of Khalifa had already excavated a secret escape route, believing they could evade capture through it. Yet, they were unaware that every exit outside the city was a dead end, heavily guarded by the elite forces deployed by Yi Tianming. Despite the mercenaries' desperate resistance and display of indomitable fighting spirit, they ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming odds and could not breach the encirclement. Seeing the stalemate, Yi Tianming decisively ordered the heavy artillery of the Guard Regiment to be brought into play. With thunderous booms echoing, shells accurately struck the cave where the mercenaries were hiding. In an instant, the ground trembled, and flames erupted skyward. Once the smoke cleared, the team cautiously entered the cave to investigate. Inside, chaos reigned, with over a dozen mangled corpses strewn haphazardly about. Chapter 35, A Grand Feast of Sea and Sky. The Guard Regiment led by Yi Tianming commenced a thorough search, determined not to overlook any desperate souls daring to invade the Dragon Kingdom. They meticulously scoured the dark, damp cave. Suddenly, a few faint sounds piqued their alertness. The guards swiftly converged towards the source of the noise, and indeed, they discovered several shivering figures huddled in a corner. These figures were the fortunate survivors from the earlier contingent of Khalifa's mercenaries. At this moment, they had long since shed the air of arrogance they possessed upon first entering the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, they huddled together like frightened rabbits, clutching their heads with trembling hands. Their voices, filled with terror and desperation, echoed their pleas, "Please spare us. We are willing to surrender, we truly do not wish to die. This pitiful and cowardly demeanor was particularly absurd, a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. The disparity between their former confidence and their current disarray was striking. Observing this, Yi Tianming's gaze hardened, and without hesitation, he issued a command. As his words fell, several robust soldiers charged forth like fierce tigers descending a mountain. These trained warriors moved with precision, swiftly reaching the few survivors. With no compassion, they clamped cold handcuffs around the captives' wrists. Subsequently, they effortlessly escorted these utterly defenseless prisoners, akin to carrying chicks, directly toward the nearby barracks dungeon. For those who dared to infringe upon the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, neither Yi Tianming nor his comrades would exhibit any mercy. The final judgment would inevitably come, it was merely a matter of time. Regardless of the circumstances, they would be made to pay a heavy price for their transgressions. Once the captives were dealt with, Yi Tianming showed no signs of complacency. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and the urgency of the subsequent tasks. Thus, he immediately set about meticulously compiling a detailed report of all that had transpired. This document not only encompasses critical information regarding the course of the battle and the enemy's troop deployments but also provides an astute analysis and judgment of the entire situation. Upon completing the writing of the material, Yi Tianming instructed his guard to deliver it to the Military Management Committee for submission to higher authorities for review and guidance. Once the higher-ups received the document, they read it meticulously. When they observed the bravery and exceptional command displayed by Yi Tianming and his guard unit in the face of cunning mercenaries, they could not help but nod in agreement. Their faces illuminated with satisfaction and admiration. Ultimately, the senior officials praised, "Comrade Yi Tianming, splendid work. You have managed to avoid significant civilian casualties and have not incurred excessive losses in personnel. Your contributions to this operation are invaluable, and we shall hold a celebration in your honor." Subsequently, the two conveyed the latest directives from the higher-ups, instructing that all evidence and witness materials be transferred to the relevant departments in Kyoto for processing. Furthermore, after a conference discussion, Comrades Yi Tianming and Yi Wuyo were each awarded first-class and second-class honors, respectively, along with the Longhua Sword Medal. Once Haitian City returns to normalcy, a ceremony for the awarding of honors will be held in Kyoto. Upon receiving the commendation documents, Yi Tianming's lips curled into an unceasing smile, his pride soaring to great heights. The guard beside him, concerned that the commander might have suffered a concussion from the bombardment, inquired whether a military doctor was needed, only to be met with a swift kick to the rear from Yi Tianming. After all, this was a first-class honor. It is well known that only a handful of individuals throughout the entirety of Longhua are bestowed with such an esteemed accolade, a rarity so precious that one could count them on both hands. Their existence is as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. Each individual is undoubtedly a revered veteran within the military sphere, possessing profound experience and lofty prestige. They serve as the cornerstone of the Dragon Nation, an unparalleled monument. It is precisely due to their illustrious military achievements that the path ahead for Yi Tianming has begun to illuminate with greater prospects and possibilities. This, indeed, is the key reason behind the broad smile that he cannot contain. After all, his precious son has a remarkable ability to surprise him unexpectedly. However, Yi Wuyo remains oblivious to the deeper significance hidden beneath all this, as well as the turbulent emotions swirling within the hearts of those around him. On the following day, he and Ning Qingyi strolled towards their luxurious villa in the Upper East Side, resembling a pair of affectionate lovers, intertwined and leaning into one another. Unfortunately, this tender and sweet moment was inadvertently witnessed by Aunt Zhang at home. Upon seeing their intimate demeanor, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she inwardly rejoiced, "Ah! Our Qingyi has finally come to her senses. She used to treat the son-in-law so coldly. It would be remarkable if he were not out seeking affection elsewhere." Faced with Aunt Zhang's gaze, Ning Qingyi appeared somewhat bashful, offering no elaborate explanations. Instead, she merely lowered her head slightly, her originally snow-white cheeks gradually becoming tinted with a delicate blush. As time passed, that blush began to fade, yet her innate aura of coolness remained undiminished. On the contrary, this fleeting shyness only served to enhance her captivating charm. Once the couple entered their home and took a moment to rest, they settled into a serene stillness. They decided to indulge in a soothing soak in the bath. Enveloped by the warm water, the distance between them seemed to diminish further. After their bath, they contentedly returned to their respective rooms, preparing to relish this rare moment of leisure and allowing their bodies and minds to rejuvenate. After all, both had endured much during this time and felt quite fatigued. Meanwhile, the actions of the Kyoto National Security Bureau were swift. Upon acquiring ample information, they commenced their apprehension operations. The entire Liu family was arrested, facing charges of serious offenses, including illegal operations. They were sentenced to death and stripped of their political rights for life. The other implicated family members were penalized based on the severity of their offenses, receiving fines and prison terms. The once illustrious and seemingly invincible Liu Xiaojia saw his formidable family influence collapse overnight. This abrupt upheaval resembled a sudden tempest, plunging the Liu family into despair and instilling fear in all their allies. Moreover, the father and son, Yi Lin, who were closely tied to the Liu family, found themselves ensnared in an endless abyss. It is worth noting that the relationship between the Yi Lin father and son and the Liu family was profound, characterized by frequent and close business interactions. Now, with the fall of the Liu family, previously concealed issues began to surface. Among these, the most grave was the staggering amount of bad debt within the family bank, akin to a bottomless black hole that no effort could seem to fill. When the provincial headquarters, after meticulous data reviews and rigorous financial audits, finally detected this enormous and anomalous bad debt, it sent ripples through the calm waters like a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. The senior management of the head office attached great importance to this matter and dispatched personnel. An investigative team composed of seasoned professionals embarked on a comprehensive and in-depth inquiry. As the investigation progressed, astonishing facts gradually came to light, revealing a truth that was utterly shocking. It turned out that behind this FAAD lay a complex web of intertwined interests, involving multiple departments and key individuals, with issues of corruption and embezzlement emerging. Upon acquiring irrefutable evidence, the head office did not hesitate for a moment and resolutely reported all findings to the Dragon Central Bank. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves throughout the industry. The news sparked a flurry of discussions, and overwhelming public scrutiny ensued. Simultaneously, the police swiftly obtained relevant information and promptly established a special task force to intervene in the case. Within just a few days, law enforcement successfully apprehended the Yi Lin father and son. Faced with an overwhelming mountain of evidence and the unassailable authority of the law, the once arrogant Yi Lin duo, who had attempted every possible evasion and argument, could only bow their heads in admission of guilt, confessing to their crimes without reservation. The court proceedings spanned several days, during which evidence was presented. The Yi Lin father and son were found guilty of unlawfully damaging citizens' property and were also implicated in the embezzlement of an astonishingly large sum of money, resulting in a profoundly detrimental social impact. In light of their myriad offenses, the court ultimately ruled that all assets under the Yi Lin name would be confiscated, and both individuals were sentenced to life imprisonment, thereby losing their freedom to endure long years behind bars. The tumultuous incident concluded in such a tragic manner, evoking deep lamentation. Meanwhile, the influential figures of the Uncle Gang have chosen to remain in the shadows, refraining from revealing themselves. Well aware that it is the bird that sticks its head out that gets shot, it is prudent to distance oneself from this affair. Anyone daring to stir trouble at this juncture is merely courting disaster. They resolutely rejected the proposal to acquire the Tianyan Group, deeming it a hot potato that could easily backfire. As the buyers withdrew their investments, the dire revelation of Tianyan Group's cash flow crisis emerged. In an instant, what was once the most formidable enterprise in Heishanshire crumbled to the ground. It is indeed far easier to embellish a flower than to deliver coal in the snow. Ning Qingyi's commercial foresight proved remarkably prescient. Capitalizing on this crisis, she transformed a passive situation into an active opportunity, instructing Yi Wuyo to prepare an acquisition plan and assess a reasonable price point. After all, should the Tianyan Group successfully undergo restructuring, the profits would be considerable, given its leadership position in the catering industry, with a brand and standards that are second to none. It also boasts an optimal supply chain for raw materials, ensuring cost efficiency. The group had merely fallen into a temporary state of financial shortfall, compounded by the chairman's arrest, leaving the company momentarily leaderless. On the following day, Yi Wuyo convened with over a dozen major shareholders at the headquarters of Tianyin Group, acquiring a staggering 60% of the shares for a sum of 10 billion yuan. It is noteworthy that just 6 months prior, this stake would have commanded several hundred billion. Ning Qingyi orchestrated a merger between Tianyin Group and Tianyin Group. Rebranding it as Haitian Shenzhen Company Limited, Yi Wuyo assumed the role of president of Tianyin Group, while Ning Qingyi continued her position as president of Tianyin Group. Chapter 36, The Little Fairy. As usual, Yi Wuyo sat in his spacious and comfortable office, savoring a steaming cup of coffee that exuded an intoxicating aroma. He was relishing this moment of tranquility and relaxation when suddenly, a melodious and crisp ringtone pierced through the stillness. Startled, Yi Wuyo set down his cup and picked up his phone from the side, glancing at the screen. To his astonishment, the caller was none other than his father. A wave of surprise and anticipation surged within him as he hurriedly swiped to answer. On the other end of the line, a deep and resonant voice rang out, "Yi-er, I have something to discuss with you. This afternoon, I plan to visit your home." Hearing his father's familiar and affectionate words, a radiant smile instantly blossomed on Yi Wuyo's face. He eagerly replied, "Dad, you're coming over? That's wonderful." His father continued, "You must prepare the banquet in advance. And as for the wine, it must be Maotai. Also, I must meet my daughter-in-law, right? Our Yi family cannot lose face, we are a respected lineage. The girl marrying into our family deserves a proper dowry, and we haven't even held a wedding banquet yet. If others find out, they would surely ridicule us for lacking propriety." Yi Wuyo was profoundly moved by his father's words, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Despite his adoptive father's hectic schedule, he remained deeply concerned about his son's marriage. This profound paternal love enveloped him in warmth, and he nodded vigorously. Responding, he reassured his father, "Rest assured. You may arrive at my home around 5 o'clock. I will certainly prepare the banquet with utmost care, there will be an abundance of Maotai. As for the address, I will send it to you shortly. Do not worry about bringing gifts, Ning Qingyi lacks for nothing. Your presence alone is the greatest gesture of goodwill. A small token will suffice." Yi Tianming chuckled and teased, "You little rascal, do you think you can command me? Just watch, I might just whip you into shape. I will arrive on time, and we shall discuss everything in detail then." With that, the man decisively ended the call. Military personnel are known for their decisive actions and unwavering resolve. Immediately, Yi Wuyo swiftly sent the detailed address. After completing this series of tasks, he exhaled gently, satisfied that everything was in order. He thought it was time to report to his wife about the situation. Thus, he rose slowly, finishing the coffee in his hand, and strolled leisurely out of his exquisitely decorated and spacious office. Upon exiting, he walked directly down the corridor towards the president's office. Along the way, he encountered numerous employees, who greeted him warmly upon seeing their handsome, charismatic leader. Yi Wuyo reciprocated each greeting with a smile. Before long, he arrived at the door of the president's office. He paused, raised his hand, and gently knocked. At that moment, a distinctly melodious voice floated from within, "Please, come in." This voice was crisp and delightful, akin to the sweet song of a oriole, infused with a touch of softness and charm that stirred the imagination. Yi Wuyo pushed open the door. And what met his eyes was Zhou Yinan, Ning Qingyi's closest friend and personal secretary. Today, Zhou Yinan was adorned in a delicate, pale pink off-shoulder gown that featured a daring slit. The dress was impeccably tailored, accentuating her graceful and flawless figure to perfection, a sight that was truly captivating. Particularly striking were her long, slender legs revealed by the slit, fair as snow and seemingly radiating an enchanting glow that irresistibly captured Yi Wuyo's gaze. For a moment, Yi Wuyo found himself entranced by the mesmerizing beauty before him, his eyes seemingly enchanted, fixated on Zhou Yinan, forgetting even to blink. As the saying goes, it is often the most formidable of heroes who falter in the presence of stunning beauties. Faced with such a breathtaking enchantress, Yi Wuyo could hardly maintain his composure. Qiu Yinan, sensing the fervent intensity of his gaze, could not help but smile playfully. Her laughter rang out like the tinkling of silver bells, accompanied by a slight tremor of her body, enhancing her allure, making her irresistibly charming. Truly, she was a vision of beauty that could captivate anyone, drawing them into a spell of infatuation. With a teasing tone, Qiu Yinan remarked, "What's this? Our young Master Yi is also flustered? Is this little girl truly so enchanting?" As she spoke, she playfully tousled her flowing, wavy hair, exuding an air of ethereal charm, reminiscent of a captivating fairy. Yi Wuyo found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by an impulsive desire to embrace her, yet hesitated, mindful of the delicate relationship he had just reconciled with his beloved Qingyi. Just then, Qiu Yinan broke the silence, gracefully stepping closer to him. Yi Wuyo retrieved the deck of cards he had prepared. With their gazes locked, Yi Wuyo inquired, "Dare to play a game of Do Di Zhu, Enchanting Maiden?" The mountains of Beishan met the rain of the night, while the Xiannu sought counsel on arcane arts from the sovereign. A full hour passed, and Qiu Yinan, having lost several rounds of cards, felt a surge of frustration. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, and her delicate, jade-like fists pounded against Yi Wuyo's sturdy chest. With a playful pout, she exclaimed, "How vexing! Can't you show me a little mercy?" Yi Wuyo gently caressed the silky strands of her hair in a soothing manner. "Little enchantress, it was you who summoned me for a game of cards. If you lose, you cannot hold me accountable, otherwise, I shall have to impose a punishment." Upon hearing this, the young woman felt a shiver of fear and quickly begged for mercy. Yi Wuyo chuckled, merely jesting with his charming secretary. He teased, "They say the secretary handles matters of importance, and even when there are none, it is still the secretary's duty." Qiu Yinan's cheeks reddened further, prompting her to ignore Yi Wuyo. The two swiftly tidied up the aftermath of their card game, and just as they finished, Ning Qingyi entered, startling them both. After all, one was playing cards in her best friend's office, while the other was engaged in a game in his wife's office with her secretary. Neither dared to meet Ning Qingyi's gaze. As she stepped into the room, her eyes casually swept across the surroundings, initially detecting no irregularities. It was no wonder, as the entire scene had been meticulously cleaned. However, when her gaze inadvertently caught the faint blush just beneath Qiu Yinan's earlobe, a flicker of suspicion ignited within her. Something felt amiss with the two. A closer look revealed all mysteries, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. At that moment, Ning Qingyi's expression was as gloomy as the biting cold wind of winter, a chill that seemed capable of penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones, evoking a shiver of dread. She pressed her lips tightly together, her once vibrant and enchanting cheeks now appeared to be coated in a layer of frost, emanating an aura that sent a shiver down one's spine. Her gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes ahead. Addressing Yi Wuyo in a tone devoid of warmth, "Director Yi, I was unaware of your esteemed presence. What brings you here to seek me?" Yi Wuyo, upon hearing her words, awkwardly scratched his head, offering a nervous chuckle as he explained, well, it's nothing of great importance. I just wanted to let you know that my father will be stopping by this afternoon. I thought I should give you a heads up. Please continue with your work. I won't keep you. Goodbye." Before his words had fully settled, he dashed out the door like he had oil on his feet, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the female secretary standing in place, gazing at his receding figure with a bewildered expression, utterly at a loss. Beside her, Qiu Yinan found the situation equally perplexing. Inwardly musing, what an odd fellow Yi Wuyo is. What does his father's visit have to do with Ning Qingyi? Could he possibly be considering her as a future daughter-in-law? Yet, clearly, there is no such relationship between them. Meanwhile, after Yi Wuyo's departure, Ning Qingyi trembled with rage, her small hands clenching into fists, seemingly attempting to channel her fury through this physical manifestation. Frustrated, she muttered, "You little thief, lecherous rogue, you should just live alone." Indeed, it is said that while the landscape may change, one's nature remains constant, a true rogue. Within her eyes, the glistening droplets resembled the twinkling stars scattered across the night sky, trembling slightly as if on the verge of cascading down. Yet, in an instant, they retreated like startled fawns, vanishing without a trace, as though they had never existed. The previously flustered expression swiftly reverted to its usual composure, akin to a tranquil pool, undisturbed and serene. Qiu Yinong, an exceptionally astute and clever woman, could hardly fail to perceive the hidden intricacies and complexities within this scene. Contemplating silently, she cautiously inquired, "Qingyi, could it be that he is your husband?" The moment the words escaped her lips, Qiu Yinong felt her heart leap into her throat. Should her assumption prove erroneous, the ensuing embarrassment would be truly mortifying. Ning Qingyi, however, maintained an air of remarkable tranquility as she replied with a gentle demeanor, "Yinong, you are my dearest confidant. It is of no consequence to share these matters with you. Indeed, he is my husband. We have been married for but a few short months. And due to various circumstances, we have yet to hold a wedding banquet. Furthermore, his father is expected to visit our home this afternoon." After delivering this statement, Ning Qingyi's countenance remained poised and serene, rendering her inner thoughts inscrutable. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yinong felt a strong urge to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Ning Qingyi chastised him for being a scoundrel. How infuriating it was that he, with a wife who was a paragon of beauty, still sought the affections of others amidst the flowerbeds. Autumn, filled with deep emotions, softly uttered, "Qingyi, I am truly sorry." Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The bond between the two was akin to that of sisters. They were both confidants and comrades. If it were not for this closeness, she would never have entrusted such a significant position to her. Qingyi gently patted her delicate shoulder and replied, "Yinong, I am not saddened. Even without you, he would seek solace in someone else. My nature is aloof, and I cannot wholly occupy his heart. Thankfully, it is better for you to fill the void within him. I can feel more at ease, you need not take it too much to heart." Autumn stood there, momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. The dynamics of her relationship with Qingyi felt decidedly abnormal. How should she navigate this situation in the future? Where should she turn? The mere thought of this left Autumn feeling overwhelmed, a mix of awkwardness and shyness washing over her. Chapter 37. The arrival of a rival. Yi Wuyo was reluctant to linger even a second longer in the presence of his jealous wife. Facing her icy gaze was akin to being beset by a piercing chill, as if a bitter wind were sweeping over him, plunging him into a frigid abyss, threatening the onset of a harsh winter at any moment. Thus, he wasted no time, slipping away as if greased, and hastily retreated to his own little sanctuary. Upon entering the office, he eagerly collapsed onto the adjacent plush sofa, his body deflating like a punctured ball. His lips, too, were not idle. He hummed an unfamiliar tune, seemingly in high spirits, casting aside the tension of the previous encounter. At that moment, he could only wish for time to pass swiftly, longing to finish work and return home to relish in moments of leisure. To speak of Yi Wuyo, one might say he possesses a countenance thicker than the city walls. Even the prospect of kneeling on a washboard upon his return evokes not a flicker of concern within him. For him, as long as he can evade the icy gaze of the enchanting beauty before him, all else pales in comparison. As for the conversation that transpired between Qingyi and Qiu Yinong, it scarcely registered in his thoughts. In his eyes, his wife is a paragon of intellect and wit, effortlessly capable of navigating any quandary that may arise. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but smugly cross his legs in self-satisfaction. Yi Wuyo mused to himself, the hard-won thaw in their relationship has once again plunged into icy depths. What was once a dream of sharing a bed with Qingyi has now been irrevocably shattered. He had exerted considerable effort to imbue this snow lotus with the essence of humanity, only to find himself starting anew. As for Qiu Yinong, she truly is a relentless adversary, daring enough to confront him in Qingyi's office for a game of cards, embodying the essence of a cunning vixen. Were it not for the presence of a warming companion, perhaps it wouldn't be so disagreeable to entertain her. After all, it was she who instigated this, compelling him to impart some lessons. With his eyes closed upon the genuine leather sofa, it appeared that Yi Wuyo was lost in a reverie. At that moment, he felt someone cover his eyes from behind. His instinctive reaction was to apprehend the intruder, ready to retaliate. However, the touch, as smooth as fine jade, sent a delightful shiver through him. With a playful tone, he inquired, "Is that you, Fu Mingni? How fortunate you are to find time to grace me with your presence." The visitor was indeed Fu Mingni, adorned in an amber-hued, sleeveless gown. With long, wine-red hair that gleamed brilliantly, she showcased her remarkable figure. A testament to her dance academy background. Her elegance radiated a refined femininity, exuding the aura of a socialite. Fu Mingni found herself somewhat taken aback, inquiring perplexedly, "Night Xiao. You haven't even seen my face. How did you guess it was me? Have you perhaps trained your discerning eye?" Yi Wuyo chuckled softly. "Firstly, the hand that covered my eyes is undeniably youthful, lacking the marks of rigorous fitness or intense combat, which suggests you are a woman, and a guest at that. Secondly, the Dior Garden Series perfume you wear allowed me to identify you." Admiration sparkled in Fu Mingni's eyes as she playfully removed her hand from covering Yi Wuyo's sight. Internally, she marveled, "I can't believe he remembers the perfume I used." Yi Wuyo, not one to let the moment pass, swiftly pulled her onto his lap. A gentle blush began to grace her fair, delicate face, rendering her all the more enchanting. She resembled a freshly ripened cherry, sweet and inviting, evoking an irresistible desire to savor her essence. Although Fu Mingni had long harbored admiration for Yi Wuyo, her modesty as a woman prevailed. She contrasted sharply with Qiu Yinan, who was bold and passionate, unafraid to love and hate, while Fu Mingni, fresh from her academic pursuits, retained a hint of youthful innocence. This lingering freshness was precisely what stirred Yi Wuyo's heart, as he had already entangled himself with several women and wished to avoid further complications. Fu Mingni's initial intent was merely to punish him slightly, to intimidate him, much like a brother teasing his sister in innocent jest. However, Fu Mingni's thoughts raced. "It appears that I possess a greater allure for him than Qiu Yino. This rogue seems to have succumbed to the charms of my beauty. Let me seize this opportunity to assert my influence over him, lest he flits about, attracting attention from others, and brandishes his colorful banners." If Yi Wuyo were aware of Fu Mingni's current musings, he would likely faint on the spot, bewildered by the notion that he had become the notorious rogue in the eyes of such a beauty. After all, he was once the mightiest soldier of the Dragon Nation, renowned for bringing glory to his country, a king of spies sought after worldwide, the architect of the Assassin dynasty, the lord of the Ultimate Island, and the bearer of the title of Hades among the Greek deities. Yi Wuyo effortlessly placed Fu Mingni's delicate figure onto the opposite side of the sofa. The exquisite sensation stirred something within him, making his heart race. Indeed, she was the belle of the dance academy, possessing an unparalleled physique. Yi Wuyo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. His actions left Fu Mingni puzzled, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade, as if they might bleed. She assumed Yi Wuyo had abandoned any prelude and intended to plunge directly into the matter at hand. Unprepared for such a turn, she feigned an attempt to escape. Yet, Yi Wuyo appeared to have anticipated her intentions, promptly gesturing with his hand and saying, "Miss Fu, did you come here today with an urgent matter?" Only then did Fu Mingni calm herself, ripples of emotion dancing across her voice as she replied, "Young Master Yi, I had originally planned to return to Tianqing and reclaim my former position, continuing as a senior officer in the modeling department. Life would have been leisurely and comfortable. However, I am uncertain as to what has transpired. President Ning has appointed me as your secretary." Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo fell into deep contemplation. What trick is Ning Qingyi playing? Is she attempting to insert a beautiful woman by my side, or is it a ploy to draw me out, feigning capture? Knowing that I have a close relationship with Fu Mingni, is she deliberately testing whether we share an improper bond? As Yi Wuyo pondered this, a bitter smile crept across his face. President Ning truly deserves her reputation as the formidable female CEO of Haitian City. Every piece she has laid on the chessboard serves a purpose. Beside him, Fu Mingni asked, perplexed, "Is it because of your connection that President Ning is deliberately targeting me? If I am not welcome here, I shall find a place where I am. At worst, I could resign and leave." Yi Wuyo gently touched her forehead and replied, "Silly girl, this is a sign of trust in you. You may continue to work by my side, and the benefits will be the most substantial in the entire company. If I am absent, you will still manage the affairs of Tianyan Group." Fu Mingni stood rooted in place, her gaze somewhat dazed. She seemed frozen, staring blankly at Yi Wuyo's handsome visage. She never anticipated that he would make such a remarkable decision, entrusting her with the management of a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions during his absence. This was indeed a heavy burden of responsibility and trust. It is important to realize that such a vast company cannot be managed casually. Nevertheless, confronted with this extraordinary confidence, Fu Mingni felt a warm surge within her. After all, this level of trust transcended the boundaries of ordinary friendship. Thus, she nodded vigorously, her resolve unwavering. She assured Knight Xiao that this matter could be entrusted to her with complete confidence. However, with a playful tone, she added, "But if by any chance I fail and mess things up, you mustn't hold it against me." After saying this, she mischievously stuck out her delicate pink tongue. Looking utterly adorable, like a whimsical little sprite, Knight Wuyo gazed at the lively girl before him, a tender smile spreading across his face. He personally approached the coffee machine, carefully selecting the coffee beans. With meticulous attention, he ground them and brewed a rich, aromatic cup of coffee. He then presented it to Fu Mingni, gently saying, "Give it a try, this is my specialty." Fu Mingni accepted the cup and took a delicate sip, instantly savoring the delightful flavor, exclaiming, "Wow, this is delicious." Thus, the two enjoyed their exquisite coffee while engaging in cheerful conversation, laughter echoing between them. Unbeknownst to them, time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Finally, the clock signaled the end of the workday. Although both felt a lingering desire to stay, they had to part ways for the time being. Fu Mingni and Knight Wuyo slowly rose to their feet, exchanging a glance before smiling and waving goodbye. Subsequently, Knight Wuyo, in high spirits, hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled towards the underground parking lot. Upon reaching his incredibly sleek Ferrari SF90, he confidently opened the stylish door and effortlessly settled into the driver's seat, closing the door behind him. With practiced ease, he pressed the ignition button. In an instant, the Ferrari resembled a fierce bull awakened from slumber, emitting a deep and resounding roar. Yi Wuyo unhesitatingly pressed down on the firm accelerator, and the powerful engine instantly unleashed a torrent of energy, creating an exhilarating sensation of speed as the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. In a mere 10 minutes, he returned to the villa. Yi Wuyo steered the car into the underground parking lot, secured the doors, and descended with a refreshed spirit. He was taken aback by the sight of a black-plate Audi parked there, which was clearly not a vehicle belonging to his household. Who could be the distinguished guest arriving today, especially with the license plate reading H00000001? Confused, Yi Wuyo made his way home, reasoning that he would soon discover the answer, as he still had to entertain his father. He hoped the individual would be sensible and not cause any trouble. Upon entering the house, he found two individuals savoring tea from covered bowls, enjoying the exquisite aroma of premium Longjing tea that filled the room. One of them bore a slight resemblance to Ning Qingyi, appearing to be in her 40s, well-preserved, and clad in a designer suit. The other, seemingly in his late 20s, possessed strikingly handsome features and eyes that sparkled like stars. His demeanor exuded the aristocratic charm characteristic of a person from a prominent family. His physique was well-proportioned, indicative of a lifelong commitment to fitness, and he wore a tailored double-breasted gray suit made from 120 Sea Island wool, impeccably tailored and sophisticated, enhancing his tall and elegant stature. The two were seated directly across from Ning Qingyi, who merely glanced at Yi Wuyo upon his return, her expression unchanged, offering no greetings. The young man before him continued to engage in light-hearted banter. Chapter 38, Seeking Paternal Influence? Yi Wuyo's keen gaze swept over the crowd, and in an instant, he discerned the true identity of the middle-aged man before him. Observing Ning Qingyi's demeanor towards this man, it was evident that her attitude was rather indifferent. Her enchanting beauty radiated brilliance, and strikingly, she bore a notable resemblance to the middle-aged gentleman. With this realization, Yi Wuyo understood, this man must undoubtedly be Ning Qingyi's biological father. With this certainty in mind, he boldly stepped forward without hesitation, casually approaching the group and taking a seat directly opposite them, as if this were his own abode. Yi Wuyo effortlessly and adeptly grasped the teapot and poured himself a cup of exquisite Longjing tea, fragrant and rich. Without a moment's pause, he lifted the cup and drank deeply, savoring the delightful taste as the tea slid down his throat with ease. A satisfied and content expression adorned his face, clearly relishing the flavor of the brew. After completing this series of actions, Yi Wuyo paid no mind to the peculiar gazes of those around him and nonchalantly inquired. "Dear father-in-law, what brings you to our humble abode today? Why did you not forewarn your son-in-law of your visit? Might it be that you have come specifically to pay a visit to your dashing and charming son-in-law?" Ning Qingyi erupted in laughter, as radiant as a blooming flower, captivating all in her presence. The cold, expressionless visage was unexpectedly brightened by Yi Wuyo's playful antics, as if a celestial being had descended, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly enchanting. Beside her, Li Xinghe found himself utterly captivated, his heart swirling with an overwhelming desire to possess her. A longing that had lingered for far too long, much like a parched traveler in a desert who finally discovers an oasis. However, in the face of Yi Wuyo's audacious and indiscreet inquiries, Ning Dongchen's countenance darkened considerably, resembling the ominous depths of a blackened pot, clearly on the brink of fury. It turned out that he had only recently learned about his daughter's marriage from her own lips. Suddenly, Ning Dongchen slammed his teacup down, causing water to splash everywhere, and declared unequivocally, "Young man, who is your father-in-law? Have I consented to your marriage with my daughter? Your current status is solely attributed to her efforts. You, a man living off others, driving luxury cars and residing in villas, should step aside." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi's previously composed gaze turned somewhat hostile. When it came to living off others, her own father was the true expert. Without the backing of her mother's family, how would Ning Dongchen have achieved his present standing? Observing Ning Dongchen's hostility towards the seemingly inconsequential young man, Li Xinghe proudly interjected, "My friend, this is our first encounter, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Xinghe, son of the illustrious Li Xuanjiang. My father is a well-known figure, and I am also a childhood companion of Qingyi. May I inquire where you have previously held your esteemed position?" Yi Wuyo, upon hearing this, could hardly muster the energy to lift her eyelids, casually remarking, "Since my return from abroad, I have been merely passing time in the city of Haitian. Each day, I push a cart, setting up my stall while evading the city management. I sell grilled lamb skewers, gluten, crispy bones, and chives among other things. Though life may be unremarkable, it remains rather comfortable. However, ever since I fortuitously encountered my dear Qingyi, the trajectory of my life has undergone a tremendous transformation. Remarkably, I have even ascended to the position of a company director and recently taken on the role of president of the Tianyan Group. Alas, what can I say? Who could resist being supported by the most beautiful and wealthy lady in Haitian City?" Upon hearing herself referred to as the city's foremost beauty and a wealthy patron, Ning Qingyi's previously indifferent heart suddenly swelled with delight. Her lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile. She pondered inwardly. Could it be that I have indeed taken this little rogue under my wing? Upon reflection, it seemed undeniably true. The house, the car, and the executive position within the company were all gifts from her. Yet, conversely, he had successfully salvaged her company, generating a staggering profit of 500 billion. Viewed in this light, it felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Nonetheless, this fellow was undeniably a notorious flirt, evoking a complex mix of affection and irritation. With this thought, Ning Qingyi couldn't help but shake her head gently, her expression remaining serene and inscrutable, leaving others unaware of her true thoughts. Ning Qindong was incensed by the shameless knave before him, exclaiming in fury, "You little rascal, name your price. How much would it take for you to divorce my daughter? You and she are clearly from two entirely different worlds. With your mere occupation of selling skewered lamb on the street, how could you possibly be worthy of marrying my daughter? This esteemed nephew beside me is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate." Ning Qingyi refrained from retorting. Her thoughts solely focused on provoking her father's ire towards Yi Wuyo. After all, he was notorious for his flirtatious ways and his tendency to entangle himself with countless women, even disregarding his closest female friend and secretary. Yi Wuyo's lips curled into a confident and composed smile. He slowly replied, "My wife is the most precious and priceless treasure in this world. She has been by my side, bound together in life and death. As the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, when you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Our bond is as solid as rock, unshakable by any force. Surely, dear father-in-law, you jest." Upon hearing Yu Wuyo's words, Ning Dongchen's expression darkened considerably. His face shifted from pale to flushed, akin to a performer on stage. The calm demeanor he once possessed evaporated, replaced by a visage filled with rage and disdain. He cast a fierce glare at Li Xinghe, standing nearby, his eyes urging him to take action swiftly. Li Xinghe, caught off guard by Ning Dongchen's intense stare, snapped back to reality. A cold glimmer flickered in his narrow eyes, reminiscent of frost in the depths of winter, instilling a sense of dread. He then launched into a biting mockery of Yu Wuyo, his tone laced with scorn. Humph. You're merely a lowly vendor of skewered lamb, spending your days loitering in the streets, a true rogue. How dare you harbor the delusion of clinging to the powerful? Seeking to gain entry into their inner circles? Who has bestowed upon you such audacity? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity, oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth? Should you continue to be obstinately entrenched in your folly, steadfast in your refusal to distance yourself from Miss Qingyi, do not be surprised if I am compelled to treat you with less than civility. At that moment, as Knight Wuyo prepared to retort, ready to engage in a verbal sparring match, the sound of a camouflage jeep coming to a halt outside the courtyard interrupted him. A tall, imposing figure strode in, exuding an extraordinary presence. His steps were as swift as the wind, his demeanor as formidable as the mountains. Clad in a sharply tailored green uniform, his chest adorned with an array of colorful medals, each representing a remarkable journey, the sheer number of them was astonishing. Upon seeing the arrival, Li Xinghe ceased his outburst, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why would someone of such stature appear in this place? Ning Dongchen shared the same bewilderment, feeling unworthy of being in the presence of such a distinguished individual. Following the man were guards dressed in camouflage, their heads crowned with helmets, wielding the latest LS-7 submachine guns. The gleaming black barrels instilled a sense of dread. Summoning his courage, Li Xinghe inquired, "Sir, greetings. I am Li Xinghe, son of Li Xuanjiang. Might I ask the purpose of your visit?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming furrowed his brow, reflecting, so, he is the son of Li Xuanjiang. Due to past grievances, he had crossed paths with the elderly Yi Tianming nodded slightly. Ah, so you are the son of old Li. His tone revealed no hint of emotion, and he then turned his gaze towards Knight Wuyo, disregarding Li Xinghe's presence. With a comforting smile, he said, "I have come to see my daughter-in-law and to assess how well she fits our family." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly. It was her first encounter with her father-in-law, and she felt somewhat unsure of how to behave. Internally, she grumbled. That scoundrel Yu Wuyo never mentioned that his adoptive father is such a prominent figure. Just wait until the gathering concludes. I shall give him a piece of my mind to vent my frustration. Yi Tianming then shifted his gaze to the enchanting woman before him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This daughter-in-law is truly captivating, he remarked. Greetings, I am Wuyo's father. This is our first meeting, and I have come unprepared without a gift. Next time I see his mother, I shall bring a treasured heirloom. Ning Qingyi's complexion turned a shade more bashful. It was impossible not to feel elated at such praise from her father-in-law. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe and Ning Dongchen wore expressions as grim as bitter gourds, as if they had stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. How unfortunate. Why did that wretched boy not mention his father's illustrious background earlier? Such a revelation would have prevented this awkward predicament. Yu Wuyo then spoke up, "Dad, this Li Xinghe is trying to steal my wife. He has even threatened me, saying that if I do not leave Qingyi, he will make me regret it." In an instant, Yi Tianming glared at Li Xinghe with the ferocity of a seasoned warrior. His formidable presence was suffocating. Without uttering a word, he approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Li Xinghe, leaving him dazed and teetering. Had it not been for his years of fitness training, he might have fainted on the spot. Outside, the bodyguards, witnessing the young master being assaulted, rushed in without hesitation. In a display of bravado, the intention to engage in a confrontation was abruptly curtailed upon the sight of a dark barrel, ominously aimed at oneself. With the safety catch already disengaged, the guard's ruthless demeanor instilled a palpable fear. Only those who have truly traversed the battlefield and emerged from the heap of the deceased exude such an aura. In that moment, Li Xinghe's bodyguard faltered, pleading for mercy with repeated entreaties. "Esteemed heroes, I must have entered the wrong room. Without a backward glance, he fled, for life is singular and irreplaceable. Should one lose their job, it is but a matter of seeking another. To contend with the regular army is akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. At this juncture, the previously silent Yi Tianming spoke up. Have your father answer the phone. If you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, do not expect to leave here unscathed. His tone brooked no dissent. Li Xinghe, head bowed, lamented his dire predicament. Chapter 39. Encountering a stalwart opponent, Li Xinghe felt as though his cheeks were being seared by flames, waves of dizziness assailing him, causing his brow to furrow in distress. His once well-defined features had swollen grotesquely, resembling a hapless old sow. The trace of his former handsomeness was utterly obliterated. Internally, he cursed, "Damn that knight Wu You. That despicable scoundrel. I never imagined he had been feigning ignorance all along." The supposed lamb skewers were, in truth, a trap laid for him. Today, misfortune had befallen him. Ensnared by his adversary. Yet, despite the simmering indignation, he could only grit his teeth and stare vacantly, devoid of any will to resist, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Nearby, Ning Qingyi sat quietly, witnessing Li Xinghe endure such humiliation. Yet, she showed no inclination to intercede. After all, Li Xinghe was a person brought by her father. Not someone she had personally invited, thus, his fate bore no relation to her. Although they had shared a fleeting moment of childhood play, the passage of time had long since dissipated that meager bond. Moreover, her heart was firmly sealed, as if encased in a millennium of ice. The only one capable of unsealing this frostbitten door was Yi Wuyo alone. Meanwhile, Ning Dongchen was calculating his own interests. He initially intended to betroth his precious daughter to the Li family, aiming to solidify and expand his business connections, thereby maximizing familial benefits, a strategy that had propelled him thus far. Yet, it appeared that events were not unfolding as he had envisioned. What he had thought to be a clever maneuver had, in fact, backfired, inadvertently drawing out the formidable Yi Tianming, a figure of immense power and influence. Faced with such a predicament, he lacked the courage to step forward and mediate. The risk of uttering the wrong words or committing a faux pas that might provoke his esteemed in-law was too great to contemplate, for the consequences could be dire. This was a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, far beyond his capacity to provoke lightly. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mortals suffer. In that moment, he felt like a solitary leaf tossed upon a raging sea, silently praying for the storm to pass swiftly, hoping it would not engulf him. At the same time, he secretly wished for his beloved daughter to exhibit a modicum of understanding and grace, diligently attending to young Master Yi, and to bear children soon. Only in this manner can his later years be filled with ease and prosperity. Upon this realization, he could not help but exclaim in wonder. Who would have imagined that he would have such an opportunity in his lifetime, to become kin with a person of such stature? Now, all his hopes were pinned upon his daughter. If she could win the favor of the Yi family, then his later years would surely be adorned with wealth and honor. Ning Qingyi, however, remained oblivious to her father's thoughts. Had she known, she would undoubtedly harbor even greater disdain. She was not an object to be bartered. She was a living being, full of flesh and blood. How could one treat her as a commodity? It was truly absurd and ridiculous. At that moment, Yi Tianming's eyes, sharp as swords, were fixed intently on Li Xinghe, radiating an aura of chilling authority. Though his tone remained calm, the anger simmering beneath was unmistakable. "Do you intend to call your father yourself, or shall I assist you in making the call?" Yi Tianming stated with an impassive expression. Upon hearing this, Li Xinghe's teeth clenched in fury, his fists tightening until they emitted a crackling sound. Yet, the circumstances were beyond his control. After a fierce internal struggle, he reluctantly retrieved his phone from his pocket, trembling as he dialed his father's number. The telephone rang incessantly, echoing an urgent summons. After what felt like an eternity, the ringing finally ceased, and a booming voice resonated from the other end. "My son, why the haste in calling? Is there something of great importance? I am about to preside over a crucial meeting. Time is of the essence, let us be succinct. If it is not of utmost importance, we shall discuss it in detail upon our return home." The speaker is none other than Li Xuanjiang, a man of considerable stature. Little does he know the formidable entity his beloved son has entangled himself with. It is well known that Li Xinghe is among the most arrogant of the privileged elite, exuding an air of superiority and dismissing all others. Bolstered by the unwavering support of his powerful father, the duo commands respect across both the underworld and the various strata of society in Longhua. At this moment, Li Xinghe gently caresses his still flushed and burning cheek, his body trembling slightly as he stammers into the phone, "Father. I have been assaulted." No sooner had the words left his lips than a furious roar erupted from the other end. What? Such audacity exists? Who possesses the audacity to lay a hand on my son? Is there no law left in this world? The voice of the middle-aged man resonated with a deep-seated anger, as though it could penetrate the receiver and strike at the very heart. Just then, Yi Tianming, who had been silently observing from the side, stepped forward and gently pressed the speakerphone button. With an expression as calm as still water, he spoke, "It is I, Yi Tianming." In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. A brief silence enveloped the line before, after a moment, faint sounds could be discerned. "Ah, it is Commander Yi. It has been a long time. A pleasure to hear from you. How have you been? Could it be that my son has offended Commander Yi?" The tone had evidently softened considerably. Anyone with discerning ears could detect the shift from ire to a more conciliatory stance. It was truly a remarkable turnaround, a sight rarely witnessed. Yi Tianming continued, "Old Li, I am aware that you are inundated with responsibilities and that I ought not to intrude upon your busy schedule. However, your son has audaciously proclaimed his intent to seize my daughter-in-law, even compelling my son towards divorce. Such behavior is utterly intolerable. I felt compelled to discipline him, delivering a couple of resounding slaps." A voice on the other end conveyed sincere regret, "Commander Yi, your reprimand was entirely justified. You may handle him as you see fit. I will not intercede. Even if it means confining him within the military camp and administering punishment, so be it. He must learn a lesson, this ungrateful wretch. Day in and day out, he brings me nothing but trouble, proving himself more a hindrance than a help. It was one thing to exploit my reputation for his own reckless deeds, but to draw the ire of Commander Yi is simply unacceptable. If we do not address this matter promptly, he may very well dare to act brazenly in public next time." Yi Tianming's demeanor visibly lightened. He replied, "You are indeed a man of great vision, Old Li, your family values are commendable. Very well, I shall not detain you any longer. We can discuss this further at the next meeting." With that, Yi Tianming returned the phone to Li Xinghe, who wore a sorrowful expression, his heart heavy with distress. A furious voice erupted on the line, "You wretched boy, return to me at once. Do you not understand that your father is in a crucial phase of his career? We cannot afford any negative publicity, our family must uphold its integrity. How dare you attempt to take Commander Yi's daughter-in-law? Are you tired of living? It seems a good beating is long overdue. What else are you incapable of? Perhaps I should just dig a grave and bury your father in it. Lousy, without you. Your son." The call abruptly ended. Li Xinghe realized that his return would not be met with kindness. House arrest was the least of his punishments. He might also be required to pen a letter of contrition. Previously, he had forgotten to disable the speakerphone on his mobile device, and everyone present had heard the thunderous roar of his father. Ning Dongchen, his face a mask of astonishment, was momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, a flicker of joy ignited within him, as he thought, even such a formidable figure must show respect to his future father-in-law. Knight Wuyo's father truly wielded great power, akin to a grand minister in ancient times. Ning Qingyi's expression remained unruffled, serene as a still lake, though her curiosity about Knight Wuyo's enigmatic past deepened. At that moment, Knight Wuyo's smug satisfaction was unmistakable as he sipped his tea, observing the unfolding events with an air of detachment, as if everything transpiring bore no relation to him whatsoever. Li Xinghe, in stark contrast, appeared disheveled and despondent, bereft of the commanding presence he once exhibited. Pleading for mercy from Yi Tianming, he said, "Commander Yi, I spoke out of turn." Yi Tianming casually waved his hand, responding, "Consider this a warning, I shall overlook it this time for your father's sake." Li Xinghe then addressed Knight Wuyo and Ning Qingyi, stating, "I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. I hope you will not hold it against me. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving in a manner that was as disgraceful as it was haughty. The driver, witnessing the young master's emergence, hurriedly opened the car door, and the Audi swiftly vanished from sight. Ning Qingyi, with elegance and grace, remarked, "Uncle, it is no small feat for you to have come here. As it is mealtime, let us dine together. These are merely home-cooked dishes, I hope they suit your palate." Yi Tianming jested, "What a good daughter-in-law, still calling me uncle. Will you not change your address? I have always enjoyed simple, home-style meals. During my time on the military road, I dined and resided alongside the soldiers, and I have long since grown accustomed to it." Ning Qingyi, with eyes as serene as autumn waters, displayed a hint of struggle. A rosy hue gradually graced her exquisite cheeks, embodying a shyness akin to blooming flowers. After a moment of biting her silver teeth, as if having made a resolution, she bashfully exclaimed, "Father, please come in." This seemed to acknowledge the fact of her legal union with the little rogue. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming's face instantly radiated a brilliant smile. He excitedly nodded and strode purposefully toward the inner room. Shortly thereafter, several individuals gathered around an expansive and elegantly set dining table. Just as everyone settled in, Yi Tianming abruptly turned his head, his gaze landing on the individual seated beside Ning Qingyi. He inquired, "Might you be this girl's father?" Before Ning Qingyi could respond, Ning Dongchen eagerly interjected, "Commander Yi, I am indeed the biological father of this girl. My name is Ning Dongchen. And I hope you will take good care of us in the future." He spoke with a broad smile, his eyes betraying a hint of flattery. Yi Tianming, after hearing this, merely waved his hand dismissively, responding in a rather affable tone, "Well said, well said." With Ning Dongchen, a veteran of social gatherings, present, the atmosphere at the table became exceptionally lively. Chapter 40, The Amusing Father-in-Law in a Spacious and Well-Lit Dining Room. A grand round table adorned with a marble texture occupies the center, laden with a plethora of sumptuous dishes and steaming soups. Aunt Zhang, with a beaming smile, glides gracefully between the kitchen and dining area, periodically presenting an array of delectable home-cooked meals and aromatic broths to the table. As she busily serves the dishes with great enthusiasm, her heart swells with joy at the sight of Yi Wuyo, Yi Tianming, and the others seated around the table. She feels a genuine happiness for her young mistress, who has found such an exceptional partner. Her thoughts drift to the rumors she had previously heard about her son-in-law, a street vendor selling grilled lamb skewers, a companion to a wealthy female CEO. At the time, she dismissed them as mere nonsense, fully aware of her young mistress's true worth. Her son-in-law not only possesses striking good looks but also exhibits grace and humility. The astonishing background of his father only deepens Aunt Zhang's admiration, leading her to reflect on the truth that appearances can indeed be deceiving. Since Yi Wuyo took residence in this opulent villa, he has consistently maintained an approachable demeanor, treating everyone with equal respect, devoid of any arrogance stemming from his status. On ordinary days, whenever physical labor is required, such as moving heavy objects or tidying the courtyard, Yi Wuyo is always quick to offer his assistance. He even thoughtfully reminds Aunt Zhang to take breaks and not overexert herself. Such gestures have undoubtedly endeared him to her. In her eyes, Yi Wuyo was undoubtedly the best candidate for son-in-law. At that moment, sitting across the dining table, Ning Dongchen wore a beaming smile as he toasted Yi Tianming, incessantly showering him with flattering compliments. His laudatory remarks flowed like an unending river, leaving the onlookers feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, Yi Tianming seemed rather indifferent to such sycophantic praise. Though he maintained an awkward smile, a barely perceptible hint of annoyance flickered in his gaze. Yet, for the sake of his son Yi Wuyo, he restrained himself from reacting overtly, merely nodding politely in response to Ning Dongchen's toasts. As the wine flowed freely, Ning Dongchen, slightly tipsy, began to speak in a drunken haze. "I have long regarded my esteemed son-in-law as exceptional. With his striking appearance and noble bearing, he possesses the potential to achieve great honors. Paired with my daughter, the ethereal Qingyi, they are truly a match made in heaven. Come, let us toast to my son-in-law." Both Yi Wuyo and Ning Qingyi furrowed their brows simultaneously. The attitude displayed by Yi Tianming had been rather different before his arrival. For the sake of his wife, Yi Wuyo lifted his glass, and after clinking their glasses together, they downed their drinks, having already emptied 2 bottles of Maotai. Yi Tianming felt utterly helpless against the cunning old man who cherished his daughter so dearly. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Yi Tianming finally broached a serious topic. Yi. We shall return to Kyoto together the day after tomorrow. A military aircraft will be sent to take us there to commend our contributions to the recent counterterrorism efforts. Ning Dongchen appeared somewhat surprised. He was unaware of the duo's accomplishments. Nevertheless, he felt an immense pride in his son-in-law receiving acknowledgement from the Dragon Country. Knight Wuyo, upon hearing these words, appeared to contemplate deeply, sensing that the matter at hand was likely more complex than mere accolades. Nevertheless, her demeanor remained composed, betraying no hint of inner turmoil. Knight Tianming continued, stating that in an effort to rescue members of the royal family of the Shandong chieftaincy, our Dragon Nation's peacekeeping forces had been unaccounted for several days. Given the unstable situation, it was impractical for Dragon Nation to deploy the elite Tiger Ben assault team. Thus, I surmised. Knight Wuyo interjected, Father means that my involvement might be related to this matter? Knight Tianming nodded affirmatively, saying, the reputation of a person is akin to the shadow of a tree. While in Dragon Nation, you have never faltered in executing classified missions. You are among the finest of the military's elite, with unparalleled individual combat capabilities. Moreover, regarding that girl, Hu Wan, and you. As soon as Hu Wan's name was mentioned, Knight Wuyo hastily interrupted, Dad, come, let us eat. This pig trotter is truly delectable. While speaking, she discreetly cast a glance at Ning Qingyi, whose icy gaze seemed to hunt for prey. A chill ran down Knight Wuyo's spine. Fortunate that her father did not pursue the topic further. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to navigate the situation undetected. Knight Tianming, astute as he was, swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring why Ning Qingyi's mother was absent. Upon hearing this, Ning Dongchen appeared to regain some clarity from his inebriation, concerned that his daughter might inadvertently embarrass him before his future in-laws. Ning Qingyi's expression turned somewhat melancholic as she lowered her beautiful eyes, sorrowfully stating, she has already passed away, no longer in this world. Ning Dongchen, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered his proud head, acutely aware that her mother's demise was indeed a consequence of his own actions. Regardless of the circumstances, there is no escaping responsibility. Has Ning Dongchen never felt remorse? He simply chooses not to reveal it to his daughter. Yi Tianming consoled, my dear, Yira's mother is your mother. If this scoundrel dares to bully you, just let me know. I shall ensure he feels the sting of my belt. From this day forth, we are family. You are always welcome to stay at our residence in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi smiled gently, radiant as the pear blossoms in spring, pure as a celestial being beneath the moonlight. The pursuit of justice shall henceforth rest in your capable hands, father. Ning Qingyi fluttered her fox-like beautiful eyes. Yi Tianming patted his chest, his gaze resolute, promising, if he dares to abandon you, I will make sure to break his leg, condemning him to a life of hardship. At that moment, Yi Wuyo felt a wave of despair, realizing that he had truly been cornered by his beloved Qingyi. Shortly thereafter, the lively banquet finally drew to a close. With a smile, Yi Wuyo personally escorted his father and father-in-law out of the Verdant Villa district, watching their figures fade into the distance. Only then did Yi Wuyo turn and slowly return to the house. As he stepped into the living room, a graceful figure rushed towards him like a swift bird. Upon closer inspection, it was the enchanting Ning Qingyi. In a flash, she seized Yi Wuyo's ear and gave it a sharp twist. The unexpected pain caused Yi Wuyo to grimace, exclaiming, ouch. Be gentle, be gentle. My ear feels like it's going to fall off, dear aunt. However, Ning Qingyi showed no intention of letting go. Instead, a mischievous smile adorned her face as she questioned. Ah, you little thief, how dare you keep so many secrets from me? Why have you never mentioned this? Your adoptive father is actually the commander of the garrison in the capital? Humph. Seeing her reaction, Yi Wuyo hurriedly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. His face contorted in a grimace. Oh dear, my precious Qingyi, you mustn't wrong an innocent soul. You never inquired about these matters before. Besides, I tend to be rather lazy and felt no need to elaborate. Surely, if my father weren't so formidable, you wouldn't be inclined to share those enchanting nights with me, reveling in the beauty of our nuptial bliss. Nor would you cherish the tender moments spent beneath the flowers and the moonlight? Upon hearing his words, Ning Qingyi's mind involuntarily conjured the image of their intimate moments from that night. Those sweet yet bashful memories surged forth, filling her heart with an irresistible longing. Intertwined with the characteristic modesty of youth, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples, so radiant they seemed to glisten. However, Ning Qingyi quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat to mask her inner turmoil. She then pouted and continued her inquiry. All right, I shall temporarily overlook the matter of your father. But who is this Huan? It sounds like a girl's name. The astute Ning Qingyi sensed something amiss and, with just a few hints, she could piece together much of the story. Yu Wuyo sighed. Huan is my childhood companion. We grew up together in the military compound. Frequent encounters have forged an unbreakable bond of friendship between them. Ning Qingyi, relentless in her inquiries, pressed, is it truly as simple as just being friends? Despite the turmoil within, Yu Wuyo's face was adorned with a cheerful smile. With unwavering conviction, he assured Ning Qingyi, my dear wife, on my honor, I assure you that Huan and I are entirely innocent. If you doubt me, come and feel my heart. Yu Wuyo, ever so cunning, left the phrase currently innocent hanging in the air. As he spoke, he thumped his chest, making a promise. Observing Yu Wuyo's woeful expression, Ning Qingyi, though still harboring some doubts, ultimately chose to trust him, if only for the moment. Thus, the two resumed their light-hearted conversation, laughter echoing between them. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, ushering in the evening. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, Yu Wuyo schemed to seize the opportunity to sneak into his wife's chamber. Yet, how could such a trivial thought escape the astute Ning Qingyi? She had already secured the door with a firm lock, evidently wary of the occasional mischief of this roguish man. Standing before the door, Yu Wuyo tentatively pushed against it, only to find it immovable, prompting a resigned sigh. With a heavy heart, he turned away, returning to his own room. Alone on the spacious bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Ning Qingyi's enchanting visage haunted his thoughts, along with her adorable expressions when she was displeased. The contrast of the icy beauty was most captivating. Time drifted until, at last, Yu Wuyo succumbed to slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, gently illuminating Yu Wuyo's face. He languidly stretched his limbs before gradually opening his eyes. After lingering in bed for a while, he slowly descended to the floor. Once refreshed, Yu Wuyo made his way to the living room, where he beheld a steaming cup of latte awaiting him on the dining table. It had been thoughtfully prepared by Zhang Ma. He lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The texture was exquisitely smooth. The rich aroma of milk mingled with the robust flavor of coffee, flooding his palate in an instant. After finishing the beverage, Yu Wuyo felt invigorated and rejuvenated. At that moment, Ning Qingyi descended from the upper floor. They exchanged a smile and together ventured into the dining room to enjoy breakfast. The delectable food and the warm ambience elevated their spirits immensely. Once breakfast was concluded, Yu Wuyo and Ning Qingyi walked side by side toward the garage. They each drove their own Bentley and Ferrari, heading towards the company. Throughout the journey, they engaged in conversation via the car's Bluetooth system, discussing the recent developments within the group. Having just completed a significant acquisition project, the group found itself at a pivotal juncture of revitalization. Fortunately, with the capable and formidable Ning Qingyi at the helm, all tasks were progressing in an orderly fashion. Everything seemed to be gradually advancing towards a promising future. Chapter 41, Where is there a girl who does not harbor springtime feelings? Yu Wuyo and Ning Qingyi's luxury vehicles arrived at the company entrance almost simultaneously. Under the salutation of the security personnel, they proceeded into the underground parking lot. The security guard, slightly perplexed, pondered the unusual coincidence of both the chairman and Director Yi arriving together. Could it be that their relationship was more than mere colleagues? Contemplating this, the guard stifled the words on the tip of his tongue, aware that loose lips could lead to trouble. He knew better than to speculate recklessly. One must not forsake their livelihood, as a family of three relies on oneself. Yi Wuyo and Ming Qingyi each opened their car doors and gracefully descended from the vehicle, skillfully locking it with their keys. They walked side by side towards the gleaming elevator. At that moment, the surrounding employees greeted them with enthusiastic salutes. "Good day, President." "Good day, Director Yi." They chorused in unison. In response to the warm reception, both Yi Wuyo and Ming Qingyi wore gentle and polite smiles, acknowledging each greeting in turn. Time seemed to fly, and soon the elevator came to a steady halt on the top floor of the building. After exchanging smiles and farewells, they turned to their respective offices. However, shortly after Yi Wuyo entered his office, his phone on the desk rang with a clear chime. Instinctively, he glanced at the screen and saw the name Guojun prominently displayed. Without hesitation, he swiftly pressed the answer button. Immediately, a voice filled with urgency and a hint of tears came through the line. "Brother Yi, I'm currently at Xingyi Film Company with my classmates. But we are surrounded outside by a group of thugs. They seem ill-intentioned and very arrogant, appearing to plot against us. Please come quickly to our rescue." Upon hearing Guojun's panicked words, Yi Wuyo's heart tightened. He hurriedly reassured her, "Don't panic, dear. Calm down first. Quickly send me your exact location, and I will be there right away." As soon as the words left her lips, Guojun promptly responded, "All right, Brother Yi, I will send it right away." Almost instantly, Yi Wuyo's phone received the detailed address information sent by Guojun. Meanwhile, outside the house, a group of ruffians was menacingly surrounding the entrance. Each of them was itching for a fight, exuding an air of intent to break in. These unruly thugs were, in fact, the unscrupulous friends of Zhai Tao, the son of the film company's executive. They often leveraged Zhai Tao's influence to create chaos, and now, with reckless abandon, they had set their sights on Guojun and her companions. The executive's son, emboldened by his wealth and power, would subject any girl he fancied to relentless harassment, with his minions employing every conceivable tactic to achieve their ends. They would resort to both coaxing and coercion, promising alluring opportunities, such as starring roles in films, while simultaneously disregarding legal and moral boundaries, employing despicable tricks and even illegal methods to fulfill their desires. Thus far, several innocent female students from the drama department had fallen victim to their vile schemes. Yet, Zhai Tao trivialized these atrocities with a nonchalant remark, "If you don't pursue a girl, aren't you a fool? We have so many resources at our disposal. What kind of star or actress can't we obtain? If we want to elevate someone, who can't become a sensation?" On the other hand, upon learning of the situation, Yi Wuyo decisively took action. He swiftly briefed his secretary with a few words before hastily departing from the corporate building. Hastily making my way to the underground garage, I eagerly slipped into the sleek Ferrari. Almost immediately, a deafening roar erupted as I surged forward like a bolt of crimson lightning. At that moment, Yi Wuyo was consumed with urgency, pressing the accelerator nearly to the floor. The tachometer's needle soared wildly, surpassing 8,000 RPM in the blink of an eye. I sped down the road, drawing curious glances from passers-by. However, despite the blistering speed, I encountered a traffic officer stationed along the way. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Wuyo retrieved their phone and dialed Director Liu, succinctly conveying the dire situation at hand. They were racing urgently to the scene to save lives, as the stakes were incredibly high. Upon receiving the call, Director Liu recognized the gravity of the matter and promptly ordered a passage. Thus, after a mere 10 minutes of reckless driving, Yi Wuyo finally arrived at Xingyi Film Company. Outside, a group of over 50 idle individuals, sporting bleached hair and adorned with indecipherable tattoos, strutted about arrogantly. A corpulent man at the forefront declared, "If Guojun refuses to be my girlfriend, you all know what to do." A sycophantic underling responded eagerly, "Brother Tao, rest assured. The days of relying on brute force are over, you know how things work now." The two exchanged sinister smiles, exuding malevolence. Outside, the underlings clamored, "If she becomes our big brother's girl, we shall all be one family. If not, no one will save you today." In the depths of autumn's quietude, a solitary fire-red Ferrari raced towards them. Like a lightning bolt cleaving the sky, it roared past, accompanied by the piercing sound of screeching brakes and a cloud of dust. The car door was thrust open with fervor, and Yi Wuyo leapt out, resembling a war god descending upon the earth. His brows were sharp, his eyes like stars, and his visage bore an expression as somber as still waters, emanating an aura that instilled dread. With eyes wide in fury, he bellowed at the ragtag group before him, a bunch of foolish imbeciles. Do you not know when to retreat? His voice thundered, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble in response. The ruffians, once brimming with bravado, turned pale at the sound of his roar and instinctively took a few steps back. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, surging forward to encircle Yi Wuyo. At that moment, a rotund figure, his face adorned with a multitude of folds, emerged from the crowd, Zhai Tao. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Wuyo and spoke in a mocking tone. Well, it appears someone dares to play the hero. Boy, do you have any idea who my benefactor is? I suggest you inquire about it. Consider this a friendly warning. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Yi Wuyo vanished from sight, swiftly closing the distance like a wraith. The shadowless kick, taught personally by the abbot of Shaolin, was imbued with internal force, ready to unleash its might. In a flash, a dark silhouette darted past, followed by a blood-curdling scream. In an instant, Zhai Tao's pudgy face was met with a ferocious kick, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball. He traced a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling like a sack of meat. He rolled for 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, his face was smeared with blood, a ghastly sight to behold, reminiscent of a persimmon freshly skinned, sending chills down one's spine. The other ruffians, witnessing this, were filled with terror, abandoning their leader without a second thought, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only Zhai Tao remained on the ground, writhing in pain, utterly forsaken, with not a single underling to offer him assistance. Such is the ruthless world of the underbelly. The so-called brotherhood is merely empty rhetoric. When one possesses strength, others flock to them. When one is weak, they are left to fend for themselves. It is essential to understand that while it is easy to embellish a feast, it is profoundly challenging to provide assistance in times of need. After resolving the immediate predicament, Yi Wuyo rushed into the room. Upon seeing him, Guojun opened the door and immediately embraced him, her heart racing. She whispered softly, "Brother Yi, you always appear by my side just when I need you most. Are you not my destined one?" Yi Wuyo gently caressed the silky hair of the pure-hearted young woman before him. Though he had entangled himself with numerous beautiful women, he was reluctant to pursue Guojun. Firstly, he shared a deep bond with Uncle Gua. How could he jeopardize her happiness? Secondly, he had always regarded her as a little sister, caring for her with a protective instinct. Despite being a notorious rogue, Yi Wuyo was a thief with principles. A gentleman appreciates beauty, but he does so with integrity. As he set Guojun down, her enchanting eyes shimmered like rippling water, akin to a flower poised to bloom after a gentle rain, captivating all who beheld her. Beside them, another woman chimed in, Jun. Are you not going to introduce me to this handsome brother? Is it appropriate to showcase affection in front of me? It was then that Guojun remembered her roommate. Shui Yuejia was also nearby. Guojun introduced, "This is my dear brother, Yi Wuyo. And this is my roommate, Shui Yuejia." Yi Wuyo gently shook hands with the young woman, taking a moment to appraise her. She was undeniably a striking beauty, with elegant willow leaf eyebrows, an oval face, and a well-proportioned figure. It was no wonder she was a student at the film academy, Yi Wuyo thought to himself, impressed. Shui Yuejia teased, "Dear brother? He wouldn't happen to be your romantic interest, would he?" Guojun, with a bashful demeanor, flushed with a captivating rosy hue. At that moment, Guojun and Shui Yuejia erupted into playful banter. Suddenly, Yi Wuyo swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. His fingers deftly illuminated the screen, and without hesitation, he dialed a series of numbers. With the sounds of beeping on the other end, he successfully connected to Director Liu of the city. Once the call was answered, Yi Wuyo meticulously reported the illegal activities of the Xingyi Film Company to Director Liu. His reasoning was clear, and his logic was impeccable as he laid out all the evidence and circumstances he had gathered. Before long, police cars roared onto the scene, halting at the entrance of the Xingyi Film Company. The doors swung open, and Director Liu personally led a team of efficient officers, who swiftly streamed out. They moved with agility and were well-trained, quickly taking control of the situation and apprehending all individuals involved. After a casual exchange with Director Liu, Yu Wuyo turned and made his way toward the Ferrari SF90 parked nearby. With a gentlemanly gesture, he opened the car door for Guojun, deciding to personally drive her back to school. Meanwhile, to ensure that Shui Yuejia arrived home safely, Yu Wuyo thoughtfully summoned a Didi ride for her. Once all the arrangements were in place, he confidently started the vehicle and gradually departed from the original location. However, just as they were about to part ways, Shui Yuejia could not resist teasing Guojun, saying, "Oh dear, Xiao Jun, you truly are a mystery. To have a boyfriend driving a Ferrari while keeping it a secret from everyone, how unworthy of friendship." Upon hearing this, Guojun's delicate visage instantly flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Overwhelmed by shyness, her cheeks even radiated a gentle warmth. Chapter 42, Willing to be the Little One. Just as Guojun found herself at a loss for words, akin to a startled fawn frozen in place, she pondered how to dissolve the awkwardness enveloping them. However, just as she racked her brain for a solution, the sudden blare of a car horn pierced through the heavy atmosphere. It turned out that the Didi car Yu Wuyo had previously booked had arrived at the scene. The white sedan came to a gentle stop. And as the door swung open, Shui Yuejia wore a sly smile and gracefully stepped inside. Once seated, she leaned closer to the window, mischievously waved at Guojun, who remained standing, and playfully shouted, as the saying goes, youth is fiery and unsteady, the greatest temptation to resist is the allure of women. Young Master Yi, you must be cautious. Who knows, one day, our Xiao Jun might just sweep you off your feet. As the final word escaped Shui Yuejia's lips, Guojun's originally fair cheeks instantaneously transformed into a shade reminiscent of a ripe apple, a vibrant crimson hue spreading to the very roots of her ears. At that moment, she bowed her head, utterly unwilling to raise her gaze towards anyone, yearning instead to vanish into the ground. With a playful pout, she exclaimed, "That brazen hussy, spreading rumors about me day in and day out. When I return, I shall expose her romantic entanglements. She flits about with several suitors, yet fills the air with crude and vile language. How utterly mortifying." Yet, Yu Wuyo maintained an air of composure. His life story could easily fill volumes. Just how many fluttering hearts and romantic escapades had he encountered? A faint smirk graced his lips, laced with a hint of mockery as he gently teased, "My dear, allow me to escort you back to school." No sooner had he spoken than he elegantly pressed the accelerator of the Ferrari. In an instant, the engine erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of power that propelled them forward with an overwhelming force. Guojun, seated in the passenger seat, was evidently unprepared for the sudden acceleration. Her body lurched forward, hands flailing in a frantic attempt to grasp something to steady herself, but everything transpired too swiftly. In her moment of helplessness, she lost her balance and tumbled directly into Yu Wuyo's embrace. Her cheek pressed against his broad chest, the air around her filled with his potent and distinctive masculine scent. Simultaneously, she became acutely aware of the formidable strength of his muscles. Robust as if forged from steel, unyielding and solid. Surprisingly, they possessed remarkable elasticity. However, at that moment, Guojun was entirely preoccupied with other matters. Just as she collapsed into Yu Wuyo's embrace, she suddenly felt a soft object collide with his face. Almost immediately, she heard a muffled grunt from him, followed by the sight of two streams of crimson liquid gushing from his nostrils. The object that had inadvertently struck Yu Wuyo's face was none other than Guojun herself. Yu Wuyo was rendered speechless by this unforeseen turn of events, standing as if frozen in place, forgetting even to wipe away the blood trickling from his nose. Meanwhile, Guojun's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a startled fawn as she swiftly turned her head away, hastily returning to her seat. With trembling hands, she fumbled to fasten her seatbelt, all the while tilting her flushed face to the side, unable to meet Yu Wuyo's gaze again. Her heart brimming with overwhelming embarrassment and awkwardness. Yu Wuyo chuckled lightly, it's all right. I forgot to remind you to buckle up. By the way, I neglected to ask, what brings you here today?" At this moment, Guojun was momentarily distracted, and the redness on her cheeks began to subside. The young woman resembled a flower poised to bloom, pure and noble, radiating with the vitality of youth and exuding a unique charm that belonged to a girl. Guojun fell into a reverie and replied, "Our school has recently arranged internships with a film company. It allows us to earn credits while gaining insight into the film market, and there's even a chance to sign with the company after graduation. Fulfilling my dream of entering the entertainment industry. However, their methods are quite despicable and unscrupulous. The audacity to attempt something untoward against me, even engaging in some sordid dealings." At this juncture, Guojun's face was etched with melancholy, uncertain of the path ahead. Just as Yi Wuyo was about to offer her solace, Guojun suddenly inquired. "Brother Yi, why have you not remained in your previous abode? I sought you out, and the elderly neighbor informed me of your departure. It is said that you were taken away by a woman of extraordinary beauty." Guojun timidly posed her question, her fair hand slightly clenched. Yi Wuyo replied nonchalantly, "Oh. I forgot to mention. I now reside with my wife. We were married recently. Since we did not hold a banquet, I did not inform you and Uncle Gua. I assure you, I will invite you both when we host a celebration next time." Before Yi Wuyo's words had fully registered, Guojun, seated beside him, felt her enchanting eyes begin to glisten with unshed tears. The crystalline droplets seemed poised to cascade down her delicate, porcelain-like cheeks at any moment. Her face was a portrait of sorrow, brows furrowed and lips quivering gently, exuding an aura of pitiable vulnerability that tugged at the heartstrings. It was as though her most cherished possession had been forcibly taken from her, a torrent of grievance and reluctance spilling forth. Yet, in the face of this poignant scene, Yi Wuyo refrained from offering any explanations or justifications. He recognized that some matters, once hesitated upon, would only bring further turmoil to the young girl. Although his choice might inflict immense sorrow upon her in that moment, he deemed it preferable to bestow upon her a long-lasting yet ultimately fruitless hope. Such an outcome may indeed be far more favorable. Thus, Yi Wuyo took a deep breath, softening his tone as he gently reassured, "My dear girl, do not dwell in despair. There are countless dashing young men within the film academy, and numerous charming gentlemen. Why must you fixate solely on me? I am certain that, before long, you shall encounter the individual most suited to you." Upon hearing these words, Guojun, whose previously sorrowful visage transformed with newfound resolve, gazed deeply into Yi Wuyo's eyes and declared without hesitation, "I care not for anyone else. I desire nothing more than to be with you, brother Yi. I have no affection for anyone else. Even if I must remain in a subordinate position, I would willingly accept it." However, as she uttered the phrase about being a subordinate, her voice instinctively lowered, revealing a hint of shyness, as she feared the heartbreak of rejection from Yi Wuyo once more. Yi Wuyo sighed, choosing not to decline her earnest declaration. The young woman had laid her heart bare, and he could not bear to be unfeeling. "Let us discuss the future when you graduate, should your feelings for me remain. What do you think?" he continued. Guojun nodded, a glint of mischief sparkling in her eyes. The tears she had shed were long wiped away, like the clear sky following a rainstorm. Yi Wuyo mused inwardly. "This girl has ensnared me. I cannot abide seeing a woman in tears." Guojun inquired, "Brother Yi, is this car also a gift from your wife?" Yi Wuyo casually remarked, "I am indeed being supported by the affluent and enchanting Qingyi. This car was a gift from my wife. And I have even been appointed as the president of Tianyan Group. By the way, I plan to establish a subsidiary under the group, tailored specifically for you. And it shall be named Tanhua Film Company, dedicated to producing films and television dramas, with you as the leading lady in the inaugural project." Guojun's eyes initially sparkled with excitement, but soon dimmed. She cautiously inquired, "Brother Yi, will your wife feel jealous because of this?" "I hope it won't lead to any unpleasantness." Yi Wuyo confidently patted his chest and reassured her, "Fear not. My dear Qingyi possesses a heart as vast as the sky and as deep as the ocean. She is remarkably magnanimous." This lightened the mood of Guojun, who had been feeling somewhat down. With a playful smile, Guojun teased, "Brother Yi, you have become quite mischievous, indulging in such flirtations. I demand to disembark." The two shared a knowing smile, each aware of the true meaning behind magnanimity. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the film academy in Haishanshire. It was the time when classes had just ended, and the campus buzzed with life, filled with students bustling about. As the striking red Ferrari SF90 gracefully entered the scene, the previously animated crowd fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the magnificent vehicle, with clusters of people murmuring and exchanging curious glances, intrigued by the stunning sports car. When the window rolled down, revealing Yi Wuyo's extraordinarily handsome visage, it elicited a collective gasp of admiration. After all, such a globally limited, invaluable supercar was a rare sight to behold. Even in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, such a presence is exceedingly rare. It is the aspiration of countless young individuals, yet remains tantalizingly out of reach. The crowd was rife with speculation regarding the identity of the person fortunate enough to possess such an enviable chariot. As the car door swung open, Yi Wuyo gracefully emerged, his tall stature and handsome visage instantly capturing the attention of all present. Many young women around him cast sidelong glances, some shyly stealing a look, while others boldly locked their gaze upon him, their eyes unmistakably revealing their admiration. A few could hardly contain their impulsive desires, yearning to approach him for his contact information. At that moment, Yi Wuyo gently opened the opposite door, and a delicate, fair hand emerged. Following this, a figure of ethereal purity appeared before the crowd, resembling a celestial being, Guojun. Clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully, her snow-like skin and enchanting countenance seemed untouched by the mundane world. Her transcendent aura and graceful form captivated all onlookers, rendering them momentarily spellbound. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. Female classmates regarded Guojun with a mixture of envy and jealousy, lamenting their own lack of such fortune. Meanwhile, the male students gazed at Yi Wuyo and Guojun, their faces etched with envy and resentment, silently acknowledging, "The goddess is yours, and the luxury car is yours as well. Clearly, we inhabit entirely different realms." Ultimately, these individuals could only shake their heads in frustration before dispersing. After exchanging a smile and a wave with Guojun, Yi Wuyo bid her farewell, agreeing to meet again upon the establishment of the subsidiary. Knight Wuyo settled into the luxurious Ferrari, contemplating that there was likely nothing pressing at the group. Thus he decided against returning. Unsure of where to unwind in the afternoon, he realized he would be heading to Kyoto with his father the following day, and it seemed unlikely he would return soon. After some reflection, he recognized that he was now the president of Tianyin Group. Therefore, the Wawawayuan Club was, in essence, his own enterprise. It would be delightful to visit the club and enjoy a performance by the dance troupe. With this resolution in mind, Knight Wuyo activated the GPS navigation of his Ferrari. Chapter 43, Vibrant Life. Knight Wuyo's visit to the Wawawayuan Club was not merely for relaxation. Not long ago, he had agreed with the whimsical Guojun to establish a film and television company. The immediate priority was to seek out a capable team to meticulously plan the blueprint for their ambitious venture. At that moment, the image of Liu Xiaojia suddenly surfaced in his mind. He had previously invested a substantial sum to meticulously craft the dance troupe. It is noteworthy that the Wawawayuan Club is the epitome of luxury in Haitian City. Rumor has it that the expenses incurred there flow like water. Constructing this remarkable entertainment palace, within its walls congregate numerous captivating beauties, akin to celestial maidens. Many of them hail from prestigious media institutions, aviation universities, and film academies, their numbers rivaling the grand harems of ancient emperors. In the depths of his mind, Yi Wuyo contemplated, if he could select a portion of the promising newcomers from these members of the song and dance troupe, and combine them with Guojun, a naturally beautiful girl endowed with remarkable acting talent, they could jointly establish a female ensemble named Golden Flowers to officially debut. This endeavor would not only infuse fresh vitality and energy into the newly established film and television company, but it would also likely catapult them to fame in the entertainment industry through their exceptional beauty and talents, thereby enhancing the reputation of the subsidiary, Tanhua Film Industry. Within the sector, this series of ideas reflected Yi Wuyo's thoughtful deliberation. As the saying goes, one who does not plan for the long term is unfit to strategize for the moment. One who does not consider the bigger picture is inadequate to scheme for a single domain. Having once been a formidable super soldier in the Dragon Kingdom, and a lethal agent traversing the world, Yi Wuyo was far from merely skilled in wielding weapons and charging into battle. His intellect was equally agile and astute. His strategies and courage of the highest caliber. Bragging is not mere hot air, and trains do not move without a push. At this moment, a peculiar light flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes, as if the future lay firmly within his grasp. Since concluding his years of bloodshed and conflict abroad, and returning to the Dragon Kingdom, those days filled with turmoil and violence seemed to have been buried deep within the dust of time, gradually fading away. Nevertheless, tales of him continued to circulate within the martial world, becoming a favored topic among the underground elite and their social circles. Now, Yi Wuyo enjoyed a life surrounded by the sweet melodies of songbirds and the gentle flutter of swallows. Is this not the very life he has always longed for and dreamed of in the depths of his heart? At that moment, a crimson Ferrari raced down the road, roaring into an opulent private club nestled in the heart of Haitian City. This establishment resembled a grand estate, sprawling over an area comparable to several basketball courts combined. Upon entering the estate, one was greeted by a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers, their colors dazzling and breathtaking. The rows of classical European-style architecture stood out prominently, elegantly dotting the picturesque garden, exuding an air of noble sophistication. Particularly striking was the fountain, designed in homage to the Palace of Versailles. Adorned with luxurious gilded craftsmanship that sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, captivating all who beheld it. Yi Wuyo's eyes widened as he admired the enchanting scenery, silently marveling. Liu Xiaojia truly knows how to indulge. Fortunately, that fellow had already ventured inside to engage in his own pursuits. Now, it was finally his turn to relish in the vivid experiences that awaited him. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward to the entrance and gently pressed the doorbell. Even the wrought iron gate outside was meticulously crafted in the style of a European palace, embellished with the exquisite crest of the Clovis family. A silent testament to the owner's extraordinary taste and refinement. Before long, a lady clad in a fitted black dress emerged gracefully from behind the opulent door, resembling a delicate black swan as she glided into view. Her figure is graceful, each step seemingly treading upon a melody, imbued with a unique sense of rhythm. Upon closer inspection, not a trace of excess flesh can be found upon her form. Her slender silhouette is perfectly proportioned, as if sculpted by the hands of nature herself. The black Gucci dress she wears exquisitely accentuates her shape, rendering her even more statuesque and alluring. She resembles a fairy amidst a blooming garden, exuding an inexplicable charm that captivates onlookers, particularly men, who find themselves drawn to her presence. Though in her 30s, time seems to have been exceptionally kind to her. Her skin remains smooth and delicate, fair and supple, akin to that of a youthful maiden, devoid of any signs of aging. She appears no older than 27 or 28. Yet, with every movement, she emanates a distinctive allure characteristic of a mature woman. As she glides across the floor, her poise is elegant, reminiscent of the supermodels strutting down the runway on television. She gently lifts the hem of her dress, her gestures soft and natural. Then, with an air of sophistication, she gracefully bows toward Yi Wuyo, performing a quintessential noble gesture. In a voice as gentle as a breeze, she greets, "Good evening, Mr. Yi. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. This is our first encounter. I am Lu Menghan, the manager of the dance troupe. I look forward to your guidance." Upon hearing her greeting, Yi Wuyo regained his composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he nodded lightly. He replied in a nonchalant tone, "Miss Liu. The pleasure is mine. However, please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Yi, it sounds rather antiquated. Simply call me Yi Xiao." To my astonishment, Miss Liu, merely as the person in charge here, exudes such graceful elegance that it captivates the eye. I wonder if there are any women within this dance troupe who might leave me equally spellbound. With this thought, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes. The lady chuckled softly, akin to a blooming peony, resplendent and majestic. This mature aura is a testament to the depth acquired over the years, inevitably reminding Yi Wuyo of the equally enchanting secretary, Qiu Yinong. As for himself and her, Lu Menghan appeared somewhat entranced, her breath delicate as a wisp. She spoke, "Young Master Yi, your eloquence is truly remarkable. You flatter me to the point of delight. Please come in, the younger sisters inside have yet to meet you." With that, the lady pressed a button nearby, and the massive iron door swung open. Yi Wuyo stepped inside, walking alongside the sophisticated woman before him. He caught a whiff of her delightful perfume, inquiring, "Sister, have you perhaps used a fragrance combining lilac and currant? It's exquisite. I intend to purchase a set for my wife." The lady, with a fox-like gaze, was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated young Master Ye's keen sense of smell. She promptly opened her limited-edition Burberry calfskin purse and extracted a dark bottle of perfume, adorned with the words 100 bon in French, clearly from a niche brand in France. Lu Menghan remarked playfully, "Young Master Yi, do not disdain it. This bottle is yet unopened, please take it home for your sister-in-law. I have a particular fondness for niche perfume brands. My home is already filled with several, some of which I have yet to try." Yi Wuyo reached for the perfume, merely inhaling the scent from the bottle. Instantly, she was captivated by its enchanting and delicate fragrance. With a bright smile, Yi Wuyo remarked, "Sister, you are so generous. It seems President Lu has not been stingy with your salary." Lu Menghan chuckled, "The base salary is quite substantial, amounting to several tens of thousands each month. The remainder consists of commissions, distributed according to the performance of the dance troupe. It's rather effortless to earn over $1 million annually. Even if you were to stop working now, it would last for several lifetimes. My job is merely a side venture." Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the woman, Yi Wuyo discerned that she was not in want of money. With a grin, she declared, "You, my sister, have my unwavering trust. You shall continue to oversee the affairs of the dance troupe. However, I am about to establish a film company and will require some actors. I need your assistance in the audition process." Lu Menghan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had yet to venture into directing and was quite thrilled. She promptly replied, "Leave it to me, sister. Today, I will take you to meet the courtesans here. Who knows, we may find someone suitable." The two women walked side by side, unhesitatingly stepping into the resplendent and opulent hall. This grand space was spacious and radiant, with dazzling light streaming in from all directions, captivating all who entered. Before them lay an expansive stage, grand enough to accommodate performances by over 100 individuals, its intricate design and exquisite details exuding luxury and nobility. Lu Menghan elegantly raised her hand and gently clapped, as if her applause possessed some magical charm. In an ephemeral moment, young women adorned in the exquisite garments of Dunhuang emerged gracefully from the shadows, akin to celestial beings descending to earth. Their numbers were astonishing, totaling no less than 100. This breathtaking spectacle overwhelmed the senses, rendering onlookers entranced. Each woman possessed a captivating figure and striking beauty, resembling ethereal nymphs who descended from the azure waves, untouched by the mundane world. Their light footsteps flowed with an effortless grace, akin to clouds drifting across the sky. In every gesture, they exuded an extraordinary aura, as if they were separated from the earthly realm. At this juncture, Yi Wuyo and Lu Menghan found an antique long table and contentedly settled themselves on the ground, legs crossed in comfort. At that moment, the air filled with enchanting melodies that resonated harmoniously, accompanied by a kaleidoscope of shifting lights. The fairies swayed with abandon in this dreamlike atmosphere, their enchanting dance unfolding like a vibrant tapestry before the audience. Yi Wuyo, utterly captivated, lost sight of his purpose for being there. As if he had been transported back to ancient times, feeling himself transformed into a sovereign, basking in adoration and reverence, intoxicated by the beauty surrounding him. As the music and dance gradually receded, Yi Wuyo awakened from this otherworldly reverie, traces of enchantment still lingering on his visage. His expression mirrored that of one who had witnessed celestial beings in the distant land of Dunhuang, beholding a breathtakingly exquisite scene that left an indelible mark on his memory, one he could not easily forget. In the depths of his heart, Yi Wuyo mused privately, envisioning the splendor that would unfold should he establish a similar troupe of song and dance within his divine realm. Imagine the graceful figures of women dancing elegantly upon a splendid stage, their melodious voices resonating in the air. Merely envisioning such a scene evokes a profound sense of pleasure and contentment, does it not? The fabled Isle of the End remains unmarked on any map, as though it has been erased from existence. No formidable power dares to provoke the deities so lightly. This enigmatic Isle of the End serves as the last sanctuary of the underworld. Speaking of which, Lu Menghan was utterly captivated by Yi Wuyo's enthrallment. her face illuminated by a playful smile, exuding charm and grace. Such allure, with countless captivating gestures, could easily render any man spellbound. Alas! The company of enchanting ladies surrounding Yi Wuyo had long filled his heart, strengthening his immunity to the beauty of women. Moreover, there was the icy demeanor of his esteemed wife, the formidable CEO. The mere thought of her piercing gaze sent shivers down his spine. Lu Menghan, with her delicate hand resting upon Yi Wuyo, inquired with a voice as gentle as orchids, "Which ones have caught your eye, dear brother? Shall I arrange for you to take a closer look in a private room?" Yi Wuyo, maintaining a composed expression, indicated a few of the performers in order of their appearance. Lu Menghan nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "I shall make the arrangements immediately, please wait a moment. Young Master Yi. I will also invite the courtesan and the new beauties, allowing you to choose at your leisure, ensuring your satisfaction." With a smile, Yi Wuyo jested, "Sister, I have complete faith in your capabilities." Lu Menghan then led Yi Wuyo to a presidential suite within the estate, which was replete with several small rooms, a KTV, a tea room and a swimming pool, among other amenities. The pleasures of earthly emperors are indeed unparalleled, Knight Wuyo marveled. Lu Menghan had already turned away, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that danced in the air. Knight Wuyo settled into a nearby tea room, brewing fragrant tea for his enjoyment. Within the purple clay teapot steeped the renowned De Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, a brew worth several thousand with just one infusion. Knight Wuyo mused to himself, that rascal Lu Xiaojia indulges in the finest tea and surrounds himself with a troupe of performers. Here I am, a formidable warrior and elite agent, adored by all, yet devoid of such luxury and enjoyment. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lu Menghan entered, accompanied by a bevy of enchanting maidens, each more exquisite than the last. Some donned regal attire, while others wore elegantly slit kipayos. The sheer fabric of their gowns scarcely concealed their porcelain-like skin. The young ladies curtsied gracefully towards Knight Wuyo, lifting their skirts and saying, "We humbly greet you, young Master Yi." Knight Wuyo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Please rise. I am no ancient emperor. I lack both the fortune and the qualification for such reverence. I once sold skewered lamb at a night market. If you doubt my words, inquire outside the Taizi bar, and you shall find my claims are not mere fabrications." A burst of laughter erupted among the young women, charmed by Knight Wuyo's wit. The illustrious president of Tianyin Group, whose net worth reached billions and who, alongside his wife, had triumphed over several financial giants to amass a fortune of 500 billion, could hardly be believed to have once been a mere street vendor. Lu Menghan, in fits of laughter, chimed in, "Brother, you truly have a knack for humor. In this gathering of sisters, should you provoke a laugh from them, would it not be a loss for our song and dance troupe?" Yi Wuyo touched his nose and remarked, "Ah, never mind. Even if I speak the truth, you would not believe me. Sister Menghan, could you kindly introduce these beauties to me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Menghan straightened her demeanor and began her introductions one by one. The first is Meng Xinyan, a graduate of the Communication University, formerly a model for Mercedes-Benz, and a resident model for Ferrari. She stands at 1.72 meters tall and is 26 years old this year. She continued her introductions until the 20th name, and Yi Wuyo, undeterred by the length, diligently noted each name, initiating his selection process. At this juncture, Yi Wuyo spoke, "You few, come and massage my legs and shoulders. Let me see your technique. Who among you can give a back rub? I require a full Thai treatment." Upon hearing his request, some young ladies were overjoyed, yet Yi Xiao did not select them, causing their exquisite foreheads to lower in disappointment. Conversely, those chosen by Yi Wuyo displayed faces that shifted from pale to flushed, mistakenly believing that the president intended to engage in questionable practices, yet feeling unable to refuse. Silent, their modesty resembled the delicate heart of a flower, forever youthful, eternally in bloom. Seeing that no one stepped forward to provide him with a back rub or massage, Yi Wuyo could not help but chuckle inwardly. He merely wished to test their acting skills. They may have overthought the situation, assuming he intended to impose hidden rules upon them. In such a public setting, how could he allow a few blossoms to accompany him? It seemed that Lu Xiaojia's flirtatious nature had indeed made a lasting impression, leaving these canaries quite frightened. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Yi Wuyo remained unperturbed. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Since they refuse to heed my words, perhaps it would be best for Sister Menghan to demonstrate personally." Upon hearing this, Lu Menghan's formerly radiant cheeks revealed a flicker of hesitation. The allure of intoxication without the influence of alcohol enveloped her, yet gradually, she found her composure. "Brother," she began, "though my husband and I indulge in our own pursuits, it appears that our guests are not yet prepared for such intimate acts." Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her gaze danced with a flirtatious glimmer, while one hand rested upon the zipper of her dress. In that fleeting moment, Yi Wuyo hastily clarified, "Sister Menghan, you've misunderstood. I merely wish for a demonstration of back and leg massages. How wonderful it would be if you were adept at Thai massage as well." Realizing her misconception, Lu Menghan felt her face grow hot with embarrassment, wishing for a crevice to disappear into. Overcome with mortification, she swiftly dismissed such thoughts and approached Yi Wuyo to administer a back massage. He leaned back, half closing his eyes, relishing a moment of relaxation. The women around soon recognized that it was merely a matter of gentle kneading and tapping, gradually lowering their defenses. The few women Yi Wuyo had mentioned stepped forward to join in, some kneading legs, others massaging backs. Yi Wuyo reveled in the indulgence. After approximately 10 minutes, he opened his eyes and jested, "Not bad, though your techniques could use further refinement. Aside from Sister Menghan, it seems you are the chosen few." Subsequently, Lu Menghan personally escorted the unselected women out. Shortly after, she returned to the private room, taking her place beside Yi Wuyo. Her complexion had long since returned to normal, exuding an air of composure and unflappability. The young maidens before her were oblivious to what Yi Zong would do next, their faces adorned with confusion and bewilderment, akin to lambs in a wolf's den. Yi Wuyo leisurely remarked, "I intend to establish a film and television company. I am in need of several leading ladies to form a group called Jinhua Debut. Thus, I have chosen you. I wish to hear your thoughts." Chen Lingdu was the first to step forward, clad in a delicate light blue dress. Her beauty was exquisite, reminiscent of the legendary Zhao Jun departing for the frontier. Her demeanor was dignified and pure, like a pristine white lotus. She spoke gracefully, "Young Master Yi, if you truly grant us this opportunity, I shall dedicate myself entirely to meeting your expectations." Yi Wuyo nodded in satisfaction as Chen Lingdu stepped aside. At that moment, the second lady, Yi Lingmeng, emerged. Adorned in a deep V-red gown that trailed to the ground, she presented a striking and regal presence. Previously a host for a sports channel at a television station, she had been replaced after rejecting the director's inappropriate advances, relegated to obscurity. Later, she successfully auditioned for a dance troupe. Yi Lingmeng declared, "Young Master Yi, we do not lack beauty or talent, we merely seek a fair opportunity. Should you provide us with this chance, we will undoubtedly create value for the company. However, I refuse to engage in any underhanded dealings. If that is the case, I would rather not pursue stardom." Yi Wuyo nodded in approval and replied, "Miss Lingmeng, rest assured. When I, Yi Zong, make a promise, it is as solid as gold. Focus on your acting, I shall take care of the rest." Yi Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This young man was remarkably untouched by the allure of beauty. What an interesting character he was, worthy of further acquaintance. At that moment, a third enchanting woman gracefully emerged. Dressed in a flowing, gossamer palace gown, her exquisite tailoring and opulent embellishments seemed to transport onlookers back to an ancient royal court. She exuded the essence of a noble and elegant consort. This lady, known as Sun Qian, possessed skin as fair as snow and a visage as lovely as blooming peach blossoms. Her long, slender legs were particularly captivating, and her figure was nothing short of perfection, evoking admiration from all who beheld her. Sun Qian had graduated from a prestigious aerospace academy, where her striking appearance distinguished her among her peers. Upon graduation, she seamlessly transitioned into the role of a flight attendant, embarking on a journey across the globe. However, fate has a penchant for playing tricks. Her exceptional beauty quickly garnered the attention of the airline's heir, who pursued her with fervor. Wherever Sun Qian traveled, the young heir followed closely, like a shadow. Eventually, Through whispers of clandestine gossip, Sun Qian discovered that this heir was, in fact, a notorious philanderer. Even more outrageous was his shameless proposition to his girlfriend, demanding arrangements that were utterly unreasonable. He expected to maintain relationships with multiple women, even in the bonds of marriage. Faced with such a morally reprehensible man, Sun Qian felt an overwhelming sense of disgust and fear. With no other recourse, she ultimately decided to resign from her position as a flight attendant to escape the relentless pursuit of the heir. Perhaps it was the favor of fate that led Sun Qian to be discovered by the dance troupe during a serendipitous moment. With her bright eyes and radiant smile, she remarked, "Knight Xiao, I once harbored dreams of performing in my youth. I aspired to portray Daji in the epic Fengshen, but alas, I failed to gain admission to the drama academy after the college entrance examination. By a twist of fate, I became a flight attendant, unable to realize my childhood dreams. While working in first class, I have been approached by numerous affluent suitors, yet none have captured my heart. They are merely a collection of unrefined lechers. I have heard of your triumph over the three foremost conglomerates in Haitianshire, returning victorious. You, Knight Xiao, are the true hero in my eyes. I wish to become your employee and join the film and television company." Knight Wuyo, with a warm smile, gently replied, "We welcome your joining." Thus, Tonghua Film and Television is born. It shall undoubtedly become the most formidable and renowned production company for films and television dramas in Longhua. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Lu Menghan unveiled a small cart laden with exquisite vintage champagne, and each person poured themselves a glass. The amber bubbles shimmered like pearls amidst the ocean's depths. Laughter and joy filled the air as they celebrated this momentous day. Unbeknownst to them, the three individuals before them, along with Guojun, would soon blossom into the four most resplendent flowers of Longhua. Chapter 45, The Contrast of the Female CEO in the Afternoon. As the blood-red sun gradually descended, the world was enveloped in a warm, golden hue. As twilight quietly approached, during this beautiful and tranquil moment, Knight Wuyo slowly emerged from the splendid and opulent clubhouse. Devoid of any trace of inebriation, wearing a contented expression. The realm of tenderness is indeed the grave of heroes. Henceforth, it would be prudent to limit interactions with these enchanting beings. For if one day a spark ignites, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Lady Wife Wood. Knight Wuyo pondered. At this moment, he felt enveloped by a hazy mist, a blend of rich spirits and alluring fragrances that wafted through the air. These scents did not originate from afar but emanated from the plethora of beautiful women within the establishment, each adorned with luxurious perfumes from renowned brands such as Armani, Givenchy, Gucci, and Chanel. The tapestry of aromas mingled harmoniously, rendering Knight Wuyo himself fragrant, yet he remained blissfully unaware, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to such an environment. His senses had long since acclimatized to this distinctive bouquet. Although a faint trace of champagne lingered about him, his mind remained remarkably lucid, akin to that of a teetotaler. After all, the vigorous vitality coursing through him resembled a tumultuous torrent, effortlessly diluting and neutralizing the alcohol consumed. He then strode with assured steps toward the parking lot at the entrance. There, a striking red Ferrari lay in repose, resembling a slumbering beast awaiting the call of its master. Knight Wuyo reached out and gently opened the iconic butterfly doors, then smoothly settled into the driver's seat. With practiced ease, he pressed the ignition button, simultaneously activating the Ferrari's custom sound system, which began to play an imported classical music disc, specifically, the Requiem by Four. Accompanied by the deep and powerful roar of the engine, the car surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, speeding towards the villa nestled in the Upper East Side. Throughout the journey, Yi Wuyo hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly oblivious to his stunning CEO wife awaiting at home. After approximately 10 minutes, the formidable engine growled once more as the striking crimson Ferrari, driven by Yi Wuyo, raced in like a bolt of lightning, coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the community. The security guard, spotting the familiar vehicle from afar, instantly straightened his posture, standing erect like a beacon of professionalism. He swiftly raised his right hand, palm forward, executing a precise and formal salute. It is noteworthy that the property management here operates under the standards of a five-star hotel, offering bespoke concierge services tailored to the needs of the affluent, particularly those whose fortunes exceed millions. These services cater to the daily demands of the elite, providing additional value in various forms. Whether it be walking dogs, taking ferrets for a stroll, or even tending to organic vegetable gardens, no request is too grand. Yi Wuyo adeptly maneuvered the car into the underground parking garage, finding a vacant spot where he gently brought the vehicle to a stop. He then reached out to gracefully open the car door, stepping out with his long legs. Standing upright with elegance, he pressed the button on his key fob, and with a soft beep, the car was securely locked. Following this, Yi Wuyo strode confidently towards his home. At this moment, Zhang Ma had already finished preparing dinner and had departed, leaving no trace of her presence. Yi Wuyo traversed the courtyard and approached the door. He reached for the doorknob and gently pushed it, causing the door to open with a soft creak as he stepped inside. Ning Qingyi was savoring glutinous rice balls, her luscious red lips biting into the delicacy, while watching the newly released animated film Moana. Upon noticing Yi Wuyo's return, she hurriedly pressed the remote control, switching the channel to a financial news station in an attempt to conceal her little indulgence. Yi Wuyo observed this stark contrast with amusement, silently chuckling at how endearing Qingyi appeared. It was unexpected to discover that the icy corporate queen possessed a charming side, relishing rice balls while engrossed in animation. A faint smile graced his lips, subtle yet discernible. However, he chose not to shatter her little secret and nonchalantly settled at the dining table. With graceful precision, he picked up his knife and fork and began to relish the exquisite dishes carefully prepared by Zhang Ma, succulent lamb chops and velvety pasta. Each bite was akin to a feast for the senses, intoxicating in its delight. Simultaneously, he raised a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice to his lips, the sweet and tangy flavor instantly enveloping his palate. As he indulged in the culinary delights, he leisurely watched the news program on television, his demeanor exuding a remarkable ease and comfort, embodying a sense of tranquility. In contrast, Ning Qingyi appeared somewhat restless. Her gaze flitted about nervously, reminiscent of an innocent girl caught in mischief. She secretly pondered whether that insufferable little thief had already discerned her hidden passion. As time passed moment by moment, she found herself lost in thought when suddenly, a blend of champagne and the exquisite fragrances of various perfumes wafted through the air. Ning Qingyi furrowed her brow, her previously bashful expression swiftly replaced by an air of indifference. Her beautiful eyes now sparkled with a chilling gleam, resembling cold stars, unabashedly revealing her disdain and disregard for Yi Wuyo. It felt as if summer had yet to conclude, while the biting chill of winter had stealthily arrived. Unintentionally, Yi Wuyo lifted his gaze, and their eyes met, creating a moment where the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Silence enveloped them, and they remained locked in a quiet gaze, akin to the distant Ba Mountain and Chu Water, close in proximity yet eternally unreachable. Particularly striking was Ning Qingyi's gaze, filled with deep sorrow, piercing like a sharp sword into Yi Wuyo's innermost being. Under the chilling scrutiny of her icy stare, Yi Wuyo's hand holding the lamb chop trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing the succulent piece of meat to slip from his grasp. He was a super soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess, a figure of reverence in the underworld. Yet, he found himself under the thumb of his wife, unable even to steady a lamb chop. Ning Qingyi's voice was as faint as a whisper, reminiscent of an ice-capped snow goddess. Calm as water and indifferent as smoke, she inquired, "Yi, where have you been indulging today? Do take care not to bring back any venereal diseases." The more composed she appeared, the more unsettled Yi Wuyo became. He hastily recounted the events of the afternoon in their entirety to Ning Qingyi. She sat quietly, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she gradually lifted her gaze, which had softened somewhat compared to before. Then, in a gentle voice, she spoke, "Little rogue, I do not oppose your desire to establish a film and television company. After all, if it can truly be successfully operated, it might bring a significant influx of traffic to the fashion and beauty divisions under my Tianxin Group. However, there is one thing I must clarify: I absolutely do not wish to hear any rumors regarding you and any female celebrities. Should I discover such matters, I would find them utterly repugnant. Furthermore, regarding your entanglements with my dear friend, do not think I am unaware. Yet, considering the years of assistance she has rendered me, I shall turn a blind eye for the time being, but this is my absolute limit. Do not overstep your bounds. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Yi Wuyo. Yi Wuyo nodded earnestly, with a playful smile gracing his lips. He replied, "My esteemed wife, so exceptional and adorable. So understanding, I would never dream of divorce. Not even if my life were at stake. Rest assured, a gentleman's word is his bond. Once the film and television company is established, I shall not entertain even the slightest whisper of scandal with any female celebrities." In Ning Qingyi's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, ripples of brilliance danced like countless stars, dazzling and resplendent. A playful smile graced her lips as she sweetly said, "All right. I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you. A substantial pile of documents awaits my approval on the table. I can hardly be bothered with you. By the way, you and Dad are heading to Kyoto tomorrow. How long do you anticipate being away?" Yi Wuyo furrowed his brows, a hint of gravity evident in his profound gaze. He spoke slowly, "This trip to Kyoto will not be as straightforward as it appears. It is not merely a ceremony for conferring honors. I suspect there may be a clandestine mission for the Dragon Kingdom involved. This deduction arises from the fragments of information I gathered from my father." Upon hearing this, Ning Qingyi's once radiant and enchanting visage dimmed instantaneously, as if shrouded by a veil of gloom. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, revealing a profound sense of worry and concern in her eyes. Clearly, she was anxious for the safety of her beloved, who was soon to face peril. "You must not come to harm," she implored. "I need you as my personal bodyguard. Our contract has yet to expire." Though Ning Qingyi's words were delicately phrased, the underlying dependency was apparent even to the most naive observer. Yi Wuyo, with a playful grin, managed to coax her back to her room after their conversation concluded. Ning Qingyi returned to her chamber to review corporate documents. Yet her thoughts remained tethered to the rogue, hoping he would return to her side unscathed. After all, she had grown accustomed to his presence within her home. Yi Wuyo sauntered back to his own room, lying alone on his bed, reflecting on many past events. Shandong, a place near the Mediterranean, in the Blackwater Bay. Eugene Albert remains uncertain about the vitality of his own body. He commands the invincible fleet of the Mediterranean and is rumored to have taken several wives, all residing in my divine realm, the Isle of Finality. Chapter 46. The Dragon's Hall. Yi Wuyo lies quietly upon his custom-made rosewood bed, yet slumber eludes him. He tosses and turns, as visions of old friends flood his mind. This journey to Shandong, though fraught with potential peril, poses little concern for one who possesses immortality. After all, few in this world can truly inflict harm upon a being of his caliber, unless they, too, are elects of the Olympian sacred mountain, monstrosities birthed from that mysterious and terrifying divine creation plan. Yet, an inexplicable intuition lingers in Yi Wuyo's heart, suggesting that this expedition is anything but ordinary. It feels as though an unseen hand is meticulously orchestrating a conspiracy against him. Who could the mastermind be? Perhaps it is the beautiful nation's SHIELD, which has placed him on their global wanted list. Or could it be the clandestine and enigmatic Dark Vatican, operating in the shadows? Alternatively, might there be new discord among the deities, with someone unable to contain their inner turmoil, seeking to disrupt the existing balance? A myriad of suspicions entwine in Yi Wuyo's mind, leaving him increasingly agitated. However, regardless of the enigmas and truths that lie ahead, it seems that only upon his arrival on that land will the mysteries gradually unveil themselves. Yi Wuyo refrains from further contemplation, for it remains uncertain when he shall return from Kyoto. He promptly sent a message to the two enchanting secretaries, Qiu Yinong and Fu Mingni. The message to Qiu Yinong was laced with a hint of flirtation and playful jest. "Little enchantress, I may have to travel abroad for a while. When I return, let us play poker. You must not concede defeat." A blush spread across Qiu Yinong's cheeks, descending to her neck, radiating a captivating allure. Any man passing by at that moment would undoubtedly find himself parched with desire. She replied with a text, "Qingyi said you are quite the rogue, and it seems she was right. Initially, I was skeptical, but you truly are a scoundrel. The last time we played landlord, I conceded, yet you refused to relent. I presume your wife discovered our little escapade, didn't she?" "Humph. Did you return home on your knees, scrubbing the washboard?" And now you wish to come back and play poker with me. Believe me, I shall tell Qingyi about your mischief tomorrow. Knight Wuyo, upon seeing her response, couldn't he help but furrow his brow. He quickly typed back, my beautiful, kind, and gentle little enchantress, must we not play poker? Please don't inform Qingyi, I implore you, dear. A soft giggle escaped Qiu Yinong, her already alluring visage becoming even more irresistible. Meanwhile, Fu Mingni was languidly reclined in a warm bath, the soothing water enveloping her silken skin. The bathroom was suffused with a gentle steam, swirling like ethereal wisps, rendering her captivating form partially obscured. At that moment, her phone, resting nearby, suddenly illuminated, signaling the arrival of a new message. Fu Mingni extended a delicate, fair hand and gently swiped the screen, revealing a text from Knight Wuyo. She opened the message and read intently, discovering the words, Mingni, I may have to travel abroad for a time. Regarding specific matters, I shall address them upon my return. During my absence, you are entrusted with the management of all affairs pertaining to Tianyan Group. The company seal resides within the drawer of my desk, while the key has been discreetly placed beneath the office carpet. Should you encounter any dilemmas that prove challenging to resolve, I encourage you to consult Secretary Qiu, who will offer her assistance. Upon reading this message, Fu Mingni furrowed her brow slightly, beset by a sense of confusion and concern. However, she soon regained her composure. For as the belle of Bu Dance Academy, she possessed not only striking beauty but also a keen intellect and decisive judgment. With her damp fingers, Fu Mingni deftly tapped out a response on her phone, understood, young Master Yi. Wishing you a safe journey. Upon your return, you must treat me to a meal. After sending the message, she gently placed her phone back down and closed her eyes once more, savoring the fleeting tranquility and relaxation. Yi Wuyo, upon receiving the reply, nodded in satisfaction. He intended to test this school beauty, to discern whether she was merely a pretty face. If she proved otherwise, he had alternative plans in mind, to invite her to join his film company and debut as a star. Little did Yi Wuyo anticipate that, following his departure, Fu Mingni's exceptional management, marked by empathy and organization, would lead Tianyan Group to flourish and achieve sustained growth. After contemplating his thoughts, Yi Wuyo extinguished the lights within the room. In a deep slumber, he dreamt, murmuring softly, Qingyi darling, I did not steal a bite. The following morning, a vibrant sun hung high in the cloudless sky, resembling a brilliant gemstone radiating dazzling light. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating every corner of the room. Yi Wuyo gradually awakened, his gaze clearing with each passing moment. He stretched lazily before sitting up from the bed. After tidying the bed with simplicity, he descended and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Once he completed his morning routine, he appeared rejuvenated, brimming with vigor. At that moment, Zhang Ma had also prepared breakfast. The two sat together at the dining table, savoring this tender moment. The table was adorned with exquisite delicacies and steaming porridge, wafting an enticing aroma. As they indulged in the delightful dishes, their soft conversation filled the room with laughter and joy. Time passed swiftly after breakfast, and soon it was time for Ning Qingyi to head to work. She rose, grasping her bag in preparation to leave. Yet, before departing, she couldn't help but cast one last glance at Yi Wuyo. In her beautiful eyes lingered a hint of complex emotion, as if there were 1,000 words yearning to be shared with the little thief. Yi Wuyo noticed the depth of her gaze, stirring something within him. He quietly observed her, awaiting her to speak first. However, Ning Qingyi parted her lips, only to swallow her words back, caught in a moment of hesitation. After several such instances, she seemed to gather her resolve, biting down on her cherry-red lips. Summoning his courage, he declared, little thief, I await your return. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Wuyo abruptly stepped forward, enveloping Ning Qingyi in a tight embrace. This sudden gesture caught Ning Qingyi off guard, startling her and causing her complexion to pale. A flush of shyness appeared on her face. However, she soon began to feel the warmth and safety of Yi Wuyo's embrace, and a sweet sense of contentment blossomed within her heart. Thus, the two remained entwined for a brief moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Eventually, Ning Qingyi, with a huff, pushed Yi Wuyo away. With a playful pout, she said, "Little thief, you've taken advantage of me again, I shall ignore you." Her heart raced with excitement as she darted away, leaving no trace behind. Yi Wuyo merely rubbed his nose, feeling quite pleased with himself. "My dear Qingyi," he mused. "She is indeed not the aloof ice queen she appears to be, beneath that cool exterior lies a passionate heart. Mastering the art of winning over my beloved will be a long and arduous journey." Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo sipped his Colombian coffee, awaiting his father's arrival. Before long, a military green jeep approached, coming to a steady halt in front of the grand and magnificent villa. At that moment, a figure dashed out like the wind, Yi Wuyo. His face radiated excitement and urgency as he hurried, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the jeep. He greeted his father and the guards inside with enthusiasm. After exchanging pleasantries, they did not linger long, swiftly boarding the vehicle, which roared to life with a deep and powerful engine sound. The jeep surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the military airport. The vehicle sped along the road, the scenery outside blurring past at an astonishing pace, as if time itself had been compressed into a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, the jeep arrived at the military airfield. The group hurriedly disembarked and swiftly boarded the awaiting Kunping transport aircraft. As the hatch slowly closed, the engines roared to life with a thunderous growl. The enormous wings sliced through the sky, hurtling towards the distant city of Kyoto. After several hours, the Kunping aircraft gently descended onto the runway of Kyoto Airport. The 3 individuals hastily exited the plane and quickly boarded a dedicated vehicle headed for the Longshuan Hall. Once inside, Yishinming shouted to the driver, "Please, step on it. We cannot afford to keep Comrade Jiaonan waiting." The driver, feeling the urgency, nodded vigorously and without hesitation pressed the accelerator to the floor. The official car sped away, a cloud of dust billowing behind it. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Longshuan Hall. This grand edifice exuded an air of solemnity, with several towering columns standing sentinel at its entrance. This venue serves as a significant site in the Dragon Nation for honoring heroes. Today, the exterior of Longshuan Hall was adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, meticulously arranged along the pathway, each bloom competing for attention in a dazzling display. Beneath their feet lay a long red carpet, extending all the way to the entrance of the hall, resembling a sacred path leading to the Hall of Honor. Due to the stringent security measures in place, the guards did not accompany them inside. After all, this is one of the safest places in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Wuyo and Yi Tianming cautiously stepped onto the soft red carpet, enveloped in the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers, gradually making their way towards the Grand Hall of the Dragon Order. Each step exuded a sense of solemnity, as if carrying boundless respect and anticipation. In a short while, they arrived at the main hall. This expansive and brightly lit hall imparted a grand atmosphere upon entry. Looking upwards, one could behold the uniquely designed lights above. Adorned with exquisite dragon motifs, their sinuous lines and lifelike postures rendering a breathtaking spectacle. Surveying the surroundings, numerous statues of historical figures were arranged with meticulous care, each representing heroes who had once fought valiantly for the Dragon Kingdom, leaving behind extraordinary legacies. Every statue emanated an air of solemnity, as if narrating tales of a magnificent history. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit entered their line of sight. He wore tortoiseshell glasses, and his hair was slicked back. His gaze seemed capable of encompassing the vastness of the cosmos, his presence akin to a pillar of the nation, ensuring peace in the realm. With a warm and amiable smile, he gently waved his hand in their direction. Observing this, the two felt compelled to act without delay. They hurried towards the middle-aged man and soon arrived before the award podium. Coming to a halt, they simultaneously raised their right hands and offered a respectful salute to the imposing figure before them. Chapter 47, The Legend of Hades. Comrade Jiaonan, as refreshing as a spring breeze, warmly extended his hand to shake hands with Yi Tianming and Yi Wuyo. At this moment, the two were filled with an exhilarating sense of excitement, their faces radiating joy and respect. They could hardly fathom that this renowned and esteemed figure would bestow honors upon them today. The distinguished gentleman slowly began to speak, his tone calm and unhurried. Tianming. Little Yi. He paused slightly, seemingly weighing his words. Then he continued, "It has been a long time since we last met. And I have truly missed you both. Alas, my usual duties are exceedingly demanding. From dawn till dusk, I am besieged by an unending stream of affairs. Others often say I am inundated with responsibilities, yet within a day, there are only so many hours. It is indeed a struggle to divide my attention. I merely hold on." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianming and Yi Wuyo hurried a step closer, their faces beaming with smiles as they addressed the middle-aged man. "Look at you. Your physique remains robust and resilient, and your spirit is remarkably vibrant. In comparison, we, as juniors, feel utterly inadequate and overshadowed. We never anticipated that amidst your busy schedule, you would carve out precious time to honor us. This truly leaves us both astonished and honored." Comrade Zhao Nan, wearing a smile, waved his hand dismissively. With a tone both resolute and filled with admiration, he remarked, "In this recent counter-terrorism operation, your performance has been nothing short of exemplary. You have genuinely safeguarded our territory and ensured the safety of our citizens. The residents of the entire city remain unharmed, not suffering even the slightest injury. You have demonstrated fearless courage and extraordinary wisdom, successfully thwarting the group of foreign mercenaries who audaciously attempted to disrupt our peace and tranquility. Your valiant efforts have led to the complete unraveling of their conspiracy. It can be said that you have rendered magnificent service to our dragon nation. A feat that deserves to be remembered and rightly rewarded." As Comrade Zhao Nan spoke, his gaze resembled a torch, solemnly surveying each staff member in the hall. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged, captivating the attention of all present. It was Hu Wan. Clad in an elegant ceremonial qipao, exquisitely tailored with a precisely designed slit, it perfectly accentuated her stunningly curvaceous silhouette. Her graceful demeanor exuded an enchanting charm, both alluring and beguiling, making it impossible for any man to resist her allure. Even the typically composed Yi Wuyo found himself stirred by an uncontrollable excitement at the sight of Hu Wan, as if a playful kitten was gently scratching at his heartstrings, leaving him yearning for more. Hu Wan delicately cradled two exquisitely crafted boxes, handling them as though they were rare treasures. With a lightness in her step, she moved as if walking on clouds, her elegance reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, gradually approaching the crowd. A radiant sense of happiness illuminated her charming face, her lips curling into a playful smile as she sweetly exclaimed, "Hee hee. I heard that brother Yi would be here today." Thus, I persistently implored my father, and after much coaxing, he finally consented to allow me to come here. The old leader beside us, upon hearing this, broke into a warm and amiable smile, jesting, "Oh, you mischievous little sprite. You are perpetually preoccupied with the young master of the Yi family. However, you must exercise caution. Young Yi is already married to Ning Qingyi. Do not entertain any frivolous notions about him, for his wife's family is quite formidable. Originally, your father had intended to join in the festivities, but alas, his recent work commitments have been overwhelmingly demanding, leaving him no respite whatsoever." Hu Wan's cheeks flushed a charming shade of crimson, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, as her private thoughts were so openly revealed. It was undeniably quite embarrassing. She lightly furrowed her brow, a slight smile curling at the corners of her lips, and playfully retorted, "Uncle Zhaonan, if you visit my home again, you can forget about having any drinks." With her hands on her hips, she struck a mock pouting pose that was utterly delightful. The old leader did not respond verbally, instead, he simply shook his head with a wry smile, his expression betraying a hint of resignation. He then remarked, "As for young Yi, he has truly thrived abroad, navigating the world with great success." When the earlier exchanges were taking place, those present could grasp the underlying meanings, yet when the old leader delivered his final remark, both individuals could not help but wear expressions of confusion. Internally, they mused, isn't it merely a matter of having worked as an agent overseas for a few years? It hardly seems like a momentous affair. Why speak in such an enigmatic manner? Could there be some undisclosed secret? Comrade Zhao Nan stood there with a grave expression, his weathered visage exuding an air of authority. He furrowed his brow slightly and without hesitation extended his hands, forcefully opening the two exquisite boxes placed before him. In an instant, the lids were raised, revealing the treasures hidden within. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that there lay two metals, gleaming with brilliance. One metal was entirely crafted from pure gold, its resplendent sheen dazzling to behold. The other was made of pure silver, radiating a cool and noble aura. More strikingly, both metals were intricately engraved with a lifelike dragon. A majestic dragon coiled regally atop an ornate pillar, its fierce claws poised in action, exuding an overwhelming presence. Each scale was meticulously carved, seemingly imbued with life, ready to soar from the metal and ascend to the heavens. The elder leader carefully lifted these two precious metals. First, he approached Yi Tianming, solemnly adorning him with the golden medal upon his chest. He then turned to Yi Wuyo, securing the silver medal firmly upon his lapel. At this moment, both Yi Tianming and Yi Wuyo stood tall, their gazes burning like fierce torches, filled with unwavering pride and an overwhelming sense of honor. In this solemn moment, they raised their right hands in unison, paying a standard yet respectful military salute to the vibrant flag of the Dragon Kingdom. Comrade Zhao Nan, with an air of calm assurance, remarked, "Daylight still holds its secrets, including those of Taiwan. I have a special mission to confer upon Xiaoyi. You too. Kindly excuse us." Both individuals, well aware of the confidentiality agreements, promptly complied and retreated to the far side of the hall to take a seat. Once assured that no one was within earshot, the elder leader finally spoke, "Xiaoyi, your exploits overseas over the years have reached our ears. Albeit as mere whispers among us, relics of the past. The elimination of the esteemed director of the American Shield Agency, Corfei, along with several elite agents. The destruction of the Shield Agency's headquarters and the Noah's Ark laboratory have all placed you on the global wanted list of the United States. Your relentless pursuit of the Dark Church's bloodline sovereign, Spencer DeCalla, led to the obliteration of both the first and second sanctuaries of the Dark Church, inciting their frenzied attempts to hunt you down. You have rallied the forces of the Caribbean pirates, the Zoroastrians of Arabia, and the invincible naval fleet of the Mediterranean, establishing a kingdom of assassins on the final Isle of Essos. Countless outcasts from the underworld have found refuge within its embrace. Furthermore, you are the current possessor of the Terrarea Divine Ring and the inheritor of the title of Hades among the gods. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuyo's handsome visage revealed no trace of astonishment, as if all of this were merely anticipated. After all, with the formidable prowess of the Dragon Kingdom, uncovering the truth behind his actions was hardly a daunting task. Moreover, he had always acted with a clear conscience, never engaging in any deeds detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, he felt no trepidation, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. A subtle smile graced the corners of Yi Wuyo's lips as he softly remarked, "Your investigation is indeed thorough and meticulous. I wonder if your visit is related to the Sheikdom of Shandong. It must be that the peacekeeping forces of Longhua have lost contact there. If my assumption is correct, you seek my assistance in their rescue." The esteemed elder, with a warm smile and keen gaze, kindly responded, "You are indeed perceptive. I presume your father has whispered this news to you. We dispatched peacekeepers to the Sheikdom of Shandong with the intention of rescuing the imprisoned members of the Shandong royal family. Yet, 2 weeks later, all communication was lost. The situation there is exceedingly complicated, and we can no longer send personnel. Thus, we wish to entrust you with the task of rescuing our people. Given your capabilities, this matter should be a mere trifle for you. My dear friend Yi, regardless of circumstances, you will always be one of us from Longhua. Should you ever find yourself in dire straits, Longhua will forever be your most steadfast and reliable refuge. This is your homeland, and at any moment, we shall open our arms to welcome you back." Upon hearing such sincere and heartwarming words, Yi Wuyo felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with moisture. He nodded vigorously, deeply resonating with the elder's sentiments. After all, it was this very benefactor who had previously aided him during his wife's company troubles. Without further hesitation, Yi Wuyo extended his right hand, firmly grasping the hand of this venerable pillar of strength. In that moment, the profound connection between them required no further words. It was conveyed through their clasped hands. Following an in-depth discussion, the elder rose to take his leave. Due to the numerous inconveniences faced by the Dragon Kingdom in this matter, it was impossible to dispatch personnel to escort Yi Wuyo to his destination. He needed to personally board a Dragon Airlines flight to the Shandong Emirate. Once all matters were duly addressed, the elder leader smiled and bid farewell to those present. Subsequently, Accompanied by his secretary, he departed from the Longshuan Hall with a steady and powerful stride, leaving behind Yi Tianming, Yi Wuyo, and Hu Wan. Chapter 48, drunkenly leaning on the beauty's lap, Hu Wan watched as Uncle Jiang gradually receded from view until he completely vanished. Without the slightest hesitation, she darted to Yi Wuyo's side like a nimble deer. Immediately, she extended her delicate, porcelain-like arm to tightly embrace his. Her charming and delicate demeanor was reminiscent of their childhood days, as they remained as close as ever, bound by an unbreakable bond. Yi Wuyo was not taken aback by Hu Wan's sudden action. He merely offered a resigned smile and refrained from resisting. Deep within, he mused, Wan is still the same as she was in our youth, always finding ways to act coy with me. Yet this time, her embrace is quite tight. Occasionally, he could feel something pressing against him. At this thought, Yi Wuyo could not help but feel a tinge of amusement, though he maintained an air of composure, as if nothing had occurred. In stark contrast to Yi Wuyo's feigned tranquility, Hu Wan was experiencing a tumultuous heart, her emotions in disarray. A faint, enchanting blush had already graced her fair cheeks, making her resemble a ripe apple, utterly enticing. She was acutely aware that her actions had indeed crossed a line. After all, Yi Wuyo was now married, and she feared it might provoke his aversion. In that moment, Hu Wan felt a tumult of emotion swirling within her. Just then, Yi Tianming, who had been silently observing from the side, perceptively sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. The budding romance was quietly unfolding, rendering his presence rather awkward. It would be wiser to find an excuse to depart. With a resigned sigh, Yi Tianming cleared his throat, deliberately breaking the tension with a chuckle. He said, "Oh dear. I have numerous military matters to attend to. I am truly stretched thin. My driver is still waiting for me outside, so I must bid you both farewell." With that, he swiftly made his exit, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. In truth, Yi Tianming had previously made a promise to his daughter-in-law, Qingyi, to ensure that Yi Wuyo would not engage in any reckless behavior. Yet, as a father, he remained powerless to ascertain whether his son had other romantic entanglements. Matters of the heart were best resolved by the young themselves. In that fleeting moment, Yi Wuyo watched in astonishment as his adoptive father, the formidable and imposing Commander Yi, slipped away with remarkable swiftness. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Upon regaining his composure, Yi Wuyo furrowed his brow, internally lamenting, this old man, who usually boasts grandly and carries himself with such bravado, suddenly falters at a critical juncture. Alas, it is only a matter of time before that mischievous girl, Hu Wan, thoroughly consumes him. The more Yi Wuyo pondered, the more helpless and disheartened he felt. His once handsome visage now resembled a comical bitter melon. At that moment, the perceptive Hu Wan immediately noticed the change in Yi Wuyo's expression. With her luscious, alluring lips deliberately drawing close to his ear, she whispered sweetly, "What's the matter? Are you afraid I might devour you? Or perhaps you fear your esteemed wife, the CEO, might discover our little secret? Or is it that you're simply unresponsive?" Yi Wuyo, who was susceptible to soft persuasion rather than hard pressure, could not bear to be told that he was unresponsive by such a beauty. He swiftly wrapped his arms around Hu Wan's perfectly sculpted waist, their cheeks nearly touching, their breasts palpable. This proximity rendered Hu Wan's face a fiery crimson, as if she might melt away. Though she intentionally provoked Yi Wuyo, should things become serious, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. When a woman says she doesn't want something, it often means she does. Yi Wuyo declared with confidence, "My dear, it was you who deliberately enticed me today. Should we accidentally ignite the flames of passion, you cannot hold me accountable. Now, tell me, where shall we go for our escapade? I had promised you that I would accompany you for a few days when we reached Kyoto. However, I must depart for an overseas business trip tomorrow. So today is the only time I can spend with you." Hu Wan allowed Yi Wuyo to embrace her, yet the blush on her cheek spoke volumes. In a soft voice, she said, "Brother Yi, I wish to visit Disneyland. Would you accompany me? I just hope we can secure tickets." Yi Wuyo grinned and replied, "As you wish, dear girl. Please wait a moment while I make a call, I will procure the tickets in no time." Under the watchful gaze of Hu Wan, Yi Wuyo dialed the phone number of the president of Disney. As one of the world's premier operatives, acquiring the CEO's contact information was a mere trifle for him. A man with a distinctly American accent answered, "This is Jeffrey Katzenberg. May I inquire who is calling? How did you obtain my private number?" Yi Wuyo responded in kind. "Mr. Katzenberg, I am Yi Wuyo. I possess a Centurion Black card from Swiss Bank. May I ask if you can provide any services? My card number is..." Initially indifferent to the unfamiliar call, Katzenberg's heartbeat quickened upon hearing the mention of the prestigious black card. He promptly replied, "Sir, please hold for a moment while I verify the identity of the cardholder." Approximately 5 minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed through the phone. The man spoke with evident excitement. "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? Our company is a trusted partner and ally of the royal family." The swift transformation in the demeanor of the Disney president was astonishing. Yi Wuyo continued, "My girlfriend and I are currently in Longwa and wish to visit Disney. However, all tickets are fully booked. Is there a special channel available?" Katzenberg, eager to please, said, "Sir, I will arrange a VIP access for you immediately. We must ensure the area is cleared and provide a bespoke service to demonstrate my sincerity. I only hope you might speak favorably of me in front of a few distinguished individuals." Yi Wuyo replied, "That is certainly no trouble at all." On the other end of the line, a torrent of praises flowed forth, relentless and overwhelming, akin to the ceaseless currents of a mighty river. Yi Wuyo responded casually, a sense of helplessness lingering in his demeanor. After hanging up, he took hold of Huwan's delicate, fair hand and remarked, "It's all arranged. A private jet will be here shortly to escort us." Huwan, her expression a mixture of disbelief and intrigue, allowed him to guide her. Her heart swelling with joy akin to that of a young maiden experiencing love for the first time. Before long, a private Disney jet descended gracefully before them. Without hesitation, they boarded the aircraft. As the engines roared to life, the plane swiftly ascended, piercing through the clouds as it raced towards their destination. Time flew by. And within approximately half an hour, the aircraft smoothly landed at an airport near Disneyland. Upon exiting the cabin, they were greeted by a refreshing breeze that invigorated their spirits. As they approached Disneyland, they were astonished to discover that the park had been entirely cleared by security. The once bustling area was now eerily deserted. An unusual tranquility enveloping the surroundings. At the entrance, a group of impeccably dressed executives stood in a neat line, as if awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. As Yi Wuyo and Huwan drew nearer, the executives' faces lit up with respectful and enthusiastic smiles, bowing in unison to extend their warmest welcome. In that moment, the couple noticed a prominent display on a massive electronic screen that boldly proclaimed, "A warm welcome to Mr. Yi Wuyo and his girlfriend at Disneyland. Wishing the two a delightful day at the amusement park, where we shall wholeheartedly provide you with all quality services." Yet, in the face of such a grand welcoming ceremony, Yi Wuyo appeared utterly indifferent, wholly absorbed in cherishing this rare moment of intimacy with Huwan. He firmly grasped Huwan's hand and ventured straight into the heart of the park. Beginning with the towering, awe-inspiring Ferris wheel, they seemed to find themselves suspended in the clouds, gazing down upon the enchanting vistas of the amusement park, akin to a dream. Next, they arrived at the exhilarating Rapids ride, where water splashed around them as they reveled in the thrill of speed and excitement. Following this, they boarded the roller coaster. A ride that elicited screams and quickened heartbeats, allowing them to unleash their inner exhilaration and joy amidst the rapid speeds and dizzying twists. Moreover, they experienced the pirate ship, swaying with the undulating waves, as if transported into a realm brimming with adventure and mystery. Iconic scenes from animated classics unfolded before their eyes, captivating them in an immersive embrace. This series of dazzling attractions stirred their emotions like a roller coaster, oscillating between tension and exhilaration. After enjoying a significant portion of the rides, although their bodies felt a touch weary, their spirits remained invigorated. At that moment, the executives of Disneyland displayed their meticulous care, extending an exclusive invitation to a top Michelin chef, who meticulously prepared an exquisitely romantic candlelit dinner for them. On the dining table, crystal-clear glasses brimmed with alluringly hued wine awaited them. Beneath the faint glow of candlelight, a captivating radiance flickers, reminiscent of the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. The two individuals gently raise their glasses in a toast, producing a crisp and melodious sound. They then savor the rich and sweet wine within their cups. A Chardonnay hailing from the esteemed Chablis region, a paragon of quality and vintage. Soon after, a delectable Wellington steak is presented at the table. Perfectly seared to achieve a delightful crisp exterior while remaining tender within. Accompanied by a fragrant truffle sauce and a flaky pastry. Each bite is an indulgence that enchants the senses. Additionally, an array of exquisite French bisques graces the table, their robust flavors melting upon the tongue, delivering an endless sense of satisfaction. As they engage in casual conversation about the minutiae of their recent lives, they also express the emotions that have lingered during their years apart. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes appear exceptionally harmonious, as if their destinies were intertwined in a past life, making separation in this lifetime nearly impossible. Huwan's cheeks, flushed from the wine, give her a tipsy allure as she impulsively declares, "Brother Yi, I am intoxicated tonight. You must accompany me in counting the stars, do not leave me. I fear there may be ill-intentioned individuals." Though Yi Wuyo is not entirely inebriated, the effects of the alcohol have taken hold. To his surprise, he lifts Huwan into his arms, heading toward the VIP lounge that had been prepared in advance. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Huwan's father's elite bodyguard arrives, looking rather awkward as he states, "Miss Hu, your father has sent me to escort you home. I kindly request that you allow young Master Yi to facilitate this." Realizing that he cannot administer immediate justice to the young lady today, Yi Wuyo nods at the former super soldier before him. Meanwhile, Huwan, who had feigned drunkenness, delicately leans against Yi Wuyo's sturdy frame, her silken hair gently brushing against his cheek. An intoxicating sensation enveloped her, yet in that very moment, Yi Wuyo gently set her down. Huwan felt a profound sense of reluctance, as if she were parting from a warm embrace, akin to losing the entire world. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, with her long lashes trembling, seemingly striving to conceal the deep-seated affection and melancholy within her heart. When her feet finally met the ground, the solidness beneath her could not compare to the stability and comfort she had just experienced in Yi Wuyo's arms. With lingering affection, she waved goodbye to him and ascended into the elongated black limousine, which then whisked her away into the night. Chapter 49, Dragon Airlines flight attendant. As dusk enveloped the city, the cacophony of the day was gradually swallowed by the night. Yi Wuyo returned to the opulent presidential suite, feeling solitary and desolate. The room was bathed in soft, warm light, yet it could not dispel the fiery tumult within his heart. He walked with a slightly heavy gait to the bar, skillfully pouring himself a glass of ice-cold lemonade. The glass clinked against the table, producing a crisp sound. He raised the glass to his lips and gulped down a generous mouthful. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, sending a sharp chill radiating throughout his body. This invigorating sensation extinguished the flames of desire that had been ignited within him. Setting the glass down, he exhaled deeply, pondering to himself, fortunately, the girl's father had dispatched bodyguards in time to escort her away. Otherwise, under the influence of alcohol, he would have likely spent the night counting stars. If that were to happen, and his wife Qing Yi were to discover it, he wondered just how long they would endure a cold war. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. He reached out to rub his still somewhat dizzy forehead, feeling the surging and formidable vitality within him dispersing the remnants of alcohol. As time passed, the sensation of inebriation gradually faded. The once hazy gaze of Yi Wuyo regained its vibrant brilliance, restoring his usual composure and tranquility. After a brief respite, Yi Wuyo slowly approached the bedside and sat down. He picked up his phone from the nightstand and opened the contacts list. With a few taps on the screen, he dialed Lin Langtian's number. Once the call connected, he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, "Langtian, I need you to prepare some items for me. I'll need them by tomorrow morning. And I will send you the address shortly. Be sure to bring the fake identification, passport, and the biomimetic mask." Lin Langtian chuckled, "Captain, where are you planning to indulge in exotic experiences this time? If Sister Qingyi happens to find out, will you not be risking your very life? Meanwhile, I live freely, unencumbered by marriage. As the ancients wisely said, I sing wildly through the days, but for whom do I flaunt my arrogance?" Yi Wuyo retorted playfully, "You little rascal. with your limited eloquence, go cool off somewhere. Truly, 3 days without discipline and you're already trying to climb the walls. Lang Tian, you're not a child anymore. I'll introduce you to a wife soon, my cousin Guojun, a rising star in the future Dragon Kingdom. But never mind, once this mission is complete, I will arrange for you to meet her. Time for sleep now, see you in the morning. With that, he ended the call and leaned back against the bed. Contemplating, that little wolf has accompanied me through life and death for many years, amidst gunfire and the bloodshed in foreign lands. Character, appearance, and temperament are all remarkably outstanding, making her a perfect match for Guojun. One must take the initiative to facilitate such a connection, for as the saying goes, it is unwise to let the fertile waters flow to others' fields. With that thought, he closed his eyes and began to contemplate the forthcoming plans. Lin Langtian sat in a daze, clutching his phone, as the incessant beeping echoed in his ears. He couldn't help but chuckle and mutter, "Humph. Brother Yi actually claims he will introduce me to a youthful starlet? How could that even be possible? Given his nature, it's nearly impossible for him to remain faithful. The more I ponder this, the more absurd it seems. Is he planning to issue me yet another unattainable promissory note?" Despite the skepticism swirling within him, a smile crept onto Lin Langtian's face. He obediently made his way towards the secret base as instructed by Yi Wuyo. This warehouse was shrouded in secrecy, impervious to satellite detection. It would be nearly impossible for an unfamiliar individual to locate the entrance without prior knowledge. Upon entering the warehouse, Lin Langtian casually found a place to sit and awaited the list of necessary documents and equipment from Yi Wuyo. The warehouse was brimming with a plethora of items, including an array of firearms and artillery, deep-sea diving gear, mountaineering equipment, forgery machines, and disguising tools, among others. Some items were neatly arranged on shelves, while others lay haphazardly scattered in corners. Before long, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He quickly retrieved it to find a message from Yi Wuyo, which clearly detailed the specific address of the hotel along with an additional list of required items. Upon encountering these demands, Lin Langtian could not help but furrow his brow. In accordance with Yi Wuyo's requirements, he crafted the passport and identity card for the Shandong Emirate, as well as a lifelike mask for the Holy City Guard of Shandong. For the Tiger Ben assault team, the most renowned aspect of special operations is undoubtedly the decapitation mission. Disguise, assassination, sabotage, all are their forte. Surely, no one would presume that the military elite of Longhua are merely adept at combat and killing? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room with tranquility and serenity. Yi Wu donned a loose and comfortable robe, the soft fabric gently brushing against his skin, as if enveloping him in a tender cloud. He stretched languidly, then, with a hint of drowsiness, slowly sat up from the bed. With sleepy eyes, Yi Wu shuffled towards the bathroom, where a luxurious set of custom Hermes toiletries awaited him. He picked up the exquisite toothbrush, squeezed on some toothpaste, and began to meticulously clean his teeth. Next, he applied a mildly fragrant facial cleanser, tenderly massaging his face, allowing every pore to bask in freshness and nourishment. After completing his morning routine, Yi Wu gazed into the mirror, revealing a satisfied smile. He then strolled into the living room, casually crossing his legs and reclining comfortably on the sofa. Before long, the gentle sound of rolling wheels approached. It was the attendant, pushing a cart brimming with culinary delights into the living room. The cart was a veritable cornucopia, laden with an array of breads, jams, and the enticing aroma of traditional Chinese breakfast. This sumptuous feast truly encompassed all one could desire. The culinary delights readily catered to Yi Wu's discerning palate. His gaze roamed over the dining cart, ultimately resting upon a golden, crisp baguette. He reached for the baguette and, without a hint of hesitation, opened his mouth wide, taking hearty bites. The delightful texture and rich aroma of wheat instantly enveloped his senses. Simultaneously, he lifted a glass of fresh chocolate milk and downed it in one swift motion. The exquisite flavors allowed Yi Wu to momentarily forget all his worries, as he relished this splendid moment. Meanwhile, the diligent waiter had quietly exited the room. Just then, a roar of an engine echoed from outside, followed by the abrupt opening of the door. Lin Langtian burst in with great urgency. without uttering a word. He hurried to the dining table and began devouring the food voraciously. In his mind, he thought, I can handle business, but I must not neglect a meal. He grabbed several steaming baskets of crystal shrimp dumplings and savored them with gusto. Observing Lin Langtian's ravenous appetite, Yiwu remained silent. Once Lin Langtian was satiated, Yiwu finally inquired, Xiao Lang, have you prepared everything I entrusted to you? Chewing, Lin Langtian mumbled in response, rest assured, boss, it's all here. As he spoke, he pushed a travel case positioned beside him towards Yiwu. Yiwu swiftly opened the case, meticulously inspecting its contents. Within lay an assortment of equipment, neatly organized and entirely what he required. After confirming everything was in order, Yiwu nodded in satisfaction. Closing the suitcase, he remarked, well done, little wolf. Once this mission is completed, we must gather and celebrate. Lin Langtian swallowed the morsel in his mouth and patted his chest vigorously, signaling his assurance. After hastily finishing their breakfast, the two exchanged farewells and set off on their respective tasks. Knight Wuyo had a flight to catch, and there was no room for delays with Longhang Airlines. Before departing, Knight Wuyo donned a synthetic human mask, transforming himself into a figure reminiscent of an Arab brother, disheveled with a bushy beard and abundant hair. Clad in the local attire and equipped with matching identification and ticket, he hailed a taxi and headed directly to Longhang Airport. Approximately half an hour later, Knight Wuyo arrived at his destination. The taxi driver, mistaking him for a foreigner, deliberately overcharged him. In a hurry, Knight Wuyo chose not to contest the fare, generously tipping the driver an additional 50 yuan as an act of goodwill. Presenting his passport and ticket to the airport staff, he proceeded through security with his suitcase and made his way to the departure lounge. Under the guidance of the personnel, he successfully boarded the aircraft. At that moment, feeling parched from overindulging in breakfast pastries, Knight Wuyo quickly signaled for a flight attendant. To his astonishment, the very person who approached was the enchanting woman he had encountered at the nightclub, Lin Lingzi. Today, she donned a beige airline uniform, her knee-length skirt tailored to accentuate her alluring figure. A silk scarf adorned with floral patterns embraced her neck, exuding an air of elegance and charm. Her feet were adorned with glossy Dior high heels that shimmered under the light, while her long, graceful legs were clad in the airline's custom transparent stockings. Knight Wuyo felt his heart race, momentarily stunned in place. Lin Lingzi, accustomed to such encounters after countless international flights, gently inquired in English, Sir, do you require assistance? It was only then that Knight Wuyo regained his composure, deciding to conceal his identity for the time being. He replied in English, Miss, I would like a glass of plain water, thank you. Lin Lingzi nodded and turned away, her graceful silhouette evoking memories of that enchanting night. Before long, the young lady returned, a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, captivating Knight Wuyo's senses. She presented a warm glass of water, which he accepted slowly. Just as Lin Lingzi was about to turn away, Knight Wuyo playfully remarked in Chinese, Lingzi, your skills are remarkable, that night truly kept me awake. The elegant and noble Lin Lingzi was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across her face as she prepared to inquire about the man before her. Knight Wuyo silenced her with a gesture, indicating that this was not the appropriate setting for their conversation. A charming blush graced her cheeks as she pieced together that this bearded man was indeed Knight Wuyo, the one who had aided her against a few insistent suitors at the nightclub, who had driven her along the coast in a Ferrari, and had spent the night playing cards without sleep. The surprise of encountering him here was beyond her expectations. Chapter 50, The Flight Attendant with a Purpose. At that moment, the striking flight attendant approached, gliding towards the now transformed Knight Wuyo like a delicate butterfly. Her lips, soft and petal-like, gently brushed against his ear. The breath she exhaled resembled the delicate orchids blooming in spring, imbued with a subtle fragrance. This enchanting aroma emanated from the Chanel Rose Garden perfume she wore, instantly enveloping the surrounding air with its rich scent. The playful and graceful flight attendant softly remarked, Ah, Knight Xiao, we meet again. Are you indulging in role play? This is quite the public setting. Come, follow me. As her words faded, Lin Lingzi extended her exquisitely smooth hand, akin to warm jade, firmly grasping the somewhat robust hand of Yi Wuyo. At that fleeting moment when their skin met, An indescribable sensation of softness coursed through Yi Wuyo's palm and radiated throughout his being, stirring an uncontrollable wave of pleasure within his heart. Thus, hand in hand, they ambled towards the rear of the aircraft. Along the way, their eyes occasionally locked, sparking an exchange that seemed to ignite fireworks. A fervent passion was brewing between them, leading to an unspoken agreement that brought forth smiles, each laced with boundless secrets and anticipation. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the lavatory located at the back of the plane. Given its secluded position, it was seldom frequented by others, ensuring their moment would remain undisturbed for the time being. Without hesitation, they stepped into the brightly lit restroom. Lung Lingzi swiftly turned to close the outer door and locked the inner door as well, finally allowing herself to exhale deeply and relax. Following suit, Yi Wuyo gently removed the lifelike mask he had worn over his face. The handsome visage, once concealed, now emerged with undeniable clarity before Lung Lingzi. Her gaze gradually intensified, as if the captivating figure before her was the sole focus of her world. Her heart raced with fervor, akin to a long-awaited rain after a parched drought. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt forth like an octopus, launching herself towards him. Yi Wuyo, quick-witted and agile, caught the graceful woman in his arms. They nestled together, sharing the sorrows of longing. With a hint of remorse, Lung Lingzi spoke, "Young Master Yi, on that day, I departed without a word. Surely, you do not hold it against me? I had my own burdens to bear." Yi Wuyo tenderly brushed his fingers through her fragrant hair, replying, "Enchantress, the outcome of that night's game remains undecided. I wonder, why did you leave so abruptly?" In her eyes, waves of emotion shimmered, as if tears were on the verge of spilling. A trace of guilt crossed her features, and with a tone laced with regret, she continued. "The Lung family is renowned throughout the vast dragon country as a formidable force in the hotel industry. Our family not only operates numerous five-star luxury hotels but has also successfully represented a plethora of opulent hotel brands. It is worth noting that the number of hotels under our banner is quite astonishing, exceeding 1,000. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Lung family stands as the undisputed leader in this sector. However, fate is unpredictable. My father, now of advanced age, has chosen to retire. Consequently, the responsibilities of the company have been entrusted entirely to my elder brother. Regrettably, he seems somewhat lacking in experience and strategy when it comes to management. He pursues blind expansion without regard for the company's actual financial condition. The outcome was predictable. Such reckless behavior led to an increasingly dire cash flow for the company. The family business faced an unprecedented crisis. If the issue of capital turnover could not be resolved in a timely manner, the consequences would be severe. Confronted with such a challenging situation, the family, after much deliberation, conceived a rather ill-fated idea. They intended to arrange a marriage between me and the wealthiest and most powerful family in Heishanshire, namely the Liao family, specifically Liao Yongxiong, the son of Liao Wenkai, a genuine figure of authority within the Yishu gang. That evening, I found myself at a nightclub, drowning my sorrows in alcohol. By chance, I encountered you, and in a moment of resolve, I devised a plan. I discreetly reached out to reporters from newspapers and television stations. If I could tarnish my reputation in front of the entire Dragon Nation, the Liao family, being of such high status, would surely not consider marrying someone of my dubious repute. Perhaps this could serve as a pretext to thwart the marriage I so vehemently opposed. However, fate had other plans. At the most critical moment, my father discerned my intentions. He acted swiftly, providing a hush money to prevent the reporters from proceeding with their inquiries. Thus, my scheme fell apart completely and ended in failure. Therefore, please do not blame me for my abrupt departure. In the depths of Yi Wuyo's eyes, as profound as a tranquil pool, there now resided an infinite tenderness. He gently extended his hand, as if caressing the most precious treasure in the world, softly stroking the flawless cheek of the enchanting young woman before him. Yet, beneath this seemingly warm scene, there lay. Deep within Yi Wuyo's heart surged a barely perceptible anger. Upon hearing the mention of Uncle Yi, an unnamed flame of fury ignited within him, leaving him gritting his teeth in resentment. He silently mused, These audacious individuals dare to scheme against my woman. I have not forgotten the debts they owe from last time. Once I return to my homeland, I shall take great pleasure in dealing with these ruffians. Teaching them that there are always stronger hands to contend with, and that wickedness will inevitably encounter its match. Yi Wuyo jested, Ling Zi, my dear. Your affairs are my affairs. Shouldn't you hasten to call me husband? I can resolve the financial matters promptly, whether it requires 100 billion or 1,000 billion. The only condition is that your family's board must appoint you as chairperson. Moreover, the Liao family still has Uncle Bang. Sooner or later, I will ensure they face the consequences for their actions. You need not worry, I will handle it. At that moment, a look of disbelief washed over the exquisitely beautiful face of Ling Lingzi. Her eyes widened, fixated on the scene before her, as if she sought to engrave this astonishing moment into her memory. Regarding Yi Wuyo's true identity, background, and the formidable power he wielded, Ling Lingzi was entirely oblivious. Her feelings for him had always stemmed from a pure and sincere affection deep within her heart. This emotion was akin to the first ray of sunlight at dawn, warm, gentle, and devoid of impurities. Yet, confronted with this shocking spectacle, a flicker of doubt and unease burgeoned within her. However, these emotions were swiftly suppressed by her. She gently nodded, her ruby lips parting. Everything depends on you, my dear husband. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale, imbued with profound trust and dependence on Yi Wuyo. Ultimately, Yi Wuyo retrieved a deck of Gwent cards from his pocket, intending to engage in a lengthy match devoid of resolution. The game demanded a victor, as both harbored a strong competitive spirit. Half an hour passed, and a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The two quickly tidied the scene. At that moment, Ling Lingzi, having suffered consecutive defeats at cards, felt a flush rise to her cheeks and silently gestured for quiet. Yi Wuyo promptly covered his mouth, delicately tapping his phone. With a remote activation, the long-neglected microwave whirred to life, emitting smoke that was detected by the aircraft's monitoring systems. The flight attendants swiftly instructed all passengers to return to their seats in anticipation of a safe resolution. A few individuals outside, wishing to use the restroom, reluctantly settled back into their seats. In this fleeting moment of distraction, Knight Wuyo and Ling Lingzi resembled two nimble kittens, stealthily escaping from the restroom when no one was watching. Ling Lingzi hurried back to her post, maintaining a facade of calmness. Yet beads of sweat continuously trickled down her forehead. Each glistening droplet cascaded down her fair cheeks like pearls that had slipped from their string. Observant colleagues, attentive flight attendants, soon noticed Ling Lingzi's unusual demeanor and approached her with concern, inquiring about her well-being, worried she might be unwell or perhaps experiencing her menstrual cycle. She took a deep breath, slightly calming her emotions, and replied with an unchanged expression, "Oh, it's nothing serious. I was just in the restroom when I encountered a foreign friend from the Shandong Emirate. He seemed to be in some trouble and needed my assistance. However, due to the language barrier, communication proved to be quite challenging, which is why I ended up breaking a sweat." Upon finishing her words, she revealed a faint smile, although the flush on her stunning cheeks had not entirely faded. Smiling, she reassured, "I truly am fine. Please don't worry." Nevertheless, the doubts in her colleague's eyes lingered. At that moment, another flight attendant, who shared a close bond with Lingzi, approached with a warm smile, radiating like gentle sunlight. In a relaxed tone, she said, "Oh, you all can rest easy. Lingzi has always been remarkably strong. This minor situation certainly won't phase her. Let us return to our respective tasks." Upon hearing these words, the others felt somewhat reassured and ceased their inquiries. Meanwhile, Yi Wuyo had silently donned his bionic mask once more, returning to his seat as if the recent events bore no relation to him. At this moment, he appeared remarkably at ease, gently cradling a steaming cup of coffee in his left hand while his right rested casually on the armrest. Through the porthole, he leisurely admired the breathtaking scenery outside. Concurrently, the maintenance crew was diligently and systematically inspecting the entire cabin. After an exhaustive search, they finally located the source of the smoke. It turned out to be an antiquated microwave that had suffered a short circuit. The staff acted decisively, immediately unplugging the device from the socket. In an instant, The greasy haze that had enveloped the cabin began to dissipate. Accompanying this change, the sharp, piercing alarm ceased abruptly, restoring tranquility and harmony to the aircraft. At that moment, an announcement from Long Airlines echoed through the cabin. Dear passengers, we are approaching Dongsha Emirate Airport. Please ensure you are seated and prepared to disembark. Chapter 51, Lord of the Abyss. Yi Wuyo slowly rose to his feet, stretching languidly. His tall and upright figure stood out conspicuously within the cabin. With practiced ease, he approached the aircraft's storage compartment, effortlessly retrieving his heavy luggage. However, at that moment, a glint of cunning flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes. He deliberately left behind a personal thermos on his seat, as if it were a carefully orchestrated plan, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He silently hoped that Lin Lingzi would discover the forgotten thermos and take the initiative to return it to him. This would facilitate a chance encounter between them, without disrupting her work or provoking idle chatter among her colleagues. Meanwhile, the Long Airlines flight glided smoothly towards the runway. During the landing process, the aircraft experienced a slight jolt upon touching down, but it quickly stabilized. This minor disturbance did not dampen the spirits of the passengers. Soon, a melodious voice resonated over the intercom. Esteemed passengers, we have successfully arrived at our destination, the Shandong Emirate. Here, I wish you a pleasant journey. Please take good care of your carry-on luggage and aboard the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing the announcement, Yi Wuyo leisurely picked up his luggage and descended the plane alongside fellow passengers. He advanced with a firm and steady stride, reminiscent of a seasoned hunter gracefully approaching a meticulously set trap. Clearly, he possessed an unwavering command over the journey to the sheikdom of Shandong, as if every aspect had already been meticulously orchestrated. At last, he arrived at the airport security checkpoint, where several uniformed security personnel stood vigilantly, some brandishing batons and various defensive weapons. Their expressions were stern, as if perceiving every individual as a potential threat. This apprehension was perhaps due to the prevailing insecurity in the sheikdom, where a terrorist organization had seized control of the holy city of Ekbatana, holding several royal family members captive while negotiating with the ruling elite. The airport staff conducted thorough and methodical inspections of the travelers passing through. When it was Yi Wuyo's turn, the personnel meticulously examined his luggage, ensuring it contained no prohibited items. They then diligently cross-referenced his passport and identification. Upon discovering that both documents identified him as a citizen of the country, their previously tense demeanor transformed instantly, yielding to a warm smile that graced their faces, perhaps spurred by a sense of kinship. The subsequent checks became noticeably more cursory. They merely glanced at his belongings before gesturing for him to proceed. After successfully navigating the security screening, Yi Wuyo did not hasten to depart. Instead, he strolled into a luxurious watch duty-free shop nearby. Among the dazzling array of merchandise, he found himself overwhelmed by choices. One particular timepiece from the Mont Blanc Princess of Morocco series captivated his attention. This exquisite watch featured a meticulously crafted design, with a dial adorned with brilliant diamonds, and beneath it, a teardrop-shaped purple gem radiated an enchanting glow, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the vast night sky. Night Wuyo mused, such a splendid watch, if gifted to the enchanting Lingzi, would surely bring her immense joy. Thus, without hesitation, he purchased it, intending to use it to commemorate their reunion. After acquiring the watch, Night Wuyo slowly made his way to the airport lounge and seated himself, quietly awaiting the arrival of Lin Lingzi. As time ticked by, doubts began to creep in regarding the success of his little ruse. Just as he started to lose hope, a striking figure caught his eye. Lin Lingzi had donned an elegant pink gown, her graceful silhouette reminiscent of a flower swaying in the breeze, captivating and ethereal. She held tightly onto Night Wuyo's thermos, her eyes brimming with an unmistakable intensity of affection. With a calm demeanor, she settled beside him and, catching him off guard, playfully launched an ambush. The soft petals brushed against Night Wuyo's neck, sending a delightful shiver down his spine, while her delicate hand playfully pinched his robust waist. Whispering teasingly, she said, "Look at you, you rogue. Will you dare to bully me again next time?" Humph. Wincing from the playful pain, Night Wuyo exclaimed, "My dear lady, I was wrong, please don't tug. I promise not to play cards next time." I have a gift for you, a token to celebrate our reunion. Knight Wuyo hurriedly produced the luxurious wristwatch he had purchased from the airport duty-free shop, personally adorning the exquisite piece upon Lin Lingzi's wrist. Its elegance perfectly complemented her beauty, accentuating her extraordinary taste. The brilliance in her captivating eyes sparkled with emotion, and her smile resembled the enchanting cherry blossoms of spring, evoking a sense of intoxication and longing. After all, it was the first gift following their unexpected reunion with the charming rogue. With a playful pout, she remarked, "What a distinctive watch. Inscribed on the back with Princess of Morocco, it must be a limited edition Mont Blanc timepiece, barely aligning with my aesthetic preferences. Next time, do refrain from seeking me out for a game of cards while I am working. It leaves me embarrassed in front of my colleagues." Wishing to disappear into the very ground. "Consider yourself forgiven this time." As she uttered these words, her voice began with its usual melodious clarity but gradually grew softer. Simultaneously, a delicate blush crept up her porcelain neck, akin to the evening glow reflecting upon a snowy landscape, captivating all who beheld it. Noticing this, Knight Wuyo's lips curled into a charming smile. He softly said, "Lingzi, my dear, I have an important task to attend to and cannot linger here for long. I must depart shortly. However, rest assured that when I return to the country, I will personally visit your home to alleviate your troubles and resolve all that burdens you." As his words lingered in the air, Lin Lingzi lightly touched her exquisitely sculpted chin. Immediately, she replied softly, "I must return shortly. I truly cannot stay here with you. Until we meet again in the Dragon Kingdom, let us not part ways. When that time comes, I shall delight in a spirited contest of card skills with you, my charming rogue." Upon finishing her words, a delicate blush enveloped her enchanting visage, reminiscent of a ripe apple, infused with a hint of shyness intertwined with anticipation and longing. With that, Lin Lingzi gracefully turned to depart, her figure exuding elegance. Her steps were light, akin to a butterfly dancing through the air. In the blink of an eye, her silhouette vanished from Yi Wuyo's sight. Watching her retreating form, Yi Wuyo couldn't help but shake his head with a soft chuckle, murmuring to himself, "Oh, this captivating enchantress. She effortlessly shatters my resolve. I had initially sought solitude, desiring no entanglements with the fairer sex. After all, the more women surround me, the heavier the burdens that follow. An excess of concern undoubtedly attracts formidable foes, leading to incessant troubles and lurking dangers." Yet, Yi Wuyo was not one to linger in indecision. He merely indulged in a moment of reflection on life. He withdrew a specially customized satellite phone from his pocket and dialed an encrypted number. The familiar beep 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 sounded for merely 10 seconds before the call connected. On the other end, a fervent and slightly trembling British accent erupted, "Esteemed Lord of the Underworld. We never anticipated your initiative to contact us. This has left us in eager anticipation, filled with anxiety. We have been deeply concerned, fearing for your safety." Yi Wuyo's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of playful mockery. He responded in the most authentic Oxford accent, "Eugene Albert, you foolish donkey. Did you truly believe I had perished? It has been ages since we last met, and it appears you have acquired quite the sense of humor. You are, after all, a native of the Rus Kingdom. How is it that you now converse with me in English? I recall when you were the formidable commander of the Rus fleet, wielding power that could govern the entire Nether Sea. Alas, your audacity knew no bounds, you dared to engage in an affair with the Rus Queen. Ironically, this indiscretion was discovered by the king. By rights, your crime should have led to a most wretched fate, leaving you without a resting place. Yet, fortune favored you. For you possessed some cunning and managed to bribe a court attendant. Receiving crucial information, you escaped just in time, narrowly evading death. Subsequently, you fled with that notoriously promiscuous Rus Queen, absconding with dozens of warships from the kingdom, which became the foundation of your invincible fleet. Thereafter, you drifted across the vast expanse of the Mediterranean, akin to lost souls, abandoned and forgotten. However, it seems fate smiled upon you, granting you the serendipitous chance to encounter me. In my kindness, I took you in on the Isle of the Final Refuge, sheltering you and your band of homeless wanderers. Of course, had I not intervened, the Rus Kingdom would have relentlessly pursued you both, showing no mercy." As he spoke, Yi Wuyo's expression turned melancholic. And silence lingered on the line as if time itself had come to a standstill. Subsequently, a rough yet reverent voice resonated, had it not been for Lord Hades extending his hand in our direst moment. We would have long since become mere fodder for fish and shrimp, buried beneath the ocean depths, and would not be here today. Now, the realm of the assassins is abuzz with life, brimming with formidable beings. We, your old friends, have managed affairs with great diligence. And the Isle of Essos awaits your return at any moment. The castle of Valeria has been meticulously restored in your honor. The followers of the fire god and the chieftain region are the newly allied forces, all gathered under the esteemed name of Lord Hades. Eugene spoke with increasing pride. While Yu Wuyo, with a face of despair, lamented, "You all act in my name, creating chaos wherever you go. Do you wish for me to become a target for the world? To hasten my meeting with the divine? My retreat to the Dragon Kingdom was precisely to avoid being ensnared in ceaseless conflicts. Should that day arrive, the day of judgment will descend. And the horn of Ragnarok shall sound. The bones of the deceased will pile upon the mountains, and the seas shall be stained with blood." Chapter 52, Journey to the Holy City. My lord, you are one of the esteemed bearers of the supreme divine ring, possessing the true immortal body among the deities. Standing as an arbiter beyond the 12 principal gods. Should a divine war truly erupt, you would possess ample strength for self-preservation. If necessary, one could seek refuge on a secluded island, biding time until the end of the divine conflict. Who could possibly pose a threat to you? Yu Wuyo self-mockingly replied. If I were to truly hide away, I could indeed remain unscathed when calamity strikes. But what of my wife, my friends, and all of you? They always find a way to draw me out. The true deadly trap lies within this silent realm. Eugene Albert was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. He trembled as he spoke. "My lord, this is all our fault. Over the years, we have expanded our power under your name, clashing with numerous hostile forces and harboring many exiles from the underworld." Suddenly, Yu Wuyo interrupted the torrent of words from the other end of the line. His tone calm and measured as he remarked, "The tree wishes for calm, yet the wind does not cease, the mountain rain approaches, and the wind fills the building. Not all of this can be blamed on you, fate is capricious and unpredictable. I too did not anticipate being chosen by the Terraria divine ring, nor receiving the title of Lord of the Underworld from the Covenant of the Gods. However, we can discuss these matters at a later time. My reason for contacting you today is to entrust you with a significant task." At this point, Yu Wuyo paused briefly, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing, "My friend, I have come to the Shadong Chieftaincy to execute a top-secret mission from the Dragon Kingdom. The crux of this mission requires you to gather vital intelligence regarding the detailed deployment of the rebel forces within the holy city of Shadong. It is imperative to understand that these rebels are currently gnawing away at this once peaceful and harmonious land like a malignant tumor. Once I successfully rescue the trapped personnel of the Dragon Kingdom and the Shadong royal family, I will then rely on your strength. At that time, you must adhere strictly to the meticulous plan we have devised in advance, ordering the Invincible Fleet to launch the most ferocious bombardment against the rebel stronghold within the Holy City. We must spare no effort and strike a decisive blow against them. It is imperative that we eradicate the dark forces lurking in the shadows, intent on undermining peace, without leaving a single trace behind. Only in this manner can the beautiful land of Shadong regain the tranquility and serenity of yesteryear, allowing its inhabitants to be free from the ravages and threats of war. I firmly believe that through our united efforts, we can achieve this noble goal and restore to the people of Shadong a realm of freedom, equality, and peace." Eugene Albert spoke earnestly into the phone, reporting, "My lord, we currently face 3 options. The first is to deploy long-range cruise missiles, capable of executing precise strikes on targets. The second option involves the use of weapons of mass destruction, which could wreak widespread devastation. Of course, we do possess a few tactical nuclear weapons as well, should the need arise. However, the final decision rests in your capable hands." He paused momentarily before adding, "There is one more point that must be addressed. The proximity of the Shadong Emirate to the Rus nation is concerning. Should we recklessly opt for an amphibious assault, certain factions may become restless and emboldened. It is crucial to remember that I share an irreconcilable enmity with the King of Rus, which could erupt like a volcano at any moment. Were it not for your formidable reputation that commands respect and instills fear, Upon hearing this, Yu Wuyo could not help but let out a bitter smile. Eugene was interrupted by Albert's words, "My dear Eugene, I merely instructed you to quell those insurgents, not to erase the entire principality from the map. Enough with the flattery, hasten to carry out my orders. When I have the opportunity to return to Essos, we shall indulge in fine wine and reminisce about the days gone by." Upon hearing this, Eugene straightened his posture on the other end of the line and offered a crisp military salute, responding loudly, "I shall abide by your command, my lord. When next we meet, we shall indeed revel in joyous libations and heartfelt conversations." After ending the call, he resolutely turned away and, in the blink of an eye, departed with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, leaving behind only a receding silhouette. He was acutely aware of the significance and urgency of this mission, and thus dared not delay even for a moment. Upon boarding the warship, he immediately commanded the communication officer, "Quickly establish contact with the high priest of the Zoroastrian community in this region." The officer, upon receiving the order, promptly activated the communication device, transmitting the information with utmost speed. It is worth noting that the Zoroastrian community holds a position akin to that of local monarchs in this territory, revered by both the faithful and the common folk alike. Their influence is formidable, possessing knowledge of nearly all matters, including the whereabouts of even the most elusive rebel leaders. Within the solemn and majestic confines of a certain temple in the sheikdom of Shandong, the atmosphere was thick with gravity and grandeur. The sunlight filters through the kaleidoscopic stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon the floor. Amidst this interplay of light and shadow sits an imposing high priest, adorned in a robe as pure as freshly fallen snow. His posture is as upright as a pine tree, emanating an aura of reverence. The flowing white cloak resembles a cascading galaxy, gently draping over the intricately carved religious throne behind him, enhancing the sanctity and solemnity of the scene. This venerable high priest possesses a countenance that commands respect, akin to a sculpture meticulously shaped by the passage of time. Each contour reveals profound wisdom and unwavering faith. His eyes, deep as the ocean, sparkle with a mysterious luminescence, as if they can perceive the truths of the universe. At this moment, he firmly grips a scepter adorned with golden flame motifs. This staff, crafted from precious metal, features meticulously engraved flame patterns that appear almost alive, as if ready to ignite and unleash boundless power at any moment. Suddenly, the tranquility of the sanctuary is shattered by the hurried footsteps of a flustered devotee who rushes in. Without hesitation, he drops to his knees, humbly bowing before the esteemed figure. The devotee lowers his gaze, unable to meet the high priest's authoritative stare, and speaks in a trembling voice, "Eugene, Albert has brought the edict of Lord Hades. He commands us to swiftly gather all relevant intelligence regarding the rebel forces in our nation, particularly concerning the internal affairs of the holy city, Ekbatana." Upon hearing this news, the high priest's eyes, previously closed, slowly open. The man seated upon the throne suddenly opened his bright, star-like eyes with a start. In an instant, two piercing gazes shot forth like lightning towards the kneeling devotees. The atmosphere within the sanctuary grew tense. Seconds turned into minutes, and approximately an hour later, Eugen finally received a missive from the high priest of the Zoroastrian faith in the sheikdom of Shandong. Upon opening the email, he found himself momentarily dazzled. It contained meticulously detailed information regarding the troop deployments of the rebels, including their armaments and other critical data. Even the approximate locations of important prisoners within the holy city were clearly marked. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the email did not disclose the specific identities of these detained individuals. Nevertheless, this information provided essential clues for the impending operation. Eugen Albert refined and organized the email before sending it to Yu Wuyo's inbox. Leaning languidly against the hotel sofa, Yu Wuyo casually toyed with his phone. Suddenly, the screen lit up, indicating the arrival of a new email. He nonchalantly opened his inbox. As his gaze swept across the lines of text, a look of surprise blossomed on his face. He murmured softly, "Eugen, that fellow, certainly works with remarkable efficiency." It had only been a brief hour, yet he had managed to uncover even the precise whereabouts of the rebel leader's concubine. Such investigative prowess was truly commendable. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. secretly marveling, I never anticipated that under my very nose, the mysterious and ancient Zoroastrian faith would be integrated. In retrospect, it indeed proved to be of great significance at a pivotal moment. Yi Wuyo reclined upon the plush bed of the hotel, gently closing his eyes. His mind played out the scenarios of the rescue operation scheduled for the following day, akin to a film unfolding before him. At this juncture, one might say that all preparations were in place, merely awaiting that crucial gust of favorable wind to arrive. Unbeknownst to him, the night gradually faded away. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the hotel room window, softly illuminating Yi Wuyo's face. He stirred awake, stretching languidly before rising from the bed. After a brief wash, he descended to partake in a breakfast rich with local flavor. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Yi Wuyo returned to his room, methodically organizing his belongings. With everything in order, he retrieved his phone, activating the map application to pinpoint the direction of the sacred city of Ekbatana. Subsequently, he shouldered his pack and resolutely embarked upon the path of crumbling ruins. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with ancient structures standing resilient against the passage of time. Yet, Yi Wuyo found little joy in the sights, as he frequently encountered rebel checkpoints. Fortunately, his remarkable wit and calm demeanor enabled him to navigate these dangers skillfully, passing through each checkpoint unscathed. Yi Wuyo's command of Arabic had long surpassed the 10th level. He spoke with a fluency that rivaled the locals. Whether it was Shadun dialect or Assyrian, he mastered them all, including the local Babylonian dialect. He was indeed the king of spies from the Dragon Kingdom. Proficient in dozens of languages and accustomed to executing covert missions across the 5 continents and 4 oceans. The monumental events that transpired during this period remained shrouded in mystery. Along the journey, Yi Wuyo encountered numerous exiles and beggars, a testament to the enduring strife and recurring famines that plagued this land. The stark imagery of bones exposed in the wild, with nary a rooster's crow for 1,000 miles, paints a grim picture. Once a flourishing empire basking in the glory of its zenith, it now languishes in the twilight of its former splendor. Yi Wuyo's thoughts were tumultuous. His aspirations extended beyond merely rescuing the imprisoned hostages. He yearned to transform the landscape, to usher the Shadong sheikdom back into the light. In pursuit of a swift and unimpeded journey to the holy city of Ekbatana, he spared no expense. Through diligent inquiries and generous rewards, he successfully procured a military-licensed jeep. As he traversed the desolate roads in this formidable vehicle, he noticed a marked decrease in the frequency of rebel checkpoints that had previously harried him. When occasional rebels attempted to impede his progress, the sight of the familiar local license plate and military insignia prompted them to merely glance from a distance before waving him through. Thus, he continued his journey unencumbered, drawing ever closer to the sacred city of Ekbatana. Chapter 53, The Princess emerges from the bath as night enveloped the land. Yi Wuyo sat resolutely in the driver's seat of the military vehicle. With a press of the accelerator, the jeep surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing along the sand-laden road. The path was broad and smooth, the only sounds accompanying him being the whispering wind and the friction of tires against the earth, while silence reigned in the surroundings. Remarkably, this lengthy journey was uninterrupted, with scarcely any encounters with checkpoint soldiers. As the vehicle approached a barrier adorned with barbed wire, Knight Wuyo leisurely produced the meticulously forged officer's identification. Upon receiving the document, the guard scrutinized it carefully, and a look of reverence immediately graced his features as he swiftly signaled for passage. Not only that, but they also proactively cleared a dedicated route for Knight Wuyo's vehicle, ensuring his unimpeded journey, free from unnecessary disturbances. As he traveled along the road, his eyes were met with an expanse of golden sands, resembling an endless ocean of shimmering gold. The ancient quarters, ravaged by the relentless sands, appeared dilapidated, and those once magnificent edifices had lost their former luster. Yet, amidst this desolation, one could still observe caravans of camels steadily traversing the landscape, laden with goods essential to the local populace. They journeyed through the desert, transporting supplies to various destinations. On the roadside, some Arab vendors had set up stalls, showcasing a vibrant array of colorful wares that captivated the attention of passers-by. Having endured a lengthy drive, Knight Wuyo felt an overwhelming thirst and sought a suitable place to halt. He strolled into a nearby CAF. eager to savor what was rumored to be the oldest coffee in the Arab world. The establishment was enveloped in the rich aroma of coffee, and he chose a seat by the window, patiently awaiting the arrival of the long-anticipated beverage. Before long, a steaming cup of dark, richly colored coffee was placed before him. Knight Wuyo gingerly lifted the cup, taking a delicate sip. In an instant, he was enveloped by a profound and unique flavor that spread across his palate. The coffee possessed a rich flavor, subtly infused with hints of spices, leaving an indelible aftertaste. After relishing this exquisite brew, Yi Wuyo rose contentedly from his seat and returned to his vehicle, embarking once more on this uncertain journey. As time trickled by, approximately an hour elapsed. At last, Yi Wuyo beheld in the distance the illuminated silhouette of a city. Its outer walls, worn by the passage of time, were still discernible. The city walls stretched endlessly, their terminus unknown. Countless ancient palaces filled the cityscape, stretching beyond the horizon. This was the sacred city of Ecbatana, a place shrouded in mystery and grandeur. It sparkled like a brilliant gem set amidst the desert, radiating an enchanting glow. Yi Wuyo drove his jeep directly into the ancient town. Upon verifying his identity, the guards permitted him entry, and he casually selected a spot to park. He retrieved a local currency note and handed it to the parking lot attendant. A burly man with a thick beard and deep-set eyes, who bore a glinting handgun in a leather holster at his waist. The two men quickly approached each other, shaking hands firmly. Yi Wuyo spoke with composure. "Brother, I am gathering intelligence for the sovereigns. I have returned a bit late. Are the sovereigns still within the city?" He tilted his head slightly, exuding a sense of pride as he continued, "Hey, brother. This journey has not been easy, has it? You must have faced your share of hardships as well. But fret not, for this is indeed a splendid place. Abundant fine wine and countless beautiful maidens await." He then pointed towards the distant, majestic temple, adding, "Do you see that? The revered lords all reside within. Since you bear a significant responsibility, there is no need for prolonged delays, you may enter directly. However, do bear in mind that this is a place of great importance. Hence there are security protocols in place. Remember, you must not carry any weapons, otherwise, no one will be able to come to your aid." At this juncture, the squad leader suddenly lowered his voice, conspiratorially leaning towards the individual and whispering, "There's a little piece of insider information I must share with you. It is said that the princess of the Shadong Emirate is regarded as the most beautiful woman in the Arab world." "Oh, that appearance. That figure, she is truly a celestial beauty. Alas, on her wedding night, she, along with most members of the Shadong royal family, was captured alive by us. How tragic." As for the groom, it is said he was rather obstinate and refused to comply, resulting in him meeting a dire fate at the hands of the revered lord. After sharing this, the squad leader shook his head, seemingly lamenting this unfortunate tragedy. Knight Wuyo, intrigued, inquired, "Has this stunning princess perhaps become a concubine to some esteemed individual?" The man leaned closer to Knight Wuyo's ear, whispering, "In Shadong, conservatism prevails. Before the wedding is completed, one must remain chaste. It is rumored that she is a holy maiden of the Zoroastrian faith, and her status is quite extraordinary. Our nation still requires her assistance. Thus she has not been included in the lord's harem. Although all the revered lords may drool at the sight, none dare to act recklessly. She should still be a maiden, yet the Shadong prince has been rendered impotent, losing his ability to procreate." Upon hearing the news, Yi Wuyo erupted into laughter, finding it utterly amusing that a prince of a mighty nation had been reduced to a eunuch. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable and fortunes ever-changing. He swiftly produced several large denomination Shadong banknotes and pressed them into the hands of the burly man beside him, expressing his gratitude for the information provided. The man initially attempted to decline, yet his other hand had already accepted the notes, tucking them into his coat pocket. Continuing on his journey, Yi Wuyo advanced towards the location marked in the correspondence. His intention was to first infiltrate the chambers of several leaders to pilfer keys and passage documents. The cloak of night served as his perfect disguise, allowing his figure to meld seamlessly into the shadows. Ultimately, he arrived at the opulent palace, its grandeur overwhelming. At the entrance stood two robust guards wielding AK-47s, their gazes decidedly unfriendly. Yi Wuyo's arrival startled the sentinels, who raised their weapons, safety mechanisms disengaged and chambers readied. Hastily, Yi Wuyo called out in Shadong, "Do not fire. I am one of your own. Here is my identification. I am Ali, dispatched by the Holy Lord to gather intelligence. I possess vital information to present to the Holy Lord." The two guards exchanged glances, scrutinizing Yi Wuyo's identification closely. After a moment of deliberation, they stepped aside, allowing him passage. Yi Wuyo strode in with an air of confidence, exuding a sense of triumph. One of the guards remarked, "This fellow is certainly courting disaster by entering now." To which the other replied, "Indeed. The Holy Lord is currently engaged in deep conversations with numerous women of the Shadong royal family, though not including that esteemed lady." They shared a conspiratorial laugh, their expressions mischievous. With utmost caution, Yi Wuyo gently pushed open the ancient, heavy door. He slowly walked in, his demeanor remarkably calm and collected, as if he were wandering through his own courtyard at night, truly the master of the domain. Upon entering, he was astounded by the sight before him. The space contained dozens of rooms, each leading to different areas. Looking up, he noticed the ceiling was densely populated with surveillance cameras, as if countless eyes were vigilantly observing every corner. Moreover, squads of soldiers armed with rifles patrolled the area with synchronized precision. Their expressions were grave, and their gazes piercing, deterring anyone from approaching lightly. It was evident that the security in this place was exceptionally formidable. However, this did not instill fear in Yi Wuyo, on the contrary. He skillfully evaded the patrolling sentinels with his remarkable agility. Guided by the map he had received in a prior correspondence, he successfully navigated into the core area of the sanctuary. As he stepped into the main chamber, an opulent scene unfolded before his eyes. In the center of an extraordinarily lavish abode lay a vast pool. There, a robust man with a stern countenance stood out, joyfully frolicking with a dozen exquisitely adorned Arab women, each radiating exotic charm. Some of the women smiled, seemingly willing companions to the man, while others harbored expressions of resignation and sorrow, undoubtedly ensnared in this absurd game against their will. The man, surrounded by several stunning foreign beauties, wore a triumphant grin, as if the world's riches lay within his grasp, completely immersed in the hedonistic atmosphere he had orchestrated. At that moment, Yi Wuyo, like a wraith, stealthily slipped past the man without drawing anyone's attention. His presence eluded the gaze of the surveillance cameras positioned in the blind spots. He swiftly darted into the man's bedroom and soon discovered the safe. With his remarkable skills and profound understanding of various safe structures, he effortlessly deciphered the combination in mere moments. As the door swung open, he quickly retrieved the dungeon key and the pass documents, carefully tucking them away within his garments before locking the safe once more, leaving everything untouched. He then departed silently from the scene. Yi Wuyo proceeded towards a few enigmatic locations marked on the map, fortuitously arriving at the nearest opulent residence. The garden sprawled over several thousand square meters, a riot of colors in full bloom. The lavish swimming pool seemed to stretch endlessly. Beneath the moonlight, a slender, graceful figure emerged, flickering in and out of view. The towering jade rabbit on the moon perhaps belonged solely to the Palace of Eternal Cold. This woman was irresistibly enchanting, causing Yi Wuyo to slow his pace, his heart racing, blood rushing from his nostrils. For a moment, he forgot entirely about his mission to rescue someone. Perhaps a leaf crunched beneath his feet, for the woman swiftly rose from the pool, seizing a sheer silk robe to drape over herself. Though much of her spring beauty was concealed, glimpses remained. She spoke in the language of Shadong. "Who is the little thief? If you do not show yourself, I shall inform the sovereign, and he shall personally have your eyes gouged out." Yi Wuyo surmised that this woman was likely the unwed princess of the Shadong Emirate. Simultaneously serving as the holy maiden of the Zoroastrian faith, she boldly approached with the intention of greeting. Initially, the woman appeared somewhat wary. However, as Yi Wuyo stepped closer, she swiftly drew a magnificent dagger forged from Damascus steel from the table. The dagger's metallic sheath was encrusted with an array of rubies, adorned with intricate flame-patterned designs that radiated exquisite elegance. Such an item could only be worn by royalty or high-ranking members of the clergy, symbolizing status. Chapter 54, The supreme divine ring Yi Wuyo had intended to communicate fluently in Arabic with the enchanting princess of the emirate, aiming to dispel any potential misunderstandings. Especially since the Zoroastrian faith was under his command. Yet, the woman had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. With a chilling gaze, her beautiful eyes brimmed with lethal intent. She would show no mercy to such lewd scoundrels. Gripping the Damascus dagger tightly, her spirit surged with battle fervor as she lunged at Yi Wuyo's neck like a bolt of lightning. In that critical moment, as the dagger sliced through the air, Yi Wuyo deftly swerved, evading the deadly blow with ghostly agility. The dagger grazed his neck, sending a chill through the air. A smirk danced upon his lips, intrigued to test the prowess of the princess. Nevertheless, she showed no signs of relenting, her movements continued unabated. The razor-sharp dagger lunged fiercely toward Yi Wuyo's face. Internally lamenting the woman's lack of intellect despite her beauty, he instinctively leaned back once more to evade the strike. After narrowly evading his opponent's attacks twice, Yi Wuyo finally grew somewhat impatient. No longer content to merely dodge, he resolved to take the initiative. With a swift motion, he struck upward with his left hand, landing precisely on the hilt of the dagger. A sharp crack resonated in the air as the dagger was forcefully knocked from her grasp, spinning through the air like a silver whirlwind. A surge of pride welled up within Yi Wuyo upon successfully disarming the weapon. This girl, while capable of handling ordinary adversaries with ease, even 3 or 5 burly men, would likely find herself at a disadvantage against a seasoned soldier from the Dragon Kingdom. However, this moment of triumph was fleeting, as the woman's agility was astonishing. Before Yi Wuyo could catch his breath, she deftly caught the dagger midair with her right hand, advancing towards him with explosive speed. In a fluid motion, she reversed her grip and lunged directly at his chest with the dagger. The velocity and force of her strike were astounding. Should this razor-sharp dagger pierce the heart directly, even the strongest of Special Forces soldiers would succumb to shock from excessive blood loss. Yet, for a being of divine physique like the king of the underworld, it was but a trifling matter, akin to plucking a hair from a 9-headed ox, utterly incapable of breaching his divine defenses. As the dagger, gleaming with lethal intent, drew ever closer, Yi Wuyo could distinctly sense the chilling breath of death encroaching upon him. Though, it was merely a faint and elusive feeling. It was merely an instinctive reaction born from years of life and death struggles. In that critical moment, he clasped his hands together without hesitation and responded with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. Just as the razor-sharp dagger was about to mercilessly pierce his heart, Yi Wuyo miraculously caught the gleaming blade with his bare hands. A subtle smile of triumph flickered at the corners of his lips. The exotic and captivating woman standing before him was rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared in shock at what unfolded before her, as if she could hardly fathom the scene she was witnessing. It is worth noting that this woman had dedicated her life to the teachings of the fire worshippers, mastering skills that were anything but ordinary. Furthermore, she was a direct disciple of the renowned founder of Magus Arts, Yimi Lichtenfeld. After years of rigorous training, her combat prowess had reached an extraordinary level, rivaling the elite forces of neighboring kingdoms. Typically, the burly men who faced her would find themselves incapacitated within mere 5 exchanges. Consequently, in the vast expanse of the various chiefdoms, few dared to harbor even the slightest intention of offense towards her. Yet, in this moment, confronted with Yi Wuyo's remarkable abilities, an unprecedented wave of fear and reverence surged within her. Even the leader of the rebel forces regarded this revered lady with trepidation. Who would have thought that a night of passionate indulgence could lead to such dire consequences by dawn? The holy leaders were merely capricious, but not foolish. Yi Wuyo had no intention of letting this enchanting figure slip away so easily. He instinctively pulled her hand inward, causing the woman to collide forcefully with his robust chest. The sheer bath towel faltered precariously, appearing as though it could slip away at any moment, revealing glimpses of her alluring form. The woman's complexion flushed, particularly in such an awkward predicament. She was tightly embraced by Yi Wuyo, who shielded her modesty as the delicate towel fell halfway, exposing her fragrant shoulders and exquisite back to the enticing night. In a voice laced with both embarrassment and indignation, she hissed into Yi Wuyo's ear, "Release me, you lecher. Otherwise, the fire sect will ensure your family's annihilation. There shall be no refuge for you within the domain of the chieftain." Just as Yi Wuyo intended to offer an explanation, the woman unexpectedly discovered a small pendant on his chest. Upon closer inspection, her captivating visage transformed with intrigue. She noticed a rustic golden ring suspended from a chain around his neck, enveloped in a mysterious aura as if imbued with enigmatic power. The ring bore no intricate carvings nor elaborate design, yet its inner surface inscribed with Latin read, "Mortals must meet their demise." She recognized it from ancient tomes she had encountered in the fire sect's headquarters, describing it as the supreme god ring, the ring of the underworld monarch of Terraria. It served as the insignia of the arbiter of the gods, crafted before the age of the ancients on Olympus. Legends spoke of its bearer possessing near-immortal strength and an almost infinite lifespan, wielding powers that even the divine found inscrutable. At this pivotal moment, Yi Wuyo's long and steady fingers slowly reached toward his face, gently unveiling the bionic mask that concealed his visage. As the mask slipped away, his true appearance, previously hidden beneath, was finally laid bare. It was a countenance so strikingly handsome that it could easily captivate countless hearts. Like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by a master artist. His high-bridged nose and eyes as profound as tranquil waters drew one in. The corners of his lips, slightly upturned, bore a faint, elusive smile. As if he possessed the ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of others. Yi Wuyo exhaled deeply, seemingly shedding an immense burden, and then, with a subtle lift of his mouth, he quipped in fluent Arabic, "Ah, indeed, I am the fabled king of the underworld. So, my beautiful lady saint, are you not utterly astonished by my true form? However, I must say, you, dear saintess, are quite the fiery one. Were you perhaps contemplating regicide just moments ago?" Before him stood the princess of Shadong, who was also the saintess of the fire worshippers. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her cherry-red lips parted in shock. Her face a canvas of astonishment. She had never anticipated encountering such a figure in this manner and in this place. For a moment, the line between reality and illusion blurred, leaving her speechless, her gaze fixed on Yi Wuyo, utterly at a loss. After what felt like an eternity, the saintess seemed to awaken from her stupor. In a flurry of confusion, she cast aside the Damascus dagger she had tightly gripped. The sharp blade traced an arc through the air before clattering to the ground. Her heart raced like a startled doe, her cheeks flushed with a crimson hue, as radiant as a ripe apple ready to burst. In her heart, she silently lamented, "Oh heavens! What a predicament!" Not only had she been seen in her entirety by an adult, but she had also nearly committed the grave sin of divine murder. Should this scandal reach the fire worshippers, the high priest would undoubtedly exact a severe penance upon her. The mere thought of such consequences filled her with dread. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the once radiant complexion of the holy maiden drained of color, leaving her pallid and marked by a flicker of fear and unease in her eyes. Her delicate frame trembled as she instinctively took a few steps back, as if the figure before her, Yi Wuyo, could devour her like a lamb. Yet, Yi Wuyo's countenance radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. He tenderly extended his hand, carefully draping the towel that threatened to slip from the woman's fragrant shoulders back into place. This gesture seemed imbued with boundless tenderness and concern. However, the maiden's expression remained somewhat unnatural, a faint blush creeping upon her porcelain cheeks. Without hesitation, she knelt gracefully, embodying elegance and poise. The silvery moonlight enveloped her, rendering her as pure as a handmaiden of the moon goddess. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I am Iman Rania, the holy maiden of the fire worshippers. I sincerely apologize for my earlier failure to recognize your esteemed presence beneath that unassuming visage." Iman Rania's voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale, yet it bore traces of tension and reverence. Originally, she bore a mission, as the holy maiden of the fire worshippers. She was to wed the prince of the Shadong Emirate to forge a political alliance between church and state. However, her encounters with the prince had been limited to but a few meetings. Their relationship was devoid of any genuine emotion, they were merely a couple in name. Unexpectedly, on the night of their grand wedding, misfortune befell Ecbatana. The sacred city was brazenly seized by a faction of insurgents lurking in the shadows. Consequently, we all became prisoners, ensnared in this dire situation. Fortunately, due to my unique status as a priestess of the fire-worshipping faith, those rebels dared not lay a finger on me. Thus, to this day, I have preserved my chastity. Should you require anything, I am willing to serve you at any moment, offering all that I possess. At this juncture, the yet-to-be-married princess felt her cheeks burn like smoldering coals. The intense heat threatened to overwhelm her. Yi Wuyo was equally taken aback. He had intended to inquire about the location of the captives, not to delve into matters of romantic entanglement. It was evident that the priestess had misinterpreted his intentions. Chapter 55, Exotic Allure. Yi Wuyo took a deep breath and slowly advanced. His steps were light yet carried an air of authority, his demeanor composed. He approached the fire-worshipping priestess, who was kneeling before him, her expression a blend of complexity as she lowered her enchanting gaze. He extended his hand, cautiously helping her to rise. The instant his palm made contact with her exotic skin, a remarkable current surged through both of them. This sensation was akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, brief yet potent, and utterly unforgettable. Yi Wuyo involuntarily shuddered, his gaze igniting with fervor as it fell upon the stunning features of the foreign maiden. Particularly the tantalizing glimpse of her allure peeking from beneath the towel that draped her figure. It was as if a fire had ignited the desires buried deep within his soul. However, Yi Wuyo was no ordinary individual. He quickly became aware of his own indiscretion in that moment. Hastily shaking his head, he endeavored to dispel the improper thoughts that invaded his mind. After all, he was acutely aware of the numerous romantic debts he had already incurred. Should he continue down this path of indulgence, Qingji would undoubtedly hold him accountable, a territory he was most unwilling to traverse. Moreover, the exotic maiden before him appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. In the bloom of youth, while he was 5 or 6 years her senior. With this realization, Yi Wuyo silently admonished himself to restrain his impulses. At that moment, the young woman noticed the peculiar expression on Yi Wuyo's face, a wave of disappointment and dissatisfaction washing over her. She had believed that her unparalleled beauty and flawless physique, the finest in the Arab world, would surely capture the attention of the lord of the underworld. Yet, it seemed her charms were ineffective. In an instant, indignation surged within her, causing her cheeks to flush with anger, her ample bosom rising and falling erratically in response to her vexation. Yet, Yi Wuyo remained oblivious to it all. After regaining his composure, he inquired, "Holy Maiden, could you kindly reveal to me the precise locations within this map that confine the personnel of the Dragon Kingdom and the royal family of the Shadong Emirate?" He then pointed to the map of the Holy City displayed on his phone. Slowly, Iman Rania's expression shifted from one of tension to tranquility. Her captivating visage once again radiating alluring brilliance as she gracefully approached Yi Wuyo. As she approached, a peculiar fragrance, a blend of various spices, wafted through the air like delicate smoke, instantly enveloping Yi Wuyo in its embrace. The aroma was rich and unique, making it momentarily difficult to discern the specific spices that comprised it. Upon reaching Yi Wuyo, Iman Lanaya gracefully inclined her slender fingers and gently tapped a few times on the screen of the mobile phone held in Yi Wuyo's hand, pointing to several mysteriously marked areas. Her movements were elegant and gentle, befitting her status as a princess. Then, Iman Lanaya lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto Yi Wuyo's. Pouting slightly, she playfully chided, "My lord, based on the information I gathered in recent days, it is highly likely that the imprisoned individuals are concealed in these locations. How about it? I have provided you with such significant clues. Do you not intend to reward me, perhaps with a night excursion to the Red Sea once the matter is resolved? We could admire the ethereal nightscape of the Red Sea while immersing ourselves in the unique customs of the Shadong region." As she spoke, Iman Lanaya teasingly extended her alabaster finger, caressing the muscled expanse of Yi Wuyo's chest, seemingly intent on igniting the flames of desire deep within him. Faced with Iman Lanaya's overt seduction, Yi Wuyo felt as if a fervent blaze was raging within his heart. Yet, his strong sense of reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Then, feigning an air of calm composure, he replied, "I truly apologize, my lady. Once I attend to these matters, I must hasten home to be with my stunning CEO wife. Therefore, I fear I cannot join you for a nocturnal excursion of the Red Sea this time. However, rest assured, when I next visit your emirate, I shall seize the opportunity to admire the enchanting nightscape of the Red Sea with you." With that, Yu Wuyo flashed a slightly apologetic smile at Amon and Rania. She stamped her foot in playful indignation, her expression a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She exclaimed, "What a humorless deity you are! Are all gods in this world as rigid as you? I, the Holy Maiden, am the most captivating jewel in this vast Arab world. If all those who admire me were to line up, they might stretch all the way to the pyramids. How can you remain so indifferent? Humph. You should return home to your wife. I have no desire to converse further with such a dullard." At that moment, Yu Wuyo slowly extended his broad and powerful hand, gently resting it upon the saintess's smooth, white shoulder. Leaning slightly closer, he brought his handsome face near her delicate earlobe, his deep and magnetic voice resonating softly, "All right. My beautiful princess, do not be upset with me. Remember, you are betrothed. How could I act recklessly with a woman already promised to another? If this matter were to inadvertently circulate, it would not bode well for either of us. It could even jeopardize your esteemed fire worshippers. Even the Emirate of Shandong finds it challenging to provide an explanation to the public. However, for the remarkable achievements you have accomplished this time, I shall bestow upon you generous rewards and duly report your merits to the high priest of your esteemed sect." As soon as these words left my lips, Yu Wuyo gently pressed a fleeting kiss to my ear, imparting the route for a safe departure from this place to the saintess. Subsequently, shrouded by the veil of night, Yu Wuyo's figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving the saintess standing alone in a daze, her heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. She grasped the delicate, gossamer-like towel draped over her, tightening her grip until it wrinkled beneath her fingers. Despite the turmoil raging within her, her enchanting eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve, as if to declare that no matter the trials and tribulations ahead, she would steadfastly follow and serve at the side of the Lord of the Underworld. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Wuyo was entirely unaware of the events unfolding here. At that very moment, he was hastening towards the direction of the imprisoned individuals. Under the cover of darkness, he sprinted for what felt like an eternity until he finally reached his destination. Before the entrance of the dungeon stood a line of guards, each wielding an assault rifle, their expressions stern and serious, equipped with walkie-talkies. Furthermore, atop the towering walls surrounding the dungeon, several bright, glaring searchlights were installed, constantly sweeping the area for any signs of movement. Clearly, anyone daring to approach this place would face dire consequences. Once within the perimeter of vigilance, one would inevitably be detected at once. Following this, a piercing alarm would resonate throughout the night sky. Faced with such meticulous defense, Yu Wuyo did not act recklessly. Instead, he cautiously ascended a nearby watchtower, skillfully utilizing the cover of darkness to conceal his form. During the brief interlude when the guards changed shifts, Yu Wuyo, like a specter, sprang into action. Employing his exquisite and adept KGB combat techniques, he swiftly seized one guard by the neck, rendering him instantly incapable of resistance, his fate unknown. Without hesitation, he stripped the guard of his uniform, quickly donning the garments of his adversary. After successfully completing his disguise, Yu Wuyo strode confidently towards the other personnel on duty, conversing fluently in the local dialect to deceive their attention. Just as the others were caught off guard, he struck again with precision, eliminating another guard seamlessly. Subsequently, Yu Wuyo stealthily infiltrated the illumination control room of the watchtower. With his remarkable intellect and agile dexterity, he swiftly located the equipment controlling the remote searchlights. After a series of deft maneuvers, he successfully fixed the beams of light to a specific area, ensuring that he would remain unilluminated during his descent into the dungeon. Having accomplished all this, Yu Wuyo descended the wall of the watchtower with the grace of a nimble raccoon, silent and unseen. Approaching the entrance of the dungeon step by step, before long, he arrived, his expression composed as he retrieved the pilfered pass from his pocket. Several guards stood vigilantly at the dungeon's threshold, their demeanor stern. Clutching AK-47s and donning black hoods, only their eyes, glinting with lethal intent, were visible. Yet, upon glimpsing the document in Yu Wuyo's hand, the malice in their gazes dissipated. One even inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, They unwittingly permitted Yi Wuyo to enter the dungeon unimpeded. However, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes. Seizing the opportunity as the guards relaxed their vigilance and diverted their attention, he abruptly pivoted, unleashing a flurry of punches with the swiftness of a tempest. The speed of his strikes was akin to dark clouds looming over a city, a sublime amalgamation of power and velocity. Each blow encapsulated the exquisite technique of Wing Chun. The air resonated with muffled thuds as several guards were caught off guard, swiftly collapsing to the ground, rendered unconscious in an instant. Subsequently, Yi Wuyo swiftly crouched down, retrieving a fallen walkie-talkie from a nearby guard. He carefully placed it against his chest and, lowering his voice, emulated the guard's accent and tone. Fluently speaking in Shandong dialect, "Everything is normal, there's nothing amiss here." The rebel leader on the other end seemed entirely oblivious to any irregularities. Responding briefly before terminating the call, Yi Wuyo exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and then, with a light and cautious step, ventured into the depths of the dungeon. Upon entry, he was greeted by a wave of damp, blood-tinged air. The dungeon was shrouded in dim light, with only a few feeble oil lamps casting a faint, yellowish glow. He proceeded slowly along the narrow passageway and soon arrived at the first tier of the prison area. There, he beheld a series of cramped cells closely aligned, containing numerous individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. A rough estimate suggested that their numbers reached into the hundreds. These individuals appeared gaunt and haggard, clearly the victims of prolonged hunger. The cells were oppressively dark, almost devoid of sunlight, as if cut off from the outside world. As he surveyed the grim scene before him, a surge of sorrow and indignation welled up within him. He could only imagine the harrowing existence his compatriots had endured, living in a state of uncertainty and despair. Chapter 56. The task completed. Knight without worries felt the veins in his hands throb with fury, his anger boiling as he considered the brutal treatment his fellow countrymen had suffered. As a super soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, how could he possibly swallow this bitter pill? The first level of the dungeon was densely packed with dozens of cells, each one appearing cramped and dimly lit. The number of prisoners in each cell rarely exceeded 10. The squalid conditions were appalling, dark and damp, reminiscent of a pigsty, devoid of dignity. Meanwhile, the peacekeeping warriors from the Dragon Kingdom were in disarray. Their appearances unkempt and weary, their garments tattered and torn, as if they had endured countless assaults and torment. Even more shocking was the sight of many of them sporting bruised faces, with some warriors barely able to open one eye. The limbs had long been shattered, and it seemed that the rest of their lives would be spent confined to wheelchairs. Their pitiful appearance was truly appalling. Any person with a shred of conscience would be moved by such a scene. At that moment, Yi Wuyo swiftly produced the key he had previously stolen from the Holy Master. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the cells. His movements were remarkably agile, and the key in his hand traced arcs through the air like lightning. The sound of locks clicking open rang out, and in the blink of an eye, all the iron doors of the cell swung wide. However, in the face of this sudden turn of events, the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom stood frozen in place. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Their eyes were filled with fear and doubt, for in the past few months, they had endured inhumane torment, and their trust in these bearded Shandong men had long since evaporated. Thus, even though the cell doors were ajar, they dared not take a single step, fearing that this was merely a cruel game of cat and mouse. They worried that any rash action would lead to even more horrific punishment. Seeing this situation, Yi Wuyo felt an urgent anxiety welling up within him. He called out loudly in his native tongue, "What are you all doing standing there? Hurry and come out." Upon hearing the familiar language, the warriors, who had been engulfed in despair, felt a tremor of hope in their hearts. At last, from the crowd, a towering figure slowly emerged. His clothing was tattered beyond recognition, bearing the scars of countless lashes. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Disheng, the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's peacekeeping forces. Though he bore the marks of a beating, his face a canvas of bruises in shades of blue and white, the indomitable spirit of a hero remained undiminished. With a countenance etched in fury, he demanded, "Humph! Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes. You wretches have hired someone fluent in the tongue of the Dragon Kingdom. This is clearly a ploy to allow our escape, only to hunt us down like mice in a cat's game. Treating us as mere prey to toy with, is this your idea of amusement? A man may be slain, but his honor remains untarnished. If you possess the courage, grant me but a single peanut to accompany me on my journey. As a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, I am a Dragon Kingdom man in life and a dragon spirit in death. Even if I were to be shattered into pieces, my loyalty to my homeland remains steadfast. Let my unwavering heart illuminate the annals of history, for the mountains shall forever conceal the bones of the loyal. As these impassioned words echoed, the battle-worn warriors, previously languid and despondent, were suddenly invigorated, standing tall with renewed vigor. The pall of despair dissipated, replaced by the glint of determination and resolve in their eyes. They collectively vowed to stand with Zhang Disheng through life and death, refusing to yield to the enemy. Yet, in this moment of tension and exhilaration, Yi Wuyo unexpectedly reached up and tore away the human mask that adorned his face. In an instant, a strikingly handsome and resolute visage was revealed, leaving the crowd in a state of shock, exchanging bewildered glances. Some even pinched their thighs to ascertain they were not dreaming. Who could have imagined that such a remarkably lifelike mask could so convincingly deceive all present? The bearded man, once thought to be an adversary, was in fact one of their own, cleverly disguised. At this moment, all the warriors confined within their cells awakened from their stupor, emerging one after another and hastening to the presence of Yi Wuyo. Without hesitation, they knelt upon the ground, expressing their profound gratitude to this hero who had braved immense risks to rescue them. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, yet this gratitude far surpassed the value of 1,000 taels of gold. Observing this, Yi Wuyo promptly extended his hands to assist each of them to their feet, smiling gently as he reassured them, "Brothers, please rise. There is no need for such grand gestures. I am merely fulfilling my duty entrusted by our homeland." As he spoke, he calmly reached into his breast pocket and carefully retrieved a document. The cover bore the striking inscription of Officer's Certificate. With a smile, he handed this document to the commander, Zhang Disheng. Upon receiving the certificate, Zhang's demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness. He meticulously perused its contents, his excitement mounting with each passing moment, standing as still as a statue. After a brief interval, it was as if he suddenly regained his senses. His body straightened instantly, resembling a javelin. He then raised his right hand and rendered a perfectly executed military salute to Yi Wuyo, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "Thank you, Commander, for your life-saving grace. Had you not appeared promptly to lend your assistance, our entire battalion would likely have met with total annihilation. Please, direct us on how to proceed." Yi Wuyo nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then slowly withdrew his mobile phone from his pocket and presented it before Zhang Disheng. Simultaneously, he spoke. "Follow the route marked on the map in my phone for your retreat. This path, based on my observations and analyses, is relatively less fortified. Given your current strength, if you act swiftly and with sufficient cunning, you stand a genuine chance of escaping unscathed. However, be advised that you may encounter some patrolling rebels along the way. It is imperative to find a way to evade them. Do not engage in direct confrontation, lest you find yourselves ensnared in a perilous encirclement, which would be dire indeed." At this juncture, Yi Wuyo suddenly recalled something of significance, a look of puzzlement crossing his face as he continued, "By the way, where are the royal families of the Shandong chieftaincy at present?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Zhang Disheng's expression darkened. He shook his head helplessly and sighed as he replied, "As far as I know, they are likely imprisoned in the lower level of the dungeon. The rebels treat them far more brutally than they do us. Their torment is far more harrowing. It is possible that some may have already been eliminated. After all, these rebels are notoriously ruthless and show no mercy to their adversaries." Yi Wuyo nodded and said, "I shall return shortly, please wait for me." He then proceeded further down to the lower level of the dungeon. The others seated themselves on the ground, remaining alert to any sounds from outside, ready to draw their blades at the slightest provocation, prepared to fight to the last breath. Yi Wuyo hastened his descent to the lower dungeon, where darkness enveloped the space, rendering visibility utterly non-existent. Here, there exist merely a handful of desolate cells, each exuding an aura of decay and despair. Within these confines, several elderly individuals, Their hair is stark white and faces etched with deep wrinkles, languish. The ravages of time have indelibly marked their visages. Among them, one particular figure stands out conspicuously, a young man swathed in thick bandages. His complexion is pallid as if drained of life, reminiscent of parchment. As though a mere gust of wind could topple him to the ground. He appears on the verge of drawing his last breath, ready to succumb to the void. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern the remnants of his once handsome features. This individual is none other than Prince Hamdan of the Shadun Emirate. Beside him stand his father, uncles, and his frail, aging mother, all bearing a similarly harrowing appearance, their bodies marred by countless wounds, with scarcely an inch of unblemished skin. At that moment, Yi Wuyo materialized silently before the cell, his unexpected arrival akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, instantly rousing the tormented souls within. Fear gripped them. Their faces blanching in dread, their bodies trembling involuntarily, akin to a sow shaken in a sieve. In a desperate chorus, they pleaded in Shadun, "We beseech you, noble sir. Spare our lives. If you let us go, we shall offer you all our treasures." However, Yi Wuyo had no desire to engage in further discourse. With a stoic expression, he strode directly towards the cell door, revealing a key that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a gentle turn, he unlocked the heavy padlock. Upon entering the cell, Yi Wuyo conversed fluently in the Sandong dialect for a brief period. He revealed his identity as a rescue operative dispatched from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this news, the captives were filled with elation, as if they had encountered their long-awaited savior. In that moment, it seemed as though Yi Wuyo was the deity they were destined to revere. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, executing his actions with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he lifted several severely injured members of the royal family, their frail forms appearing almost insignificant upon his broad and sturdy shoulders. Light as a feather, he advanced with resolute and powerful strides, effortlessly making his way forward. Before long, Yi Wuyo reached the first floor, where a group had been anxiously awaiting his arrival, including Zhang Dishing and others. Upon seeing Yi Wuyo, a glimmer of joy illuminated Zhang Dishing's face, though it was quickly overshadowed by the gravity of the current situation. Yi Wuyo entrusted the injured Sandong royals to Zhang Dishing, simultaneously issuing a decisive command: immediately take these individuals and break through. If you encounter any obstructing rebels, present the special pass I procured. Remember, their safety must be your utmost priority. Not a single soul must fall into the hands of the enemy. Zhang Dishing nodded emphatically, acknowledging the gravity of the mission. He turned to his subordinates and declared loudly, "Brothers, listen closely. We will carry these injured out. No matter the obstacles we face, we must not retreat." With that, he began to personally direct his men in lifting those who were unable to walk. The arduous journey of escape has commenced. Yet, Yi Wuyo did not linger for a moment. He cast a profound glance at the departing figures of Zhang Dishing and the others before resolutely turning away, hastening towards the villa where the leader of the rebel forces resided. There, numerous innocent women of the Shadong royal family were enduring torment and humiliation. He must reach them swiftly to rescue them from their dire plight. Chapter 57. Athena. Yi Wuyo silently retraced his steps along the path he had taken. His objective was the chamber of the rebel leader. However, unlike before, he did not directly enter the bedroom. Instead, he altered his course towards the surveillance room marked in his memory. He did not wish to raise any alarm, although eliminating the rebel leader would be a trivial task. The hostages and the entourage from Longwa could not be allowed to perish within the sacred city. Their bones must not lie here, a fate Yi Wuyo could not accept. Outside the surveillance room, two imposing, fully armed guards were vigilantly executing their rotating duties. Yi Wuyo approached them with an air of calmness and composure. At that moment, he had donned a mask made of human skin, completely concealing his originally handsome features, rendering him indistinguishable from the locals, with no apparent flaws to betray him. As he drew within a few steps of the guards, one abruptly extended his arm, blocking Yi Wuyo's path. The guards, with fierce expressions and unfriendly tones, demanded, "Halt. Who are you? This is a restricted area, and unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach." Step forward again at your own peril, and you shall not find us merciful. Confronted with such a stern warning, Yi Wuyo remained remarkably composed. He offered a subtle smile and responded in a tone that was both respectful and assertive. Do not be anxious, gentlemen. I come on the orders of His Holiness, here to check on my brethren. Are they perhaps indulging in slumber? As he spoke, he casually produced an object from his bosom, the insignia of the rebel leader. Upon witnessing this, the two guards exchanged wary glances before cautiously accepting the document. After scrutinizing it closely, their expressions transformed dramatically. The once imposing duo now resembled mice confronted by a cat, particularly the burly man on the left, whose complexion turned a ghastly white. The other, a man with a thick beard, was drenched in cold sweat. Quickly, one of the robust men retrieved a pack of premium cigarettes from his pocket, presenting it to Yi Wuyo with utmost reverence, and promptly produced a lighter to ignite the cigarette himself. The other guard stood by, head bowed, too intimidated to utter a word, scarcely daring to breathe. Yi Wuyo engaged the two in casual conversation, remarking, "You both possess a modicum of discernment. You have made my stay quite agreeable. I know how to speak on your behalf to His Holiness." The guard's eyes gleamed with understanding, and they hastily stuffed a bundle of large bills into Yi Wuyo's hands, saying, "Esteemed sir, this is a humble token of our respect. We kindly ask you to accept it and speak favorably of us before His Holiness." Yi Wuyo accepted the cash with a feigned air of appreciation, patting the shoulders of the two men as if to commend their thoughtfulness. With a grave tone, he urged, "You two, quickly turn off all the surveillance cameras. The sovereign does not wish for the revelries of the night to circulate among other sovereigns." He smacked his forehead, murmuring to himself, "Oh dear. How could I have overlooked this? So it is." After exchanging a knowing glance, both men exhibited expressions of sudden enlightenment. It was no wonder that tonight, a special envoy from the sovereign had come to inspect. All along, they were to orchestrate a captivating nocturnal performance. With this realization, the two burly men nodded in understanding. Without a moment's hesitation, they stepped into the room before Yi Wuyo and swiftly disabled all the surveillance equipment present. The entire operation was executed seamlessly, as if they were seasoned actors following a script. Observing everything unfold as he had envisioned, Yi Wuyo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, betraying a hint of triumph. He then strutted away with an air of superiority, as if he had just directed an exhilarating espionage film. He marveled at how effortlessly the threat had been neutralized, akin to winning a battle without shedding blood. He mused. Indeed, to conquer others is to strike at their hearts. On a moonless, blustery night, amidst a profound silence, Yi Wuyo approached the rear window of the courtyard with the stealth of a phantom. With a graceful leap, he agilely slipped through the opening, successfully infiltrating the sovereign's chamber. His decision to eschew the heavily fortified front entrance for the riskier rear window was entirely a matter of prudence. Indeed, even the slightest disturbance could provoke undue alarm. Should these individuals be roused, all prior efforts would be rendered futile, a loss outweighing any gain. For a formidable warrior like Yi Wuyo, an unparalleled agent, dispatching these adversaries would be a mere trifle, as effortless as slaying a fowl. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit, hence he remained vigilant. In a swift motion, Yi Wuyo gracefully leaped into the room. The sight before him momentarily took him aback. The bedroom was astonishingly spacious and opulent. Its exquisite decor and lavish arrangement were nearly akin to that of a royal palace. It was no wonder the rebels had chosen this place as their stronghold. These individuals certainly knew how to indulge. Without pausing, Yi Wuyo continued directly towards the master bedroom. To his surprise, he encountered not a single guard along the way. It turned out that all sentinels were stationed at the entrance, patrolling to prevent any unauthorized intrusion. Meanwhile, on the grand bed, an atmosphere of spring pervaded. The leader of the rebels was ensconced in a gentle slumber, embraced by 10 stunningly beautiful women. Yi Wuyo cautiously approached the bedside. Despite his gentle movements, a few women sensed the anomaly. Just as they were about to exclaim in alarm, Yi Wuyo swiftly removed his mask and placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Though their hearts raced with fear, the women ultimately stifled their cries. Silently, Yi Wuyo positioned himself behind the sovereign. From his bosom, he retrieved a slender strand of steel wire, meticulously prepared in advance. With deft skill, he deftly ensnared the noose around the neck of the sovereign. At that instant, the man, deep in slumber, abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his features. Alas, it was too late, he found himself struggling for breath. A sharp pain seizing his throat as a wave of suffocation overwhelmed him. The specter of life and death loomed ominously in the heart of this once mighty rebel leader. Desperately, he clutched at the bed linens, but to no avail. Just as he attempted to cry out, Knight Wuyo swiftly extended his powerful arm, delivering a forceful blow to the back of the man's head. A dull thud echoed, and darkness enveloped the man's vision, his body crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Within mere minutes, the man's breathing weakened until it ceased altogether. Knight Wuyo approached cautiously, meticulously examining the man's condition. Once he confirmed the man's demise, he slowly released the tightly gripped wire. The unfortunate women standing beside Knight Wuyo appeared ghostly pale, their eyes brimming with terror. They huddled together like frightened fawns, trembling uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Knight Wuyo softly spoke in fluent Shandong dialect, "Dear girls, do not be afraid. Your loved ones have been successfully rescued by me. And your adversary, the man from earlier, has been dealt with by my own hand. Now, simply follow the direction I indicate and, upon reaching the designated location, assistance will surely await you." Upon hearing the words of Yi Wuyo, numerous female members of the Shandong royal family, along with a few unfortunate girls who had been abducted from unknown origins, lifted their heads to gaze at him with a look bordering on reverence and gratitude, as if he were a savior descended from the heavens to rescue them. Tears streamed down the faces of these girls, making it easy to imagine the inhumane torment and abuse they had endured prior to this moment. Observing their plight, Yi Wuyo felt a surge of compassion within him. He approached each girl, gently offering words of comfort, and gradually, their emotions began to stabilize. Under Yi Wuyo's guidance, they stealthily made their way to the window, one by one climbing out to escape into the distance. As they fled, Yi Wuyo produced his last special pass and handed it to one of the girls. Just in case. With their unique status as the favored concubines of the Holy Lord, coupled with this emblematic pass, it was unlikely they would arouse suspicion along the way. As for Yi Wuyo himself, should he wish to depart from this place, he would not require such a so-called pass. With his skills and capabilities, evading pursuit was a matter of utmost ease. Moreover, endowed with an almost invincible immortal body, even the SHIELD could do nothing against him. Their frustration palpable. What were a few Shandong terrorists in comparison? Yi Wuyo moved with a light step, as if strolling leisurely, making his way toward the adjacent garden, resplendent with blossoms and fragrant with the scent of flowers. Moonlight cascaded upon him, as if draping him in a veil of silver gossamer. Just as he prepared to venture out of the city following the route marked on his map, an unusual aura suddenly enveloped the air. Without warning, a breathtaking figure materialized before his eyes. There stood a woman with golden hair and azure eyes, poised gracefully as though she had stepped from a reverie. She adorned herself in an exquisite Greek-style white gown, the fabric light and silken, fluttering gently in the breeze. The delicate straps of her dress perfectly accentuated her slender shoulders and enchanting collarbone, while her exposed back resembled that of an elegant swan, pale as jade, smooth and refined, evoking admiration. What captured attention most was the deep V-shaped neckline that subtly revealed a hint of alluring spring hues, adding an element of sensuality and mystery. The long hem of her gown trailed behind her like a blooming white lotus, exuding an ethereal beauty, pure and untouchable. The woman's visage was breathtakingly exquisite. Her skin as white as snow, her features delicately sculpted as if by a master artisan. Her eyes, clear as water, seemed to hold boundless wisdom within their depths. A mere gaze exchanged could convey a profound and tranquil strength, emanating an aura of sanctity that rendered the surroundings dim in comparison. For the first time, Yi Wuyo's expression grew serious. Sibella Green. He could hardly fathom that the courtesan from Victoria's Secret was none other than Athena. Chapter 58, The Battle of Divine Intervention. How did Yi Wuyo discern the divine identity of the woman before him? It was the subtle tremor emanating from the Terrarian underworld king ring adorning his chest. Such a reaction would only manifest in the presence of a pure-level deity's heir or a primordial god. A wary expression crossed Yu Wuyo's face as his hand instinctively moved to his chest, poised to unleash divine power at a moment's notice for an impending confrontation. What purpose did this enchanting goddess of wisdom and war have in approaching him? Was she a friend or foe? This lingering uncertainty clung to his mind, refusing to dissipate. In the moonlight, the woman's figure, perfectly proportioned in golden ratio, became increasingly intoxicating. Her beauty was mesmerizing. Capable of ensnaring one's very soul, a visage so striking that it seemed impervious to the ravages of time. At that moment, the woman spoke in a cool, measured tone. Are you the underworld king of this era? I have delved into your background, and it is far from ordinary. Before returning to the Dragon Kingdom, you garnered immense fame across the world, instilling fear in the hearts of the Shield Bureau of the beautiful nation, leaving them utterly helpless. You disrupted their divinity creation plans and destroyed the Noah's Ark laboratory, establishing the kingdom of assassins that sheltered many forsaken by society. Your influence has resonated through the Dark Holy See, the Shield Bureau, the Rakshasa Kingdom, and the Holy Church, among other powers. Yet, upon your return to the Dragon Kingdom, you resorted to selling grilled skewers at a street stall? Truly remarkable. I had foretold that the prophesied child of the twilight of the gods would be you. However, dear younger brother, today, I shall show you no mercy. Since fate has decreed, and you stand opposed to us deities, you must be eradicated before your roots can take hold. A dazzling brilliance blossomed within her beautiful eyes. She stood resolute in battle. Yet the emotions she exuded were not those of malevolence, but rather of sanctity and compassion. In Knight Wuyo's heart, a sense of foreboding surged. The very circumstance he dreaded most had indeed come to pass. The prologue of divine warfare had descended upon him. He had retreated to the Dragon Kingdom to hawk skewers of roasted lamb precisely to evade being ensnared in such turmoil. Now, it appeared that escape was no longer an option. Cold sweat trickled down Knight Wuyo's spine, though Athena remained oblivious to his distress. His robust physique stood defiantly, his expression still radiating unyielding pride. In the Dragon Kingdom, he had played the role of a pig luring tigers, causing the wealthy scions to suffer setbacks. Now, engaging in combat with a true deity felt akin to masquerading as a tiger confronting an elephant. Knight Wuyo sensed he had struck an impenetrable barrier. Even if his teeth shattered, he would have to swallow the consequences. He jested, Sibera, please clarify your words. In what way is it lacking? Have you seen it before? Could it be that you have encountered my attributes? I am a married man and must guard my virtue. I kindly ask the goddess not to impose undue pressure. Upon hearing these words, Sibera Green's once gentle gaze transformed into one of icy resolve. With a playful reprimand, she declared, Divine power, unseal. At the utterance of this frigid command, a resplendent radiance erupted forth from the war and wisdom ring she wore upon her finger. In an instant, as the brilliance faded, two artifacts materialized before her. One of them was the resplendent golden scepter of liberty, emanating a warm and tranquil glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the scepter was intricately adorned with a lifelike carving of the Statue of Liberty. Its demeanor exudes both solemnity and compassion, as if it possesses a mysterious power capable of dispelling all malevolent forces in the world. Another remarkable artifact is the colossal and imposing War Holy Shield. The surface of the shield glimmers with radiant light, adorned with profound and ancient primordial divine patterns. These patterns intertwine to create an indescribably formidable defensive formation, instilling a sense of invulnerability and flawlessness. It seems that even the cataclysm of an entire planet could not shake it in the slightest. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yu Wuyo took a deep breath. With a sudden forceful tug, he ripped the pendant hanging from his chest apart. Immediately after, he cautiously withdrew a golden, archaic ring clasped in his hand. Inside the ring, intricate Latin inscriptions were engraved, now shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance that exuded an invisible yet chilling terror. However, in the face of such a spectacle, Athena, standing opposite Yu Wuyo, appeared remarkably composed and unperturbed. She did not make any move to initiate an attack, merely observing the unfolding events with a detached indifference, as if this scene was all too familiar to her. It was as though, throughout the vast expanse of time, She had already endured countless similar epics and witnessed the repetition of such occurrences, leaving her heart utterly unruffled. With a steely resolve, Yi Wuyo's expression hardened. And he declared coldly, "Divine power, unseal." He then adorned his left middle finger with the resplendent supreme divine ring. Suddenly, the hair of the knight grew longer, cascading down to the waist. The brown hue in its eyes gradually transformed into a silvery gray, more captivating than ever, evoking a sense of otherworldly mystery. The aura surrounding it became overwhelmingly oppressive, darkening the sky with thick clouds and unleashing flashes of lightning and thunder, as if an ancient deity had been completely awakened. Knights without worries, with a grave expression, extended his right index finger to lightly touch the shimmering, enigmatic Terrarian king of the underworld ring. As he made contact, a faint beam of light shot forth from the ring, instantly vanishing into the void. Following this, a deep and resonant humming sound reverberated through the air. A colossal sword, entirely black and ominously grotesque in design, gradually emerged. The blade of this king of the underworld sword was exceptionally broad, its widest part nearly the width of a human face. The blood grooves on its surface resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, exposing sharp, menacing fangs that exuded a chilling aura and an inexorable intent to kill. The thick blade glimmered with an eerie cold light, dazzling like lightning in the night. Upon closer inspection of the hilt, it was astonishingly formed from the heads of a three-headed dog from the underworld. The three fearsome heads were tightly interlocked, belching forth flames, their bloodthirsty essence permeating the surroundings. Each head exuded an indescribable ferocity and brutality, instilling fear in any who dared to gaze upon them. Most strikingly, the blade was adorned with intricate, ancient runes that were difficult to articulate. These runes, complex and serpentine, slithered along the sword's body, shimmering with a faint light as if they possessed a life of their own. It appears capable of devouring the souls of the living at any moment. The Sword of Hades stands as an unparalleled symbol of the supreme authority of the ruler of the underworld, holding an extraordinary position of significance both in the realm of the dead and in the celestial heavens. However, what renders this sword most unique is not merely the power it represents, but rather the materials from which it is forged and its storied origins. Legend has it that this sword was not crafted by an ordinary divine artisan, but was born from a dark star from beyond the heavens, meticulously refined through countless forges. This dark star harbors an unfathomable and malevolent power, making it a weapon of unmatched prowess, second only to the primordial artifacts. It is said that the Sword of Hades was initially forged by Hera, the queen of the gods and wife of Zeus. Yet, for reasons unknown to mortals, Zeus ultimately bestowed it upon his brother, Hades. From that moment forth, the Sword of Hades became Hades' weapon of choice, aiding him in his dominion over the underworld and rendering him invincible. When Sibella Green beheld this artifact, she seemed to be engulfed in reminiscence. She spoke leisurely. This sword was crafted by Hera. While it may not rival the few artifacts created at the dawn of existence, it is nonetheless adequate for divine warfare. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Knight Wuyo, like a specter, lunged forward with the sword in hand. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Sibella Green remained composed. She had merely summoned this legendary artifact without truly wielding it. It was only at this moment that she firmly grasped the resplendent Statue of Liberty staff. As she took hold of the staff, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. Before one's eyes, her originally golden tresses began to undergo a gradual metamorphosis, shifting in hue from gold to a deep purple. Ultimately, it transformed entirely into a rich shade of violet, cascading down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall. Simultaneously, her enchanting eyes underwent a remarkable transformation as well, transitioning from a captivating amber to a delicate lavender, resembling two rare gemstones set within their orbits. In that moment, Sibella Green emanated a profound and vast power, accompanied by the relentless sounds of war's clamor echoing in the air, as if deities from ancient times had descended upon the world. Suddenly, a resounding clang pierced the atmosphere as the Sword of Hades collided fiercely with the Staff of Liberty, unleashing a flurry of sparks and dazzling light. The force generated by this collision was immensely powerful, as though it threatened to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth. However, just as onlookers braced for an impending cataclysm, Athena softly intoned, "Oracle, spatial lock." With the utterance of her words, an overwhelming surge of divine consciousness erupted forth, rapidly expanding outward at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, it enveloped an area spanning several miles. Following this, the space cloaked in divine awareness seemed to be forcibly relocated to another dimension by an unseen hand. Thus, regardless of the extent of destruction that might ensue, once the war concluded and the spatial lock was lifted, everything would revert to its original state prior to the conflict, ensuring that the surrounding environment would remain unmarred. Even with Athena's invocation of the Oracle's spatial lock, the ferocity of this clash unleashed an unfathomable force. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and a vast chasm split open beneath, its width rivaling that of the Grand Canyon, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The depths of this abyss were obscured, leaving one to ponder its ultimate destination. It was precisely due to this cataclysmic potential for destruction that the gods forged their sacred covenant. According to this accord, unless engaged in a formal divine battle or under exceedingly rare circumstances, the seals of the supreme divine rings must remain unbroken, preventing the release of divine power and safeguarding the world from insurmountable calamities. Should one dare to breach this vow and forcibly unleash their divine might, the Terrarian divine ring would succumb to a dormant state, incapable of being awakened. Chapter 59, The Cloak of Invisibility. Yi Wuyo felt an overwhelming tremor coursing through his arms, akin to being struck by a colossal hammer, rendering them numb. Simultaneously, an immense and surging force surged through his arms and into his body, violently colliding with his internal organs and inflicting substantial internal injuries. His arm bones began to reveal faint fissures, resembling serpents with their sinister forms, slowly yet persistently spreading. If not swiftly contained, his entire arm stood on the brink of complete fracture. Fortunately, his immortal divine form could continuously mend his wounds, otherwise, this battle would have reached its conclusion long ago. Ultimately, I am not the true progenitor but merely a being transformed by that enigmatic divine stone through a twist of fate. In the past, I had destroyed the Noah's Ark laboratory in retaliation against the United States. Thus, he inadvertently acquired the Terrarian underworld ring, fortuitously chosen by the supreme god ring to become the inheritor of the underworld deity's mantle. Yet, despite this honor, he lacked a true divine essence. Relying solely on the divine power of the supreme god ring activated by his godly form, many extraordinary and arguably forbidden divine incantations remained beyond his grasp. Knight Wuyo pondered internally, feeling a flicker of trepidation. However, to Sibera, his expression remained as indifferent and icy as ever, seemingly capable of enduring several more months of battle without fatigue. Even amidst the fierce conflict, as both sides clashed from the heavens to the netherworld, in Sibera's enchanting gaze, this strikingly handsome man radiating an eerie aura appeared akin to the supreme arbiter of existence, instilling a sense of reverence. In that moment, Knight Wuyo grasped the endless underworld sword entwined with spirits, fiercely clashing with the Statue of Liberty scepter held by Sibera. Each collision resonated with a deafening roar, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of the heavens. Boom! 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 The continuous explosion surged toward the skies, echoing in all directions. Suddenly, Knight Wuyo bellowed, "The woe of Damocles!" In response to this furious cry, the underworld sword erupted with a chilling, bone-piercing aura, its frigidness potent enough to potentially freeze the vast expanse of this world entirely. In that fleeting moment, as Sibera was momentarily distracted by this unexpected turn of events, the sword spirit of the underworld sword swiftly coalesced in midair, forming a colossal sword silhouette brimming with lethal intent and glimmering cold light. This massive sword carried the overwhelming might capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. With unwavering resolve, a powerful strike was directed towards the direction of Sibera. Should this attack find its mark, it would likely transform the surrounding hundreds of miles into a desolate wasteland. Yet, at this critical juncture, a subtle smirk graced Sibera's crimson lips, revealing a hint of derision, as if the unfolding events before her were merely a trivial farce. It was not until this moment that the hand, which had steadfastly clutched the sacred shield of war, finally sprang into action. With a decisive sweep of her arm, the shield was propelled upwards, colliding with the rapidly descending shadow of the colossal sword. In an instant, sparks erupted, resembling a myriad of dazzling fireworks illuminating the sky. However, As the thunderous roar and the billowing clouds of dust began to dissipate, Yi Wuyo was astonished to discover that Sibera remained completely unscathed. The menacing specter of the giant sword above had vanished without a trace. Without hesitation, Sibera brandished her radiant, rune-adorned war shield, striking fiercely towards Yi Wuyo with an overwhelming force. In response to this sudden and ferocious assault, Yi Wuyo swiftly reacted, hastily wielding the chillingly gleaming King of Hell's sword and positioning it crosswise before him, attempting to withstand the onslaught of this titanic force. As the two artifacts clashed, the clouds above were violently parted by the shockwave, unleashing an irresistible power that surged forth like a raging tide, sending Yi Wuyo soaring through the air. Accompanied by a resounding thud, it felt as if the very heavens were collapsing. Knight Wuyo descended like a cannonball, striking the earth with tremendous force, creating a vast crater several meters deep in the sandy soil. At this moment, Knight Wuyo found himself deeply ensconced within it, leaving behind a clearly defined humanoid cavity. Despite suffering such a grievous blow, a trickle of crimson blood escaped the corner of his mouth. It is worth noting that he possessed an invincible physique, often deemed immortal. Yet he still suffered considerable injury before this primordial artifact. With great effort, Knight Wuyo clawed his way out of the profound pit, brushing away the remnants of blood from his lips. His once deep silver eyes now brimmed with disbelief. Internally, he marveled, I have nearly exhausted all my means. Yet in the end, not only did I fail to inflict any harm upon her, but I could not even tear the hem of her garment. Truly, she is the progenitor, the oracle of Mount Olympus, the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena. I must resort to that. With a sudden surge, Knight Wuyo emerged from the pit, forcefully pushing aside the massive boulder that obstructed his path. He proclaimed with arrogance, Athena, I offer you a chance. If you kneel and become my consort, serving me for 1,000 years, I shall let today's affair pass. Otherwise, should you be defeated today, you shall bear my divine soul imprint and become my divine slave. At that time, he. High above, Sibera hung like a resplendent star in the sky. However, in response to Knight Wuyo's lightly mocking words, her breathtakingly beautiful visage did not betray the anticipated anger. Conversely, a faint smile gently crept upon the corners of her lips, as if she were amused by Yi Wuyo's audacious words. She tilted her head slightly, her bright laughter resonating in the air like the chime of silver bells. Ha ha ha. What unbridled arrogance. Do you not realize that I am an entity born at the dawn of creation, having witnessed the passage of countless epochs? And you? Merely a successor of this era's divine position, daring to entertain the fanciful notion of becoming my consort? Such delusions are the musings of a fool, utterly unaware of their own limitations. At this juncture, Sibera's gaze suddenly turned icy, flickering with the murderous intent forged through innumerable celestial battles. Humph. This shall serve as your eternal resting place, perfectly fitting. Soon, you shall relinquish the Terrarian underworld ring you possess. Such divine artifacts are not for mere insects like you to possess. I shall return it to Olympus, where it will be entrusted to the Elder Council for safekeeping. Yi Wuyo, undeterred, spoke no further. Steeling himself, the silver light in his eyes grew increasingly radiant, resembling two brilliant stars. He murmured softly, Divine Oracle, infernal flames. As his words faded, a tremendous force erupted from within him. In an instant, a sea of purple-black flames ignited around Yi Wuyo, rapidly spreading in a frenzied manner. Wherever the searing fire passed, all was reduced to nothingness. The once solid earth was instantaneously melted by the intense heat, transforming into a pool of scalding magma. While the surrounding flora and structures were utterly obliterated, reduced to ashes that danced away on the wind. The endless waves of fire surged forth like a roaring beast, rushing towards Sibera with ferocity. Even the clouds in the sky were reduced to nothingness by the terrifying inferno from the underworld. According to legend, this hellish flame possesses a dreadful power capable of incinerating all things in existence, rivaling the apocalyptic thunder of Zeus, the king of the celestial realm. However, in the face of such formidable divine decree, Athena, ensnared by the inferno, exhibited remarkable composure. Her eyes, resembling exquisite purple gemstones, revealed not a trace of panic. The elegant deep V gown of Greek design had vanished, her delicate figure partially concealed. Just at the moment when the springtime light was about to reveal her entirely, She slightly parted her crimson lips, her violet irises shimmering with intensity, and called out, "Pantheon, holy armor." With that single proclamation, a magnificent set of golden armor materialized from thin air, adorned with mysterious sacred inscriptions, emanating a powerful aura that sent chills down the spine. This armor, akin to a masterpiece of art, fitted Athena's form perfectly, accentuating her graceful silhouette, exuding an air of valor and majesty. Coupled with a flowing white robe, Athena appeared as a Valkyrie descended from the heavens. Knight Wuyo, filled with indignation, felt that just as the splendor of spring had begun to unfold, it was abruptly obscured, akin to being yanked away from a sumptuous feast. He had long resolved that victory through brute force was unattainable, only through cunning could there be a glimmer of hope. He employed the divine-level spirit of words merely to delay Sibra for a moment. Knight Wuyo's gaze grew ever more resolute as he gently tapped the Terrarian Underworld King's ring. He softly murmured, "Invisible helmet." Accompanied by this whisper, a relic imbued with the essence of antiquity materialized from the void. Its surface was adorned with the marks and mottled patterns left by the passage of time, yet it emanated a chilling pressure that invoked a sense of dread. The mysterious aura rippled outward, as if capable of transcending the barriers of time and space. According to legend, this invisible helmet was born in the distant era of Adam and Eve, crafted from the exceedingly precious materials of creation. The divine artisans of the Pantheon, employing their unparalleled skills, infused the dragon crystal and soul of the Black Dragon King Niathon into this helmet, bestowing upon it a miraculous ability to render its wearer invisible, while its other capabilities remained shrouded in secrecy. Knight Wuyo swiftly placed the helmet upon his head, and in an instant, his form became transparent, merging with the elements around him, imperceptible even to the gods. He tore open a rift in space, teleporting directly before Sibella, who was adorned in her holy attire. In a deft motion akin to a monkey reaching for the moon, he stealthily snatched away the goddess's undergarments. The unspeakable events that transpired during this encounter remain unknown to outsiders, and Knight Wuyo hastily fled, breaking through Sibella's spatial barriers and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Sibella's cheeks burned with embarrassment at the theft of her undergarments, and as she contemplated the indignity, she stomped her foot in anger, exclaiming, "How dare you desecrate the divine? Lustful rogue, I shall slay you and seal you within my divine furnace for eternity." On the other side, in Haitian City, Ningqingyi was convening a board meeting. She became acutely aware of an unusual sensation in her body, as if a mischievous monkey had pilfered from her elevated heights. Her bashful cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a kettle boiling over, her eyes shimmering with allure. The surrounding executives mistakenly believed that the female CEO was suffering from a cold, prompting them to inquire, "Ms. Ning, would you like to take a rest?" Ningqingyi waved her hand dismissively, replying, "I am fine, perhaps just a bit chilled from last night." The group fell silent, refraining from further comments. After a prolonged moment, the flush upon Ningqingyi's face gradually subsided. It is said that the original gods, in the Promised Land, were born as twins. Chapter 60, The spring venom of the god of love Yi Wuyo exerted himself to the utmost, breaking through the formidable spatial barrier of this place. In an instant, he dashed away like lightning, covering several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. When he landed heavily on the ground, a mouthful of blood surged violently from his lips. It turned out that during the harrowing battle with Athena, he had sustained grave injuries. Yet, in a desperate bid for escape, he disregarded his own safety and forcefully activated the enigmatic primordial artifact, the invisibility helmet. Throughout this arduous journey, he gritted his teeth, determined to reveal no signs of weakness. Now, with the immediate threat temporarily averted, Yi Wuyo relinquished the use of his divine power to suppress his injuries. The long-accumulated wounds within him erupted like a flood that had breached its dam. He felt the world spinning before his eyes, dizziness overtaking him. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Breathing heavily, Yi Wuyo whispered with trembling voice, "Divine power. Seal." Fortunately, he had fled swiftly. Had he lingered any longer in Athena's presence, I fear that the truth shall soon be unveiled. At that moment, the notion of escape would be nothing more than a delusion. As he spoke, he dared not delay even for a moment. Swiftly, he concealed the primordial artifact, the invisibility helmet, within the Terrarian underworld ring. Activating it demanded a substantial expenditure of his physical and mental energy. The once brilliant silver-gray light in his eyes gradually faded, ultimately returning to its normal hue. Simultaneously, his flowing long hair instantaneously shortened, reverting to its original neat short style. At this juncture, stripped of divine power, Yi Wuyo's formidable godly physique began to function autonomously, fervently repairing every damaged part of his body. Visible golden light flickered and swirled around him, reminiscent of countless agile serpents laboring to mend his ghastly wounds. Though his face was drenched in cold sweat, a smile of mischief lingered at the corners of his mouth, seemingly heralding the conclusion of this divine conflict. He had even pilfered Athena's undergarments and toyed with them. A wicked grin stretched across Yi Wuyo's face, enduring for an unexpectedly long duration. As he chuckled with unabashed delight, the previously alarming injuries upon his body began to heal at a remarkable pace, as if a mysterious force was nurturing his very being. Cautiously, Yi Wuyo advanced, each step taken with vigilant awareness of his surroundings, wary of any lurking dangers that might suddenly emerge. After all, he was at his most vulnerable and fragile state at this moment, utterly fatigued from the fierce battle he had just endured. In the present day, his combat prowess barely reaches a mere 20% of its former glory. Under such circumstances, should an unfortunate incident occur, even with the legendary gift of immortality, the effort and time required to restore himself to his prime would be monumental. Contemplating this, Yi Wuyo could not help but furrow his brow, inwardly pondering, where could the first Dark Lord have vanished? Has he reincarnated, or does he reside within some sacred artifact? Or has he met with misfortune, resulting in a separation of body and soul? Yet, if that were truly the case, how could the Terrarian Dark Lord's ring have come into my possession, acknowledging me as its master? This conundrum left Yi Wuyo at a loss, and he resignedly shook his head, abandoning further contemplation. Perhaps the notion of immortality is ultimately nothing more than a beautiful illusion. Meanwhile, Athena Sibylla had dispelled the spell of words, restoring the scene to its original state prior to the battle. After brooding silently for a while, she suddenly recalled something. Moments later, her laughter rang out, as melodious as silver bells. She mused to herself, it seems that the delicate lingerie she wore was a gift from the goddess of love, adorned with silver lilies that evoke male vigor. It is said that even the king of gods would be rendered restless upon catching a whiff of it, unable to sleep through the night. How could she have forgotten this detail? That lecherous fool, could he possibly be seeking out a sow? Surely, there must be many wild animals around here. With this thought, a look of deserved mischief crossed her face. On the other side, Yi Wuyo cautiously lifted the gossamer veil, bringing it close to his nose for a gentle sniff. In an instant, an enchanting fragrance enveloped him, as though he were immersed in a sea of blossoms. He could not help but exclaim, "Sabera, the fragrance emanating from you is truly delightful." This young lady, known for her fiery temperament, possesses an exquisite taste in perfumes. Should fate allow another encounter, he would certainly inquire about the specific brand of her enchanting scent. It would be splendid to acquire a few bottles for my frosty female CEO, Chingy. Ensuring she is enveloped in a captivating aroma each evening, the mere thought of it makes his mouth water. However, before he could complete his thought, Yi Wuyo suddenly sensed something amiss. His right hand, clutching the veil, began to tremble uncontrollably. Almost instantaneously, his eyes ignited with a fierce flame, transforming into a deep crimson, filled with a savage and frenzied glare, akin to a bull driven mad. Simultaneously, tendrils of scarlet blood rapidly spread across his sclera, resembling a terrifying web. Not only that, but the muscles in his arms and neck began to spasm uncontrollably, with veins that had been hidden beneath his skin now protruding like grotesque, writhing worms. A dreadful realization gripped Yi Wuyo's heart, an ominous premonition surged within him, damn it. I never imagined she would ensnare me with her poison. How foolish I was to regard her as a lofty goddess. It is now clear that she is nothing but a sorceress with a heart as venomous as a snake. At this moment, his heart raced like a wild stallion, pounding violently as if attempting to break free from the confines of his chest. If he did not swiftly find a means to alleviate the toxins coursing through his body, it would not be long before he was rendered completely paralyzed, even ultimately succumbing to the depths of poison, leading to organ failure and death. This dreadful spring poison is not an ordinary substance, it originates from the rare plant, the silver lotus, found in the divine Eden. This flower possesses potent toxicity, specifically designed to combat deities. Given their eternal lifespans, the gods often find themselves overwhelmed by a profound sense of ennui and emptiness over the ages. Thus, the goddess of love, struck by a whimsical idea, delved into ancient tomes and meticulously cultivated these poisons to enhance the pleasures of life. In reminiscence of bygone days in the celestial realm, she and Athena formed an immediate bond, leading her to gift the exquisite sheer lingerie she had crafted by hand. Initially, Athena hesitated to accept it, for she was one of the few virgin goddesses, resolute in her refusal to partake of the forbidden fruit that Adam and Eve had once consumed. As the prophetess of the pantheon, she bore the obligation and responsibility to uphold the old covenant. Yet, upon beholding the delicate beauty of the sheer fabric, she ultimately steeled herself to accept it. She had once vowed that no man would ever touch her intimate belongings. Yet today, they have been desecrated by Yi Wuyo. An unforeseen twist of fate. Was it a destined encounter or the onset of divine calamity? At this moment, Yi Wuyo began to writhe on the ground. His vital energy surged, threatening to overflow. Blood began to flow slowly from his eyes, as if no remedy existed to alter the current predicament. Meanwhile, the magnificent appendage below, resembling a pillar of heaven, stood proud. Unexpectedly, the saintly Amain Lania, who was supposed to flee, appeared at that very moment. She was there awaiting the Lord of the Underworld to venture forth together. The Zoroastrian faith is a staunch ally of the Lord of the Underworld, naturally sharing both fortunes and misfortunes. Moreover, she had long been captivated and enchanted by the extraordinary visage of Yi Wuyo. One must ponder. Which young maiden in the bloom of youth does not harbor dreams and affections? Especially considering that this man possesses not only an alluring exterior but also demonstrated valor by rescuing her in a moment of peril. At this very instant, she adorned herself in an exquisitely opulent wedding gown befitting the princess of Shandong. The meticulous tailoring and resplendent embellishments unmistakably signified her noble status. The ingeniously designed high slit of the gown artfully revealed a glimpse of her snow-white, slender legs, moving gracefully with her steps, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that made Yi Wuyo's heart race with fervor. Suddenly, she noticed that the Lord of the Underworld bore injuries. Her countenance paled, and in a flurry of anxiety, she hastened toward him. Upon reaching him, she did not hesitate to kneel, carefully resting Yi Wuyo's head upon her long, ivory thighs. Her touch is gentle as if cradling a rare treasure, allowing him a moment to rest and regain consciousness. The saintess inquired, "My lord, what has transpired? Has someone harmed you? Why does your heart race so violently? Have you been poisoned?" With great difficulty, Yi Wuyo managed to respond, "My dear, I have been poisoned. Quickly, carry me away from here. We must rendezvous with the main forces outside the city. Perhaps, in doing so, we may find a glimmer of hope." Though Amain Lania was filled with profound anxiety, yet, in this moment of helplessness, there seemed to be no solution at hand. With great effort, she hoisted Yi Wuyo onto her back and trudged toward the city's outskirts. Along the way, she distinctly sensed the rising temperature of Yi Wuyo's body, as if some fierce and threatening force was stirring within. Although Amain Lania had yet to experience the ways of the world, she could still glean certain insights from the situation. This thought sent her heart into disarray, her delicate and radiant face blooming like a peach, exuding an alluring fragrance. Contemplating the matter, she mused that the Lord of the Underworld must have succumbed to some intense affliction of spring. It seemed that only in this manner could she repay the debt of life-saving grace. She bit her silver teeth, as if having reached a momentous decision. The two arrived at a hot spring, where she lowered Yi Wuyo into the water before leaping in herself. Despite the near loss of his sanity, Yi Wuyo, as the mightiest soldier of the Dragon Kingdom and a top-tier global operative, the architect of the God of Assassins, still possessed a measure of endurance. He hastily implored, "Saintess, please do not act recklessly." Before he could finish his plea, Petal silenced his words. Ultimately, he surrendered to the tide of events. The bull had indeed escaped the pen. In his heart, he recited a reimagined version of Cao Cao's timeless verses. To the east, I gaze upon the rocky cliffs, observing the vast ocean. The waters, so tranquil, lose their tumultuous roar. For 3,000 years, I have been unaware of the tales of romance. For 9,000 miles, I have drunkenly reveled at the knees of a beauty. Chapter 61, A Night of Restlessness Outside the Holy City of Ecbatana, in the Bashan Mountains. The night rain fell incessantly for an entire day and night. During this time, the Chu River endured a tumultuous onslaught. As the sun rose high in the sky, its fiery orb hung resplendently overhead. At that moment, Yu Wuyo gradually awakened from a deep slumber. His once tightly shut eyes slowly opened, still exhibiting a dreamy haze. After a considerable while, he finally emerged from the fog of sleep. With great effort, he propped himself up and sat up on the modest bed. He then unsteadily descended from the bed, donning his clothes while still completely unclothed. Next, he staggered towards the door and gently pushed open the somewhat worn wooden door. Outside, sunlight surged in like a tidal wave, instantly illuminating the entire room. Yu Wuyo squinted his eyes, adjusting to the intensity of the light before stepping out of the makeshift hut by the hot springs. Due to the unfortunate poisoning he had suffered, coupled with a relentless day and night of treatment, he now felt utterly drained, devoid of strength. His legs, in particular, felt as weak as those of a shrimp, rendering him incapable of standing firm. Each step he took demanded immense mental and physical effort. Yu Wuyo contemplated to himself. It seems this must be the aftermath of the poisoning. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but silently lament his plight. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind, the holy maiden of the fire worship sect, who had saved his life. Yu Wuyo's feelings towards her were a complex blend of emotions. On one hand, he was profoundly grateful. Had she not intervened, he might have already met his demise. On the other hand, due to certain peculiar circumstances, he was plagued by an indescribable sense of guilt towards the saintess. Just 2 days prior, he had behaved in a most unbecoming manner, unable to find solace in sleep throughout the night. To liken himself to a lustful bull would be an affront to the noble creature. The exotic woman who had once been by his side had long since vanished, leaving behind only faint, mottled traces of blood as remnants of the antidote. Knight Wuyo buried his feelings of remorse and, with a weary body, pressed onward. He assumed the saintess had already departed for the holy city to reunite with the main forces. Should he linger any longer? It seemed inevitable that both would find themselves in an awkward predicament. Within him surged an inexhaustible vitality, akin to a torrential river, relentlessly cascading forth. This formidable life force continuously rejuvenated his fatigued frame, gradually restoring the strength he had once thought lost. Slowly, he no longer staggered with unsteady steps or gasped for breath. Instead, he regained his vigor, feeling as robust as an ox. As his pace quickened, he became like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, racing ahead. The exit from the city drew ever closer, almost within reach, and a surge of triumph welled up within him. At that moment, without hesitation, Knight Wuyo swiftly retrieved a satellite phone from his pocket and dialed a mysterious, encrypted number with remarkable speed. The call connected to the commander of the fleet stationed at the Blackwater Bay, Eugen Albert. Almost instantly upon the call's initiation, the other party answered with palpable excitement and urgency in his voice, "My Lord Hades, has this mission been successfully accomplished? Should I immediately lead the fleet to obliterate the sacred city of Ecbatana? My subordinates are all eager to take action." Upon hearing this, Yu Wuyo was instantly filled with fury. He could not help but exclaim, "Eugene, you foolish wretch! Who has granted you the audacity to reduce an entire city to ruins? Do you not realize that there are countless innocent civilians here? I command you to execute precise strikes against the insurgents that have taken refuge here. Ensure that not a single one escapes, they must all be eradicated. But under no circumstances should any innocent lives be harmed." A crisp and resolute voice responded from the other end of the line, devoid of hesitation. One could almost envision the speaker standing erect. "Yes. I shall dutifully obey your command. Once you have safely exited the city, I will promptly issue the order to engage." With that, the call was abruptly terminated with a click. Yu Wuyo hurriedly continued on his way, meticulously avoiding the vigilant scrutiny of several patrol checkpoints. After a protracted intense journey, evading multiple pursuers from the insurgents, he finally arrived at the towering and heavily fortified city gates. The atmosphere at the gates was palpably tense, now under strict martial law. Numerous fully armed insurgents were scrutinizing each individual attempting to pass, their expressions grave as they meticulously inspected the identification of every passerby. Perhaps it was due to a momentous event that had recently transpired within the sacred city. The unfortunate demise of a rebel leader has rendered the current inspections exceedingly stringent. Upon the discovery of any suspicious activity, these rebels promptly apprehend the suspect without mercy. As Yi Wuyo furrowed his brow, contemplating how to pass through the city gates unscathed, he suddenly caught sight of a dilapidated military truck transporting supplies, slowly making its way out of the city. Although the vehicle appeared in a state of disrepair, it ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Wuyo swiftly dashed towards the truck, akin to a wraith. Just as it was about to exit the city gates, in the blink of an eye, he adeptly maneuvered himself beneath the truck, clutching the chassis with all his might. Subsequently, he pressed his body tightly against the undercarriage, striving to meld with the ground in a bid to evade detection. Time trickled away, and the guards commenced a thorough inspection of the truck. They meticulously verified the driver's credentials and the identification of the other occupants. They circled the vehicle repeatedly, even crouching to examine the underside for any sign of hidden presence. Fortunately, Yi Wuyo remained impeccably concealed, revealing no hint of his presence. At last, following an exhaustive and painstaking inspection, the guards were satisfied and gestured for passage. The truck gradually revved to life and began its journey beyond the city limits. Yi Wuyo was acutely aware that avoiding unnecessary complications was paramount. After all, he had successfully accomplished his mission in Shandong, rescuing those trapped. All that remained was to exit the city safely and conclude his endeavor. After approximately 10 minutes, having distanced himself several kilometers from the holy city of Ekbatana, Yi Wuyo finally relaxed, his heart at ease, confident that his task was complete. He slowly crawled from beneath the truck to the top and then leaped down. Instantly, he issued the command to open fire to the invincible fleet of Blackwater Bay. Eugen Albert sat gravely in the command chair, clutching the communicator tightly. His tone was resolute and decisive as he commanded, "Attention all command rooms aboard the warships. Immediately activate your respective launch silos." This command resonated like a thunderclap, swiftly echoing through every warship. The commanders promptly responded, fully alert and focused. They operated the control panels with precision, gradually opening the hatches of the launch silos. Subsequently, Eugen Albert issued another directive: prepare to launch precision-guided missiles. Target information will be transmitted to you shortly. Remember, do not hesitate in your ammunition usage. Continue firing until our munitions are completely exhausted. Strike the enemy with unwavering force. Upon hearing this order, the subordinates were filled with fervor, responding loudly, "Received." They rubbed their fists together, their eyes sparkling with excitement and determination. In that moment, the ammunition depots of each warship became bustling with activity. Soldiers skillfully loaded missile after missile into the launch apparatus, accompanied by the roar of machinery and the sharp clang of metal. The entire fleet was enveloped in an atmosphere of tense yet exhilarating combat readiness. Finally, when all was prepared, Eugen Albert commanded, "Fire." In an instant, dozens of warships unleashed their launch silos, erupting in flames. A cascade of fire surged skyward, akin to the might of thunder. The sharp, piercing wails of missiles echoed incessantly, weaving together a deafening symphony. The dense barrage of missiles sliced through the sky like a torrential downpour. They raced towards the horizon at an astonishing velocity. The sheer number of these missiles was so vast that, from a distance, they appeared as a dark, ominous cloud, completely obscuring the sun. Their long trails in the sky painted a chillingly magnificent spectacle. Meanwhile, within the radar station located in the sacred city of Ekbatana, the atmosphere abruptly turned tense. A communications officer fixed his gaze on the radar screen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, he was horrified to see a multitude of bright dots appearing on the screen. An unfathomable number of missiles was racing towards their position. "My lords, we are in grave danger," the communications officer exclaimed in panic as he reported to the rebel headquarters. The radar indicated that thousands of long-range missiles were hurtling towards them. Moreover, the quantity was overwhelmingly excessive, it was impossible to intercept them all. Upon hearing this news, the commander of the rebels, sporting a thick beard, turned ashen. His eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets. The situation before him instilled an unprecedented sense of fear and despair. Before he could issue a retreat order, a massive swarm of missiles suddenly appeared on the horizon, cascading down like a tempest. The thunderous explosions resounded relentlessly, echoing through the heavens. Under this ferocious barrage, the rebels' positions were instantaneously reduced to smoldering ruins. Even the seemingly invincible command center was not spared, reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. However, astonishingly, not far from this battleground, shrouded in smoke and illuminated by flames, the residential district inhabited by civilians appeared as a paradise untouched by calamity. Not a single innocent soul sustained harm, nor did any structure suffer even the slightest damage. Yi Wuyo stood at a vantage point, gazing at the scene from afar, a subtle smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello? General Eugen Albert? The invincible fleet you commanded performed exceptionally well this time. Well done. Laughter and humble responses echoed from the other end of the line. After hanging up, Yi Wuyo turned and strode purposefully towards the designated rest area for the Dragon Kingdom's main forces. Throughout his journey, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. For this battle not only concluded in resounding victory but also ensured the utmost safety of the local civilians. Shortly thereafter, Yi Wuyo and his fellow warriors boarded a private plane, embarking on their journey home. As the aircraft descended, they gazed through the windows at the land that had just endured the ravages of war, their hearts filled with profound reflections. Yet at that moment, what prevailed was a longing for their loved ones and the exhilaration of returning home. Chapter 62, Heroes Return. Yi Wuyo elegantly lifted the cup of freshly brewed Colombian coffee, savoring a sip before directing his gaze out the window at the clouds, soft and white like cotton candy. Leaning back in his comfortable seat, a gentle smile played on his lips, his heart brimming with contentment and ease. After enduring countless days of toil and exhaustion, nearly sacrificing his life in the process, this lengthy and formidable journey has finally reached its conclusion. All those troublesome matters have been resolved one by one. He can temporarily set aside the burdens that weigh upon his shoulders, and the thought of returning home to the company of his frosty yet captivating wife, the icy yet enchanting CEO, fills Yi Wuyo with an increasing sense of joy, prompting a mischievous grin to spread across his face. Although his wife often presents herself as a frigid beauty, Yi Wuyo firmly believes that if he persists in his playful antics, one day he will be able to warm her heart, which appears as cold as a snow lotus, just like the gentle sun of spring. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yi Wuyo raised his hand and gently patted Zhang Disheng, who was comfortably indulging in a glass of rich, fragrant liquor in the front seat. Zhang Disheng, whose previously haggard complexion had taken on a rosy glow due to the effects of alcohol, appeared to be reveling in the delight of having narrowly escaped death. Turning to Yi Wuyo with a radiant smile, he eagerly inquired, "Young Master Yi, do you have something you wish to ask your elder brother?" "Haha, I assure you, I have no secrets from you. How about this, since we are still aboard the plane, let us swear brotherhood right now. Once we return to our homeland, should you ever require assistance, simply give your elder brother a call." Upon hearing these words, a warm smile blossomed on Yi Wuyo's face, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks. That smile resembled the warmth of spring's bloom, evoking an undeniable sense of comfort. Simultaneously, he and Zhang Disheng extended their broad, powerful palms, firmly clasping each other's hands while their gazes ignited like torches. In that moment, words were rendered superfluous. The profound and sincere camaraderie of brotherhood and wartime friendship was conveyed with exquisite clarity through this simple gesture. After a brief pause, Yi Wuyo was the first to shatter the silence, inquiring, "Brother Zhang, I wonder how the royal members we rescued are faring now. Particularly that princess. After all, she is merely a delicate woman, and I cannot completely set my mind at ease." Zhang Disheng regarded Yi Wuyo, whose face was etched with concern, fully aware of the significance he placed on the matter. Without hesitation, he replied candidly, "The royal members of the Shandong chieftaincy have all been transported to a hospital in Tataxi province for treatment. There, they are not only equipped with advanced medical facilities and professional healthcare personnel, but they are also under the protection of the royal guard, ensuring their safety is unequivocally secure. At this juncture, Zhang Disheng paused momentarily before continuing. As for the princess, Iman Rania, upon her return, she did appear somewhat unwell. It seemed she had twisted or sprained her ankle, limping slightly. However, overall, she should be fine. It felt as if she had been waiting for someone to appear, yet ultimately chose to depart with the royal entourage. Finally, Zhang Disheng shifted the focus of the conversation. The atmosphere grew heavy, however, in this incident. The prince of the Shandong Emirate was far less fortunate. Subjected to the exceedingly brutal treatment of the rebel forces, he found himself perilously teetering on the brink of death on his return journey, clinging to life by the slimmest of margins. Alas! One can only hope that he endures this calamity. Yi Wuyo felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that the saintess would await his return. Such is the burden of a beautiful favor, a gift difficult to bear. Nonetheless, upon hearing that Iman Lanaya was well, Yi Wuyo's anxious heart finally found solace. As for the prince of the Shandong Emirate, Yi Wuyo held no concern for his fate. His own woman, how could she be touched by another? Let him perish from illness, it would save Yi Wuyo the trouble of seeking out his former subordinates. With a smile gracing his lips, Yi Wuyo gently nodded and remarked, "Brother Zhang, your efforts on this journey have truly been arduous. We owe our safe return to the Dragon Kingdom to your valiant struggle and selfless sacrifice. Upon our return, I shall faithfully report the details of this operation to the higher authorities. I am confident that the remarkable achievements of your unit will be duly recognized by the entire military of the Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Disheng looked at Yi Wuyo with heartfelt gratitude, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling slightly as he replied, "You flatter me, Brother Yi. To complete the mission and preserve our lives is already a stroke of incredible fortune. As for any accolades, I dare not hope for such. Yet." Despite his words, deep within Zhang Disheng's heart lay an undeniable thrill of excitement. After all, for a soldier, honor surpasses life itself. Subsequently, the two exchanged a knowing smile, as if certain matters had been settled. They then gradually took their seats, patiently awaiting the safe landing of the aircraft. Time slipped away, and before they realized it, several hours had passed. At that moment, peering through the cabin window, they could distinctly see the plane had reached the skies above the Dragon Country Airport. The broad, straight runway below gradually came into view. At last, accompanied by a gentle sensation of turbulence, the aircraft, which carried the dreams of many heroes returning home, smoothly descended onto the dedicated airport in the capital of the Dragon Country. The cabin door slowly opened, and hundreds of soldiers streamed out in an orderly fashion. Among them, the injured soldiers were particularly emotional, tears welling in their eyes, their faces radiant with the joy and gratitude of having survived. Stepping back onto this familiar land, the feeling of returning alive was beyond description. Some embraced each other tightly, overwhelmed with joy and tears, while others shouted and cheered in excitement, releasing the pent-up emotions within. In an instant, the entire airport was enveloped in a joyful and poignant atmosphere. Naturally, waiting to greet them was their father, Knight Tianming, the commander of the Kyoto garrison. Upon spotting him, Zhang Disheng noticed the esteemed figure adorned with numerous rows of medals on his chest. He instantly straightened, standing tall like a javelin. Raising his right hand, he rendered a precise and vigorous military salute, exclaiming loudly, "Salute to Commander Knight. Could it be that you are the father of my little brother, Yi Wuyo? What a remarkable coincidence. How is it that both of you share the surname Yi?" As Zhang Disheng spoke, he felt beads of cold sweat begin to form on his forehead. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Observing this, Yi Tianming returned a solemn military salute. With a smile gracing his lips, he slowly began to speak, "Commander Zhang, as you have surmised, I am indeed the father of Yi Wuyo. Since you two have sworn brotherhood, in private, you may address me as Uncle Yi." Upon hearing this, Zhang Disheng was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, his face flushed crimson. He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, struggling to believe the unfolding events. Such a dramatic narrative, akin to a novel, was manifesting in his own life. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Thank you, Uncle Yi. It is truly my fortune to forge a brotherhood with your esteemed son. Yi Tianming nodded gently in acknowledgement, a warm and kind smile ever present on his face. Then, addressing the entire assembly, Yi Tianming raised his voice and proclaimed, "Brave and fearless soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Here, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for the honor you have brought to our country. You have successfully and commendably completed this arduous mission. As a token of recognition and reward for your efforts, I shall host a grand celebration feast for you all." No sooner had he spoken than the applause erupted like a tidal wave, surging forth in unison, an unending crescendo that seemed capable of breaking through the heavens. The fervent clapping reflected the profound joy and pride that resided within the hearts of the soldiers. Subsequently, the uninjured warriors proceeded to their designated barracks for rest, while the wounded were taken to the finest hospital for treatment. Before departing, he specifically instructed his companions to keep their whereabouts confidential. He certainly wished to avoid entanglement with that troublesome woman from Huan, for such an encounter would leave him utterly depleted. Once all matters were resolved, the father and son embarked on a military green jeep, urging the driver to hasten as they eagerly made their way back to their residence in Kyoto. For their beloved adoptive mother and Rue awaited their return. As he gently pushed open the door, a wave of warmth and familiarity enveloped him. Mother and Rue had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, with an exquisite array of 4 dishes and a soup adorning the dining table, each dish emanating an irresistible aroma. It was the essence of home, a true embodiment of happiness. The family gathered around the table, laughter and joy resonating as they relished this rare moment of tenderness. After a restful night, the following morning greeted him with sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a gentle glow in the room. Yi Wuyo slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and swiftly rose to freshen up. After tidying himself, he appeared revitalized and radiant. With a buoyant stride, he exited his room and boarded the special vehicle his father had arranged for him, speeding towards the airport. As the car receded into the distance, Yi Wuyo gazed out the window, waving goodbye to his parents standing at the doorstep until their figures faded from view. Only then did he withdraw his gaze, his heart brimming with the warmth of home. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Kyoto Airport, presenting his identification and ticket. He swiftly passed through security and boarded the flight back to Haitian City. Several hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Haitian City Airport. Prior to boarding, Yi Wuyo had already placed a call to his secretary in advance. At this moment, as expected, a pale blue Mercedes-Benz van gradually approached the airport. The door swung open, revealing the enchanting Fu Mingni, often celebrated as the belle of the Northern Dance Academy.